Chapter 28. Romano Michael 391, Viserys summoning Daemon doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to send Daemon after Aegon. Regarding Corlys, to be honest, I doubt he's too interested in it. Same with the majority of the lords. What benefit do they really gain from it? Especially since by the time they hear about it, the liberation may well and truly be over. Tony McNuggles, taking Volantis, and by proxy Mantares, is too costly and most definitely would cause greater casualties on his men, something he definitely does not want to happen, of course. Myr is still on the hit list though as the campaign continues on, how that hit comes may change. Aegon tends to be more flexible when the cost is greater than the reward. Cold Blue 2015. 1. All men must die. Winky face, but no, he won't have the Jon Snow resurrection hacks performed on him. 2. Unlikely that an alliance will form with the cousin via Sarah. Mostly because he does not know the man and he barely knows Sarah. To get into an alliance, you must have a basis of trust. Aegon has none of it with them. In terms of enemy, it will depend on them, if they are at all involved with the Red Priests. 3. You'll have to find out. Imba MLG, probably around ch35 mark, I think. 4. Sad face, yes, it wasn't fun to write, or to put myself in their shoes. I am glad you liked the rest though. K.Daryl 222, not even Daemon could do that to his own son whom he likes quite a bit. True, Aegon's relationship with his nephews and nieces will be an interesting development haha. Admiration? Or dislike inherited from the older Targs? Emulation or not? Curious, ain't it? And yes, the grievances the slaves have will be plenty. Will be up to the Regency councils to assert control. A test, if you like. And no, the Celtigars don't know Ethan is helping Aegon. Pope HNDRXX, an Ilamaries bank will definitely happen. Same with the currency. It basically needs to happen with so much gold LMAO. Partnering with Aegon will depend on the defrosting between Viserys and Aegon though. Next ASOIAF story, it will be likely set during the Long Night era. Which will be years later, I reckon. After that, probably a story during the Rhoynar-Valyria Wars. The Weirwood Seed is still a plot. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Mid to late 112 AC Liss. Johanna Swan POV. Do you know the position you have put me in? Johanna's voice rang with fury as her face contorted terribly at what she just had to listen to, the chill that crawled up her spine rapidly losing its coldness. She stared at the glass candle with a silent rage brewing within, a rage that was akin to thunder to the lightning of betrayal she felt at how she had the wool pulled over her eyes. He never intended to attack Myr. Slavers Bay had always been his destination and she and everyone else were not but pawns to his subterfuge. You've jeopardized everything with this deception. All of her preparations, all of the pieces moved and removed, all of it was now on the precipice of falling into ruin. Why? She demanded as she stood up, the scraping of the chair beneath sounding shrill and sharp. I have jeopardized nothing, Johanna. Said Prince Aegon, a cold voice behind a cold glass candle. Your plans for Free Liss will still work despite the changed circumstances. Her face twisted into a bitter scowl as she fumed silently, her eyes shining with violence as she stared at the glass candle. A soft shuffle, barely audible, forced her eyes to jump towards that direction and she saw Rit hard and grim-faced meeting her gaze. Rit shook her head minutely and the movement sobered her up. They both knew that they couldn't afford to alienate Prince Aegon, not at this moment in time. Yes, they could begin to take control of Liss now, but afterwards? All alone, surrounded by hostile cities who'd sack their city? Kill them all? Yet. I have built everything around Myr falling. She said, falling into her well-practiced composure, her voice carrying a calm that she did not truly feel. These changed circumstances do not allow for Liss' long-term survival. Volantis, Tyrosh, and now Myr, all of whom were fully strengthened. The fall of Myr, or at the very least, the intense weakening of Myr, and the subsequent fracturing of the Triarchy would ensure that Liss, Free Liss, would have the breathing room it needed to truly secure itself, especially if Aegon were to succeed at bringing Myr low. Tyrosh, in the face of 2 of its allies now gone, would have not have been able to formulate a response against Free Liss and a Myr in chaos, and, she thought to herself, the possibility of slaves rebelling within Tyrosh was there too to halt their aggressiveness before they thought themselves secured. The only problem they'd have to deal with, in this scenario, would have been Volantis who, despite still being ruled by the elephants and wary of any conflict ever since the Battle of the Borderland, would be hard-pressed to resist the opportunity that was now open to them. Of course, they'd too have the possibility of slave rebellion but Volantis was, Volantis. A city despite being outnumbered by slaves 5 to 1, almost as bad as much of Slavers Bay, still has the strength in the cities surrounding her. Volantis and its vassal cities could quell any kind of slave rebellion quickly and turn her eyes towards Lys, but she'd expected, by then, she'd have the tools and means to get Aegon to agree with a deal that see Lys in an alliance with Aegon and his people. An alliance that'd make Volantis halt with any kinds of aggressive moves. But now, all of that was up in smoke. All because Aegon decided to attack Slavers Bay, and without even letting her know, where any aid would take a moon to 2 moons sailing, which was, almost certainly, too late. She breathed through her nose at the trouble she faced. Myr would remain powerful. Tyrosh would not be finding itself in a quandary of indecision and infighting. And Volantis. And even if she took Lys, it would not be bloodless, or a perfect rebellion either. Yes, they'd wrestled control over much of Lys and its economy, which had been hastened even more so with her control over the Rogas and the bank, and yes, they removed enough obstacles amongst the noble families and merchants to get their sons aligned with her, but it was not enough to ensure complete victory. Not without blood. And not only that, only 6 of the 11 Lysane magisters that made up the High Council were present in Lys in this moment in time, and soon enough would leave for Tyrosh to meet with the rest of the High Council to discuss the stepstones. The most prominent captains too, of merchant ships in the Lysane fleet, were largely out her control, and by proxy their families, since they were often members of families whose heads were Lysane magisters, and she has had little room to change that, lest her enemies think her less of a power-hungry whore afraid of becoming a slave again and instead into a real, dangerous threat. The deaths of heads of families had largely been orchestrated in different stages, over time, and in sharp successions, starting with her rise to power with the pillow houses. Enemies often pushed into made the first move against her, a good portion of the deaths of the most secured heads of families having happened during her conflict with the usurping Rogas, but it was now almost impossible to orchestrate natural deaths or rivals attacking one another. The next few deaths would have to happen in quick succession, blatantly, in the open, and they were ready to trigger that event. And they'd need to trigger it soon. Her people were getting impatient, and impatient allies were dangerous allies. They were ready for the rebellion, and they were waiting on her to give the signal, to say the words. Your plan will still work despite the intactness of Myr. Came Aegon's voice, forcing her return her furious glare at the glass candle. She was half a mind tossing the damned thing out of the balcony. The plan will work, yes, but only for the short term, she fumed silently. His conquest of Slavers Bay would do little to ensure that her enemies, freeless enemies, wouldn't sail up and try and destroy her dream. Wait for another 3 moons, Aegon says, and she balls up her fists. I don't have 3 weeks, let alone 3 moons. It has been now, or I lose control, or worse, the merchant families and the nobility will catch on, she thought worriedly, fretfully. She catches Rit's look and sees her expression darken, and she understood that Rit also came to that assessment. I cannot wait that long. The rebellion will not be able to wait that long. She denies, a note of bitterness creeping up in her voice. He's ruined everything, he betrayed me, she thought to herself. After everything, after all the faith she had in him, he betrayed her. He used me, she thought to herself, the touch of bitterness grown. She hated this feeling. This feeling of betrayal. These feelings of helplessness, of doubt, of weakness. She thought she had got rid of them. She fought back the sting of emotions as harshly and cruelly as possible, and she closed her eyes momentarily as she silently took in a deep breath. Moments later, she opened her eyes. Prince Aegon. She met Rit's gaze, who only nodded to her. Aegon was proven himself to be unreliable. She wouldn't cut off contact, nor would she torch the bridge, not when she likely knew she'd still need his aid, but she couldn't depend on it, and she'd do her damnedest not to put herself in such a position again. Yet, she thought bitterly, she knew that it would likely only be a matter of time before she and Lys needed his aid against their enemies. It stung her badly that she couldn't depend on him to do as he promised. She shook her head. She didn't have time to stew on this. She needed to think of ways without Aegon, to keep the wolves at bay after the rebellion was over. And fast. It seems we are at an impasse neither of us can move beyond. I can no longer wait, and you can no longer provide the aid that Lys could use now that your interest lay elsewhere. As such, let us call this meeting to an end so we can die. Johanna. Aegon's interruption was harsh, colder than she'd ever heard his voice be. Are we allies? Aegon did not let her answer. Have we signed a treaty to mark our alliance? Have I ever even promised you that I am to do more than provide you an opportunity to stage your rebellion? Johanna lost it. You were meant to attack Myr. She breathed through her nose as she forced herself to calm down, and she walked over towards the table and clutched at the ends of it. You were meant to open up a distraction that would allow Lys space to breathe. He was meant to attack Myr, he even wr. Her eyes widened, and for a brief moment she felt breathless. War is coming soon, prepare yourself, she said to herself, recalling what she read in Aegon's letter. You misdirected me. Johanna, you are disappointing me. Aegon said, a cold harshness in his voice, and she bristled at the words. When you decided to shape your own plan for Lys, you became more than simply Johanna Swan, the former enslaved. You became Johanna Swan, leader of a rebellion, with designs to form your own government led by you, a government that will hold no ties to me and mine. No ties. The words left her mouth before she could stop them. Our personal relationship does not guarantee Lys is to be an ally of Elamari's. Her hands clenched. I see what this is. This was his punishment for altering the deal she'd made with him all those years ago, when he'd came to her to propose a pathway to see Lys freed, all but twisting the taking of Lys for her and her people's purposes. She thought that he understood, but it seemed she was only led to believe so. He had not forgiven her for it, she knew it now. She bitterly thought that he played her well, too well. No, she thought angrily, she let herself be played. She eyed Rit, who had formed a stormy and troubled look on her face. Johanna let sentimentality rule her when it came to Aegon, and she was going to pay for it, dearly. Do you? She hated the way Aegon's voice sounded almost contemptuously derisive. I do not think that you do, Johanna. Aegon's breathing was rough as he paused in speaking for a moment. Your plan for free Lys survival hinged on the need of my humbling of Myr. Your plan depends that I risk my life for you and your cause, that I abandon Liberty Bay at a time that I cannot, so that I come and ensure Lys freedom against her enemies, that I risk the lives of my men, for you and yours, and in return, for what? Johanna set her jaw for a moment, angry at what he was saying, angry that though he had a point, she believed it was a pretense to extract a toll from her. She glanced at Rit, who stared unblinkingly at the glass candle, wearing an harsh expression. Johanna took a moment to calm herself, pushing down the surprise and feelings of losing control as much as she could. Finally, she answered. In return for the end of enslavement and indignity in Lys, she said, her voice calm, but there was a hint of accusation there as she spoke words he once shared to her. Johanna clenched her hands on the edge of the table, her voice lowering as she spoke further. In return to see a Lys that stands truly free and is for the better for its people, or was that a lie that you told me all those years ago? A long moment of silence followed, a silence that was broken when Aegon spoke. For as good as you have gotten using your words, even words of mine own against me, I have fulfilled my promises to you, and Lys, or will you deny you stand on the precipice of freeing Lys, brought about with my aid and my support? Johanna clenched her jaw lightly, though finally after a few moments, she spoke up, moving away from admitting what both knew could not be denied. You never showed want of anything. Johanna only said as she took a seat in her chair, her eyes latched on the glass candle. Not once in their correspondence had they talked about recompense or alliance, at least an alliance beyond whatever they had between each other. A grave error, she realized now. With how close she was to the edge, he had all the advantage in this. You had nothing I wanted. Had nothing, she picked up on before Aegon continued to speak, solidifying her thoughts on what this was. Nor did you come to me wanting anything ever since you decided to go on your own way. I accepted that, I respected that, but it seems like you have no respect for what that means. She silently scoffed. I do not know what you are referring to. You know full well what I mean, Johanna. Came Aegon's sharp voice. He continued. This association of ours does not end, for years, has not extended beyond information in exchange for information, and that is exactly what I offered you with the warning in return for your offered information about Myr's defenses. Johanna did not respond. It was true, their relationship had turned into one of mutual benefit, where they offered information in exchange for information. And you were completely content with that arrangement when you believed that my grievances would see Myr, and likely Tyrosh, reduced into chaos, leaving Lys able to recover from the rebellion and remain firmly under your control with not even Volantis to contend with mine own presence on the heel of Essos. There was an angry rumble in Aegon's voice as he'd spoken, an anger that turned sharper as he spoke further. You were more than content to see me and my men fight on your behalf without offering aid or support, despite having every opportunity to do so, and now, when my actions throw all of your long-lain plans into the precipice of ash, do you believe yourself to have cause to find fault in this arrangement of ours? Aegon's voice continued to rise, but Johanna couldn't keep her silence anymore. Had you asked for my aid, I would have given it. Johanna said furiously. Had you indicated in any way, at any time you had need of me and mine, I would have done what I could to provide it. And I have offered you mine own aid without cost or demand, at a time that I can provide it. Aegon immediately responded sharply to her. It's not enough. Johanna shouted as she speared upward, her hands clawing at the table. Her voice lowered. We do not have 3 moons to wait. We are working in matters of weeks, not moons. Johanna closed her eyes as she sat back down in her chair, the weight of it all weighing her down. You should have told me your true plans. Johanna said tiredly. Had it been only you, I might have. Aegon said after a moment. Had you been only Johanna Swan, the woman that I am fond of, and not also Johanna Swan, leader to a rebellion, I would have. Aegon sighed quietly. She understood what that meant. Had I still been working under him, under his direction, as his vassal, he would have been obligated to keep her informed. Aegon spoke further. As it is, I could not trust that the secret would have made it to ears that it did not belong to. Merchants, men who worked for me for years, men who made their fortunes through me, spoke of my plans of mere likely at the first opportunity they could. Johanna remembered that getting reports that a few merchants had come to speak with several magisters in private. It hadn't taken long for her to find out who they were, and what they'd spoken of. Very well. Johanna said, putting away the tiresome conversation that would lead nowhere but pointless posturing. What is it that you want? You said you had nothing I wanted. Obviously that changed. Johanna said as she caressed the top of her fingers with thumb, and she spared a look at Rit, who bore a blank expression on her face, something she only really did when she felt anxious. As much as they hated it presently, they knew they had to secure some pact with Aegon with how soon the rebellion was to take place. Everything was almost in motion, toes on the edges of the cliff and waiting for the slightly of breeze to push off into the roaring seas below. Her people, her supporters, her enemies, waiting was too risky. Too many people had an understanding that something was soon going to happen, and too many people had a vested interest in what was to come. No, things were too much on a knife's edge. There was a long moment of silence before Aegon answered her, and when he did not touch on what he wanted from her. The situation in Mirian is volatile presently. Aegon finally said, a brief pause in his speaking before he continued explaining his present situation. It has delayed our march to Tolos, which will take mayhaps 1.5 moon of hard marching to get there. Then there is also Illyria to consider, who, along with Nukis, and likely even Mantares and Volantis, will not remain idle. She pushed away the irritation she felt at his sidestepping of his demands, and instead, she leaned forward, her hands covering her mouth, a small frown forming on her face. She had little ways of knowledge when it came to the affairs of war, but even she could tell that the timings of her rebellion and Aegon's campaign was problematic. You want to secure Tolos before you fly to Lys. It was obviously the only way he could make it to Lys in any reasonable time to aid her. Whether or not it'd be on time. Yes. When we take Tolos, only Illyria stands in our way and we can blockade them until my return. Taking Tolos makes it substantially easier to blocking off any advancing army from the west. Aegon said calmly. That is why you must hold Lys for 3 moons, Johanna. Hold Lys for 3 moons, and that will buy me the time I need to take Tolos and close off access to Liberty Bay by land. She looks to Rit for a moment before she looks away towards the balcony and out of it towards the horizon. 3 moons. 3 moons. From Lys to Volantis, it was a 10-day and night journey, if the winds were favorable. Likely, it'll be 2 and 10 days. From Lys to Tyrosh, it was about 8-day sail. To Mir, 2 and 10 days. She was aware there was a fleet stationed by Tyrosh, so, in the shortest period, it could be that an enemy fleet could be making sail to Lys in less than 20 days. She was not a fool to think that ships wouldn't be escaping before she took control over the Lysane ports. Yes, they were amongst the primary targets in her bid to take control over the city, and the captains were amongst the first to be killed in the rebellion, but she expected that she'd not be able to completely stop ships from departing. Even if she increased the number of guards around her warehouses, and had more of the customs officers and slaves who were indebted to her and her supporters actively aid in the assassinations, she did not think she could succeed. Not fully. So, in less than 20 days, at worst, and, at best, a few more days, she could have an enemy fleet at her ports. Presently, she had about 3,000 soldiers of all kinds of variety, located across Lys, directly under her control, with about 4 times that freedmen and slaves located across Lys she could depend on, even if only a few of the freedmen knew of her plans for Lys. And, across all of hers and her elevated freedmen's businesses, they had thousands more slaves that could be depended on to react positively to the rebellion. Could she hold Lys with these men? Could she hold Lys for that long with untrained and unblooded soldiers? Finally, she shakes her head as she speaks. It wouldn't work. It was a bitter thing to say, but she had to realistic. The Lysane magisters that remained on Tyrosh would be wroth and do everything in their power to stir Tyrosh and Mir to act. Not that Tyrosh or Mir would have much need to. Not when they could take Lys as prize to be shared amongst themselves, at first at least. It could be less than a moon before we have an enemy fleet at our shores. An enemy fleet that could potentially boast a sizable portion of the Triarchy's might. I will not be able to impound every ship from leaving or destroy them. The ports are simply too busy for that, with the war with the Stepstones long over. Even in the best and fortunate circumstance, we will have only 2 moons before the Triarchy arrives. She breathed in and out heavily but silently before she spoke again. I think it will be more like a moon and some days instead of 2 full moons. It did not leave her much time to come up with a workable plan that didn't revolve needing to depend on Aegon, she grimly thought to herself. You will have more time than that. Aegon said. Mayhaps more if we are fortunate with events once news of my war in the bay reaches Tyroshi and Mirish ports in the weeks to come. Aegon said, and she narrowed her eyes. How? She asks. Aegon then tells her about the Bravici envoy he'd sent and its success, though he did not tell her how he knew, but she could guess that his envoy too had a glass candle, and she got an understanding of how far-reaching his intents were with Slavers Bay. She hated that his intentions were proving to be more genuine than not when it came to Slavers Bay. They'll be alarmed and on guard, she determines after a moment of silence when Aegon had finished explaining. Yes. Your assessment of an enemy fleet arriving a moon after your rebellion starts is highly unlikely. They will need time to muster a substantial force for the invasion. Even if their fleets are ready to go, they will need an army of thousands. Tyrosh has an army, Johanna pointed out. Yes, the bulk of the army was slave soldiers, but it was an army of thousands nonetheless. If Lys falls to what Tyrosh can muster in a few days' time, then there is no hope you can hold Lys, Johanna, with or without my aid. Aegon said harshly, crudely, and she bit on her tongue at the rebuke. She heard Rit stand up and she quickly raised her hand without looking at her testy free folk friend. No. Tyrosh cannot muster up the army they need to take even a weakened Lys, and they will know it. Even with the militarization of Tyrosh as a consequence of being part of the Triarchy and the war in the Stepstones, they are still an incredibly mercantile city who widely still look unfavorably at the profession of arms. Nor should they be keen to be without sufficient protection once rumors starts hitting Tyrosh of liberation of slaves in Slavers Bay. Aegon paused for a moment before he spoke again. You should send ships now with trusted men you can spare to Tyrosh and spread the news of my actions in Slavers Bay and sow discord. In case the news doesn't arrive on time. She considered and she turned her eyes to Rit, who nodded at her silently. How much it would help, she didn't know, but perhaps it would help. They also had some amount of business in Tyrosh too, shops and a few warehouses, and they could use the people to spread the news as well. In case the news doesn't arrive on time. Aegon agreed. The more effective the dissemination of information is, the better the effect on the Tyroshi, slave and slaver alike, will be, though I cannot say how much of an effect it will truly have. It will be done, Johanna said, a note of grimness in her voice. It was better than nothing. She knew a few loyal men who'd die for her that she could use for this. Men who didn't know about the rebellion so that they couldn't divulge under torture should they find themselves caught. For the first time, she regretted not involving herself more in Tyrosh when it came to inciting slave rebellion, but she quickly destroyed that thought. Tyrosh was too far away for her to have any measure of control, and more importantly, she would not have been able to assess the personalities and characters of those who she may have had to rely on. Aegon continued. It is more likely they will coordinate with Myr instead of acting alone on the rebellion on Lys, and that will take time. Especially if they use what is immediately available, the sell swords companies. And they are scattered beyond the walls of Myr, she assessed. It would take days, if not a week or more, for the sell swords companies to arrive at the ports of Myr. Precisely. And if the Myrish know that I am not coming for them, not soon at least, they will be inclined to reassign them for the invasion of Lys. Johanna remained quiet for some time as she considered it all. And Volantis? Johanna asked after a long moment of silence. You think they'll be too concerned with you and your army in their east? Yes. Aegon said in answer. They would be fools to divert ships and men to Lys when there is a large host on their doorsteps, just over a moon's march away. She saw the reasoning there. It also helped that Volantis was ruled by the elephants, who were more interested in trade and keeping what they had than expansion. Yes, Volantis would only be a distant concern for now. Still. It's all too speculative, Johanna said with a displeased note in her voice. It depended on a great many things to go right for them just so that they'd be able to buy more time. Johanna took a seat and placed her hands in front of her. It was dangerous, so dangerous, this need to rely on chance. But there was little else to be done. Aegon agreed. Yet it is the circumstances that we find ourselves in. Johanna did not miss the collectiveness in which he spoke. Still, it did little to assuage her of the circumstances she and her people were, circumstances that he had put her in, and she did her best to restrain the slew of bitter and angry thoughts that flashed in her mind though never passed through her lips. How many people can you depend on? Aegon asked after a moment of silence. 2 in 10,000 men and women that are fully under my control, a quarter of them soldiers. And more can be relied upon to act in the way I wish them to. Johanna reluctantly admitted. Enough to initiate the rebellion, and given that you are not worried about taking hold of Lys, enough to hold Lys, at least in the short term. Aegon determined, and she could hear the unsaid words, but not enough to withstand invasion. If she had mayhaps 4 to 8 moons after the rebellion, that could change. Her most loyal could train the men they needed. As it was already going to be difficult trying to take the rest of the island and its sister islands with her focus so split in ensuring that the city was fully defensible against enemy fleets. And you will not wait, no, you plainly cannot wait, likely because of circumstances moving out of your control, allies, supporters. Aegon continued, his voice trailing off, and Johanna clenched her jaw slightly at his words. Your situation is precarious. Too precarious. Johanna glared daggers at the glass candle. Yes, it 7 damned was. Taking Lys was never the issue, it was holding it long term. Even with Mir falling, she'd needed to use Aegon, whose reputation and whose actions would weight heavily, to protect Lys just long enough that it could withstand against enemies from without. Very well. Aegon said, and there was a note of finality. Send one of your people to the porcelain wares shop by the Temple of Andros. She eyed Rit, who nodded to her that she'd see it done. Aegon had kept a permanent presence in Lys in the form of several shops that sold the wares of his people, remaining even though most of their people departed for Ilmaris. Aegon continued. Ask for a man named Corden, and once you meet with him, tell him these words. Liberté, égalité, fraternité. Aegon had said each word deliberately slowly. She didn't know what the words meant, though the foreign words sounded similar to common. She saw Rit trying out the words before she nodded, and Johanna gave her assent for the woman to leave to get this man. You have a plan? She only stated as she stared at the glass candle. Aegon surprised her by sighed deeply before he spoke. Several I will share once Corden has arrived. Johanna set her jaw, but she said nothing, knowing that he was unlikely to tell her until this man had arrived. The wait had been arduous, neither of them speaking, but finally, the doors opened to let in an aged and thin graying man, who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He had summer-touched skin, oft found in Lys, but his hair was a mop of brown and greys. He looked Westerosi, she thought. The man came to a stop in the middle of her solar. My prince. The man named Corden said with a reverence in his voice that almost startled her. Corden. It is good to hear your voice. It is also good to your voice, my prince. Corden said with a grateful smile. As much as I would wish to hear of how the rest of our people in the wares shops are doing, I'm afraid we are pressed for time. Of course, my prince. Johanna, what is to be discussed is only for 3 sets of ears. Aegon said to her, and Johanna resisted the urge to react visibly. Instead, she bade her guards and Rit, who looked displeased, to leave. She eyed this Corden. With him here, she couldn't exactly pretend that Rit wasn't here in the solar. We're alone, my prince. Corden answered when the doors to the solar closed. Good. Corden, we have need of the barrels. She took in the surprised look of the man in front of her. Barrels? Johanna asked, a demand in her voice. Barrels of what? I may be able to help throw Tyrosh into chaos and at the least buy you some more time. Johanna peeked at that before she narrowed her eyes. What do you mean with chaos? Johanna asked, a touch of wariness creeping in. I have the means to kill off large parts of the Tyroshi leadership, though you will have to arrange for it to happen. Aegon said slowly, and then Aegon went on to explain that he had secreted to the wares shop several large barrels brimming with wildfire. You brought wildfire to Lys? Johanna asked aghast before she met the gaze of Corden, who seemed to be looking at her passively, as he wasn't likely storing something that could blow up half the street in his shop. She was aware of the rumors that stemmed all of the way back to the times of the Basilisk Isles cleansing, that wildfire had been used in war, but she'd never really paid much attention to it. Nor had anyone else, at least not until the Alchemist Guild in Volantis had been destroyed by a disastrous igniting of the dangerous liquid. It only solidified her opinion that the stuff was simply too dangerous to use. I did, however, do not be so concerned. The wildfire we make has been far less volatile than you know it to be. Aegon told her. She stared in disbelief at the glass candle. That stuff will more likely burn a whole part of the city just as it did in Volantis. It will not. Aegon's voice was firm. My alchemists have improved on the alchemy in ways those charlatans in Volantis would never have been able to do. There was an aggravation in his voice that made it clear pushing further on this was ill-advised. She remained silent for a moment. How long has it been here? She asked, though with her eyes set on Corden, it was more a question posed the man in front of her. 5 moons, my lady. We've had it for 5 moons. Corden answered. I had it brought her in case it may be needed in defense of the city. Aegon told her. Another thing you should have told me, she thought grimly. She had the impression Aegon had not wished to tell her, but the circumstances forced his hand. Just another example of Johanna being kept in the dark. What else is he hiding from me about his doings in Lys? It was startlingly clear that Aegon had spent likely years planning all of this out. Slavers Bay, Mir, now this. And, Johanna thought, she was appearing more and more like a pawn in whatever game he was playing. Before today, before this meeting, she had thought she understood his motives, his wants. She once thought that Aegon might have had designs on Lys, once it was freed, but after the news of Ilmaris, her understanding had changed, that he'd wanted Lys freed and pulled into an alliance of sorts, one that likely would allow him to take in more people from Lys and its surroundings. She had not been opposed to the latter point, if anything, she truly wanted it. Allied to a dragon rider would see Lys protected in ways she could not protect it. But now, his actions in Slavers Bay, the so-called liberation, had her doubt if she wasn't missing something important. He's made enough references that he wanted to make the likes of Mirian and others to be truly free cities like Bravus, all but insinuating that he was to relinquish all control, but she wondered if that was truly true, or if there was something else in play. You implied that I should arrange for it to happen, how? Johanna asked. You know Tyrosh better than I do you not? I do. Johanna confirmed. I also have some people that may be able to assist there. She kept the wariness and doubt from her voice. Good. Then you also should know where to hit to sow fracture in the Tyroshi. The Palace of Trade Princes. She remarked. It was where the magisters congregated, and where the High Council took their seats. As Tyrosh was in the middle of the three daughters, it was symbolically the ideal location to host the High Council, though, she thought, it was more likely that Tyrosh was an ideal location to invade the stepstones and to monitor trade traffic through the stepstones. It will be difficult getting inside. Johanna said with a frown. It was a building as large as any she'd seen in her once trip to the merchant city. It was that it was even more grandiose than the Iron Bank itself and more extravagant than the Prince's Palace in Pentos. There is no need to get inside, we will only need a rooftop nearby. Her eyes widened at the coldness in his voice. The wildfire is violent enough that it can collapse a building into itself. Johanna shook her head. No. Johanna denied. The Palace of Trade Princes cannot be taken down so easily. It is too large and too open. It takes as much space as the Castle of Storm's End does. Of course, it was far more palatial than the austereness of Storm's End, with gardens and bathing pools and much more hidden within its marble walls and nestled in its marble pillars. We would have to get inside if we are to succeed. Johanna added, slowly warming to the idea as her mind considered it all. Her eyes widened slightly as she came across a train of thought. It could work. But she'd have to arrange for the strike to happen right at the moment. I may. Johanna began slowly as her gaze flickered from the glass candle to Corden before it settled on the glass candle. I may be able to get the barrels into the palace. Johanna breathed in tightly. However, it will need to be timed precisely when the magisters hold a must-attend council, a council that would be held when word of Lys' rebellion reached Tyrosh. Where we can be assured all the important men would be where we want them to be. Aegon said after a moment of silence. Yes. Johanna said with an absent nod as she thought on it further. She had a few ways to get into the palace, but she thought depending on slaves during a time where suspicion of slaves may be at its highest could be a grave mistake. She would have to rely on bending and blackmailing Lauricio Dinar and his family into helping her people get into the palace. The family of merchants had close ties with a number of the Tyroshi noble families. It may not work. Johanna remarked even as she thought on how she could make it work. Even if it did work, it didn't necessarily mean Tyrosh was out, only likely to be delayed in acting against Lys. It will have to. Aegon said to her. It is the best means we have to delay a response to your rebellion. Aegon said with a sigh. The only other additional means I have presently to buy time, Corden, do you have the documents? I do, my prince. Corden confirmed, and soon enough she was reading the three documents. They were exactly the same, the three documents, the only difference being the name of the swell sword companies, documents that offered incredibly amounts of coin if they were to switch sides and fight for Aegon. They won't breach their contract. Johanna said as she laid down the documents on her table. They'd never win another contract again once their betrayal was known. Privately, she did think that some would truly entertain the offer. The coin was beyond what sellsword companies were typically bought for. It seemed Slaver's Bay had been a profitable venture for Aegon. I agree. Aegon said, and there was a note of grimness. But it is an option that we can take to entice at least one of the sellsword companies away from Mir. Besides, no sellsword company wishes to fight a war with terrible odds. Especially if that enemy has a dragon and is conquering city after city. Johanna said with a dry note before she looked towards the documents, a small gleam entering her eyes. If Aegon's reputation was fearsome enough, combined with coin, mayhaps. I will send people to treat with them. After she'd taken Lys, of course. That way she wouldn't necessarily have to send her most trusted men to treat with them once the rebellion was won. Very well. Corden, you and the others are to work with Johanna with this. You may go now. Give our people my warm greetings. She noted the warmness in Aegon's voice as he'd spoken. As you command, my prince. Corden said with a bowed head to the glass candle before he turned to leave. Will you tell me now what it is that you want for your support? Johanna immediately asked once the doors to her solar closed. I want 4 things. They are non-negotiable. Aegon said calmly to her, and Johanna narrowed her eyes at the demand. When she said nothing in answer, Aegon continued. I want free Lys, once it exists, to agree to an economic and defensive alliance treaty with Illimaris that cannot be broken for a century. That is not a negotiation point that I can agree with. Johanna said, her eyes on the door to her solar when it opened, letting Rit into her solar. The individual terms of the alliance treaty must be debated and individually agreed on. There is also the important point that I will not rule Lys alone. An elected council would rule Lys, led by a first magister, borrowing parts of Bravus and of the current Lysane conclave system. The idea proved to be popular amongst her fellow conspirators. No one wanted a king, and she knew that she could keep control over Lys through the electoral system and through popular support from the freed peoples. Besides, she thought to herself, it was better to share power than it was to keep it solely to herself, reducing the risk of her becoming a target. That also meant that she couldn't unilaterally agree to any major decisions, even if she was the leader of the rebellion and likely the one to be elected first magister. Of course. Aegon answered easily enough. However, you can guarantee that an alliance will form between Lys and Illimaris. That is the non-negotiable point. The breadth and scale of the treaty can be negotiated at a later date. You really want this treaty? Johanna said with narrowed eyes. She knew why she wasn't opposed to this treaty. It helped guarantee Lys independence in ways few else could, and their independence was untouched. But Aegon? She had an idea why he wanted it, but she couldn't be sure. Illimaris will benefit to have a free Lys as a trading partner. Aegon answered her, confirming one point. The defensive alliance, however. She glanced at Rit for a moment before she looked back at the glass candle. I agree to formation of an alliance to be solidified at a later date. Johanna confirmed. They continued the talks where Aegon outlined his demands to her. The second and third demands were easy to agree to. The second demand being that free Lys was to aid in the liberation of slaves located on the heel of Essos, the disputed lands, through providing ships to ferry the slaves out from the disputed lands. She knew that many of the families that'd soon be cast down from Lysane high society had a great deal of estates there where slaves were bred, trained, and sold in the many tens of thousands. She had little means to gain control over them, but with Aegon's army, she might be able to, and the people, well, it wasn't particularly hard to figure that they were the ones who interested him in the disputed lands in the first place. The third demand was for Lys, for her and her people to begin considering what goods and produce they would want from Liberty Bay and eventually begin trading with the liberated cities when they were able. Aegon explained that he'd left the cities with much of its wealth consolidated in the Regency councils, wealth that would be purposed to pivot the economy of the cities into commerce and production of wares and luxuries. Another easy demand to agree to. The trouble of changing the ways of free Lys were aplenty. Lys was a city that sold and depended on pleasure and flesh, and though some of that pleasure would remain, most of it would be gone. Having Liberty Bay in their trade network was an opportunity that she would foolish to let go of. Lys would always be a port city for merchants, and Lys could serve to be a connection between Westeros, Essos, and Illimaris. The last demand was the one they spent the most time arguing over. Aegon wanted a percentage ownership over the Rogaray Bank. Even the ridiculous sums he offered had not swayed her. The bank was more than a means of wealth, it was control, and she knew that Aegon wanted a part of that control. Only when he explained that he intended to influence the Rogaray Bank to increase its influence and investment in Liberty Bay, where he explained Lys could increase its own influence and wealth through investment and ownership of industries in the Liberty Bay cities, did she relent and agree to the 20% share in the Rogaray Bank. Finally, it all came to a close when Aegon told her that he'd speak to her through the glass candle every second day at Lysane high noon. When the light of the glass candle dimmed, she leaned back in her chair, a feeling of exhaustion washing over her. It's been a long time since I have caught so unawares. Johanna said quietly, bitter, and she heard Rit walking towards her. The subterfuge, the misdirection, the forcing of her hand with those demands, knowing that she had no cause or ability to refuse. I was right. You should have listened to me. Rit said with a scowl in her voice, and Johanna rolled her eyes as she picked up her and eyed the free folk woman sitting on the edge of the table. And do what? Piss him off like you would have done. Johanna shook her head. Keeping Lys, and importantly keeping Lys free, was always going to be difficult with the enemies we are surrounded by. Johanna said with a sigh. None of the free cities, bar Bravus, but even they would be hard-pressed to offer substantial aid, would brook having a slave-free city. It could be moons, or it could be years, but eventually, the city would fall to one of the free cities, or worse, it'll fall from within. And he knew it too. Rit said with a touch of anger in her voice. And now he's made us more dependent on him to keep our heads. Rit. Johanna's voice carried some warning in her voice. She didn't need to hear what she already knew. The situation was what it was. Rit scowled before she looked away for a moment. He will have more demands, he'll ask for more the moment we have need for more of his help. Rit stated. Before, she would have said no. But now? From a cold perspective, what he asked for was not severe. It could have been worse, she knew this. But it also showed her that whatever fondness he had for her, it mattered not when it came to advancing his wants. Wants that were sparingly of his own benefit, she had noticed. Out of all of the demands, only one directly benefited him, the shares of the Rogaray Bank. Slavers Bay, Lys, the alliances, Illimaris. Most of his actions were aimed at benefiting Illimaris. She shook her head. We just have to make sure we're not in a position that we have to ask for more help. Johanna said in answer before she stood up. She would have to think on how to use Aegon and his wants for Illimaris at a later time. Enough for now. Johanna said before she sighed as she stretched. Those are problems for much later. Johanna's expression hardened as she met Rit's gaze. Send a messenger to Baelon ASOIAF. The reaction in Rit's face was one of expectation and excitement. It's time. There was finality in her voice. A finality that would come to pass in less than a few days' time. A finality that would see Liz free. The only question she had was whether or not she'd be able to keep it that way. Break. Mid to late 112 AC Mirian. 2 and 10 days since the opening of the gates. Sir Ethan Celtigar POV. Why does our prince have to hold it at the 2 and 30th floor? Sir Muro muttered in complaint as he, Sir Gaelaenis, Sodabas Coxos and Lutheris Goodright, Admiral of the Second Fleet, climbed up the wide steps that lead to the hall, the sounds of their armor clinking clattering against the walls of this absurd building. Ethan did think Sir Muro had a point. They had only had one meeting since they took Mirian, and the prince had oft been away scouting the lands on his dragon in the past week, and he was already disliking having to spend ages climbing up this ridiculous staircase in this ridiculous pyramid. The size of the staircase, he thought as he eyed the walls that stretched far into the distance, alone was fit enough to house mayhaps several dozen homes alone. Not even the pyramids of Yunkai or Astapor were built so absurd, and those pyramids were absurd in their own right given how few of the Giscari free or enslaved populated those pyramids that were large enough to fit entire towns. You can always ask our prince to hold the meeting somewhere closer to the ground, Muro. Sir Gaelaenis snorted before he sneeringly, playfully, said, no doubt our prince will understand that your greys aren't the only things that showing your age. Riding old red has been fucking up your hips, ain't it? Sir Ethan's lips twitched, though Admiral Lutheris hadn't hid his own amusement. Sir Muro was not exactly young, but he was quite a number of years shy of 40 still, and amusingly about the same age as Sir Gaelaenis too. Fuck off. Sir Muro scowled, his slightly reddened face making all the more humorous. My hips are fine. Sir Muro narrowed his eyes at Sir Gaelaenis. And you're one to talk about getting old, or did you not notice that you're getting a step slower in your swings, damn hypocrite. Not but an injury that'll heal soon enough, Sir Gaelaenis dismissed with his words and with his gesturing hand. Pa. Liar. You got no injury on your sword arm. Sir Muro returned, and the two knights descended into a long bout of bickering that did not stop until they were at the top of the staircase. The Admiral joined in the bickering 2/3 of the way up, and even he joined in the conversation, here and there, though Sodabas was the only one who'd remained silent throughout the way up, oft wearing a lost and somewhat disturbed look on his face. He wasn't sure what was the cause of it. Was it because of the bodies that had piled up in Mirian? Likely, he'd thought to himself. He remembered that the summer Icelanders hadn't been too pleased to see the deaths in Astapor, the last time he'd seen them. Truly, this quiet disturbed look seemed more severe. Ethan grimaced lightly. He understood. Truly, he did. The killing in Mirian had been obscene, though much of it was beyond their control. Their army had kept their discipline, and there had been none who had been caught killing women or children. They knew better than to disobey the prince's orders. The deaths of the truly innocent was not their fault. Surely Sodabas understood that? They were let into the hall by the guards, and, immediately, they were greeted to the sight of grandiosity. One seamless stretch of white marble paved the floor, and purple marble walls and high ceiling enclosed it, and, in the very middle of it, there was naught but a singular table that was surrounded by the men already present. There had been an gilded wooden throne fashioned in the shape of a harpy, but that had been carved up and nailed together into the ornate round table in front of him. One would never think that the gilded wooden table had such origins, such was the expertise in which it had been refashioned. He turned his eyes towards the men by the table. Sir Uthric, Sir Tratos, Lorgan Keller, and the 3 Regency councillors were still in conversation with Prince Aegon even as they saw them as their party walked in. The other men in the room included the unsullied Commander Rhaegar, who stood by silently not far from the prince, and the other two. Tikar, the old gladiator who was now the commander of the city watch, had seemed to talking with Sir Lomaris, who both turned to look at their arriving party. And, as they walked in further into the hall, all of the men moved towards closer to the table that had the map of Slavers Bay, Liberty Bay, on top of it. My prince rang out from their mouths as they bowed their heads to the man, and Prince Aegon smiled at them thinly, though it could only be faintly seen through the mass of beard the man had. Sir Ethan eyed Prince Aegon for a long moment, noticing as he did the rings that surrounded his dissimilar eyes, rings he thought had darkened further still from the morn he saw him yesterday. Good, we're all here. We have much to discuss this day. Prince Aegon gestured the men to stand closer to the table. Sir Ethan glanced at the men and noticed the peaking of interest from Sir Muro and Sir Gaelaenis. In the only war council they had since the taking of Mirian, there had been no conversation of the plans for Tolos and Illyria. The meeting had been to discuss the means and methods they would take to deal with the stragglers of the nobility and the freedmen, who had managed to band together and go into hiding once they learnt that most freedmen were on the same list of culling as the nobility were during all of the chaos of the city's taking. Freedmen or wealthy or noble, nearly all had been slave-owner families in this accursed city, much like how it was in the cities of Yunkai and Astapor. The only difference was the number of slaves these people held within their homes. 5/6 of the population had been slaves, slaves that been at the mercy of these masters, freedmen and noble alike. And, even if the freedmen did not own slaves, which was rare given how cheap the lives of slaves were, they were still part to the abomination of slavery that was written in the bedrock of this city, of this region. A freedman only needed to pay recompense for the murder of slaves, for though a freedman's life was not worth that of the lives of the wealthy families or the great masters, it was incalculably more worthy than a life of a slave, no matter how valuable the slave had been to the slave owner. And though the majority of the freedmen were little better than the slaves, when it came to wealth and occupation, it was a status that they enjoyed, and, he thought as he remembered the prince's words, division breeds stalemate, and the masters were excellent in inducing such stalemate in their cities, a status that was exploited by the Giscari, for it ensured the freedmen would find no common cause with slaves. And all of this meant that the slaves not only rebelled against the noble families and wealthy slave-owning families, but also against their freedmen masters who may have had them domicile slaves or working their shops. Unfortunately, some of these rebellions were less than successful, especially in the manors and districts that lay at the other side of the main gates, where the freedmen and the nobility had enough time to act before the men in their army arrived. Honestly, he was surprised at how long these stragglers had evaded them. The slavers had always worn talkers. Unique to each city, of course, but from Astapor to Mirian, the slavers wore some form of talker to signify their status. Even the freedmen signified their status by simply the kinds of clothing they wore, colorful and garish and oft impractical, oft worn just so as to show that they did not need to labor. It was an important facet to Giscari culture, noble and freedmen alike. It was also how they identified them, noble and freedmen alike. With the taking of a city, especially one that you do not intend to sack and see all its people killed, it was important for the army to know whom to kill, and whom to spare. The slave branding was of course helpful in that, but oft times, such markings were hard to see during the fighting, and clothing was not, especially since the slaves rarely were given anything more than dull-looking clothing. Unfortunately, these stragglers had caught on by the time the army had cleansed through most of the city and had taken to hide themselves throughout the more deserted parts of the city, and through the city in general. But fortunately for them, the slaves they so depended on, they so mistreated, became their ally once they learnt that they were not there to kill them, only their masters. And so, they enlisted the aid of the former slaves, calling out to them that there were masters that had not yet been killed and that they needed to find them, offering a great deal of reward to the former slaves that brought them or showed them where they were hiding. In less than 3 days, the last of the stragglers had been caught, including those who had hidden themselves in secret rooms. They reaped what they sowed, Ethan mused to himself. Tikar. Prince Aegon called out as he gazed towards to the aged former gladiator. Have you finalized the selection of the city guard? The grey-haired bulky man stepped forward before spoke. Yes, my prince. The aged former gladiator confirmed. I have a list of names of almost 4,000 men for the city guard. Tikar glanced at Rhaegar. With the 2,000 unsullied to be stationed in the city, 6,000 guards would keep the peace when you depart for the other cities. How many are you wanting to select from the army? Sir Baelon asked gruffly. The prince had offered Tikar to select men from both the Mirianese and from the army itself, a decision that wasn't cherished, to be truthful, yet the commanders of the army understood the reason why. It was well known that Prince Aegon was determined to see the cities not fall into the depravity in which they had found them, and for that to happen the Regency Council and every council after the Regency ends years from now in every city needed to have authority and the means to ensure they held control over the city. And ensuring that the Regency Council had thousands of trained men with arms that could be relied upon to execute their authority was one but major way to ensure it. At least none of their trained Ilmaresian men or bulk of the Unsullied would leave their army. Half of the Astaporian and Yunkai if the prince permits it. Tikar said simply before he continued. I do not wish to depend greatly on the former slave soldiers of Mirian, not until I have had time to win their loyalties. Tikar took to look at the prince. You doubt the promise of pay for their service and land in the Ise Pass after 10 years of service is complete is enough to earn their loyalties? Sir Lomaris questioned with a raised eyebrow. It was a good policy Prince Aegon had gotten the Regency councils of the 3 cities to agree to, and the councillors advertised the benefits of serving. The policy was very similar to the ways the men in the Ilmaresian army were to receive their lands. Of course, the difference was of course that the lands were a great deal better and the pay was beyond what these men would earn over 1,000 lifetimes, though, he mused to himself, the exception being of course the Astaporians and the Yunkai who would earn a small amount for their aid in Yunkai and Mirian. In any case, for men who earned nothing yet served, it was more than they could have hoped for most anyway. Tikar frowned lightly. Land means very little in these parts, Sir Lomaris, especially so when these lands are vulnerable to Dothraki raiders. Tikar pointed out and Ethan grimaced faintly. Yes, no doubt that was a problem. Still, the offer of pay and privileged position in this new Mirian will earn me good favor, but only that. Tikar paused and seemed to roll his jaw for a moment before he continued. The problem is that many of them held privileged positions in the city, my prince, and I am wary to allow them to have the numbers to stage a bid for power. So you would rather lump with some treacherous lot to take with us to Tolos and beyond? Sir Gaelani said with a faint scowl, though there was little heat in it. It wouldn't differ all that much from when they had come to incorporate the slave soldiers from Yunkai, Astapor, and the hinterlands. I would not call them treacherous, Sir Gaelani. Tikar said before his expression shifted slightly. Merely opportunistic. In Mirian, it was common for slave soldiers to buy their freedoms after a period of time. Tikar eyed Sir Gaelani for a long moment before he continued. And the slave soldiers had known it was possible too, from the moment they were trained to become so. And by doing so, creating such an incentive, they helped create a curious means of control of not only over the slave soldiers but by also over their behaviors. Keller said before he paused and eyed Tikar. I understand that the soldiers were most keen to show their commitment to the slavers. Tikar nodded. Yes, they were. Tikar frowned darkly as he spoke further. During my time as gladiator, the slave soldiers were most keen to exact punishment to rebellious new gladiators, however slight the incident might have been. I expect such behavior was common across Mirian. How many of these slave soldiers survived the purge? Sir Trataz questioned before he continued. I know some had fought against us. Not many, some 3,000. Keller answered as he eyed Tikar. Many of them had fallen during the taking of the city. Probably for the best. No doubt. Sir Gaelani said with a dry note in his voice, though his face showed little levity. Can't have the fuckers who sided with the slavers live, though it seemed that too many lived anyway. Sir Gaelani finished with a frown. No matter. Prince Aegon interjected and they turned to look at the prince. We'll split the remaining 1,000 or so into small units and mix others into the remaining Astaporian and Yunkai contingent when we march to Tolos. Prince Aegon then looked to Tikar. Test the Mirianese native soldiers and find out whom you cannot rely on. Use your trusted men to spy on them. Get them drunk, get them talking, I do not care. Prince Aegon stared at Tikos with a stern look on his face, and the prince spoke further with a hard voice. I do not want to return to Mirian to find it fallen into chaos, do you understand? Yes, my prince. Tikar confirmed as he bowed his head. Not that I don't think we can take Tolos and Illyria and whatever else shithole city that is in our path, Sir Gaelani said as he gestured towards the map. But losing 2,000 men of the army on top of casualties is a loss for the rest of our campaign, especially given the losses we suffered during the fighting here. Ethan eyed Sir Gaelani. There was one thing that he was not saying, and he knew it to be on purpose. Though casualties were far higher than they were in Yunkai or Astapor combined, the makeup of the casualties greatly differed. Out of the more than 1,000 deaths, only 800 of Illymaresians had died in the fighting. Out of the 1,500 injuries, of varying severities, only a sixth were Illymaresians. The Unsullied too suffered such minimal numbers of harm, and the two fighting forces were the core of their army. The loss of the Astaporians and the slave soldiers, through death or through reassignment, was not going to be a major problem for their army. What would be a problem, Ethan thought as he looked towards the prince, was lessening of their ability to use former slave soldiers and the Astaporians as fodder to take up the brunt of the attacks and defenses of their enemy. They'd used them predominantly to take the districts where the majority of the freedmen dwelled, and it was these parts of the city that suffered the greatest casualties. In Yunkai, they used them in a similar fashion. The fleet can bring some of the Unsullied we left behind in Astapor. Sir Moreau suggested. That was a good suggestion, Ethan thought. There were some 5,000 Unsullied still in Astapor. Most were young yet, not yet seen their 6 and 10 name day, but if he had to put coin on who would win between a slave soldier or an Unsullied, he'd always put coin on the Unsullied. Rigor. Prince Aegon said as he looked towards the Unsullied commander with a question in his expression. They would be ready for duty, Your Grace. Rigor said with a monotonous voice, though he seemed to pause for a moment before he spoke again. I would recommend that we only take the eldest ones, Your Grace. Though all Unsullied are ready for duty, some are more than others. Ethan did not let the surprise show on his face. It seemed as if the Unsullied was showing care for his fellow Unsullied, in his own way. Very well. Prince Aegon said with a light nod before he looked towards Lutherese. I will issue a letter for a ship to take to Sir Darren. He is to draw volunteers of the eldest Unsullied and only at maximum 800. The rest will still need it as backup to bolster the city's defenses. It didn't surprise Ethan that Prince Aegon would take only so sparingly from the Unsullied. Astapor held a significant portion of their volunteers and the wealth they'd taken from Yunkai and Astapor, and soon also the wealth of the Mirianese. The bulk of the fleet was stationed there to protect it, and Ethan thought that the injured that'd be sent to Astapor were partly sent back to increase the number of Illymaresians amongst the 1,000 defenders there. Yes, my prince. The admiral agreed. And about replacing the rest of the losses, Prince Aegon then continued as he turned to look at Sir Gaelani. We recruit from Mirian. The prince said before he looked towards the regency councillors. One of them, grey-haired and copper of skin, Horn as he thought his name was, spoke up. There is appetite amongst some of the men to join in the crusade of liberation, my prince, however this is only a small number. Most are content to simply live their lives in their newfound freedom. Understandable. Prince Aegon said, and for the first time in some time, there was a glint of something that resembled satisfaction and mayhaps joy in his eyes. The prince continued. The Astaporians that joined us were not the norm considering the overly cruel nature of the masters of that city. We only need a few thousand young men from the populace. Prince Aegon said. It will take long enough to train them not to be liabilities. Sir Baelon warned with a note of displeasure. Then you have 3/4 of a moon to train them. Prince Aegon said as he turned to look to Sir Baelon, who looked surprised at the words. 3/4 of a moon? Sir Muro questioned with a small frown. That is longer than expected, my prince. Mirian is a larger city than both Yunkai and Astapor, by more than twice the numbers of those two cities. Prince Aegon explained before he looked towards the Regency councillors. And there's still yet work to be done in this city before I can be confident enough the rule of the Regency Council is stable enough. We have some 90 administrators amongst us in the city. Hornas said as he gestured towards the other two councillors. However, we will need many more to fill positions to make sure the city is governed well, and that will take time. The councillor took to look at the prince for a moment before he looked towards the other men in the room. In the other cities, the populace of the former slaves was either small enough for the administrators to handle, or the populace of the former slave populace was more tame. Hornas then went on to explain how the removal of the vast majority of the freedman population was troubling for the city. The freedman populace had formed a core part of the city's economy. From textile production to metalwork to butcher shops to shipping, the freedmen filled the small holes in the city's makeup, and though they used slaves for the majority of the physical labor, they were effectively the heart of the city. A heart that was now removed. Hornas explained that having the Elamarizian volunteers, the likes of the blacksmiths, the shipbuilders, even the healers, would aid them greatly in hastening the stabilizing of the city in terms of the economy, labor, and the duties of the now freed populace. With so many of the Giscari killed, tens of thousands of important men, and much to his distaste, thousands of women and children, the economy of this city was severely destroyed. The Regency councillors, he thought as he listened to the various issues the administrators had with the city, wanted to use the army's presence to get men to join the guilds, the shops such as butchers, leather making and much more back into working order. Though it wasn't the only reason. The chaotic revelry that had taken place during the taking had been severe. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the former slaves killed as many of the slavers and their families as the army had done. They were hearing tales of former slaves dragging off women and even children and doing unspeakable things to them. Some had been caught for their crimes, most were likely still yet free, and unlikely to be caught if they were smart. And so, he thought as he eyed the serious expressions of the councillors, he didn't think they thought themselves ready to take control over the city, and its people. Mirian was no Yunkai filled with people trained to be bed slaves, it was a sleeping lion that could be roused into a great fervor like during the taking, he thought as he remembered the uncountable bodies strewn across the city. Ethan considered that the large number of guards were in part because of this, to ensure that the city could be controlled should the worst happen. Still, he didn't think it'd get that bad. For all of the revelry that had happened during the taking of the city, the populace had been more or less under control with only minor issues reported. And, with food continuing to be supplied into the city, he didn't think it'd get to such a situation. Though, he mused as he eyed the councillors, they likely did not see it this way. Prince Aegon spoke then, catching his and all of the others' attentions. Mirian also has a small shipbuilding culture, and with the port largely untouched, I am going to set a few of the shipbuilders to task to help get the shipbuilding capabilities of the city up and running. Prince Aegon then gestured towards Velos, the Isle of Cedars. There are few native woodlands in these parts, however that island is sufficient to fuel shipbuilding for 1,000 years. Prince Aegon then looked towards the men as he continued to speak. The short of it is that I am seeking to install Mirian as the main naval power of this bay. Slavery will still be a problem for years to come, and I do not doubt that slaver cities in the future will seek to take advantage of this bay in one way or another. Mirian has the numbers for becoming the primary protector of this bay. We just have to install the desire within them. Prince Aegon then looked to Tikar. The gladiators of this city are well loved by the people. It would do well if we can enlist their aid in fostering this desire in the people. Tikar looked contemplative for a moment before he nodded. I know several of the gladiators who would be eager to take such a responsibility. It has hard to forget that Tikar made his fame in this city for many years, and it was through this fame that allowed him to live for as long as he did, living long enough for Sir Uthric to buy his and a few of the other gladiators' freedoms. Good. Prince Aegon said before he looked towards the Regency councillors. Use the gladiators but also give them a place within the council. Their popularity and their presence in the Regency Council will only help you in the eyes of the people. The three councillors nodded their acceptance. Prince Aegon then turned to Admiral Lutherius. Unfortunately, it will be little aid in the coming year or so. Once we have taken Illyria, we will have take the majority of the patrolling responsibilities for the time being. As expected. The Admiral said with a nod before he eyed the map. Establishing Goze or Velos as primary naval base would be best considering its central location. When the time comes. I agree. Prince Aegon said as he eyed the map, though he said little else, and after a moment, he looked towards the Regency councillors and Tikar. Your part of this meeting is done. I will speak to you later this day to discuss the recruitment, the city, and anything else. The four men bowed their heads before they departed. 3/4 of a moon. Sir Baelon spoke up as soon as the doors to the hall closed. By the time we arrive at Tolos, the enemy will have had more than 3 moons to prepare. Sir Baelon looked towards the admiral. Given that some of the enemy fleet managed to escape, Sir Baelon then looked towards the prince again. We may face greater resistance than we want, taking the city whole if we delay that long. How much greater resistance can they truly bring against us? Ethan spoke up as he frowned at Sir Baelon. Tolos is no different than the 3 cities, in many ways. They are far less capable of resisting than Mirian had been capable of. That may be true, but they will have come to understand that we're holding no restraint against their ruling and free families. Sir Muro added before he eyed the prince, we may cause them to be desperate, and desperate men are most unpredictable. For all we know, they may try and kill a substantial number of the slave population, in far greater numbers than the Mirianese had done, who'd thought to quell their slaves' hearts instead of actively working to destroy them. Chances of that are low. Sir Uthric interjected before he gestured towards the map. You have seen it. In Astapor. In Yunkai and Mirian. Slaves are the life's blood of these cities. Effectively, they are living and breathing pieces of wealth to these people. They'd no sooner throw away their gold coins. Even a desperate and starving man would sacrifice a case full of gold in exchange for a loaf of bread. Sir Lomaris remarked dryly, why do you expect them to hold on to their slaves if they'd be the means that brings about their demise? You're also not considering that they would be aware of our reaction should do cull their slave population. Keller commented as his gaze flickered towards them all. I doubt they are not aware that committing such actions would not spell doom for them. It can't be helped. Prince Aegon interjected as he placed his arms behind his back, his eyes on the map. Yes, whatever Tolos and Illyria do, the more time we give them, the more ways they behave outside of our expectations. Prince Aegon said, a small crease in his forehead showing as he stared unblinkingly at the map. Nonetheless, we have more important things to do presently, such as finishing up business this side of the bay. Prince Aegon said as he stepped closer to the map and placed a finger east of Mirian. You're concerned about the outposts and the towns? Sir Muro asked with a mild frown. Sir Muro led a charge to take control of the outposts, and, more importantly, the towns and estates that lay in the Izay Pass and on the southern side of the Skahazadhan River. He'd thought they'd fallen into their grasp now. I am. Prince Aegon said as he then tapped the stretch of land that lay east of the northern mountains. Though Sir Muro and the men removed the previous rulers of these towns and estates and secured the outposts, the farmlands and towns are too vulnerable for my liking. Prince Aegon said as his finger traced further towards the east, towards flatlands and ruined cities. The Dothraki. Sir Uthric remarked. You're concerned about the Dothraki? I am. It is unlikely that Mirian sent a party to meet with the Dothraki to buy their aid, but it is possible. Prince Aegon turned to look at Sir Muro. I am of the opinion that it is far more possible that the Dothraki will come through other means. Do not take my words for slight or disappointment, Sir Muro, but I do not believe we managed to prevent any from escaping through the cleansing. Sir Muro's expression twisted. No. Sir Muro said with some force behind his voice. There's good chance there have been some that escaped. They'd be lackwits to seek succor from the Dothraki barbarians. Sir Lomaris said with some disbelief in his face. True, but then they might and try buy their lives with information. Sir Uthric answered before he turned to Prince Aegon. The long-standing agreements. Sir Uthric said slowly before his eyes turned shrewdly. They are coming to an end with the end of Slaver's Bay, and so does the peace with the Dothraki will come to an end too. Long-standing agreements? With Dothraki? Sir Baelon asked with a look of confusion. Yes. Sir Uthric said simply before he expanded. During my time here, I learnt that there is some understanding between the Dothraki and the slaver cities. One that ensured that the Dothraki have not attacked in centuries. Sir Uthric then further explained about how the Dothraki would bring slaves on the mainland to the slaver cities through their raids throughout the Dothraki Sea and beyond, along with leaving the lands under the control of the slaver cities be, and in return, the Dothraki would gain coin but, more importantly, supplies. Food, steel weapons, even garments and dyes, they'd get from the slaver cities. The understanding likely comes as a result of a long period of stalemate after the doom. Prince Aegon gestured towards the 3 cities and then to Tolos. Strong-walled coastal cities could get by, for a time, through trading by sea even if the fields were burnt down. The slavers probably showered them with gifts to get them to fuck off. Sir Baelon muttered lowly. You're likely not very wrong. Keller said with an amused smile. The last Dothraki attack on the slaver cities is reported to have been around 80 years after the doom, which, incidentally, is also around the time that the Qohor bought off the Dothraki to get them to leave their forests. So what you are thinking, my prince? Sir Trataz asked before he looked towards the map. I want us, specifically you, Sir Muro and our cavalry, to survey the lands here in detail, Prince Aegon said as he planted a finger just above where the Skahezadhan River branched off, likely 1 to 3 leagues above it, which also lay in between stretches of mountains on both sides of it, though the southern stretch was less than a third the length of the northern mountains. Here, Prince Aegon added, in between a region of flat land west of Hesh, the Lhezareen city, and east of the Izay Pass. And here, Prince Aegon said as he planted a finger at the end of the eastern south of the pass in between 2 mountain ranges. Ethan was understanding the intent now. You want us to scout how defensible these parts are? Sir Gala Ennis said with understanding. They'd be the only ways in and out through land if they are fortified. Sir Trataw said as he rubbed his chin. And the Dothraki aren't known to pass any body of water that isn't traversable by horse. Sir Trataw eyed Sir Muro. You have seen more of the river than any of us. Would placing a fortress there, Sir Trataw gestured to the first location the prince had pointed out, be helpful or pointless? Sir Muro looked contemplative for a moment before he answered. I cannot be sure, as I did not pass over to the eastern side of the branching river that leads to the Izay Pass, but the river and its branch are deep and wide. If it is like that further upstream, then I see no reason why a fortress wouldn't help close up that pass into this side of Liberty Bay. Sir Muro eyed further south of the map. I'm more concerned about this region. Sir Muro said as he placed his finger to the location west of Hesh. I do recall seeing a large stretch of flat land in the distance there. I would say it'd be better served to place a fortress here. Sir Muro said as he placed a finger on the opening that led to the Izay Pass. You'd leave the pass to the mercy of the Dothraki then? Sir Lomaris remarked with a raised eyebrow. True, but the rest of this side of the bay would be closed to them. Sir Muro said before he paused, conventionally anyway. Sir Muro said with a heavy frown. Ethan grimaced as he grasped what Sir Muro was referring to. The Dothraki could choose to scale the mountains, but that was a prospect that none of them wanted to truly entertain. Yes, much of the sandstone mountains were far too rugged for the Dothraki to be able to cross with their horses, but some parts may be. None of the hinterlands and farms would be safe in such a circumstance. And, he thought to himself somewhat grimly, if the Dothraki could scale the mountains, how long before they tried and scaled walls? Ethan was taken out of his thoughts when Sir Muro spoke further. It shall be done, my prince. Sir Muro paused for a moment. What will we do after we identify? We won't be able to build anything in the weeks we have. No. Prince Aegon agreed. However, I want to provide the Regency councillors with detailed maps of those parts, and I want them to keep a close eye on these parts whilst we are gone. Prince Aegon placed his arms behind his back as he continued after he sent a glance to the scholar. We have means to do so. Unfortunately, we have not yet found any candles amongst the treasures taken from the great masters. Keller said apologetically. Ethan was amused by it. There might not be glass candles, but there was plenty of Valyrian steel in the loot. 4 Valyrian steel swords were found in amongst the collections of the great masters, with 10 other Valyrian steel weapons in the form of spears with Valyrian steel spearheads or daggers, and dozens of times that in trinkets. Yes, no glass candles, but there were plenty of other Valyrian legacies found in the looting. Curiously, he thought, the prince had not chosen any of the swords. Yet. Prince Aegon took away his eyes from the scholar and met the gazes of the men. So, for now, we will have to rely on the Regency Council to inform us of any incursions. I and Miss Aragorn shall act in the instance Dothraki dare to attack. Prince Aegon said in answer to the question they all likely had in mind. From Mirian to Tolos, it was more than a moon marching, and likely, it'd take longer if they were to take the rest of the settlements that lay on the way there. Should there be Dothraki raiders, they'd not be able to act, only the prince could. Prince Aegon made a noise before he looked towards the map with a frown. Ideally, the councillors will act on my recommendation to build fortresses that can keep out the Dothraki in the years to come. Tall asked. Sir Trataw muttered. Do they even have the people capable of planning the building of such fortresses? Hard to say. Prince Aegon admitted. They have the skilled men to build, but mayhaps not the planning side of it all. Prince Aegon's expression twisted slightly. It is my hope that the Bravasi can fill the gaps. Prince Aegon shook his head. But I do not know when they are meant to arrive, nor if they have sent the right kinds of people in the first delegation. If they arrive, muttered Sir Lomaris, and Ethan found it hard to disagree with the sentiment. Barrows managed to get word back to King's Landing so that when Prince Aegon had used the glass candle, he'd been informed of the success of the ploy, but the Bravasi were wanting to be certain that the campaign in the bay was successful before they sent anyone, according to Barrows. That meant that it could take upward of a year before the Bravasi held to their word, and even then, there could be many things that could cause them to delay and delay. Prince Aegon smiled thinly at Sir Lomaris, a glimmer of amusement showing in his eyes. I doubt they'd be so openly dishonorable, not with how much their common folk were clamoring. Prince Aegon said with a shake of the head. Besides, by the time we take Tolos and Illyria, the news of our liberations should be known to much of Essos. And Westeros if they didn't already know, he thought to himself, grimacing ever so slightly. Prince Aegon had allowed him to learn a few things on the happenings back home, back in Westeros, and so he knew that the king was not pleased at all with his younger brother, nor was he pleased with House Celtigar. It was a small mercy that King Viserys was a jovial man than a man similar to either of his brothers. Ethan mused silently and grimly as he eyed the prince, who continued to speak on the matters of bravos. The topic of his brothers did not come up much during all of his time with the prince, or with the princess, but he knew from Bard Emos that the relationships between Aegon and his brothers was not a good one. A rivalry of sorts with Prince Daemon and a later souring of brotherhood with the king following the times of when Princess Gale had gone missing, Bard Emos had told him he thought that there was little love between the brothers left. And yet, he thought to himself, he found it curious that despite their dislike, the three brothers had more in common than any of them might wish to admit. And, when it came to having mercy for the enemy, Prince Aegon was far more like Prince Daemon than either of them would probably like to admit. Ruthless. After the conversation on the Bravasi came to an end, the conversation on the army began. With the deaths, injuries, and the reassignments, our army presently stands at less than 30,000. Prince Aegon said with a hard look on his face before his gaze flickered between the men. After his gaze settled on the scholar, the man brought out a document and placed it onto the table. The core of our army remains intact with just under 100 Ilmarisians and 200 Unsullied losing their lives during the taking of Mirian, leaving with a combined number of just shy of 24,000 capable men. Ethan was sure that number would have been far higher than the Mirianese slaves not revolted in the fervor that they did. By the time they reached the central parts of the city, the freedmen and the nobles were fighting against both the slaves and the army. The prince continued. It could be a few hundred stronger, but the injured shall soon make sail for Astapor. So we are certain to send any injured to Astapor? Sir Trataz asked. Most of the injuries are sure to heal by the time we have arrived to Tolos. The man remarked. Aye. Prince Aegon said with an incline of the head before he looked towards the admiral. With the losses of 3 and 10 ships and more than 300 men, I intend to reassign these men to the fleet protecting Astapor. The additional manpower would be greatly wanted. Admiral Lutheri said with a grim look, as it is presently, taking away sailors from the harbored fleet would run it dangerously thin. We already only run the second fleet with half the men thanks to the few sailors we have. We could bolster the fleet with the men from the Ilmarisian army. Ethan questioned. We do not need 30,000 men for the rest of the campaign. They'd taken the most well-defended cities now after all. There are a number of settlements and towns on the way to Tolos that we need to take. Sir Uthric interjected. Splitting the army to take them will hasten our campaign. Aye. Sir Baelon said gruffly. Besides, who knows what may come our way. We may have the prince and Miss Aragorn, but misfortune is always round the corner. For all we know, we could come to face multiple armies from 2 ways. The Dothraki in the east, and whomever else in the west. Ethan pondered, and Sir Baelon nodded severely as a look of annoyance passed across it. Reducing our army when we are so close to taking it all is not one I would suggest. For now, we won't reduce our army if we have no need of it. Prince Aegon said finally, ending the topic. The prince again turned to the admiral. Prepare your men to make sail for Astapor in 2 days. Prince Aegon then looked towards Keller, who bowed his head slightly. The Hall will be on board the ships by then. Keller confirmed. I'll have to be quick then. Sir Lomaris muttered as he placed his hands onto his sword, a slow smirk making its way on his face. Lest I never get the chance to swim in an ocean of gold. There was a round of snorts, though most had satisfied smiles on their faces. The coin they took from Mirian would double the coin they already had. He was not sure what the number was. He doubted even the scholars could count that high in the time they had with it all, but it would not surprise him if the number of golden marks approached close to more than 50 million golden marks, and likely mayhaps twice that in silver. Numbers that Ethan honestly could not truly comprehend. Did the 7 kingdoms even have that many coins? He wasn't sure. Nonetheless, the Ilmarisian men in this campaign, soldier or sailor or volunteer, and their families, would have the kinds of wealth not even the majority of the nobility in Westeros could claim to hold. You'd sooner be crushed by it all if you tried it. Sir Baelon said with a wry smile. Mayhaps, but I'd die a happy man. Sir Lomaris said with a grin, though the moment of levity came to a sharp end as the conversation continued on the matters of the army and the campaign to Tolos. The distances involved made any march a long one, likely a moon at the shortest, and, as had been alluded, parts of their army would have to split off to take the settlements that lay beneath the Painted Mountains. There were not many, not since Parish was destroyed centuries ago, but there were estates and towns the more one went east and beyond the Black Cliffs. They'd have to alter their methods for these towns and estates, especially if Sir Uthric's remarks was true about these places, about how these places were poorer and more agricultural in their ways, farming the likes of olives, fruits, and grain. Curiously, Prince Aegon made a remark about enticing some of these people to help settle the Isle of Cedars. The rest of the conversation resolved mostly about the logistics of the journey to Tolos. Their food supply would last them for several moons, though plans were made to tag on an envoy of their army with the envoy that'd be sent by the Regency Council to the Lhazareen and purchase several thousand sheep if possible. Ethan was amused by the looks of want in some of the eyes of the men. It looked like the idea of having mutton stew was an enticing one. The meeting went on for some time more as plans were made with regards to training of the Myrianese levies and the training of the army as a whole in preparation of the long march to the plans of Second Fleet being used to shadow the army in their march to Tolos. Largely in preparation for the more complicated assault on Illyria, which would of course be a sea invasion. Prince Aegon was reticent to use the first fleet harbored in Astapor if they could get away without using it, so the numbers they could take to Illyria would be substantially lesser than during any of the takings. Though, Sir Uthric did make a point that there was a region of Illyria, on the western side that faced Old Valyria, that they could defend easily and wait for the rest of the army to arrive. Prince Aegon would scout the island after they'd taken Tolos to confirm it. When the meeting was coming to a close, for the first time that day, did Sodabas Coxos speak. "My prince," the Summer Islander intoned, drawing all eyes to the grim-faced man. As the meeting had dragged on, there had been something off about the Summer Islander. Ethan curiously glanced at the prince, who met the gaze of the Summer Islander unblinkingly. "You have something to share, Sodabas." "Share it," Aegon calmly said with a nod. "Is our debt paid?" the Summer Islander asked as he kept up meeting the prince's eyes. Prince Aegon placed his arms behind his back as he tilted his head slightly. A long moment passed before the prince spoke. Ethan briefly wondered if Prince Aegon would refuse, but he'd dismissed it and had been proven right that the prince would not refuse moments later. "Your debt is paid," Prince Aegon confirmed, and it was at that moment that Ethan saw relief form on the man's face. Ethan exchanged looks with the knights and he saw Sir Tratos, Sir Gaelanis and Sir Lomaris were not surprised by what was happening. "Then I must tell you, my prince, that I and my countrymen seek to desist from any more fighting," Sodabas declared calmly but steelly. "You should have said something sooner," Sir Tratos said with a heavy frown as he eyed the Summer Islander oddly, and Ethan could guess what the man was thinking. Sodabas had kept his quiet throughout all of it, listening. It was strange. Why not begin with it? Or speak with the prince separately? Mayhaps it wasn't calculated, he thought as he looked towards the resolute face of the Summer Islander. He must have only just decided, even if it might have been on his mind for all of this time. "Now of all times?" Sir Gaelanis asked sharply. "We're almost done with the war. For us, the war is over now that the debt is paid." Sodabas returned sharply, a look of anger in his eyes, anger that quickly fled after the looks of surprise he received. He sighed before he spoke again. "We have seen much blood over the past few moons. Too much blood." A look of pain passed across on his face. "Some of it on our hands." Sodabas looked towards the other knights before he looked to the prince. "We would seek to end causing any more suffering through our hands." A sharp noise passed through Sir Murrow's mouth as he looked away with a hint of disgust on his face, though he said nothing in answer. None of the men did. "I understand," Prince Aegon said with a sharp nod, though it was accompanied with cold eyes. "You may tell your people that your debt is paid and that you are free to do as you please. The one exception is that you are not to leave Mirian until we return to the city." "I understand," Sodabas said, a flicker of something passing across his face as he bowed his head and subsequently turned to leave, but before he could make more than 3 steps, the prince spoke. Sodabas. Prince Aegon's voice was sharp and cutting, and it stopped Sodabas in his steps. When Sodabas looked over his shoulder, the prince continued. "Your anger, Sodabas, though having merit, is gravely misplaced," Prince Aegon said with hard eyes that sat in a cold unmoving face. The prince's words seemed to have set the Summer Islander off. "Misplaced," Sodabas said with clenching teeth. "How many people have died in this retribution of yours? In Mirian alone, at least a whole sixth of a city of 500,000 have likely died." Sodabas' eyes were wild in disbelief and anger. "A sixth? More than 80,000 people. Likely more than whole 100,000 people. Men, women, children, all dead. Add to the numbers of Yunkai and Astapor, so many dead." Ethan was taken aback by the grief and anger that was in the Summer Islander's voice. How long had the man been holding this in? "Misplaced," Sodabas spat out with fury as he clenched his fists. "No, my anger is not misplaced. What has happened in these cities has been nothing but abominations." The outbursts had caused total silence in the hall, though Sir Gaelanis, Tratos and Murrow had slowly moved to place themselves in a stance, ready to strike. "Yes." Prince Aegon's harsh voice cut through the silence and through their bodies. Ethan looked towards the prince, and though his face was unchanged, there was a kind of rage that showed itself in his eyes. "What we have done, what we have allowed to happen, goes against all that is civilized," Prince Aegon said, his rumbling voice rising in sharpness as he spoke. Ethan glanced at Sodabas and he saw the surprise in his face, though the anger was still hot, he could tell. And yet Prince Aegon's expression changed for the first time since Sodabas had spoken. "And yet, it has been necessary," Prince Aegon said with a grim and thin smile. "Necessary?" Sodabas half whispered in outrage. "It was not necessary. It was never necessary. You never decided to find another way, another path to get these people free." You decided it was necessary, you alone, without ever seeking another path, a better path, a more moral and humane path. Prince Aegon cut in, the grim thin smile deepening. A just path. So Dabas said angrily, and he breathed through his nose, likely the only way he could breathe with how furious and tense the Summer Islander was. Rigor. Prince Aegon said after several moments of tense silence. Yes, Your Grace. The Unsullied commander said with a blank expression as he turned to look to the prince. When did you start your training? 5 name days, my prince. The Unsullied commander said. Describe your training. Prince Aegon said even as he kept his eyes on So Dabas, who grew wary and impatient, his anger still clear and apparent. From dusk to dawn, we trained. On the 1st, the 3rd, and the 5th day, we ran from dusk to dawn in full pack on our bare feet outside the gates of Astapor. On the 2nd and 4th day, we trained with short sword, the shield, and 3 spears. On the 6th day, we ran, from dusk to dawn, across a bed of hot coals with full pack. On the 7th day, we trained with the older Unsullied who left us bruising and at times near death. The Unsullied commander said with a monotonous voice. Was this the extent of your training in your youth? No, Your Grace. This was only the first year of training. How many survived this first year of training? In my cohort, I was one of 400 to live. How many did your cohort have, Rigor? I cannot be sure, Your Grace, but it was not uncommon for cohorts to begin with 1,000. Ethan looked away from the Unsullied commander and towards the other knights who looked hard-faced with anger barely being controlled. He then eyed the Summer Islander who still looked anger, but there was pity in his eyes. What is the point of this retelling of his tragedy? So Dabas demanded as he gestured towards the Unsullied. Do you think it'd sway me in any way? Prince Aegon's expression shifted and there was thunder brewing on his face. You said your piece. Came Prince Aegon's response, his voice harsh and unyielding and his eyes bored into So Dabas. Now you will listen, or is your sympathy only reserved for the dead and not the living? So Dabas sent a look of almost loathing to the prince and, for a moment, he thought the Summer Islander would make moves to leave, but if he had been, he'd been stilled with the prince's next question. How many of your cohort lived by the time you were deemed pure by the slavers? Prince Aegon asked of Rigor. 200. Rigor answered simply. And how many Unsullied are made every year? 2,000, Your Grace. Prince Aegon began to walk towards So Dabas. 2,000 Unsullied a year, on average. If we consider Rigor's cohort to be an average, a fifth survived to become an Unsullied. Prince Aegon came to a stop just outside of a sword swing in front of So Dabas. Rigor, what were you made to do to earn your spiked cap? There was a flinch in So Dabas' eyes. Everyone knew now the depravity that the Unsullied were made to go through. The bricks of Astapor are red with the blood of the slaves who make them, passed through his mind, a saying that he thought represented so much of the evil that was produced in this bay. There was a large part of him that agreed with So Dabas, that abhorred at what was done to a great many people, he thought as he remembered the days in which the army and the people of this city had spent merely taking bodies from the streets to places where they'd be burnt, but he also knew that sometimes for good to thrive in places where good was long used to paint bricks with blood, terrible acts of terror were needed to be committed. So Dabas, he mused as he stared the still defiantly angry Summer Islander, was not willing to understand that. And Ethan could not find it within himself to pity the man for this unwillingness, or what the prince was going to say. Rigor took a moment to answer. We were made to find a newborn and kill it in front of the newborn's mother's eyes. What did you feel when you were made to do this? Prince Aegon's voice was no longer harsh but sympathetic. Nothing. Rigor again took a moment to answer. And now, what do you feel? I regret. No one spoke for a long moment before the prince broke the silence. If you consider that there were 10 different cohorts that year, 10,000 children died by the actions of the slavers. Prince Aegon's voice was quiet though all could hear without trouble. When we took Astapor, there had been 1 in 20,000 Unsullied, with 3 in 10,000 available for purchase. That means, for the 3 in 10,000, 5 in 60,000 children had to die to make the Unsullied. Prince Aegon explained with chilling calmness, and Ethan blanched at the words. He wasn't the only one. Even Sir Gaelan was shocked at the number. The only ones who was not stricken by the number were Rigor and Sir Trataz, but Sir Trataz's hardness wasn't that surprising given that little fazed the man. So Dabas, however, was visibly fazed by the number. 2 in 50,000 during the training, and 3 in 10,000 newborns. When you consider the 8,000 that survived to be almost pure, you can consider that around 2 in 30,000 more could have died during their youth. Prince Aegon's corner of his mouth moved up when he'd said youth. 7 in 90,000 dead children. To make 1 in 20,000 Unsullied. Prince Aegon continued brutally, his face unchanging as he stared into So Dabas' black eyes. When you consider the slavers in Astapor have been doing this since the doom, if the information is accurate, then that means in 200 years, making 2,000 Unsullied a year, there could have been as many as 2 million dead children at the hands of the slavers in Astapor. Ethan felt a chill run up his spine. 2 million children? It was unthinkable. Even if Rhaegar's cohort was especially brutal year, even if you consider that twice as many live on average, that is still 1 million children dead. What is your point? Sodaba's voice was calm, but he was visibly shaken and distraught by the deaths, the senseless deaths. I do not disagree that they were monsters, Sodaba said with ever more quieting voice. He continued, but we do not have to be like them to stop their evil. Whose evil? Prince Aegon asked quietly before he continued. The evil of the masters. You know better than to consider that only the masters were responsible for the travesties that have been committed here for generations. Prince Aegon said with a shake of the head. Slave trading is interwoven not only in the economy but in the very culture of these cities, in large parts of the world. It is their right, they believe. It is part of their culture. It is even part of their faith. Prince Aegon's voice rose as he spoke. They name places like Plaza of Punishment, they sacrifice untold innocents to the fighting pits in honor of their gods, oft-times gruesomely and horrifically, sending women and their children to be devoured by starved beasts. Prince Aegon had clenched his fists in the tirade and he leaned in slightly as he spoke further. They cheer such atrocities, and they encourage it amongst the enslaved, to see blood and gore as a way of life, their life, to deepen fear into them that there are worse fates than living enslaved and obedient. Prince Aegon shook his head and Ethan noticed a look of disgust on his face. And you think by butchering everyone who is not a slave in these cities will make everything right? Sodabas challenged. Do you not see that you are only fostering the same evil, just different? Sodabas said with angry exasperation. Sodabas continued, what do the now freed see and but that their troubles can be washed away through the wholesale slaughter of others? That violence, terrible, blind, all-consuming violence is an acceptable means to an end. Sodabas said with grief in his voice. Do you not see, Prince Aegon? Sodabas said as he closed his eyes. So many were killed, women and children alike, inspired by the killings of the army, it will not end. I do see. Prince Aegon said after long moments of silence passed and Sodabas reopened his eyes and he looked surprised at what he saw. There was regret in Prince Aegon's eyes, regret that flickered across his expression. I see your points, the fear that you hold. That violence begets more violence. Prince Aegon said before his expression lost any trace of regret. And, perhaps, had it been elsewhere, where blood was not steeped in the bedrock, in the streets and in the walls, where the legacy of blood and suffering did not leave a stench or a stain on everything within these cities, mayhaps, me and my men could have taken a different route, mayhaps we would not have been needed. Prince Aegon's face grew colder, hard, unmoving, as he continued. But unfortunately, we are needed and we do not shirk of our responsibility even if we came in retribution, at first. Prince Aegon eyed the rest of the men before he continued. And I can speak for my men and all the men and women who stand with me, that we do not regret having to be needed to give a new life to this land steeped in blood and terror, where stories like the Unsullied are common. Do not mistake the story of the Unsullied for an isolated one. It is only the most well-known, much of the reason for it being so well-known is only so to ensure that the desire for them as weapons never wavers. Astapor. Yunkai. Mirian. Tolos. Illyria. These cities, these Giscari have destroyed countless of lives in the preservation and upholding of their society. Nothing more explains them better than the symbol of the harpy, whip in grasp, iron collar in talons, the exact thing what they and their culture stands for, what they are willing to fight for and ensure. Prince Aegon said before he placed his arms behind his back, his mismatching eyes staring at Sodabas with unwavering. It is a terrible thing of what has happened to the more innocent Giscari, but I will not regret what has happened, for there are none will any longer fear the iron collars of the slavers or the whips they hold. Perhaps it is for the better that most of them died, taking with them their filthy culture. Sodabas looked aghast at Prince Aegon. You cannot truly think that. I do. Princess Aegon's eyes were cold as he said that. He continued. Had the Giscari lived, they would only live to stew in the background, remembering what they had lost. Had the Giscari lived, they would have worked in the background, conspiring, plotting, to break apart this new society piece by piece. Had the Giscari lived, they would have enticed the weak with poisonous words and promises of plenty, sowing discord amongst what should be brothers and sisters in arms. Had the Giscari lived, with even a small measure of their wealth, soon enough they'd exploit their advantages until they had a basis to establish a new means of protection, mayhaps masked as guards against hostile former slaves, using incidents that may or may not happen as justification. Had the Giscari lived, and lived long enough, with time, they could reach out to the likes of Karth, Volantis, or Nukis, and with their aid, regain their position, only more brutal and only more murderous. You cannot know that. Sodabas said with disdain, and Ethan could tell that he would not want to listen, not even slightly. Your own family changed its ways despite a legacy of evil. Ethan narrowed his eyes at those words. The Giscari should have had the chance as well. The Giscari did have the choice. They had it when the doom happened. Prince Aegon said with a thin smile, and this Prince Aegon said as he gestured to Rhaegar with a grim yet apologetic look on his face. Is what they have done with it. Prince Aegon shook his head. Your anger, the anger of your countrymen, is misplaced, for you weep for those who have been partly, if not mostly, responsible for the destruction and deaths of millions of lives across only a few centuries, instead of weeping for the lives that will never be, instead of joyfully weeping for the lives that will be now that these people have a chance to live freely. Prince Aegon smiled grimly at Sodabas. But I know, now, that you have no intent to understand that, or why it is necessary to wipe out an enemy rather than let it remain and fester until it's strong enough to avenge itself. Prince Aegon gestured towards Sodabas, disappointment etched on his face. Go and tell your countrymen that I release them of the debt owed, and tell them the only demand I have is to remain in Mirian until the rest of Bay is freed. Prince Aegon then turned away from Sodabas and did not spare him another look as he walked away. Sodabas still looked angry, but there was uncertainty in his expression as he stood still for a long few moments. Finally, after his gaze flickered away from the prince's back, meeting the gazes of the rest of the men in the hall, eyes that looked at him harshly and critically, it seemed to have jolted Sodabas out of his stillness, and he turned to leave, a weak scowl born on his face. After the doors to the hall closed, Prince Aegon then spoke to Rhaegar, an apologetic expression on his face. You have my apologies, Rhaegar, for the way I used your suffering in my explanation. Rhaegar understands, Your Grace. The Unsullied said as he met the prince's gaze. He looked away, towards the door, and Ethan thought he saw the Unsullied clench his teeth, but he couldn't be sure. Sodabas does not understand. Prince Aegon sighed before he tiredly nodded. No, he does not. Sometimes one must commit great deals of bloodshed and violence so that more bloodshed and violence is forever ended. Clearing the field so that the olive tree can grow. Sir Tratos grunted with a note in his voice that Ethan wasn't sure he knew it meant. Prince Aegon only looked towards Tratos, a grim and tired smile on his face as he nodded slightly. Sir Uthric. Prince Aegon said as he turned to face the man. I will have men put eyes on them. Sir Uthric answered the request before it was asked, and Ethan saw the same look of determination on his face as he'd seen on Sir Tratos' face. It will be difficult to keep an eye on 400 at the same time. And after we march? You know which ones Sodabas relies on, considers friends. Only them. When we march, the council and Tikar will do the rest. He wouldn't betray the cause, would he? Sir Moreau asked with a frown. Ethan understood, had it been days ago, he wouldn't have thought it. To ally with slavers. But now? If he planned to, he wouldn't see it as betrayal. Prince Aegon said with a grim smile. He's too moral for that. Nor would he do it in a way that would see the people of the cities betrayed and harmed. No, he'd do it in such a way that would cause us trouble in the long run. How, I am not sure yet. Prince Aegon shook his head before he eyed Rhaegar. It would help if you could help getting your men to keep an eye on them. It will be done, Your Grace. Rhaegar answered, and the prince smiled at the Unsullied before he nodded, his expression changing as he finished it. It's been a long day. We'll meet again in a few days. Prince Aegon said, and the men began to leave the hall. Sir Ethan. Ethan stopped in his steps, and the prince gestured him to the table. Stay. Ethan eyed the prince curiously before he looked towards the other men and nodded to them, bidding them goodbye, and he eyed the guards who stepped in to stand inside of the hall before he took to turn to the prince. Prince Aegon had taken a seat at the table, though his eyes were out towards the horizon, staring out of the open balcony. There was a strange look on his face as he stared out, one that almost seemed as if he was lost in something. My prince? Ethan asked with a note of concern in his voice. Did Sodabas really affect him this much? Sodabas was right in some ways, but he was also wrong in a great many. Slavers were a terrible breed, and so were the societies that nurtured them. Killing the men was the best option they had to ending the practice and the rot. The only sympathy that Ethan held was for the many women and children that died in chaos of the rebellions. They deserved to live. To grow and change. I've told you many times. Call me Aegon when we are alone, Ethan. Prince Aegon said as he turned to face the man, a small smile adorned on his face. We are to be family when our children Wednesday. Sir Ethan smiled faintly as he took a seat near the prince. My mother would have my hide if I addressed one of the blood so casually. Prince Aegon chuckled lightly. I can believe that of Lady Lyanna. Sir Ethan smiled at the naming of his mother. Prince Aegon had met his mother a few times in his youth as consequence of his friendship with Bard Emos. The levity in the prince's expression faded as he turned towards looking to the horizon. The fleet of galleons will likely arrive by the time we have taken Tolos. Mayhaps sooner. Ethan was surprised by the sudden words, and he was even more surprised when the prince glanced at him and said the following. You should return to Ilmaris with the fleet then. My prince. He stopped when Prince Aegon raised his hand. Your son Alton turns 4 name days not long from now, won't he? Ethan was surprised once more. He does. Ethan paused for a moment before he spoke again. Has Princess Gale said something about my family? He knew that Prince Aegon spoke with the princess to keep himself updated on the colony and its affairs. He once asked about it, and he did not think it untrue that the prince told him that he only spoke with the princess and no one else. Prince Aegon shook his head. Nothing beyond the usual. He assured. That everyone is hale and healthy thanks to the mountain air. Prince Aegon said before he shook his head. No, I am merely mentioning that the early option to go exists. If you stay, you will miss more than half of his young life by the time this all ends. He may not even remember you. Prince Aegon said before he looked back towards the horizon. Think on it. The strange conversation ended not long after that. Thankfully though, the silence was broken when the small folk cook Larissa, the only woman he'd seen bring the prince food or drink since they arrived in the bay, brought food for the pair of them. Though Ethan did not speak, the small folk Larissa did plenty of it as she'd spoken with the prince throughout the meal, speaking of all sorts of things, such as what they needed to replenish their stocks of food and what would be nice to have. He never got used to it, seeing Prince Aegon speak so casually with her. On Claw Isle, he'd be hard-pressed to remember any conversation with the small folk that did not last more than a few moments. By the time the meal finished, it had soon enough been time for the Regency councillors and Keller and another scholar to arrive. He stayed when the prince asked him to observe and listen to what was being discussed. Ethan could admit that he did not have a like of it though his thoughts on his family, his daughter, his son, were the culprit of his disinterest. He only listened with half an ear as they talked about the stages the pyramids were in, stages in which the pyramids were being repurposed to suit for judicial or tax collecting purposes to being used for housing guilds. Talks had extended to tearing down the shoddy buildings that nestled in and at the edges of the cities all the way to the hiring of scribes to be part of the administration. Tax collectors, tutors, some new title-named bureaucrats and many other such functions. Plans were being made to tear down the shoddy buildings nestled in the city and build new homes, homes that would be apportioned to populace, which led to conversation of rebuilding and tearing down the burnt pyramids. The only point of interest he had in the conversation was about the Lhazareen, about the Regency Council sending in diplomatic envoy to open up trade and if possible conversation about joining the coalition of slaver-free cities. Ethan did not know much about the Lhazareen but he did know that they survived this long despite being vulnerable to the predations of the Dothraki. They were almost certainly a hardy people. The councillors would do well to get them into the coalition, if they managed it. Finally, the meeting ended and Ethan had been free to go. By the time he and his escort of guards, none of the commanders of the army were permitted to roam the city without a guard on them, reached the city. Dusk was almost setting in. Alton. Ethan thought to himself. The mention of his son, and the chance to return to his family. He paused for a moment, his gaze towards the pyramid by the gates, where the army was stationed, moving away instead towards one of the main squares at the center of the city. We'll make a small stop elsewhere. Ethan said to the guards and soon, he and his guards strode through the wide brick streets, their eyes vigilant as they made their way through the city. The city was much calmer now, things settling out. Much of the calmness had stemmed from the speeches Prince Aegon had given to the people, though he expected that some of the calmness came from the fact that they were truly free and truly to live their own lives. Teaker mentioned that there was little appetite amongst the majority of the city to fight wholly and truly, though, he mused to himself as he eyed a thick stain of red on the brick streets, he didn't think that these people wouldn't fight for their freedoms, if they had to. The smell of blood was still present, lingering like old smells stained on old stones, but, he thought, it was less strong than it was days before. Time was a cure for many things, even the smells of blood, the smells of struggle. He and his guards strode through the wide brick streets, his eyes vigilant as he made his way towards. Vigilant sweeping from left to right continuously as he made way towards the Great Pyramid. The city was much calmer now, especially after the prince had made his speech to the people, though Ethan knew that this city was far from. The smell of blood was still present, lingering like old smells stained on old stones. Finally, he arrived at the place he felt the itch to visit. It was a large old and worn brick building, with a wooden door that looks like it could be blown away in a gentle breeze. He recalled Keller speaking of this place, of the man who worked here, who likely owned this place now that his master was dead. Ethan walked in through the doors and he was greeted with faint smell of dyes and the like, and, as he walked in deeper into the building, he was greeted with the sight of half-finished statues of all sorts of sizes. Statues, he thought as he gazed upon the statue that bore a face that could seem to belong to a true man, that were impressive to say the least. He could tell why this man was chosen to build the Lady Liberty of Mirian, he mused as he turned his gaze to a large block of marble that had parchment on the ground with the words written, "I saw, I came, I liberated." Curious. He mused to himself as he eyed the words. Before he could think further on it, distant steps that came closer drew him out of his thoughts, and soon enough, there was an old man, grey-haired and marred with great lines of wrinkles on his face, in clothes that were stained in all kinds of dyes, so much so that the center of his apron was almost black and brown. The man scrutinized him, eyeing his armor and the armor of the men. "What I can do for one of the prince's men?" the man asked in the strange bastard Valyrian well known to these parts of the world. "I want to buy sets of figurines for my family," Ethan said simply, and the man rubbed his cheek. What kind of figurines? Animals. Men. I do not care much for what it is, only that it is suitable for 2 young girls and a young boy. Ethan said in answer. It will take time. I have many requests. Ethan waved him off. I do not need it now. I will need it in 3 moons. Have it ready then. I will pay you whatever you want to get it done on time. The old man eyed him closely for a moment before he spoke. It'll cost you. Ethan only raised an eyebrow in answer, and the old man, after taking a moment, nodded. All right. Done. Your name, good man? Sir Ethan Celtigar. Ethan said before he turned. I will send a man with coin tomorrow to pay in advance. Ah, I don't wish to take coin until the work's done. Think of it as incentive to make the sets well. Ethan said over his shoulder, not once stopping as he walked out of the shop, far too preoccupied as he was on the question that had wormed in his mind. The question about whether or not he'd join the sets of figurines on the journey to Ilamaris, or not. Break. Late 112 AC. Baelon Targaryen POV. Mother. Baelon said with quieted irritation as he peeled off his mother's hands from his face. Despite his reassuring look, the worry on his mother's face deepened. He knew his mother held little love for King's Landing, and even less love for the snakes that called that sewer home, as she was off to say, but sometimes he wondered if she wasn't just fearful whenever he was out of her sight. The attack that nearly killed him harmed her greatly, mayhaps more than it did him in many ways, and the harm lasted even long after he had recovered and healed. With accolades and mayhaps even a knighthood. Baelon said with a sly smile, and the words did as he wished, causing his mother to smile a little. You're very good for your age, but don't grow foolishly arrogant. His mother chastised, but there was little heat in it. It isn't arrogant if you have the means to defend it. Baelon returned, his sly smile growing into a smirk, and a look of irritation flashed across his mother's face. You're taking more and more of Daemon. His mother said with a strange look. He wasn't sure if she meant it as an insult or not. It was hard to tell, at times, when either of them, his father or mother, spoke of the other when the other wasn't present. He had gotten to learn that there was little care between them, something he had come to learn plenty since his father came to live with them, but he thought that things were getting better. There is much to be learned from your father, but his demeanor is not one of them. I know you're jesting, but do not do so when you are in the presence of the lords, lest they think you your father come again. It will only do you harm. His mother warned with a sense of graveness in her voice. Mayhaps he was being more hopeful than was merited. Mayhaps the only reason he thought it was getting better was because father was more in King's Landing over the past few moons. Yes, mother. Baelon said dutifully, if only so that he could get a moment to get away. Good. And don't speak unless you must. They will use and twist your words to cause you and your houses harm. His mother said as she once again eyed him closely for anything out of order, a hair or dink on his armor. Yes, mother. Baelon said. And remember to stick close to your cousin. His mother said, referring to his distant cousin William Royce, the only cousin his mother trusted in their side of the family. William is a good man. He'll help you in that city. Yes, mother. Baelon said again, trying hard to stay calm. His mother narrowed her eyes this time, and he wondered if she knew what he was doing. Thankfully she didn't, as she nodded silently before she smiled faintly. Do your houses proud, Baelon. His mother said, and Baelon smiled at his mother. She knew that he wanted to partake in the squire's melee, like his father had and both of his grandfathers had in their time, and the words felt like a warm balm. It was a shame that mother felt like she had to stay and rule Runestone. Mayhaps if grandfather had lived a little while longer, he would have had both of his parents watch him try and win the melee. I swear it. Baelon said with a determined look, and his mother looked at him with a touch of amusement before she shook her head. Come, your father is almost certainly impatiently waiting on you. His mother said dryly with a roll of her eyes, and Baelon suppressed a groan of irritation. Thankfully, his mother had little words to say about his father by the time they arrived at the front gates, and excitement brewed within him. He'd flown on Caraxes a few times, but this time it would be several hours as they flew to King's Landing, far longer than any instance before. He felt the hand on his shoulder tighten as they passed through the gates, greeted as they were with the sight of blood-red scales on a body half the size of Castle's. Caraxes lay there, in front of his father, who stood with his hands on the hilt of his sword, curled and watchful, low clicks of noises that sounded unlike any animal he'd ever heard do. There you are! His father shouted as he raised his hands. I thought your mother may have kept you locked up in one of those damned broken towers. Told you. His mother muttered, and when he looked to see her face, he saw her look a little amused and even a little triumphant, and Baelon couldn't help but sigh. Still, he let it go and smiled at his father, his eyes darting to the dangerous dragon. Ah, the everlasting fascination of dragons. His father said with a grin, forcing Baelon to look at his father. I was much the same your age. His father said as he seized Baelon's shoulders before he wrapped his arm around him. Dear Ray. His father said before he continued, you look as delightful as always. Did you change your hair? His mother narrowed his eyes and for a moment Baelon was worried. Thankfully, he didn't need to be. Do be careful with our son. His father's expression shifted always. His father said and his mother only nodded before she looked towards him. Right once you arrive. Baelon nodded and soon he was turned around by his father. We have some time yet before we're expected at King's Landing. His father said to him in an almost conspiratorial manner. We'll be taking the long route. The excitement that he felt bloomed deeper and his father must have seen it in his face as he began to chuckle. Caraxes gave off a number of low clicks as the dragon raised its head, its serpentine neck snaking as it raised the head, his grey eyes, the color of storm clouds, staring directly at him. Caraxes was the only dragon he'd seen in his life but he thought there must be few that looked and appeared as fearsome as he. Go on, climb. His father urged in High Valyrian as they neared the dragon. He hasn't forgotten your smell. He'd ridden atop Caraxes twice before, and each time felt like he was on the edge of death, though, Baelon never felt like it was something to fear. No, it only emboldened the sense of excitement. Caraxes stretched out his wing and he climbed atop of it before he pulled himself up on the ropes, until his feet found purchase and walked towards the first saddle, the saddle his father had made for him to use. His father settled in the saddle behind him and a few moments later, Caraxes began to run to take off, and soon enough, they were flying. He never tired of the feeling of the wind crashing into his face, or when he closed his eyes, it felt like he was flying with just his body. That is the dragon blood calling out to you, my son. He recalled his father's words after he'd closed his eyes. It yearns to be as we are. Free to fly, free to be above all others. The hours that it took to get to King's Landing felt both too long and too short, as the city that must be King's Landing appeared. He was impressed by it, to tell the truth, particularly the beacon that stood atop the rock at the edge of the city, the Red Keep. Soon, they arrived at what must the dragon pit, dust clouds forming as Caraxes slowed his descent, until Caraxes' claws set down and pulled in his wings, almost crashing down to the ground, forcing Baelon to keep his hands on the handle. Soon 4 men, dragon keepers they must be, came towards them with long poles as he and his father descended down of the back of Caraxes. Come Baelon. His father said as he placed a hand on his shoulder, taking him towards the depths of the tunnel where the dragon keepers were guiding Caraxes. Baelon noticed a look of surprise on one of the dragon keepers as they walked past them, which piqued Baelon's curiosity. Where are we going, father? His father only grinned at him, the kind of grin that he often saw on his father's face when he was riling up mother. Baelon didn't think it being directed to him was something he particularly liked. They walked through the dark tunnel lighted by rows upon rows of torches, sounds of growls and clicks and big things moving surrounded them, crowning the tunnel in the same ways as the light of the flames was. Father. Baelon grew concerned as they walked in deeper. He was beginning to understand what his father was planning. His father had often talked about Baelon claiming a dragon, especially at the beginning. His mother hated the idea, and often spoke to him privately about it, the dangers that came with trying to tame such dangerous beasts, though she'd suddenly stopped one day, likely thanks to whatever father may have told her. So he knew that it was likely that father would have him bond with a dragon. He didn't think it'd be so soon. Won't the king be angry if I do this? Baelon asked with a concerned frown. Yes, Baelon was a Targaryen, but it was expected that he'd change his name to Royce once he ascended to Lord of Runestone. His father chuckled and he peered down at Baelon as he spoke, and Baelon thought he could see the flickering flames dance in his eyes. Viserys might grumble for a few hours, but he'll mean nothing of it. He'll see that this is your right as my son, and the future husband of his daughter. Baelon nodded slowly. He didn't know the king, only a little through the letters from Princess Rhaenyra and a little from his father, so he consoled himself that his father knew what he's saying. Which dragon am I to bond with? Baelon asked as his gaze flickered from side to side, taking in what he could with his eyes. His eyes, when they caught the look of a young blue-scaled dragon chained to a wall, wavered on long after it. Forget that runt of a she-dragon. His father said in a dismissive and annoyed. She's too young and useless. No, there is only one dragon for you. Baelon's head turned to face his father, his eyes narrowing slightly. Which one? His father responded with a smirk long before he spoke any words. The dragon you were born to ride. His father tried to say cryptically before he looked away from Baelon, and Baelon's heart began to race in his chest. He knew which dragon his father wanted him to bond with, mayhaps had always known, the dragon that his grandfather, Yorbert, had told him stories about. The dragon that Baelon had often wondered if it would be his. They continued to walk a little further into the tunnel, taking a right and then another right, until they were made to stop by low growling that shook the very cave walls. Do not make a sudden move. His father warned, though Baelon was far too distracted by a bright red glow hidden by yellow rows of disorganized teeth the size of swords. The head, a head that seemed larger than the snake-like head of Caraxes, bronze scales marred with scars, that grew further still as the dragon crept out of the shadows, skin and scale that dangled from its lowers of its neck as its brown eyes set upon him. Baelon was stuck in one place under the eyes of this dragon, a dragon that seemed to not yet have decided whether or not it'd eat him, probably. Eyes that then latched onto his father, who stretched out a hand, slowly and gently, words spilling out of his mouth soothingly. Come Vermithor, remember me? Yes, you remember me. Baelon. His father's call was curt and Baelon looked towards his father, who began to step away. Go to him. The words didn't register to him for a moment until Baelon's eyes widened at what his father was asking him. Baelon. His father said again, calmly, his voice still soothing and never rising. Baelon met his father's gaze, who looked upon him with an intense look. Go. He is meant to be yours. Take your destiny. His father's voice echoed against the walls of the cave. Baelon felt himself walking before he even realized, the great brown eyes of Vermithor moving towards Baelon, and now, the great disorganized sword-like teeth grew to be akin that of long swords fit for a giant, with how Vermithor curled back his scaled lips, and Baelon had to fight the urge to step back with all that he had, and, after a momentary pause, he continued walking. He wasn't sure what inspired him to speak, but speak he did. I dreamt of you. Baelon said, almost surprised by what he said, but he found more of what he meant the closer he got to Bronze Dragon. When I first learnt that I was a Targaryen and I learned of all the dragons, none meant more to me than you did. It was true. He'd always found Vermithor and what he stood for irresistible. The Bronze Fury. The Bronze Fury. The King's Dragon. Baelon found himself smiling despite the growling that escaped through the rows of sword-like teeth. And now that I am here, I see that you were always meant to be mine. And I yours. The bronze-scaled dragon for the dragon born from the line of bronze kings. Baelon was only a few steps away from the maw of Vermithor, and, after a few breathless steps, he finally reached the bronze dragon, his hand atop of the very warm snout, and Baelon. Baelon was in awe of Vermithor, his eyes meeting the brown eyes that peered down at him, the dragon's lips now hiding much of the dragon's teeth. Vermithor agrees with you. His father said, his voice echoing, and Baelon turned to face his father and saw him smile, a smile that seemed to be proud and yet more in the way his smile seemed to stretch wide across his face. I am bonded now with him. Baelon asked as he turned back to the dragon who seemed to push against his hand, causing Baelon's eyes to widen at the act. If you weren't, you would have been an arm short by now. His father's voice had amusement in it. Yes, you are now bonded to my grandfather's dragon. Close your eyes and search for the bond. Baelon closed his eyes. He wasn't sure how long he had his eyes closed, but, when he felt it, a strange feeling that felt like a part of his body, a part he never used before, he reopened his eyes and stared wide-eyed at Vermithor. It was amazing. Unlike anything he ever felt. It was as if a whole arm suddenly appeared. I feel it. Baelon said in common, awe creeping in his voice. Baelon remained with Vermithor, his hand moving from the snout to other parts of his head and neck, and Vermithor simply let him. It was some time later that Baelon asked. When can I fly with him? The thought of flying with Vermithor excited him like nothing else, and Vermithor growled lowly, causing Baelon to smile and wonder if Vermithor could understand what he wanted. Not today. Come, we will return on the morrow. His father said, making Baelon frown. He turned to look at his father with a question in his face. Viserys will have been informed of our arrival. His father offered an explanation, and Baelon remembered why they'd come in the first place. Though Baelon mused that his father likely always planned for him to come here as well. I will be back tomorrow, Vermithor. We'll fly then. Baelon said after he turned back to face the dragon, his words and his voice carrying that promise fervently. Baelon stepped away from Vermithor and stepped towards his father, who never once shed the wide smile that he bore on his face. We will fly tomorrow, won't we? Baelon asked eagerly. His father laughed as he put his arm around Baelon's shoulder. The bond is merely the first step. No. Not until after you have learned a great many things will you ride. Baelon wondered what must be learnt. Wouldn't the bond and time be the only things that mattered? The disappointment must have been palpable, for his father laughed louder as they walked. So impatient. There was a smile in his father's voice and it lessened the disappointment. Only a little. Father, you said, do you remember me to Vermithor? Baelon said, leaving the question unsaid. His father understood his meaning. His father took on a contemplative look. I was younger than you when I first met Vermithor. Mayhaps 8 or 9 name days old. At that time, even now still, Silverwing and Vermithor were and are always together. His father seemed to smile, though it seemed a little odd. Baelon couldn't believe he forgot that Rhaenyra was bonded to Silverwing, like Queen Alysanne, and now he was bonded with Vermithor, like King Jaehaerys. Baelon remembered the lessons of his maester, of how King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne were the best king and queen the realm had seen, and he couldn't help but wonder if that'd be him and Rhaenyra after they were wed. If they'd be as good a king and queen as the old king and the good queen. Well, king consort, he corrected himself. His father continued. My grandmother, for a period of time, used to take me to go see those 2 dragons. His father soon lost it as he glanced at Baelon. Vermithor has known me for a long time. His father made them stop and he placed his hands onto Baelon's shoulders, leaning in, his violet eyes gleaming under the distant light of the noon sun. And the moment you were born, I knew you were destined for Vermithor, and I know my grandfather, for whom Vermithor had hatched for, knew it too, for he knew, just as I knew, that you, my son, my heir, were worthy of Vermithor and only Vermithor was worthy of you, the Dragon of Kings. I am only to be a king's consort, father. Baelon tried. His father's lips twisted, the gleam in his eyes fading as he gripped more tightly on Baelon's shoulders. No. You will be king, his father asserted. The lords will look to you, not her. Your voice will matter more than hers. You, my son, will be the one who will truly rule the realm. The lords know it. The lords prefer it. Baelon nodded slowly, keeping his real thoughts as far away from his mind. He wasn't surprised that his father thought like this. For a moment, he wondered. His father let go of his shoulders and the gleam in his eyes completely gone, and Baelon thought his father let off a quiet sigh. His father eyed him long and still before he spoke again. My father did not have the chance to wear Aegon's crown like he deserved. Nor will I wear the crown. You will. His father said, and the intensity in his expression faded completely, and, in its stead, came the familiar smirk that belonged to his father. Come. The Red Keep beckons. Let us not dwell too long lest my brother sends out a hunting party. His father said with a growing smirk, and Baelon found himself walking, and, after they'd gotten atop horses and rode for the Red Keep, Baelon couldn't help but wonder. Do all of the other lords think like his father did? Chapter 29. Romano Michael 391, probably won't a Valyrian SI. If we're to do another SI in ASOIAF, it'd be during the time of the freehold. There is a laner SI, but it's been inactive for more than a year, I think. Zilla BOI. If you have access to alternate history forum, you can find a map there. Tony McNuckles, the summer Icelanders won't exactly betray. Hard to betray those you fought with. The freed slaves aren't at fault, not really, and neither is the army. Grievances shouldn't exist to the point of sabotage for no gain. Lys will be fine, winky face. Viserys and Rhaenyra not being respected as designated heir, yes, he is a fool. He should have at least enshrined it in law, but we all know he's only doing it because it's Rhaenyra and not any other reason. It's honestly a bit crazy. Cold Blue 2015, Johanna, yes, Johanna will have to be in top form to navigate out of the situation. This chapter shows that well, winky face, Baelon. Yes, Daemon is being clever here whilst also shoring up his son's claim. Vermithor is only second to Vhagar. It also helps that he's loving breaking the Hightowers, who he hates more than anything else. Question 1, Aegon has a plan for the Valyrian steel. Something like that. Question 2, fascination and gossiping. But it doesn't really affect them. Not really. BioRL, nearly the size of Caraxes but not as skinny. Book Caraxes. Not the puny thing in the show. Tradu, yes, Johanna realizes that she needs to do a lot more to shore up everything. She starts that in this chap, winky face, Aegon. Aegon doesn't want to show up his men, especially since he's got so much of the Valyrian steel. It's bad form to do so, haha. He'll use a sword though much later. The Greens, not a POV for a few chaps, I'm afraid, but yes, you can understand their thinking. Viserys will be pissed but only shortly. He'll be happy for Rhaenyra, certainly. The Good Queen is a great epithet to imagine for his only child. Longing Resider, Westeros is in an era of peace with children growing up. I like the dichotomy, honestly. Brutal war in Essos versus peaceful but growing tensions. By the time Aegon returns, it'll be interesting for everyone, lol. Baelon is a decent dude, for sure. Shame the shit he's got to deal with. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Late 112 AC Tyrosh, the Palace of Trade Princes. Aaron Santhris POV, a Tyroshi High Counselor of the Triarchy. Through the velvet chiffon blinds of his palanquin, he saw they were making for the final stretch towards the palace as they were carried onto Viathris Way, the heart of all that was important in Tyrosh, the palace is looming in the far distance. The streets have yet to bloom as normal. He turned his eyes towards the companion in his palanquin. Clad in loose garments braided with gold and silver in elaborate Tyroshi arch-like patterns, sat one of 10 other Tyroshi high counselors, Magister Bradhelys. He was a man in his 40s, a touch of grey in his molten gold hair, clean-shaven that made the folds of tight skin on his face more prominent and more severe. Expected. Aaron said calmly and easily despite the gravity of all that transpired, his eyes veering to watch the way move through the velvet blinds. When the accursed rumors of the misdeeds of the Targaryen in Slavers Bay reached the shores of Tyrosh, They had moved quick to ensure that any misguided thoughts were quelled and silenced, and it had worked. The captains of the fleets and the guards made example of criminal hundreds as words spread to remind all that the slaves held a debt, and until that debt was paid, like so many others in the past had achieved, they would be kept to their tasks. They'd even freed a number of slaves to show that freedom through hard work was possible and not a rumor, many of them sailors and guards, a reminder to all that Tyrosh was not cruel and unreasonable, and the bribing of priests and religious leaders of the major faiths had been successful, the centuries-long relationship paying off, for they quelled the fervor of the slaves with warnings of ill tidings and terrible bodings. They also enforced the cheapening of prices to plays and luxury foods like honey fingers and the like, permitting slaves to partake in rare delicacies, with of course, a great deal encouragement of their good masters. All of that had calmed the situation, and even when rumors which they worked to deny and mock, largely successful, of the deceitful Bravacy supporting the misdeeds of the Targaryen found itself on their shores, it did nothing to relinquish the grip they held on Tyrosh. The meetings they held as well, at the palace, had been less torturous than usual, given the severity of the Targaryen impact not only on their trade, but on their very power. Tyrosh's success in dealing with the problem before it became a problem had won their side a great deal of esteem and influence, no doubt helped by Myr's rather more chaotic means to quell the dissension of this travesty. And yet, for all of their success, they had failed to see what transpired in Lys coming, a disaster of grotesque proportion. No, he thought to himself with a contemptuous tang to this thoughts, they should have seen it coming, for that Andal whore had worked her way up, for years, to usurp beyond that was which for her to usurp, the news of this liberation no more than an opportunity for her to sate her cavernous hunger that resembled the cunt 1,000 men breached open. The Lysane had entertained her, at the start, allowing her to grow her whorehouses after she'd purchased her freedom, watching on amused as she fought with respectable families for control and winning, and years later, she was so ingrained into Lys that unseating her and her supporters was akin to fostering a brutal civil war. It would have been better for Lys to have fallen like that, than the travesty of Lys' supposed slave rebellion championed by her, and there was no doubt that Aegon Targaryen had a hand in what was caused. That news could not be stopped from entering Tyrosh, not when Lysane ships, given freedom to dock and without inspection, brought word of it, and some of the few noble families that managed to escape, though most did not do so wholly with their families. He should have had them all killed, the fools they were, along with the fools that passed for high counselors from Lys. Matters were precarious, 100-fold more than before, and though they had the city under control, it would only take one damn instance, a martyr or a damn fool killing the wrong people, slave or noble or freeborn, and it could all descend into a bloodbath. The religious leader and the priests were cooperating, their aid almost as important as the thousands of guards and sailors and captains that led them, in ensuring that this bloodbath would not happen. For now, Tyrosh was continuing on, caught in this limbo of a kind, a limbo the High Council sought to destroy with definitive action against this aberration that was Lys. This was what this meeting was for, now that it was largely agreed, finally, that for the sake of all, Lys had to be brought to heel, in whatever way possible. The Lysane nobles and high councillors that yet lived had accepted the terms in which Lys had to concede, terms that would see their legacies forever cursed by their successors, but it was that, or death, and they'd simply install Myrish and Tyroshi in Lys. The only reason they had chosen that route, was because they, Myr and Tyrosh, would not allow either of them the chance to take Lys under their control, and neither wanted the triarchy to break, not now, not at this point where things could truly go much worse for them, especially if Volantis managed to take advantage of this grotesque circumstance. Damn Lysane! Damn that Targaryen! Curse that family! It wasn't bad enough for Daemon Targaryen to threaten Tyrosh and its trade existentially, forcing them to pretend to agree to a treaty, but now the forgotten brother was threatening their very existence with his plots. He'd not considered, truly, that the stories of Slavers Bay may have been true. After all, word had spread too fast, far too suspiciously, and it came from Bravus, a place that was as far from Slavers Bay as Slavers Bay was from Uti. He'd learned that it all stemmed from a delegation from the third Targaryen brother, and he considered then that it was all but a plot targeted against Myr and by extension against the Triarchy, in order to weaken Myr in this blood feud, and the deceitful Bravasi, the chief beneficiary of all that transpired. Their seizing of the glass industry were all too happy to sink Myr without lifting a single finger. He, and the rest of the high councillors were wrong, incredibly wrong. They had taken the threat of this Aegon Targaryen too lightly, and now, they were paying for the price of their oversight. The Myrish better ensure the blades they hired would find purchase in the neck of that bastard, he thought hatefully to himself. Before the damn Targaryen brings an army of slaves to their gates. We must bring Lys to heel. He said, his resolve hard and unyielding. Lys was like a beacon of hope to the wastrels, and until it was extinguished, it would continue to light that beacon in the dark of the wastrels' hearts. If Iranis fails to convince them of the reassignment, it will be a hard task to gather a strong enough host to take Lys. Brat Hellis remarked harshly, the rings on his hand glimmering as he flicked them, irritated. Iranis was the most powerful high councillor from Myr, with family ties to all but a few of the noble families in Myr. He was directly and indirectly the man who could steer Myr onto a path. It was only a shame that he was partly responsible for the mess that Myr got them all in. The high councillors of Myr were reluctant to part with the sellswords, not only because they feared leaving Myr undefended against Aegon Targaryen. There was almost no talking to them about this. No amount of rationalizing that it would take many moons for Aegon's army to even march to Myr, and there was also the fact that Volantis and its daughter cities were in the way, who themselves would be existentially threatened by the Targaryens' misdeeds. And Tyrosh could not recruit too many of the freeborn. Thousands of young freeborn men already been recruited into the navy and guard duties lest they be unable to quell rebellion at home. A similar circumstance in Myr, where they were too outnumbered by the slave folk by 3 to 1, which was they needed the sellswords to be the core of the invasion forces. The Myrish knew that too, but the painted bastards were being difficult. Their arguments were hollow, even delivering an argument that the Volantene would cut a deal with the Targaryen for Myr was his most bitter enemy, so were they paranoid and self-centered that all of the events that were transpiring were linked to them and them alone. They will. They must. He eyed Brat Hellies. The offer we've presented them cannot be denied. Tyrosh's relationships with Qohor and Norvos was friendly, far friendlier than that between them and Myr, who was oft belligerent with them. They, the Tyroshi conclave, had sent a delegation to both free cities, to present a great offer to hire sellswords and soldiers from their cities, who would protect Myr's territory whilst the sellswords were away on Lysane business. They had little doubt that both cities would agree, for there was no doubt they too would be greatly unhappy with the affairs that the Targaryen was stirring in Essos. The destruction of Slavers Bay was going to harm trade beyond measure, and the slave estates on the disputed lands would not be able to deal with demand that'd be necessary, and more importantly, the Dothraki could be stirred into becoming a great problem for everyone, with Slavers Bay, their main buyers of captured peoples, were no more there to take their excess trophies in exchange for goods. They may well decide to take goods from the rest of Essos with renewed fervor. And the last time that happened, kingdoms had fallen and free cities like Essaria were destroyed. Though they may be savages, they were savages that ought to be kept distracted and full. And all of the free cities knew that. And Iranis knows that the dangers disagreement will bring to Myr. Aaron said coldly. Self-centered they may be, the Myrish were almost at least a good deal amount responsible for the precarious situation they were all in. An insinuation here about reconsidering the triarchy, an insinuation there about coming to an agreement with the Targaryen, was all that was needed to make Iranis understand that they will end up alone to face the threat of Aegon Targaryen. It would be what they deserved for their failure. They could not resist provoking the Targaryen when he'd perched in the Summer Isles, and doing so with such a half measure. Had they managed to kill him for the damage the Braavasi and the Targaryen had done to Myr, all of this would have been avoided, but no, they decided to such a fucking terrible job that not only left the Targaryen knowing their involvement, but also left him with years to plot, and it appeared the damn Myrish unleashed a nightmare of an enemy. They'd warned the Myrish that it was a foolish gambit, when they'd approached Tyrosh for support. Especially since at that point, they were at war with Daemon Targaryen and the Valyrians, backed by Braavasi gold, but they did not listen, and look where they all were now. There was serious debate about pulling Tyrosh out of the triarchy and declare neutrality, keeping their control over Tyrosh with forces and navy intact, something that they believed they could do even if full-blown rebellion was to take place. The only reason he did support this was because Myr was still useful and that there was too much luck involved in getting their ideal situation. After all, they were not in the same precarious situation as Myr were likely to be in. Not even close. If their assassination attempts failed, and Aegon Targaryen crossed the Rhoyne, Tyrosh would at that point pull out of the triarchy and declare neutrality and make concessions, and remain patient until the dust settled and then mop up afterward. With Lys weakened greatly, and Myr sacked, with the great possibility that Volantis may well have a fate like that was promised of Myr and Lys, they would be left unrivaled for decades to come, and likely, they could even take full control over the heel of Essos, mayhaps even Lys and Myr fully under their control. Mayhaps even Volantis. That was perhaps the greatest boon in all of this, that should the Targaryen and his army survive to pass over the Rhoyne and survive the Myrish scorpions, Tyrosh had done nothing to earn the ire of the Targaryen. He did not believe that the Targaryen was fighting a war against slavery, nor did he believe the Targaryen was building an empire. His want of an alliance with Bravus was proof for the Braavasi were the last to suffer a Valyrian empire reborn, and the reason why he believed the Targaryen did not believe in ending slavery was because of this Elamaris, where the Targaryen had relocated the bulk of his people and family, much to Myr's disappointment, where no doubt he was to rule. One man could not keep an empire so large and distant from one another. Not even old Valyria managed such a feat, and from the rumors that come from Bravus, focused as it is on liberation and more importantly retribution, for it seems the slaver cities had collaborated with Son and Myr, he did not believe the denials of the Myrish high councillors, so it was clear where this Targaryen stood. And with that in mind, they could come unscathed if they were smart about it all. Staying in the triarchy was the best course of action with the best possible gains, especially if they ensured that Myr continued to make questionable decisions without cost to Tyrosh, reducing the element of luck. And if the Targaryen perished at any point before he even reached the gates of Myr, they would have the Myrish indebted to them and within their influence. Yes, for the long and short term, it was better to stay in the triarchy, and they would start their climb to ascendancy with burning out the hope in Lys. Brat Hellies pursed his lips, his eyes veering away to look through the velvet blinds as he spoke. It's unusual to be so unaware on the day of the council meeting. With how fractious the High Council can be, self-interested with many plots against this or that or against everyone, there was always bound for information to leak through. Yet, today, there was nothing. Brad Helly's eyed, a faint smirk seen dancing at the edge of his turned-away face. It seemed even your informants were perched amongst the Mirish. I have no informants amongst the ranks of our allies, Brad Helly's. I wouldn't do such a thing. Aaron said easily, and the faint smirk grew on Brathilla's face. Truth be told, Iranis was effective in getting his counselors to form rank. The old man could be wily and ruthless when he wanted to be, as shown in the purges he'd instigated in the days since the last meeting, accusations of collaborating with traitorous Lysane like that whore or her whore Rogare bankers, or with the merchants that once worked under the Targaryen. He had not heard, not exactly, the decision of the Mirish, the only decision they could reasonably take without destroying the remains of the Triarchy, but he had heard enough that he knew that they would get what they'd want. And that, Aaron thought, was enough for now. They made it through the way, arriving at the square in front of the Palace of Trade Princes, a marvel of artistry. The palace was a masterpiece of marble, made entirely of gleaming marble from the ancient Kareen mines at the western fringes of the Orange Shore. 200 spires, tall and short, peaked all throughout the palace, and statuettes of dragons and griffins, whole and broken, all watched the many gardens that laced throughout the palace like golden threads weaved through the most exquisite clothing. Stained glass windows, depicting the great magisters of their age, those who managed to die in old age, die with their legacy intact and died without powerful enemies bloodthirsty enough to bleed out all reference and legacy out from Tyrosh, adorned the interior of the great chambers that guided one to the marbled steps to the Saffron Hall, where the High Council sat to deliberate. The palace had been an estate built by some dragon lord, long ago, in the early centuries of Tyrosh establishment, and had been used during the age of the freehold, as a place for dragon lords to reside when they came to the stronghold. The many gardens that dotted all over the palace had once been stables and entrances to tunnels which led to underground caverns, but now, the deepest parts were part of the sewage system, and others where they kept brandies and wines aging for their dragons, a reminder of the military outpost it had once been. Soon he settled in his seat in the Saffron Hall, a hall that was a monument to affluence and power, for the marble walls were impregnated with gilded veins and etchings of crimson patterns amidst a sea of violet waves and silken scarfs that stretched all around the walls and across the domed surface of the ceiling. The table, set at the center of the hall, was round and unblemished black granite. The center hole, beyond the edges the several arm-lengths wide table from outside to inside, was the ruins of a map that once showed the image of all that was within the territory of the freehold. The story goes that in the days and weeks after the doom happened, there had been several dragon lords in Mir, and, when they gathered to decide a course of action, the gates to this hall had been burst open and the dragon lords slaughtered, with sword and fire, and it is said, that some of the reds that were on the ruins of the map, was that of dried dragon lord blood. His eyes were cold and uncaring as he traced them across the hard looks of the Mirish councillors and the self-important faces of the Lysane, and soon, the meeting began in earnest. The Mirish blustered and the Lysane howled and the Tyroshi jeered and provoked, the same always, the same performances, the same idiocies, but the meats of it all, beneath the skin, was addressed in the opening words of one of the Mirish councillors, one that all but confirmed that they accepted the ultimatum from Tyrosh. After all of that blustering had ended, the conversation turned, the mummer play ended, and, it was during all of this discussion, that he felt rocked in his chair. What was that? One of the councillors said in cried alarm, and then, when another quake occurred, one that sounded a lot nearer, felt nearer, did cries of alarm make way for concerned shouts that they were under attack, and there was only kind of attack that could spell so much damage. Dragon. And, just after he thought that, he found himself out of his seat among crumbled stone and shattered wood, his eyes gleaming with emerald fire seen amidst glowing cracks, and the last thing he'd thought, he'd feared he'd ever think, was that he did not want to die, when he succumbed into blackness. Break. Late 112 AC King's Landing. Rhaenyra POV. Her horse came a slowing gallop, slowing on the path towards the islands of pavilions and tents, makeshift blacksmiths nestled in between men of suit and men of hope, her grip tightening on the reins of her gentle black silken destrier. Is it just my eyes, good seer, or are there fewer fortune and glory seekers than the last my father threw a celebration for a brother mine? She remarked as her eyes waded across the pavilions. Though there were plenty of competitors, for there were scores upon scores of pavilions, it seemed, far less than the tourneys of years before. She remembered well, when her father threw a tournament in name of her yet-born brother, Aemon, when she could not see an end to the city of pavilions that had been raised then. Even the tourneys her father threw for Alicent's sons Aegon and Aemond, seemed as if it had twice the numbers today of houses and knights in attendance. Her eyes caught the heraldry of striking yellow with what looked red spots, House Ambrose of the Reach, 3 black stripes, no lances upon a field of rose, House Gaunt of the Crownlands. There were more such heraldries, that of Tarth, Wild, Stanton, Rain, 60 more such houses of repute, and many times that heraldries she could not care to list or remember. The only ones worth noting, as they rode further into the pavilion grounds, was that of the golden lion flagging in the morning wines, and the golden rose of the Tyrells in the distance, the first time she'd noted it seen at one of these tourneys. Still, far fewer than in the past. Mayhaps the lords were getting tired to come to another tourney called in celebration of a high tower son, another son born from the cunt of Alicent. Probably deciding that they'd take part in the next one, she thought morosely. I couldn't say, my princess. Sir Harold Westerling said above the hubbub and noise that surrounded them as their party rode further into the pavilion grounds, amidst a sea of smells of food and ale tainted with the unhealthy dose of ordure. Some of the knights and knights-to-be noticed her presence, calls of her name and the given name by the masses, ringing quietly. My eyes rarely allow me to notice more than the backs and the surroundings of my princess and the royal family. The guards in front of her trotted slower and the guards behind her and at her sides, closed closer, warnings clear in their voices as the words "make way for the crown princess," were bellowed. She turned her head, smiling amused at the white-haired knight, who, despite not looking it, stoic of face, sweeping of eyes, no doubt said so his words with at least a morsel of dry humor. As he always tended to do. Ah, have no worry, good sir, I shall note such details, now and later when I reign, assured as I am in my safety with your eyes watching my back and my surroundings. She said as the old knight's horse trotted closer to hers. I fear my bones will long have called the earth home by then, my princess. Perish the thought. Rhaenyra said with outward jest, keeping the middling dread from showing. Sir Westerling had always been around, since the first of her memories, always safeguarding her and her mother. Sir Crabbe and Sir Redwine, two others she liked and always remembered ever present in the fond times, had already died, their positions filled by the young Cargyle twins, and the thought of Sir Westerling, her most favourite, dying on her was not one she enjoyed, not at all. You'll always be around, good sir. Your princess demands it of you. She earned a short look from him, one thrice mixed, exasperation, amusement and mayhaps she wondered fondness, but the look faded as he spoke, lost completely by the time he finished. You have my word I will try my damnedest. They soon arrived at the pavilion that she had set out for, and, as the Royce guards bowed and one entered the pavilion, she eyed the heraldries. A heraldry of black iron studs on bronze stood proudly aside that of the red three-headed dragon on black. She half thought he'd have the personal sigil on display the court thought he ought to have, the bronze dragon with Targaryen red flames on a field of black. She landed on her feet as she unhorsed herself from atop her dear midnight, and she, after stroking the glimmering silken coat of her destrier, she handed the reins over to one of the guards, and turned towards the pavilion, where now Baelon, clad in chain mail, stood alongside a man in armor the colours of House Royce, a man that seemed to be 10 or a few more years older than Baelon, surrounded by a half a dozen of house guards, all bowing before her. Baelon was tall, taller than she was, 4 years his elder, though not by much. Princess. It was Baelon who spoke up and the first of the men, his violet eyes, the same as that of her father's, that of Daemon's, to meet her gaze. It wasn't the only feature that came from his father. Though he looked to be on the cusp of manhood, there were signs still present of his boyishness in his cheeks, cheeks that bore the tangs of youth, they did little to hide who his father. Beyond the obvious of his eyes, his colouring, the mouth and the lips, even the smirk he'd shown 2 nights ago when Daemon told a story of accomplishment back in the Vale, was the same as that of his father. That dark curls that hung below his jaw were some of the only markings that spoke of his Royce heritage, and she was not overly disappointed when she first set eyes upon him, as much as she feared she might the day Daemon came with Baelon on his heels. Comely, yes perhaps, she thought back on the description Lena had offered, but the promise of more was there when full grown, just as there was more to him personally with the feat that accomplished with Vermithor. Kind and noble, mayhaps there was some great deals of daring in there too. I did not expect for a visit from you, my princess. Baelon said cautiously, his eyes a picture of wary curiosity. Though Baelon has been here for 4 days, they admittedly did not spend much time together, some of it, of course, was partly due to her father's displeasure with Daemon with what transpired at the Dragon Pit. The High Tower cunt was also greatly displeased, at least that was what she was hearing and from the frigidness and stiffness she'd seen from the women the 1 times they were made to suffer to dine since, she had little doubt that her father succumbed to the bitch's shrieks, arranging dining apart. The other part, of course, was Baelon spending much time in the yards and with his newly bonded dragon, consigning their times together mostly when they were in the presence of their fathers, leaving little time for private conversation. Still, she did not mind it at all, and, though her fears over Baelon's suitability were lessened, they were still there, and mayhaps, even if his status as dragon rider was pleasing, privately she thought, it also made her more wary of him too. She was to be queen, and Baelon was meant to be her consort, but she could see the looks some gave Baelon, appraising looks that she wondered if they were meant for more. Was he still the kind and noble Baelon she knew of her letters? Or was he more of the daring in person, like he's shown himself to be? Daring, dangerous? There was some irony, she thought to herself, that she was hoping that he was of the simply good she once feared him to be, instead the likeness of his father. Of course you wouldn't, she offered with a charming smile, otherwise it wouldn't be a surprise now, would it? She posed before she quickly moved on, gesturing to Sir Westerling. The Lord Commander has oft fought in melees, and I thought rather than merely give you my favor, I would also offer the advice of the good knight here, should you have want of it. Baelon's brows upon high, his white eyes moving away from hers, and towards his men, and then towards the other knights and lords and heirs who took to spy upon them. Go on, cousin. The man in Royce colours said, an amused grin on his face. We all know you can use some good old advice. Mayhaps the Lord Commander can get you to stop pacing around like a. The man came to a sudden halt and she raised an eyebrow when he glanced at her, wondering what foul words he had intended to use, but he quickly on, speaking words that he felt were more suitable in the presence of a princess. Man possessed. Princess. The man in Royce colours bowed before he gestured towards the men. Come, I'm parched, I could do with a ale. Please, come in, Princess, Lord Commander. Baelon said more as he led them in towards the pavilion. I'm surprised Uncle Damon isn't here. She mused aloud as she eyed the internals of the pavilion. It was bare, beyond a smattering of weapons, shields, a few suits of armor, one that was black and bronze, doubtless she thought belonged to Baelon. She didn't see the appeal, to stay here when Baelon could have stayed at the Red Keep, but no, Baelon had requested he be permitted to stay with his cousin out here, at least for the day of his melee, and Damon and her father had agreed. He said that fathers shouldn't be around their sons in the hours before a joust or melee. Baelon said in explanation as he leaned against the central post somewhat awkwardly, his eyes on her, a wryness on his face. He gets like that sometimes. She glanced at him, before she looked upon one of the bare swords that hung across some kind of stand. She'd seen some like this, in the training yards. Her finger traced across the hilt before she looked at him. Standoffish. Nervous. Baelon said, drawing her full attention. Nervous. My father is many things, but he is still my father. He said with an awkward smile and a careless shrug. He just shows it in strange ways. It made some sense, she supposed. Damon had always shown that he cared for her, not just as the future wife to his son, but for herself. Why are you here, Princess? The question surprised her, jolting her out of her thoughts, and she saw him staring at her intently. No offense, Lord Commander, but I doubt you are really here to offer me advice. Mayhaps. Still, it is there, should you have want of it, my prince. Sir Westerling said, and Baelon offered the Lord Commander a grateful smile, a smile that she thought was a little strained. Likely because of Sir Westerling mention of his royal title. For all that Damon is consort to Rhea Royce, ruler of Runestone, Baelon carried his father's name, until he chose to take up his mother's name, if he ever would at all. I think I am fine, for now at least. If you could watch and let me know of my failings, I would be most grateful. Of course, my prince. Baelon then turned to look at her expectantly, and she found herself talking before she really knew it. I thought it good that we speak a little. Baelon frowned, a strange look on his face. Princess, I am here for at least another moon, I should think. There'll be plenty of time for us to speak. He said that word slowly, almost uncertain. He continued, should you show want of it. He paused before he eyed her. Unless you don't think you would have the chance, for you think I am to fall today. No. She said, again, without much thought, though she recovered. No, I. She smirked a little, more put on than real. Given your father's boastings of your skill, I doubt any common squire can fell you. She paused for a moment as she saw him accept those words. And it's Rhaenyra. She said with a look. You stopped addressing me like that years ago in our letters, don't do it now, we're speaking instead of writing. He looked more like before, awkward and wary, but he nodded nonetheless. Rhaenyra. He said, her name sounding uncertain from his lips. He paused for a moment, but she could. There was more. I was jesting. At her look he continued, when I talked about your thinking of my, falling. A bad jest. Ah. Again there was a lull of silence between them, growing more awkward every moment that passed, and some moments later, Baelon veered his eyes away from her, and fidgeting slightly with his hands. She watched him a little, curious. What did his cousin, whose name she didn't know, talk about? Him pacing like a man possessed? She withheld an amused smile as she eyed his clenching and unclenching fidgeting gauntlet hands at the thought that she making him as nervous as the moment before a melee, before a battle. He really was just a boy still, wasn't he? Rhaenyra. Baelon's calling of her name drew her out, surprised as she was that he was the one to break the silence, and she was pleased for it. Not that I am ungrateful for your visit and your wanting to speak with me, but... He trailed off, unwilling to say it, but she understood where he'd been going. I realize I have been, unaccommodating host to you. My betrothed, she said with some amount of restraint in her voice. When I realized it, I was coming here before I really knew what I wished to speak of. She admitted. There was more to it, of course, her father being one, but mostly, it was rather the truth. Much to surprise, Baelon laughed, almost a little relieved. All right, that makes sense. Baelon settled down looking at her a little cautiously. To be honest, I figured that you were embarrassed by me. You know, my being younger. Her eyes widened and Baelon looked at her a little wryly. I have not been embarrassed that you are younger. Rhaenyra said, and it was mostly truthful too. Baelon did look older, at most 2 years younger than the 4 that he was. No, her wariness, most of it now, was about the wariness she held now of him. Though he may still be a boy, he won't always be one. He eyed her with raised eyebrows. Really? In our letters, though we write one another, one gets such a sense that you do not like that I am younger. Baelon said matter-of-factly. She bit her lip a little before she sighed. That was true. In her defense though, they started writing when Baelon was no more than 9 name days and she 3 and 10, on the cusp of womanhood if not already there in some eyes. Yes. I hadn't warmed to the idea that you were younger. She kept it short, her explaining. It wasn't the full answer but she didn't think it'd help, explaining fully. I thought so. Baelon said with a nod before he shrugged. It has been why I have kept my distance when I have been able to. He met her gaze head on. For now at least. I won't always be looking younger after all. Baelon said with the kind of smirk that belonged to Daemon, and to say she was surprised was putting it lightly. Surprised that he dared, surprised that she liked it, even if she mayhaps shouldn't. It earned him a smile of her own. If you earn yourself a few scars, I am sure you won't have to keep your distance for too long. She responded and Baelon laughed. That's a good idea. I quite like the idea of carrying scars, though I'd rather earn them against a hard-fought foe. Baelon said in answer. Is that one of your queer Vale traditions, that one must only earn scars against a worthy foe? If it is, none of my household guards or my grandfather or my cousin ever told me of it. Baelon said with a shake of the head, a little smile on his face. Mayhaps it is just one of the things that is hard-born in knights and those who wish to be knights. He added with a shrug. Would you agree, Sir Harold? Rhaenyra asked coyly, a glance sent to her trusted protector who stood silently near the entrance flaps. I can understand that Prince Baelon speaks of, my princess, if that answer suffices. She narrowed her eyes at the diplomatic but evasive answer. She decided against it, turning her eyes back at Baelon who seemed a little self-satisfied. She ignored the possibility that it might even a little bit of gratitude there in his face and asked, her curiosity pulling at her about her mother's homeland. Speaking of the Vale, our cousin Laena told me a little of what she of the Vale. In the moon she stayed at the Eyrie before and after cousin Laenor wed the Lady Jainarin. Also a cousin, she paused a little in her speaking. She hadn't really thought too much, even when Laena described, in detail, about the Vale, particularly the Eyrie, her mother's birthplace, where her cousin reigned. She realized, now as she was looking at him, that she hadn't really thought of the Vale, the Arryns, not much at all, not since. After the melee Baelon's voice cut through her thoughts and she eyed him with a look of surprise on her face. She saw him looking at him with a look that she thought could mean earnest. I can tell you all about the Vale, if you wish. There was fondness in his voice, when he said the word Vale, a fondness she oddly liked. She smiled, faintly, genuinely. The only tales and descriptions she knew of the Vale were that of old memories of her mother, a few tomes that focused far and little on the Vale itself, save for its histories and legends and houses, and, of course, Daemon's words and thoughts on what he thought of the Vale. She was a little embarrassed, thinking back now, the way she'd laughed or, when father was there, kept silent but yet felt amused. She resisted the urge to bite her lip. Would mother have been disappointed in her? If she'd seen how she'd kept silent of the mocking of her mother's homeland? I would like that. She said honestly, genuinely. Princess, shall we leave Prince Baelon to his preparation for the squire's melee? Sir Westerling commented, reminding them that he was still there. Of course. She said without much thinking and she made to move but she halted, and moved to remove the silken black strip she'd tied to her left arm. I didn't think a wreath would have been the best of favors to give. She said as she untied the knot of the silken strip and she walked towards him, strip in hand. Mayhaps this is better. He said in a quieter tone of voice as he took the strip from her hand. Thank you, Rhaenyra. She smiled at him. You have no need to thank me. Consider it a payment due when you dedicate your win the melee in my name. She said with a coy smile and Baelon smiled at her, more a grin than a smile to be truthful. I will honor you the best I can. Baelon said with solemnity and Rhaenyra nodded smilingly at that, turning away from within one fell swoop. I believe you. Rhaenyra said, a smile in her voice, a side glance over her shoulder, and though she thought Baelon may call after, he didn't, and she wasn't sure if that was better or worse. By the time she mounted her midnight, Baelon's cousin and guards returned, leaving her free to leave with her own. By the time they made it out of the pavilion grounds, Sir Harold riding next to her, she couldn't help but voice out to him what was kept on her mind. That went well, didn't it, Sir Harold? She thought he looked surprised at that admission, or mayhaps he was just surprised she said to him, but before she could think any further on it, his reaction, Sir Harold spoke. It did, Princess. Sir Harold said, and he eyed her for a moment, then looking away. He seems a good lad. And that was all that Sir Harold would say. She didn't mind though. He said enough. Break. Late 112 AC King's Landing. Corlys Velaryon POV. By the midday, they'd seen 20 riders beckoned forth by the call of shrill and loud horns. Each bout of joust cheered just as the one before was cheered on by the thousands of watchers on the stands, common folk and noble alike, doubtlessly uncaring whether or not the rider was a Florent, a Derry, a Mallister, or from this or that house, or whether or not they were a knight for house or unattached. They came for blood and sport they got. Each fall was cheered, the harsher the fall the louder the cheer, and there was no cheer like the cheer of a fallen knight or lord or heir, harmed of body and of pride, that called for a contest of swords. Almost half of the justs descended into contests of swords, and half of those contests resulted in grave injury, even one death, and it almost promised to be as bloody as the tourney that had been thrown in celebration of the birth of his Enemas. Viserys had called for all contests of swords to now be deathless. It was not a command, for knights should be given the rights to challenge other knights, and it was frowned upon for a king to stand in the way of settling honor. For now, it seemed to be abided by. Whether or not it will by the end of day, will be a glimpse to see how much his authority was respected. After a Stokeworth unseated a knight of House Tyrell, there was a momentary lull, a lull that he took to turn his gaze towards the front row of the royal stands, looking to the right of Viserys, where Rhaenyra was seated next to a dark-haired youth, Baelon, looking as if they were deep in conversation, whispering like they had always known one another. They look comfortable, don't they? He heard his wife say under her breath by his ear, just so that they weren't overheard. He glanced at her, and saw a knowing smile on her face, one that made clear that she'd seen him looking, and it was a smile she kept even as she looked back towards the front. Corlys tilted his head slightly towards her, his eyes spying from side to side, a glance backwards, and he was content that none were too interested in overhearing them. He spoke. It's still early days. Moments later, the horns blew again. His wife waited for the cheers to quieten. Careful now, you sound jealous. His wife responded, and she looked at him, amusement dancing in her eyes. I mean nothing by it. He said to her, and she only raised a single eyebrow. Truly. He added, his voice a little more defensive than he meant to show, and it didn't seem to convince her. All I'm saying, is that a few days ago they were rarely seen together, let alone talking. And what changed was that yesterday Baelon acquitted himself well in the squire's melee, whilst wearing her favour, it turns out. She returned to him. Baelon had not won the squire's melee, but he did come third, having defeated a great many youths older than him, but eventually falling in personal combat to the eventual winner, the 4-10-old Lucas Dondarrion, the second son of Lord Dondarrion, who defeated the heir to Castamere, Rohan Rain. Impressing, including, without doubt, the girl herself, even if he did not win. Yes, a tale as old as time indeed. Corlys said, and he would deny forever if one remarked that there was frustration in his voice. It wasn't as if he did not wish the pair well, no, on the contrary, he wished them well in a fruitful union. It was simply that he'd wished that the good signs of their union had come much later, and not now, not when all eyes were on the royal family, courtesy, of course, by the roguest of all Targaryen men, ironically enough. The boy's bonding with Vermithor had caused a great storm of speculation and rumoring, much of which he and his family were very much well attuned to, now that they were a more neutral faction. The rumors of Viserys' unhappiness with his brother and his nephew, compounded by the plaguing he was under by the wild stories and song and rumors about his youngest brother, Aegon Targaryen the Conqueror Reborn, Slaver's Bane, it left a great deal of tension in King's Landing, a tension that was lessened greatly following the boy's performance in the squire's melee. Now, all of a sudden, much of the unhappiness and plaguing was forgotten, replaced by conversation of the boy's talent that had been so displayed. He'd seen the squire's melee, and though the boy did have moments of chivalry, all of it was exorbitantly overblown into great deeds of chivalry in the same league as folklore. And, where once there were rumors that the boy was more Daemon the Rogue than he was Jaehaerys Reborn, all of that was quelled, stifled, into a quiet death, now instead replaced with exalting commentary about the boy's honourable Vale upbringing. And, no doubt, after this showing of smiles and silent conversation between themselves, there will be more rumors that relieved some of the pressure that was on Viserys. Not that he would even really understand that he was under scrutiny. And amidst factions. His wife tsked stop and just enjoy the lists. Leave your plotting, she whispered extra quiet, an exasperated smile dancing at the edges of her lips for later, HMM. He glanced her and saw her looking at him with an expectant look, and he sighed under his breath, before he smiled accommodatingly, earning himself a little tightening around the arm, and turned to the field. They continued to watch the justs, some remarks given here and there, like the impressive 8 rounds a knight of House Connington went with heir of Harrenhal and son of the Hand Lord Strong, Harwin Strong, who had won at the end, or the swift victory of his wife's Lord Boros which pleased her so until the drums were played, the drums that excited and quieted all at the same time the crowd, eyes watching as the uninjured Justers were led back into the tourney ground. You'd think a man blooded in war would be find these contests boresome. He glanced at his wife before he looked towards the now assembled Justers. He isn't competing for sake of contest, in these justs, was his only answer, his eyes falling towards the silver-haired girl and the boy in dark hair. No, he's entirely driven by seeing the enemy on their backs, and his eyes and joust was not aimed at the one riding towards him in that field. No, he isn't. His wife replied, no doubt understanding that this was a different kind of daemon, one that drove his energies in a new direction, using new means. And wasn't as terrifying as it was no doubt exciting to see unfold, without having a single skin in the game? As the herald spoke of Daemon and the man strode in with his iconic black armor and winged helm, he couldn't help but remark, quietly, I wonder if he's sullen there's no high tower to choose. Which caused her to look him with a glint of amusement. Or that Dornishman? He added as he glanced over his shoulder, towards where the common-born Kristen Cole stood, next to the King's Guard. He'd impressed Sir Otto during the eventful tourney in 105 AC, when the knight had thrown off Daemon off of his horse and later defeated in personal combat. Since then, he'd been employed, first as a knight in service of the crown, then years later as the sworn protector of Alicent, and it was expected that he'd become a King's Guard when a spot opened next, no doubt adding a well-trained creature of the High Towers into the King's Guard. For everyone's sake, that is the better. He understood his wife's answer very well. This time, with all that was transpiring, Aegon and his liberation in Essos and all the consequences upon the royal family that comes from that, the divisions growing starker in Red Keep and the realm at large, Daemon acting on his impulses would be just the kind of thing that could cause something none of them want, or are ready for. Excepting mayhaps Daemon himself. It was perhaps to the mercy of them all that Daemon truly loved his brother, the elder brother. He watched with a curious eye as Daemon selected the Knight of Florent and he struggled to think what the reason may be. He found none, excepting that the Florents were of the reach. The gods have mercy on them all if such a thing would be reason enough. Daemon trotted towards the royal stand, his lance high. Brother! Daemon shouted for all to hear and he saw Viserys gesture Daemon to continue. Daemon lance moved until it settled squarely pointing at Alicent. He wouldn't. His wife's arm tightened around that of his and he didn't see her face to know that she was showing traces of disbelief in her face, or eyes. Corlys struggled to keep the laughter in. Yes, yes he would. Long ago, you offered me your favor, when you were yet still a maiden lady. Daemon said loudly, for all to hear, and a cheer rang out from the common folk, less so from the nobles. Now you sit as my dear good sister, fair still and cherished more. This time Corlys couldn't help but let the snort out and his wife warned him to cease with the tightening of her hand. Daemon continued. In the absence of my fair wife, who would sure wish to have given me her favor, dear good sister, will you grant me favor in her stead? Corlys didn't have her face to see how much she would have wished to deny this request of Daemon. But that was impossibility. Deny and she would be subject to scrutiny and rumor that would not be wanted. And importantly, it gave a strange victory to Daemon. Except, again, it gave some victory to Daemon but it also did little harm to her. She stood up and collected her wreath before she let it slide down Daemon's lance, much to the joy of the common folk. Corlys couldn't see Daemon's face but he could imagine it bore a smile as sharp as the rows of teeth of sharks. Daemon won his bout against the Florent, a fair and clean bout much to surprise of many, no doubt, before he unexpectedly announced that he was withdrawing from the rest of the tourney, and left after a word of praise for his brother, which wrought a great cheer, the loudest cheer, that day. How unexpected! Corlys remarked as he watched Daemon ride away. I would have thought. I can't say I thought otherwise. His wife commented. It seems Daemon is capable of restraining himself further. He was always capable of restraint, wife, he just did not care to show it, most of the time. Corlys said. But when it mattered, he'd seen enough of the man during the war in the Stepstones, many times where he'd had the opportunity to act devastatingly against the Triarchy, yet never fully committed to them, knowing the consequence it bare, not only on the campaign but also on Viserys. The attacks he did against the Tyrogi for example could have been far more severe, and he was restraining himself despite how angry and frustrated he'd been. Turning up for one joust, just to ask, audaciously, the favor of the figurehead of the rival claimant, was a perfect act with the perfect amount of restraint, that did all of the important things he needed, wanted, to show, to remind. His wife voiced out and he saw her looking at the front row, towards the two children before she looked towards the king's left, beyond the seat where the hand sat, where Alicent sat. She sighed silently and he felt her loosen in her grip. What a mess! Came out as a whisper through his wife's teeth. Corlys grunted his agreement. The boards were long set, he knew, but moments like this reminded them all that it'd only get worse, most certainly, if Viserys continued to let himself be distracted by the actions of his youngest brother instead of focusing on preventing the factionalism grow beyond recovery. Are you watching, you old bastard? Corlys thought himself. Are you watching what's happening to your precious house? Corlys didn't like how the satisfaction felt stale instead of invigorating when he usually imagined the old bastard lamenting of the state of his house. Days later after tourney's end, the godswood of the Red Keep. He walked alongside his wife, taking joy of the fading warmth of the dusk sun as they took to stretch their legs, warmth that was lessened so now that a late winter was to come, speaking quietly about matters of home. Laena and Doran had returned for Driftmark before the tourney begun. Laena was in the last 2 moons of her pregnancy and grown so miserly that she'd begged for home mere days before the start of the tourney. His wife had gone twice to see Laena in the weeks since the tourney was ongoing, and she'd soon return home this night whilst he would remain, at the request of Viserys. Presently, he was serving as an advisor, of a sort, to Viserys, doubtless until Viserys could think of a reason to relieve Lord Mootjeman of his post as Master of Ships. Speaking of the man, Viserys was speaking with Lord Strong and a number of highborn nobles, amongst them the likes of Lord Tyrells and Lord Lannister, seemingly deep in conversation. Most of the lords had departed, like Lord Baratheon and the Stormlanders, but a few had remained for days still, and it had ended up causing Viserys to call a small celebration for one reason or another. Corlys eyed the rest of the nobles, 4 scores of them, most of them of the Reach and the Westerlands. Daemon himself was presently speaking with the few Crownland houses that remained whilst Alicent was speaking with her father, the Lord Hightower and the Lord of House Derry. The 2 golden children themselves had been excused from attending this affair. Perhaps that was a good thing too. He spotted the lords around Viserys showing good laughter. Not one spoke of Aegon this eve. He remarked as he recalled the conversations. There isn't much to speak of. He is but still a boy of 5. His wife said with tongue-in-cheek. He saw her glance around as she spoke. Shouldn't surprise you. They may speak of him elsewhere, but here. Corlys eyed Viserys with appraisal and contempt. Your cousin manages pass off his obliviousness that no one has questions dearly wished to be asked, dear wife. My cousin now, is he? His wife asked with amusement, focusing on that phrasing instead of his needling words about Viserys, showing him in her own way she was tiring of talking about Viserys. He humoured her. Not my favourite of choice of description, true, but I must at least keep up the appearance of seeming respectful, at least here. This earned him a snort from her. And a look. You're fooling no one, Corlys, that ship has long sailed. Mayhaps even sunken since word spread of your demands. Demands were harsh terms. He merely put forward to Viserys terms of favoured treatment of his merchants and support from the Royal Navy in the Narrow Sea following Viserys' request for him to offer his aid and blood and kin Endymion and Viamond in the delegation to be sent with Lord Celtigar, all done on the quiet and all done to force his own blood and kin back into control. Their indignation and offence is no more deeper than a plum's skin. Beneath it all, their jealousy smells as foul as their rotten tongues. Had they opportunity, and the means, they'd ask for far more than Corlys did. Besides, Corlys continued, he or rather perhaps Lord Strong knows that discretion is important in all of this. He knows that I can keep the discretion and accomplish what he wants, for when he wants. Yes, the more he is silent, the more tension lingers, yes, but also, the higher the payoff will be when he does suddenly says what he needs to say. No doubt Viserys was going to get Aegon to return home and use his success as that of his own. That Aegon was acting to fight against the aberration of slavery with the permission and approval of Viserys, effectively reducing if not eliminating the whispers of his ill compared to his younger brothers. Horseshit, of course, but in the eyes of the common, the eyes of the realm at large? The king need only be the one who caused, whether by sword or by deed, and Viserys was one who caused the long peace to be longer, and Viserys would be the one who aided in the liberation of one of the greatest sins in the faith of the 7. That would be enough, Corlys thought, to earn Viserys the reprieve he'd need in comparison to his brothers. Yes. His wife agreed, but I doubt Viserys really wants to. Corlys could agree to that. Viserys was prideful in his own way, stubborn too, and it must truly tear at him to need to go so far to exert any control over his youngest brother. Even Daemon was at the behest of Viserys, no matter how infuriating and inconsiderate Daemon could be to Viserys. I wonder what he'll do if Aegon still resists Viserys' call. Not yet least the call for fealty. If. His wife said with a raised eyebrow. Mayhaps not the entire call, but he knows he can't exactly refuse entirely. He is, after all, still a younger brother and Viserys is his head. His wife looked unconvinced and Corlys was finding it difficult to want to try and to expand on his words. Had Corlys been in Aegon's shoes, would he bend to Viserys, knowing what he'd found, what he'd achieved, what he was accomplishing? What would you have done? Corlys found himself asking his wife, genuinely curious. She looked surprised by the question, her brows knitting. I mean, he added, if you were in Viserys' shoes, if you faced circumstances such as this. An ambitious brother that rivals even the most ambitious of men in fables, and another brother who seems hell-bent to cause your reign into question? Her lips thinned, her eyes meeting his gaze, and, when she spoke, and when he digested her words, he believed her. I would never have let it get to this. No, she wouldn't have let it come to this stage, or, he thought as he looked upon Viserys speaking with Alicent and her father, nor would she have let a great many of other things gotten to. The eve grew into the night, his wife having departed for the dragon pit hours ago, and the lords and ladies began to make to retire. He made to retire too, but he somehow found himself walking in the same direction as Otto. He'd been content with a nod, but it seemed Otto was not, who moved to stop him in his steps, waiting until they were entirely alone without anyone able to overhear. Congratulations, Lord Corlys, on the coming of your first grandchild. Otto congratulated, much to his surprise. It is a blessing to see one's family grow. Corlys smiled, wondering what Otto wanted from him. He had not spoken a lick of word to him in all of the times they'd been outside of the small council chambers. Excepting, of course, that one time that they'd searched Otto for a favor. A favor he'd declined to give assurances about. Corlys nodded graciously. Yes, indeed it is. Corlys smiled through his beard. One can hope I can have as many grandchildren as you have. 10 grandchildren? Otto said with some satisfaction, reminding Corlys that the clan of Hightowers was a large one. Though I fear I do have my favorites. I'm sure. There was pretending in Corlys' voice, and he looked towards the exits, all too content to wait for the Hightower let know what he wished to speak of. It was unfortunate the way I was unable to help with your preferred marriages, Lady Laena and Lord Laenor, Otto said with a regretful tone of voice, and Corlys wanted to spit on the man before him. He could believe that Otto may have tried to win the faith over, but he doubted he tried hard at all. No, Corlys was sure that Otto did not want for the doctrine of exceptionalism to be extended to House Velaryon, only slightly less than the faith. I was quite surprised when I heard of the match between Lady Laena and Círdarin, given that there must have been no shortage of matches proposed. Otto remarked, beginning his customary ways of needling out what he wanted. Otto may even had a hand in the offers that were sent his way, for both of his children, no doubt. The Lannisters were the only ones he could be sure had their own agenda. The Tyrells, mayhaps too, but they too could have been in the web of the Hightowers to force him and his family into their web of alliance. Corlys let Otto's words hang for a moment as he deliberated. He decided. They were fond of each other. Corlys decided to say. Otto might hazard to guess the real reason, but he doubted the man would speak of it. And Laenor's marriage with Lady Jane was advantageous enough for us to concede her to a love match. Otto nodded serenely, grimace smiling. I was only able to do that for only one of my children, and unfortunately love can seldom be allowed to triumph over duty. Is that how you see duty? Duty for your daughter to whore herself to win a crown? Corlys was not one to say that he was not of a similar ambition. He fought to see the wrongs committed to Rhaenys and to his house righted, but he would never have demanded his daughter to compromise herself like Alicent did. Corlys smiled accommodatingly, and he had the bit between his teeth as he spoke next. Of course, at times, duty and love can both be achieved, as it seems likely with the Crown Princess and Prince Baelon. Otto gave no visible response, much to Corlys' disappointment. Yes, it appears so. The realm will be in good hands when Prince Baelon ascends to the throne. Corlys raised an eyebrow at that, and Otto gave a look of abashment. Apologies, I mean Princess Rhaenyra. Prince Baelon, of course, is only to be king consort. I would be careful of wordings such as that, Sir Otto, lest they find purchase in the ears of our dear king. Otto chuckled quietly, his head bowed slightly as he spoke. Of course, an honest mistake in wording, I assure you, Lord Corlys. I merely am tired of mind with all the talk about the future that I have been party to. Corlys only offered a smile at the man, unwilling to bite to the provocation. I can understand that, Sir Otto, I too am tired of mind. Otto bowed his head a little. Of course, then I will part from you, though, not without one question raised, merely out of curiosity, Lord Corlys, if you have considered the future, particularly that of your grandchild. Corlys took to look at Otto, his eyes hard as he met the snake of a man's eyes. What is it that you propose, Otto? His question was curt, accompanied by a look of unfriendliness. Our grandchildren will be close in age, Lord Corlys, and Alicent's children will be most suitable matches for your granddaughter or grandson, or any other children your son and daughter may have. It is far too early yet, Sir Otto, to make matches between those born and those yet to be born. Corlys said with a smile on his face as he began to walk. The smile was genuine. Otto was concerned. Desperate. And that was something quite satisfying. I will extend your congratulations to my lady wife, Sir Otto, for I doubt you will be here to provide it personally. I am sure you will have made journey back to the High Tower by the time she returns. Good eve, Sir Otto. Corlys said as he walked away. And, as he walked towards his apartment, Corlys couldn't help but grimace. If Otto was making such a blatant move, then he wondered, what other blatant, normally ill-considered moves would Otto do to gain back momentum for the High Towers? Break. Late 112 AC. The hinterlands near Tolos. Lesala POV. Winds of fading afternoon bristled through her, a warm sultry touch, a foil to the harsh scrape that chipped and flaked below at the base of blackened cliffs that seemed as if night itself was captured in stone. She witnessed, perhaps only imagined yet no less real, a small piece of captured night break against the ramming raging waters, pulled and yanked and sunk into the blue abyss below the frothing white fury, lost to the depths where no eyes and no light would touch upon, a reminder that time was no mercy, even to that seemed eternal, that seemed unbreakable. Long later, was she pulled out of her reverie, the sun hung lower from the last she braved it, when Heike came to find her. The pavilion has been stood up, mistress. She turned away from the blackened cliffs, the blackened stone, and gazed upon Heike, her bronze-skinned attendant. Thin of body, broad of age, he was. Grey touched upon his shortened hair and his brown eyes shined with a rare worldliness that was all too common in the faithful. She looked past him, into the distance, where rows upon rows of distant tents and pavilions were raised high, a small city of leather and skin that breathed upon the necks of the city made of brick and stone. They were mayhaps 6 leagues, perhaps as little as 3 leagues, away from Tolos, the next city to feel the burn of the sunset cause. They walked in silence, upon craggy rocks and thin-starved earth, back to the small city, the winds whispering, trembling, rolling over her and her curtained ears, lessening in warmth, lessening in touch. The days were becoming shorter, she noticed. Winter would soon be upon them. They made it back to the camp, well, the outskirts of it. Her pavilion was made some 1,000 paces from the nearest other tent or pavilion. The distant echoes of voices and hammers were strung along the smells of sizzling meats and spices that colored the nose by the carrying whispering wines. Though she and her attendants marched with the army and its volunteers, blacksmiths and healers and whores and more for the past few moons, they were no more welcome than an outburst of bloody flux to many of the prince's men. The other attendants, Saello, a towering man with wreaths of flame tattooed across his arms and on his face and neck, Lona, a wisp of a girl of uncertain origin that was oft forgotten until made to be seen, a mute girl who lost her tongue but never her voice, and Mazda, a woman with enviable baty, rich brown skin and golden eyes that seemed to capture a fragment of the summer sun, welcomed her back in their little ways, bows and words and smiling lips and reverent eyes. The mute girl and Saello were gifted to her by Crest Thor. The other 2 she picked up along with her from the temple of Mirian, a burgeoning, growing temple. The journey was long, and though she never feared for her life, for she knew that Arhiller had plans of her, and the prince wanted of her, she also knew would find no such want from his people, and so, she had decided that faithful companionship was better served to have, than to need and not have. Perhaps she could tempt some of the open-hearted into the true faith, as Thorios of Mirian suggested she do, but she'd heeded the wisdom found in the flames. It was not Arhiller's wish for her to create bastions amongst the sweeping pale fire, lest she burden want with suspicion. After they ate from small bowls and drank from small cups, she retired into her pavilion, a wreath of flame of campfire caught in her cusping hands, a red pearl centered amidst lily petals, her attendants following her like hungering little lambs. She fell to her knees, in front of the gathering of parched and feeble wood, the words beckoning out of her mouth like breathing wind through new leaves on young branches. Lord, cast your light upon us and let it light our way out from the night. The wreath of flame jumped from out of her hands and into the parched wood, soaking and wetting the feeble wood with its dancing magnificence, blooming and flowering with the brightness of the Lord's light. The attendants, who had encircled around the fire, fell to their knees, their foreheads brought low onto the starved earth, whispers of prayer no louder than the crackles of the fire ringing from out of them. Lesala herself prayed too, though her prayers were different, for the attendants prayed for Arhiller's comfort, and she prayed for Arhiller's wisdom. A shuddering trembled out from her mouth, exultant ecstasy trembling into her, flickering flame melting into an array of reds, whites, yellows, and black and blues, flickers and embers that combined to string brushes of colored shapeless flame into forms, forms that began to twist and stretch into visions. Visions flashed by in front of her black eyes, of red stones falling from black cliffs, of a pale violet gem in between a set of teeth of blinding light, of a scarred and rotting black dragon with bloody moving squirming teeth, of a shadow, the same shadow that haunted her dreams, veins of thicker blood and thicker size, hooking onto a dying marooned azure dragon. More visions came, some she knew all too well, many she had not seen before. Shadowed figures, of the same gleam in ways only hidden knives brought out into the open gleamed, rows of skulls and bodies bathing in blue path to a towering monolith that looked sickened and dying beneath a red field, hordes of horsemen that threatened to drown a red and brown sea. The last vision that came, was the vision she knew the least of, a woman shrouded in crimson flame, her face unseen, hidden, beneath a mask of blood, and she was pulled out of her visions when this hidden woman seemed to reach out of the flames, with bloody fingers draped with dripping black blood. Her black eyes were wide, staring at the now ordinary flame, its luster from the Lord's light lost. She stared for some time, uncertain. She saw more than she expected. More than she'd seen even in Mirian and Yunkai, despite both of the temples having taken advantage of the city's fall to brighten the Lord's wisdom. Her eyes closed, her thoughts swirling, centering, over what she's seen, the sounds of crackling flame, the whispers of prayers, a comforting sound as she ruminating of what she had seen. It was some time later, long after the prayers of her attendants stopped, and long after the never-dying flame consumed the feeble wood, that her ears picked up a rhythmic chime of clinking metal, discordant chimes that bled into each other, fast approaching, a collection of sounds that ill belonged in their proximity. When the sound drew nearer, the chime grown more discordant and more profound, the others noticed too. Do not be concerned. She lullabied with the sweetness of a mother's care to her 4 attendants. Though the prince's men had not raised a sword or hand against them, they spoke enough with the looks they gave her and her attendants. Our healer has not forsaken us. Those words were enough to lessen the tension in her attendants, and the light smile she plastered did all the rest. The opening flaps quivered as they were set aside, moved away to reveal a grim sweaty face, slanted eyes and a thin line for lips, a face attached to a once splendid suit of armor, tarnished by the beat of sun and the beat of flailing arms, no doubt. 4 more faces, 2 faces belonging to suits of armor and 2 others belonging to leatherskin armor. They strode into her pavilion, watchful eyes turning side to side, looking, yearning, for hidden threats, and she thought she might even seen a glimmer of disappointment in raised noses and the soft clench of jaws. The light smile on her face never left as she stared at the guests that invited themselves. One of the men, at the back who held up the flap, called for the one she thought was the reason of all of this. The men let an opening form, an opening through which Prince Aegon walked through, clad in his worn armor. It still bore the maroon and the azure colors, but the colors, even under the twilight of the day, looked faded and broken, dinks and slices breaking the paints on his armor. He held a tome in his hand, his gloved hands seemed to press deeply into the skin of the book, as if he was concerned he'd lose it at any moment. She looked up, meeting his gaze. His eyes, mismatching, the violet jewel and an emerald gem, set in sunken darkened skin, akin to a rusting crown with loosened gems, stared at her unblinkingly, almost, expectantly. She turned away from those eyes with unbothered ease and instead looked upon her lost lambs. Leave us, my faithful. It seems the prince has a wish of discussion with me. Her attendants bowed to her, their eyes flickering warily at the men and at the prince, before they slunk away in between the guards. My prince. One of the men spoke, a suspicious glance sent her way. We'll be outside if you have need of us. The prince broke off his gaze from her, nodding slightly at his men before he strode forwards towards her, the men, his guards, slinking away behind the covers of the pavilion flaps. I would offer you guest rights, but I doubt you will find relief by such an act. Her words were light, the smile on her face deepening, her black eyes wide and staring. You would be right. Prince Aegon said without much fanfare as he glanced around, searching for something that was not there. When he seemed satisfied he eyed her, then the fire, before he took to take a seat on the starved earth, on her right. He placed the tome, titled Gods of Oldgeese in High Valyrian she noticed, on the ground beside him, and his right arm rested upon his knee. Curious how you got one of the better pavilions. He said as he flicked some fingers lazily, his eyes doing much the same. Was that why your men seemed too dissatisfied with my lodgings? There was innocence in her voice, an innocence that forced the prince to smile at her with a glint of amusement. She wondered if that was signs of what was to come. A more sincere interaction, one more so than the first and the only until this eve interaction she had with this favored one of our healer. The second time she was in his presence, and the first time, she did not forget to notice, that he sought her out. They are unhappy for many reasons. Your lodging is not one of them. She hummed. The Lord's temple of Mirian was generous. She answered his earlier question. The prince nodded to that, his eyes veering towards the flame. He moved one of his gloved hands towards the flame, his eyelids falling but not so as to close, and the flames flickered violently to the outreaching hand. I see. The prince said with a soft thrum of voice, the words spoken carried with more meaning when his eyes fell upon her. She had no reason to guess, no reason but to be aware that he knew that the flame was one of her making, a part of her flame. The blackened wood lost its life fire hours ago, and the fire was sustained by her magic and her lord. That he understood that. Her eyes went towards the closed flaps, where, just beyond the thin layer of cloth lay men who held a thin veneer of civility towards her. How hard was it for your men to obey your orders for you to be here, alone with the Red Witch? There was sprightliness in her voice, that was even genuine. Harder than it ought have to been. He seemed interested in meeting her in tone, in reciprocity, at least. I doubt I'd find a similar resistance to even a harebrained tactical plan of mine. She smiled at that. The unknown. She answered. There are few fears like that of the unknown. Even for these men, godless people, who lived in life without the feel of our healer's wisdom and presence, never knowing anything other than the unknown and uncertainty, her existence was an unknown that could only compare to the feeling of being on the cusp of death, the ultimate unknown for these godless people. You may have unknowns, but it is the knowns that worries them the most. She tilted her head, her long black wave flowed like silk off of her shoulder. Ah, my blood magic and foul ritualistic magics. She recalled his words with a growing smile, one that was tainted with dark amusement, as she eyed him take to the flames, flames that danced to the movements of his fingers. Dire stories and grim warnings, such as told of the Red Priests, priestesses, of the Red God. Prince Aegon said, his voice calm, bordering gentle, as if he held no such opinion. If he did, or did not, she could not tell, frustratingly. They understand my story. They understand dragons. They understand the fire that comes with it. He looked toward her. They don't understand you. And the faith and the God that comes with it. And you do. No. There was a bell of truthfulness in his denial, and she could not be sure that there was not more. I do not understand you. Or your faith. Her black eyes wide, unblinking, peering at him, silently studying him. And the Lord of Light? You understand him. The end goal of humanity's survival is the extent of my understanding of your Lord, and yet that understanding better than my general understanding of you. Then you understand me fine and well, my prince. Was her answer. For her will was her Lord's will. For the eternal struggle between our healer, the one true God of light and life, and the dark God, the great other, the God of ice and death and the eternal end, was the only struggle that mattered, the only struggle could matter to anyone, to everyone. That mattered to her. The reaction her words garnered was a near silent sound, the kind made in the back of a throat, sounding neither agreeing or disagreeing, more an acknowledgement than anything else. It seemed as if it was all she would get, for now, so content he seemed to let the silence rest between them, and she did not care to break it, not just yet. He wanted something of her, that much was always clear. The revelations he shared of himself, and of his family, revelations that spoke of a family knowing and preparing for the long night and the great other, revelations that cleared the mysteries of why her Lord favored him, a heretic, she thought with disdain as she eyed the dim glint in the shadows of his armor, a glint of chain that bore his pagan icon. He revealed secrets to an unknown, and none did so without meaning or purpose. And, less importantly yet still significant, he allowed her presence, even when so many of his people would rather she die, and die gruesomely, for her witchery. What do you think? Prince Aegon broke the silence many moments later, his mismatching eyes turning away from the flame, his hand falling limp, and set upon her as he spoke further. Volantis' reaction will be to these events. He wanted to know about Volantis. She did not answer immediately. Not out of uncertainty. Nor out of unwantedness. But out of deliberation of how much she should reveal. I am only a priestess, your grace. I do not know the intricacies of the thinkings of the old blood. A priestess you may be, but you are a Volantine, are you not, belonging to the temple of the Lord of the Light, which sits below the black walls of Volantis. You must have some thought backed by knowledge and wisdom on my question. I doubt my thoughts will differ from the thoughts you have come to think on the matter. She said with a peering look. They will be furious. She continues, voicing out the obvious and the almost certain. And afraid. In the face of the threat Prince Aegon posed, the polities of Volantis, fractious and raucous, would find little difficulty in coming to an hasty settlement for the sake of survival. The elephants have ruled for a nigh unbroken century, and though they were mercantilist, and adverse to war following the disaster that was the century of blood, a century that eventually saw Volantis, from the heights of power, cast down low to brokenness and depopulation from the wars that it fought and lost, they would see the dangers coming, and the dangers that could come from idleness. Afraid enough to act in ill-considered maneuvers. Prince Aegon asked in it a show of a question, one that she could sense was meant more to see what her answer would be, than the answer she would give. A wounded elephant is no less dangerous than a preying tiger, nor will it be impossible for the different beasts to fight in the same corner if they must. Especially when the starving rats, untold in numbers, learn that they could sate their hunger on the carcasses of bountiful flesh. The eyes of the prince felt searching, as if he was looking to see what the meaning behind her words were, if the words said to inform him, or if the words were said to solidify what he already knew. The prince made a noise in the back of his throat, his eyes now looking onto the flames with studying intent. She considered why he was interested in Volantis. Beyond the obvious. His actions would reverberate throughout Essos, all the way to the lagoons of Bravus. His actions would come with consequences, mayhaps to this shadow that stalked, mayhaps it was not, but nonetheless, his actions would see resistance. That was clear. But what was not, was what he would do afterwards. After Tolos had fallen. After Illyria fell. Her lord gave her the visions that promised the flock of the faithful rising in numbers in the Bay of Slavers, like a tide that knew only to rise. Was there to be more, she wondered. Did one of the new but vague visions her lord sent her, mean something of Volantis? Volantis will not fall as easily as the rest of these Slavers' Bay cities. She broke the silence with words that rang with assured statement, hidden so was her prodding into his plans. There was some truth of it. Volantis was not alone, not like these slaver cities. Volandaris, Valisar and Selharis were but the largest cities that Volantis could call upon, cities that had less of a slave population than Volantis did. And, she mused, they would have the time to prepare, long before Aegon turned at their walls. Aegon would come to face an army of 100,000 should Volantis and its daughters feel their existence threatened so. His dragon was fearsome, powerful, but there were many ways to counter a dragon, and no man was safe from a hidden blade, even a dragon rider. The dragon lords of old that found themselves adrift in Lys learnt that all too late. The masters of Yunkai said the same. No doubt the masters of Mirian thought the same. Prince Aegon said as he turned to look her, and she saw no arrogance, only a glint of surety that she oft only saw in the eyes of the faithful. Though it is my hope that I have no such need to lay bare their shortcomings with my army marching in beyond their gates. Prince Aegon added, the fingers of his right rolling up into his palm, his thumb caressing the tops of his fingers. It will be difficult. Yes, the prince said with a twisting smile. I suppose it must be. Is that why you sought me out? She asked, her head tilting, and it caused his eyes to veer towards her, watching her. To learn of Volantis. Partly. Prince Aegon said with a light smile, one that was lost as soon as it came. Partly. She repeated, rolling the word on her tongue. Yes, I can see that, she said with an accommodating smile, and her arms spread lightly, as if to beckon him ask your questions about Volantis. We may have time before night falls. Mayhaps she would learn more of what the vague visions meant. Do any of the old blood keep to your faith? To your lord? The curiosity was there, she could tell, so too could she tell that it was far from an innocent curiosity. An interesting question. Unexpected, but perhaps it shouldn't have been. Well, Prince Aegon began, his mismatching eyes bearing down on her. You are rather right, I must suppose, that you are only a priestess. I thought it more apt to sate my curiosity in a matter you are more knowing of. She smiled at him, a trace of genuine amusement showing. Her eyes sent towards the tome that lay beside him. You do seem curious, though I wonder if it is an idle curiosity or one of questioning faith. She said with put-on wry look. She earned an amused smile, wider than any before. Understanding the faiths of others allows one to understand what they value. Prince Aegon looked down towards the tome, his hand falling on top of the tome, his brows knitting closer. Dangerous, she thought, the way he thought. She could see the reason behind, understanding what the enemy values. If you know what they value, you would their weaknesses. Few would seek to go that far. That he so willingly explained it so to her, made her suspicious that it truly did not matter that she was to know. No, most certainly, it was of utmost benefit. He is dangerous indeed. There was a moment of silence before he looked up. It is what I wish to know of the old blood, if they are like you, like your faithful, if they value what you value. There was cautiousness in his voice. She deliberated over the words. There was no concern in his voice, but there was plenty in the way the words put together. He was asking if the old blood were faithful, or at least respectful of the Lord of Light, and thus protected against him. That she and the rest of the faithful would combat him, should it be needed? Almost certainly, she arrived at it. Our flock is most comprised of the freeborn Volantens outside of the black walls. She answered. He nodded silently, looking down at the tome. And the slaves? He asked more than stated, a side glance sent her way. A glance that looked unimportant but was all the importance. Most follow the true faith. She answered. There it was, her consent, effectively the temple's consent, stamped on the execution decree of the old blood, should it ever be called out on loud. She had not been deigned a vision of Volantis falling into the consuming light of the Lord, but she was sure that should it happen, it would be part of her Lord's plan, just as it was part of the plan for to embrace Slavers Bay into the faithful. The old blood falling would leave the temple the only meaningful power in Volantis. And with Volantis, would come all of its daughter cities. He nodded again, and she thought it should have been heavier, like an axe falling onto the neck of the condemned. So they are faithless. He mused. So are you. She thought. Worshippers of false gods were no different than the faithless, only better in estimation, if only slightly. I would say that they are faithless, not quite. They worship, or at least pretend to, the old gods. The old gods? He asked, and though he hid his curiosity, the forceful nature of his hiding had given away his curiosity. The old gods of Valeria. She expanded. His reaction was curious, she was sure she recognized a moment of relief in his eyes. Why, she was not sure. She set it aside, for now. The gods your own family abandoned for the gods of the Andals. He then raised his eyebrows at her. Curious that you seem to chastise my ancestors for following another faith. I do not chastise, I merely seek to point out. His lips twisted into a smile. Perhaps. He said with a heavy nod, though I wonder why the old blood still follow the old gods of Valeria, given that Valeria has died. Prince Aegon mused aloud, his eyes searching hers. One must wonder if they were unconvinced about the power of our healer. Her black eyes met his, unfazed. They pride themselves as the last of old Valeria. Such pride leads them blind. The old blood would never follow a faith of the common, never when the shadow cast by old Valeria still loomed so large. They thought themselves the inheritors, and no inheritor could follow the faith of slaves. Pride always blinded them, as it had in the past. As it would in the future. A short future, perhaps. Prince Aegon smiled thinly, never quite reaching his eyes. And I suppose that prideful nature would also preclude them from signing a treaty to live in peace with a free Liberty Bay. She only offered a smile in response, a smile that was responded with an unchanging look. I see. He tapped atop the Giscari tome for a few moments before he brought his arm back to rest on his knee. He was hard to read, she considered, even when he reacted. His words were all she was given to decipher, to understand what he wants, and even that, she had to work at it. He had an art of saying much but without obviousness, masqueraded as idle but full of meaning, showing he was deliberating never exactly what the deliberation he arrived at was, only that he was, reacting. In this instance, she could only guess, that her words, and his own, meant that he was fully accepting of inevitable conflict with Volantis, a conflict that would not involve the faith, when it happened. She did not doubt he'd already arrived at the conclusion that it was almost a certainty that conflict with Volantis would come, one either instigated by him, or one instigated after he'd left for the Elamaries, even if there was a treaty signed. Tell me of your faith, priestess. The request surprised her, even more so when she saw the genuine curiosity that was in his eyes. Why? She asked with a tilted head. He was a heretic that made it clear that he wished none of her proselytizing of his people. Why does he wish to learn of her faith through her, a priestess of the one true God? Because I wish to learn of the God who holds the hearts of the people I wish Elamaries to call ally when the long night comes. There was a heavy gravity to his voice, one that was punctuated with the sincerity of his eyes. Sincerity, or eagerness? Likely eagerness. She wondered, did he want to know about an enemy, just as he sought to learn more of the old blood? Or did he simply, truly, wish to know of the faith that centered around the Lord that favored him so? She looked away from his eyes, and towards the flames, flickering, dancing flames, that carried a part of herself within itself. Arhilla is the Lord of Light, she began reverently, her black eyes wide and staring at the reddish-orange flames, having decided to speak. He is the heart of the fire. Of all fires. Her hand rose without her knowing, peals of flame drew out towards her, writhing around her wrist like a bracelet with the kiss of warmth and loving. We all carry a piece of fire, his fire, within us all. Life is fire and fire is creation, creation that makes and unmakes, destroys and rebirths. Fire is the epitome of all existence, and at its very center is our Lord of Light. The flame around her wrist slithered back towards the rest of the fire. She turned her eyes, wide and as black as coal, towards the prince, who gazed upon her with a look of intense study. The piece of fire that we carry within us, yearns to return to the great wellspring of the living flame. The struggles of humanity, the struggles of life and against death, is immutably inconsequential to the eventuality of all of our fates, that which is to join with the Lord of Light, as we once were and as we will once again be. Like the moments of ecstasy she experienced in her visions, they would all live in eternal ecstasy when they rejoined the greater whole of Arhilla as a star amidst his overwhelming light. The soul is this, fire. There is no distinction, she answered with reverent surety. Prince Aegon nodded seriously, his face unchanging. And is that why your faith sacrifices to the flames? To honor the Lord of Light. Her black eyes sunk into the eyes of Prince Aegon. No different than the sacrifices of entire families you have made in cause of faith and retribution. It was a jibe, a prod, one that spoke of knowing of the accidents and chaos that consumed the vast bulk of the noble families in the 3 cities. Thrice, after all, is no coincidence. A soft whisper of air escaped his nose, the corners of his lips cutting up, his eyes unsmiling. They were not sacrifices. They were, in truth, no more than a man butchering a stolen goat. The prince flicked his fingers up slowly. I do not chastise, nor judge. His face returned to its unchanging coldness, a hint of unsmiling smile as he spoke. That would only come at the cost of my people who will not belong to you for sacrifice. She smiled, just as false, continuing to explain, setting aside his defense, or lack thereof, about the mass accidental deaths. The Lord of Light understands that which is most precious to the earthly being. What is more precious than life itself, that which is given by Arhilla, only to be given back to join the Lord. And the Lord of Light rewards you for it. If he deigns me, or any of us, worthy of reward. The prince nodded again, seriously, his face remaining unchanged. I understand. He paused in his words. Only for a moment though, a moment long enough for her to consider that he'd never understand, never, not until he saw the truth and followed the Lord and his wisdom. You said that Arhilla favored me. He peered at her searchingly. And you follow my army, me, because of this favor, because of your visions. I do not know why the Lord of Light favors you. She said in lie. She knew why the Lord of Light favored him. Through his liberation, all of Slavers Bay would fall under the light of the Lord. And through him, the dragons, shards of the light's existence, would remain tied to her lord, mayhaps more, in time. Perhaps, she wondered to herself, her lord had plans for Illimaries too, to one day take root into the new lands, into these new peoples. For that, she thought it was no pain to suffer the presence of heretics that were unworthy of the Lord's protection. I will only know when the Lord shows me why, she said with a reverent smile. I follow you because it is the most wise course I can take to find out why. The prince searched her for a moment longer before he nodded, satisfied with what she told him. She doubted he was satisfied, of course, but there was nothing he could do to gain anything else out of her, about her purpose around him. She only told what she thought she needed to tell. He was dangerous, too dangerous, for her to be open and fully truthful. I understand what you mean, about fire, and its connection to life. He told her, his eyes peeling off of her and onto the flickering flames. I sense it, in a way. Her eyes bored into him. Yes, that didn't surprise her, nor did she really question. He was touched by Arhiller's light and flame, there was no question about that. Do all of your family have this connection? He didn't at her look, nor did his body stiffen or move, save for the tightening around the edges of his eyes, but when he spoke with a calmness that belied the tension she felt practically boiling off of him. I would appreciate if you would forget that I have family. It was eerie, the calmness with which he spoke, the way he kept staring at the flickering flames as he spoke, after silence filled, and she could imagine, in this present moment, an alternate strange moment mirroring this present moment, of him looking at her with his mismatching eyes with visceral hatred and consuming rage, willing the world to bend to burn her alive for crimes unforgivable with his look alone, his hands a twitch away from driving the dagger around his waist through her neck. Should the world fail to bend? Do you sense this too? He asked her, his voice calm and unserious, the tension bleeding, melting away like candle wax under hot humid summer sun, so different from the moment before, and she found herself answering quickly amidst the ember of uncertainty. I do. Most priests and priestesses do. Curious. I wonder if it is something that can be learned, or if it must be a gift. From the gods, from the god. He said with a side glance to her, all previous tension, all previous crimes forgotten, no, she thought to herself with guardedness, set aside rather than forgotten. Arhiller gifts those he deems worthy of his gift. She settled on. It was a truth, of a kind. Though it took her many years to learn the gift, it was nonetheless a gift. A gift that some were more naturally inclined to learn, like this prince. This dragon lord. A gift that was long passed down the lines of the Lord's most favored children. She wouldn't tell him that, of course. I wonder why I, a pagan, has such a gift. Arhiller works in mysterious ways. He laughed at her words. Mayhaps your lord does. There was no humor in his eyes when he laughed, or when he spoke. I suppose your lord does more than that, with how your lord speaks to you through your flames. He paused, his eyes meeting her own. How does it feel? When he speaks to you? She smiled at him, feeling more like herself, her black widening. Describing how it feels would be like describing a dawn to a child born blind. This caused an interesting reaction in him, more genuine than most she'd seen of him today. It was not quite surprise, this reaction of his. It seemed, more like he had expected her to say those words. Why, she did not know. Then show me. The words were followed with an intense gaze. You say your lord favors me, despite my being a heretic. Partly because my actions in the Bay benefit your lord and your faith, and partly because he can see that we work towards the same ends, likely also for other reason or two I cannot deign to understand. He offered a thin smile, friendlier than the unsmiling ones of before, but that was akin to saying that winter only just above freezing coldness. So show me. He tilted his head as he peered at her with a long look. After all, you did say you came to aid in whichever way you could. He said, throwing back her words at her. Aiding him in this was no better than feeding starving dogs fresh human flesh, and then expecting them to be good and noble guardians for children. She found herself, uncertain of his reaction, if her refusal would have consequences that would make her fail in the purpose her lord set her on. If she was to leave, or rather forced to leave, and the Sunset Prince died to this shadow, the consequences could be incredibly dire, even risking the inferno of the true faith that her lord wished to engulf all of Slavers Bay in. And it would make an enemy of dragon riders with mayhaps the same skill and potential in magic as this Sunset Prince. Yet, she also instinctively knew that there was a good chance that this prince was wanting a show, had moved the conversation to that direction, and she was learning that this man was dangerous in the ways he understood things. Could he understand what took her years and the priests, priestesses? It was heretical, to even contemplate it all, from even thinking of showing, of even deigning to think him capable of learning from a single glimpse. Yet the truth was, her lord favored him, and ultimately, if her lord had gifted him to be able to learn from a single glimpse, then... It is curious, is it not? She began, her black eyes wide, staring into his, a creeping smile loosening at the edges of her lips. How you hold yourself to piety, to your gods, yet you gleam with interest and want in the thought of seeing foul sorcery and witchcraft, two of the greatest sins any followers of your faith can perform. She gestured towards his hands, and towards the flames, wanting to see, wanting to learn, more of the same kinds of gifts your septons would see you burn for. They would be better suited to take my head. Prince Aegon said with a rich dark glower of a glint in his eyes. You would be right, however, he continued. If I was Andal, if my people were Andal, perhaps the hypocrisy would be too much bear. She smiled at that. You do seem to have interest in those that share some heritage with yourself. A mere coincidence, he said with a calm voice accompanied with the slightest of movement of his brows, a facial expression of dismissive shrug, perhaps. Nonetheless, what the Andals hate, is not what the gods hate. Else, why would it exist? Magic, or sorcery, or witchcraft, however you put it, has a presence in our world. That is undeniable. She nodded faintly at the rationale. Her lord deigned the world with magic, and did so freely, as he allows heretics and pagans to live freely in their ignorance. So to me, I am not a hypocrite, nor am I a heretic to my faith, for the faith is not bound to the ancestral hatred the Andals hold for magic, for what saw them expelled from Essos, their homeland, were those who practiced fully. A grim look passed across his face. And most foully, true. He conceded, and he waved his hand, as if to dismiss that point. I've read the seven-pointed star. Many times. Not once does it hold magic responsible for the evil in the hearts of men. It warns, true, it frowns, certainly, but never does it say that magic was evil. A smile cut across his face, and for a moment she was caught in it, the way it seemed as if it was slipping through like a sword, like a dagger. It is the hand and the will, that determines fate, that determines all. Magic is no different. She wondered if he knew how fate-filled his words were, of how Azor Aha's hand was what would determine the fate of all. She disliked that she couldn't be sure either way. There was a long moment of silence, one that was filled with both of them staring at the other, almost as if to see. She turned her gaze towards the flickering flames, her hands rising, the fire dancing in redly in the black of her eyes, a prayer spell under her breath as she weaved the flames to let the warmth and wisdom of Arhillar wash over her. Wash over, it did, for flickering flame sunk her in, the harsh red and yellows fading away, light pulled and twisted into shapes, into visions that pulled at her, and visions flashed by in flickers, in the smalls of embers, the same visions she'd seen only hours before. Red stones falling, teeth and a pale violet gem, rotting dragons and hidden knives, yet, for all of the visions she'd seen this day, new and old, when the visions died, and waning fire returned, she did not see the last, the visions to that shadow that troubled her so. She glanced at the Sunset Prince, who surprised her with the way he looked, wide-eyed, almost in awe. She narrowed her eyes. It wasn't awe, it was disbelief. You saw something. Her voice didn't carry an accusation, no, it was more of a statement, assured as she was that her lord permitted him a vision. He turned to look to her, his expression settling into bleakness. I saw no. It was hard to describe all that happened, in a space of less than a breath's take. Darkness filling the room, a darkness that pulled at the seams of light, like threads in the hands of a fetid seamstress, pulling from every corner, pulled close, the flickering flame that once been red and orange, now dulled into oily blackness, its edges, the only source of light, flickered with what she could only describe as hollow moonlight, and it moved. Oh, it moved so horrifically jarring, sudden movement that clinked and ground and crackled, all combining, unifying, into a forbidding evil harrow, faces and faces and faces, shadows of faces that carried silhouettes of days-old dead human faces, hollow faces with hollow mouths, mouths that were agape like hungering pits whose sustenance was all the light the world could bring to bear. Chimes of scraping metal raced to every corner, and in the bleak darkness, she saw, and it filled her with terror like she never knew before. She saw rot manifest, worms of black pestilence and WIRMS of withered famine formed into facsimiles of fingers, lamentable fingers that dripped with acrid oily waste belonging to wretched heinous arms. But that was not what truly terrified her, what seized her in a ghoulish stillness, no, it was the face to which the arms and its the mephitic shapeless form belonged to. A face, she saw, she recognized, seen so many times, a hidden face beneath a mask of blood, yet distorted in ways that could only be considered to be akin to a sacrilegious recreation of the divine and holy by the great other itself. Lesala. The dragon glass dagger. On my waist. Now. The prince's words were no more than a distant ruffle. He was on one knee, the other struggling to pull him up, and holding off those dripping fingers with a mere dagger, held with both hands, yet for all that his words were short of lost in the loud shrieks the darkness scratched out in the room, she found herself acting on his words, moving out of her stillness. Number percent number percent number 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 percent number 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 percent percent number 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 number. The shrieks that evoked from beyond the depths behind the mask was otherworldly, demonic, shrieks that resembled vocal representation of all the things that lurked in the terror of night, combating with the sounds of chimes and scrapings of metal, with that the Sunset Prince's struggles. She crossed the gap, small it may have been moments before, but now it felt like a lifetime when she felt her hand searching around the waist of the prince, finding finally purchase of the hilt of the dragon glass, and with a swift slink, a dull sound in the wake of deafening evil shrieks, she pulled out the dragon glass dagger. The Sunset Prince must have heard it, or likely felt it, and screamed as he pulled himself up, the chimes descending into a bells that rang almost as loudly she heard any metal ring, and without needing to be told, she wildly flailed the dagger at one of the arms of the creature, the feeling of her dagger cutting through feeling akin to turgid grease descending down her arms, and the shriek of the foul agent grew terrible, the sound of its shrieks akin to the feeling of being thumped in the head by the foot of an elephant, so harsh and so beating was the shrieks that evoked from the foul agent's maw. When the flaps to the pavilion opened, shouts of alarm and anger ringing, the prince had been mid-stride, driving forward with the dagger, and the dagger sank into mask of this foul creature, though the sounds of noxious scraping echoed throughout the now brightening pavilion, the shrieks of terror now reduced into dying shrieks, and the prince moved again to strike at the beast, but he came not unharmed, for she heard the sound of flesh ripping as the black light burned out into reds and oranges. A cried groan of pain escaping the prince's lips, and at the same time she heard a great shrieking roar from beyond the pavilion, forcing her to look away from the last embers of the great other's agent fading into nothingness towards the Sunset Prince. She heard the swift sound of blades leaving their sheaths. No. The prince bellowed, and again, she heard a shrieking roar, though time it was closer, much closer, his voice still tainted with the sound of pain, and it was then that he turned, and gasps and cries of shock escaped from the mouths of the men. There was a claw marks that dug deep into his suit of armor from the center of his right breast to the middle of his stomach, likely having caught flesh, but that was not what caused the greatest of concern. No, it was the twin marks on his face, twin marks that seemed to have scraped down the right side of face, starting from the forehead down to the bottom of the eye socket, with the twin marks continuing at the bottom of his jaw, before digging into the right side of his breast. She could see how the marks were made. Now, the prince must have been mid-stride, avoiding death by a hair's breadth. But he was not in a good condition, she could see. Oh, she could see. Whatever that creature was, it was foul beyond measure, a creation of the great other. The wound on his face were a stench that made her shiver in disgust. The claw marks on his armor too were tainted with the oily substance, and almost certainly so too was that part of his body. He was dying. Don't. She helped. His words were rasped out, and the men arrived to hold him stead. His one eye, the violet eye, looked. She helped me. Don't harm her. My prince, save your strength. One of the guards said, panicked Sir John. Go get the healer. Now. She heard the flaps moving moments later behind her. They can't help. She said before she realized she was speaking. What do you mean, witch? One of the guards snarled out hatefully, and soon more looked at her murderously. She's right. Prince Aegon stumbled forward, the blood and oily substance a savage look on one side of his face. This they can't help with. I need Miss Aragorn, help. Prince Aegon gasped out, pained. Help me get out of this armor. Prince Aegon began to pull at his armor, and she walked towards him only to be stopped by the guards. Get me out, armor. Prince Aegon groaned more weakly than before as he forced the men to walk him out of the pavilion. The men did as the prince bid, undoing the straps, the strings and knots. As the men worked to remove the gauntlets, and the chest armor, the ground was made to shake, a low threatening growl heard beyond the pavilion. Miss Aragorn, get me. Miss Aragorn, the prince gasped out as she watched him walk out of the pavilion. She felt a strong hand on her neck, not quite squeezing but hard enough, and she was pulled back, and she found her eat wetted by a breath. If my prince dies, you fucking die for it, you damned witch. The guard threw her forward, almost making her fall, but she caught herself, barely, and she turned to look at the guard, her face unbothered by the hateful snarl of a look she was granted. He was afraid, like a cub without its mother and lost in the dark. She said nothing as she stepped out of the pavilion, and looked towards the dragon, who in the light of the dying sun, looked a very image of wrath, his teeth bared, low growls that trembled lowly the starved earth. Her gaze went towards the three men, the prince now without much of his armor and having lost his chainmail it seemed like, and the prince stretched his arms, and though she could not hear, she could tell what he was telling them, for they paused in their steps whilst the prince did not, walking towards his death, towards his dragon. She felt a great sense of anxiety fill her, the terror that struck still lingering strongly within too. What did her lord show him? She wondered. Why the creature come from out of the flames? Why? She thought again and again all of the things that she had no answer, some things she did not even had the right question to, and she thought she was very much watching the one who may have the answer walk to his death. The dragon clawed closer to the prince, who stumbled and looked like he could go no further. The dragon brought his maw low towards the prince, and she thought hear sorrow in his growl. She looked away, towards the crowd of men that looked shocked and fearful and lost, her attendants standing further away, and in the distance, she could men riding towards them. They would not make it, she thought, as she looked back at the prince. The dragon raised its maw and it opened its maw, and she flinched when a great bout of blue flame ripped out of his maw and onto the prince, ending his life. A wave cries and shouts of denial preceded the wave of burning hot air which streamed towards them, not so hot to burn them, but hot enough to greatly cause harm if the flames were to last. However, the dragon ceased its flame, its maw closing and the dragon to stare at the still burning ground, and she found herself walking towards the flames, lost. She did not know why she walked. Mayhaps it was because of sort of devastating grief she felt, grief that stemmed how badly she failed in her purpose to her lord. She misunderstood the visions terribly. And, in consequence, she failed to stop the great other's agent. She failed to save the prince. She failed her lore. The dragon, who had been silent, moved and moved its maw to the dying flames, its maw opening and a gust of breath breezed at the dying flames. Impossible! She whispered, her eyes widening, and she quickly hastened her steps. The dragon continued to breathe on the flames, its own attempts to kill off its flames, and she saw clearer now, what she saw, why the dragon was doing it was doing. And, by the time the dragon killed the majority of the flames, the others must have seen it too, for they were shouting and ordering with a sense of desperate hope. They were right to hope, for in the middle of the still hot ground, embers of blue flame still around, lay a pale naked body with hair the color of moonlight. She ignored the hotness of the ground as she fell beside the sunset prince, awed and more so that when she felt his skin, warm but nowhere as hot as the ground surrounding. And, as she turned him, a breathless gasp escaped her, the horrific wounds, the facial wound, the eye, the wounds on his chest, the right of his breast, were scarred now. Scarred and old seeming, as if years had taken place for the wounds to heal, no signs of being infected with darkness to be found. She placed her hand on his neck and a shuddering breath left her mouth. "He's alive!" she said with awe and wonder, and, with a large intake of breath, did she shout. "He's alive!" Chapter 30. Charlie 22 Salazar, a few more chaps, until ch35. 1. This chap answers a few questions for you and everyone, I think. Chandra 142420002, nope, nope, nope. They stay away. Visual Bliss, LMAO, spot on. Winky Face, Cold Blue 2015, Q1, no, he won't add a gemstone, because the eye socket has scarred over. Q2, not a shadow creature. Q3, yes, the triarchy is pretty much dead. Zanjutsu King 1029, unfortunately, you have to involve yourself with the supernatural if only to protect yourself, if you know about it. Otherwise, in this world, you're going to get fucked. Especially if they know that there's something about you. He already got fucked with the children of the forest and he's trying hard to figure out a way out of it. Megatron Asuchiha, everyone wants him to be Alphather Odin, haha. Tony McNuckles, Corlys didn't go, Viamond Endymion along with Lord Celtigar were sent, not Bard Emos, still only the heir. This chap will probably add a bit more mystery about what that thing was. Winky Face, yes, Volantis was not on the plan, but he is adding it as a possibility that he might have to take. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Late 112 AC. The Black Cliffs. He let off a chuckle as he spoke, the last vestiges of his hatred of her probing about his family fading away. Mayhaps your lord does. He said, his eyes bearing on her. I suppose your lord does more than that, with how your lord speaks to you through your flames, he said as his eyes met hers, the rise in inner tension strangled as he moved the conversation to exactly where he wanted it the entire time, the true purpose of this visit. How does it feel when he speaks to you? It was difficult to keep the interest purely sounding as something mildly curious, and not the burning curiosity that he could not shake, a curiosity that has been sharpened and focused for years and years, and he felt triumphant in succeeding in keeping his curiosity low given the epiphanies he had come to this eve. He cared not for the topic of Volantis. Conflict with them, one way or another, was inevitable. Strong hostile neighbors were simply enemies waiting for an opportunity to strike, especially when they considered the other as an anathema to their way of life, and quite likely, even if secretly, an existential threat. The only aspect that was up in the air was the manner in which conflict was to happen. Direct conflict was, he estimated, highly unlikely. The brutality in which he dealt with the slaving families, the memories of bodies of butchered children and women forcefully dispelled from his mind, made him a subject to be feared, a man who would take everything from you should you make yourself an enemy. After all, the false information he spread about it all being for retribution was all that everyone knew of his intentions, save for perhaps the priests of Arhilla who were interpreting his actions through the lens of religiosity. That, combined with the instability he was visiting upon the rest of Essos with his actions in Liberty Bay, some of it already seen flourished in Lys with Tyrosh bursting at the seams as it kept falling towards a slave rebellion. Joanna, the devious woman, had her fingers deep in Tyrogia affairs publicly and proudly hopeful eyes on tattooed faces gazing eastward, westward, or even towards their knives in their hands or in the kitchens. It would be insane for them to send armies his direction, a kind of decision that could only be matched by the levels of stupidity shown by the last Gardener King. And no sellsword army would take on the contract, for none could be so arrogant enough to believe to win against him in a symmetrical war. The sellsword armies that fought against Daemon had done so asymmetrically, and even then they lost a great number. The ones hired by Mir only took on the contract with the assurances of dozens of scorpions available to their army, and even then, it had been expensive. And even then, before the Liberty Bay campaign, no doubt did they think the army that Aegon could muster would be low in numbers, the main threat of his army being his dragon. But now, with his army swelled to 30,000, and the potential for many thousands more, the threat level Aegon was able to bring was beyond what any group of sellsword's army could countenance as acceptable risk. No. No, they would not directly attack him, they'd do it in the shadows. Assassin after assassin they'd send, likely those who would not even know who truly hired them, in an attempt to kill the cause of instability and threat, him. Even if their envoys, the ones he expected they'd send soon once they saw he was stopping at Tolos and Illyria, were sent back with word and assurances that he had no intentions for Volantis, he did not expect that to prohibit them from sending assassins his way. The idea of freedom, hope, to the slaves in Volantis and all of the rest of the cities in their domain, was a threat as vivid to the old blood as the prospect of him coming to Volantis on Dragonback was. It could not be tolerated by Volantis, and it would not be tolerated. Conflict was inevitable, one way or another, and he'd have to get over his guilt-ridden reluctance lest he cause pains to himself and his people with his reluctance. He refocused on Lesilla. Her answers about Volantis, helpful as it was to gain confirmation that the Red Faith would not oppose him, should he have to exercise that necessity, was useful, but ultimately, it was unimportant in almost every way. He'd already known that the Volantine old blood did not worship Arhiller. It was why he was, and is, suspicious about the Red Faith's involvement with Cavo V. Hasser, and given the way that he was seen as an enabler for the Red Faith expanding into Liberty Bay, he doubted they'd oppose him greatly if he was forced to rip out the old blood from Volantis. No, the topic of Volantis was not important in the grand scheme of things. No, he thought as she began to smile at him, her Carthenny obsidian eyes wide with zealotic love, eyes that reflected the red light of the flame connected to her. No, Volantis was not important to the potentiality of the answers he sought today. Describing how it feels would be like describing a dawn to a child born blind. Then show me, he said, his eyes boring into her, the itch to manipulate, to bristle the fire connected to Lesilla, kept unscratched. You say your lord favors me, despite my being a heretic. Partly because my actions in the Bay benefit your lord and your faith, and partly because he can see that we work towards the same ends, likely also for other reason or two I cannot deign to understand. He offered a thin smile with a smidge of placation there. So show me. He tilted his head as he stared at her with a fixed look. After all, you did say you came to aid in whichever way you could. There it was, the final piece he had left to realize his epiphanies fully, wholly. She had no real reason to deny him this. To show him the glory of her god. After all, she used magic in their first meeting, arriving and showing off her magic like a magician seeking to awe excitable children with bright, flashy feats, to impress upon him the realness of what she was, of the power her god had. Now that she'd spoken as she had about the ways Arhiller flame and light and so on felt to her, of how enlightening it was to see through the flames, to refuse to show him the glory of her god at his curious request, someone she was clearly invested in and had a mission centered on, someone that would clearly have a role in laying the foundations in the war to come in the long night, would be greatly undermining. It is curious, is it not, she said as she stared at him with her disturbingly black eyes, how you hold yourself to piety, to your gods, yet you gleam with interest and want in the thought of seeing foul sorcery and witchcraft, two of the greatest sins any followers of your faith can perform. She gestured towards his hands, and towards the flames, wanting to see, wanting to learn, more of the same kinds of gifts your septons would see you burn for. You would never know how much I desire to learn more, Priestess Aegon thought to himself, his expression unchanged. His craving of unraveling the mysteries of this world had never stopped, never ceased, even as he planned and plotted to reshape this part of the world into something of benefit to Illumaris and to the people of Liberty Bay themselves. And, the moment this Red Priestess had stepped into his life and showed him what she was capable of, was the moment that confirmed to him that his desires about magic and its links to the mysteries of this world would never end, not until he learned as much as he dared to learn. From everywhence where her following of his army was like an ever-present reminder that deepened his craving, a siren's call, one that played in his mind often, even during his sleep, wanting, wishing, desiring, to learn more of magic, of the nature of this world. There were many reasons why he spilled so much about his knowledge about the long night and the beliefs he held, large purposeful reasons: deepening religious importance of his family, protection against the Arhlorists and their god should he exist, preparation of this world against the long night, a great common enemy so as to unite the peoples of this world, but also small selfish reasons. To learn more magic, different magic, and, mostly importantly of all the small selfish reasons, To learn the truth of this world. Or how to begin to learn to divine the truth. It was what led him here, days before they were due to take Tolos, this craving of his winning over his sensibilities to wait until all of the liberation was complete. A craving that was partially vindicated when he'd stepped into this pavilion and gazed upon the oddity that was the campfire in this place, and reached the first of his epiphanies. A fire that he now understood to be almost, no, certainly, laced with her vitality, with her essence, her energy, her soul. He'd felt it fire made to take a different and new aspect, concept initially, like a cold breeze across his skin, his hairs raised and his skin craggy, and he felt it even more so when he tried to rouse control over the campfire, a similar but different resistance that he only experienced when he was manipulating dragon flame, the utmost of purification and destruction, or when he was binding new dragon glass candles to himself, a process that involved manipulation of the captured fire. Within the dragon glass candles, aligning the capture fire with that of his self. And, he thought to himself as he stared at the fire, the feeling he'd gotten from this fire reminded him so very much of the feeling he had when he was bonding the dragon glass candles to himself, to his fire, to his soul. The second and most critical epiphany had come when she'd talked about life and fire. He understood better now, more clearly, than he ever did about his magic. The soul, all magic stemmed from the soul. He'd already guessed, somewhat rightly given his success, that there was something about the self that allowed the manipulation of the world around them. Magic was not a force that was thick and apparent in this world. He had understood as subtle, like the sound of a branch snapping in an eerily silent and dark forest, and one had to listen, and, more importantly, take care to understand what the snapping sound meant. For him, and others blessed with a heritage steeped in magic, first men, Roiner, dragon lords and more, he'd believed there was an ancestral song within their bloodlines that guided their self towards specific expressions of magic. An ancestral song that had prices of sacrifice forward paid by the ancestors. He'd known that the humans of this world were different than that of Earth. Beyond simple eye colors or odd genetic dominance, and he'd previously come to the conclusion that the humans of the past had something to do with that, or, simply, it was the same difference that allowed them to use magic to create these ancestral songs that included physical appearances. Purple and gold, not hazel or light brown but true gold eyes, were not colors that appeared dominant in nature. For the first men, this specific expression was cries taliced through their ancestors doing something to deeply connect with the earth and the rivers and the stones, the land, of Westeros. Ancestors that fought for generations, most likely, against the children of the forest who he believed sought to expel the first men, going as far as shattering the arm of Dorne in their desperation to stop the migration, and who could have accomplished some feat of magic, through accident or by purpose, that allowed them to use green dreams and the might of fauna to combat the children of the forest. Or, perhaps, they were taught how to fashion their magic to connect to the lands of Westeros by the children of the forest as a means by the children to make them like them. Whatever and however the means was, he believed that this expression was something that led to the inherent leanings the first men had. He did not know when Garth Greenhand or Durin Godsgrief lived before or after the Long Night, nor did it matter in this consideration, but given how important they were, in legend and likely patrilinear, to the first men bloodlines that arose after them, like the Starks and likely the Blackwoods, Aegon had cause to believe that they, or those like them, were the source of the echo of ancestral song that persisted through the first men and attuned them to warging, green dreams, and likely more expressions of magic. Why else, he'd reasoned, did untrained peoples, children, manifest their magic in such particular and persistent and consistent ways? The Roiner too, Aegon believed, must have had something similar, an ancestor or ancestors that managed to leave behind an inheritance of water magic ancestral song in their bloodlines, in their distant past. He eyed the flame with a considering look. His ancestors, the Valyrians, too had done something to themselves to embody an ancestral song in their bloodlines. His own roots to tap into this ancestral song had begun from his fire resistance, and from there, slowly over years and years did he come to an understanding of fire in this world, greatly aided by the mythologies and symbolisms of fire from his first life, and thus, subsequently, he came to understand the means to use it. To manipulate, to guide, to mold the presence that was in fire: violence, destruction, consumption, cleansing, purification, renewal, to act in accordance to his desires, a feat that came easy thanks to the ancestral song in his blood, that came from those who called the volcanoes of Valyria home and dragons brothers. Yet now, with all of her words of carrying a piece of fire and that life is fire and fire is creation, all words that rang similar to ideas and notions in religions of earth, combined with what he was sensing from that campfire that was connected and bore almost certainly her essence, her soul, he was coming to the realization that his understanding was incomplete. He'd been blind, missing the details that was right in front of his eyes. A simple thought during her tirade of life and fire passed through his mind, forming into a train of thought that sparked into epiphany, changing everything. Recontextualized everything. Her words, this campfire, his train of thought, it all recontextualized everything when the pieces were put together, almost as if finally, he was seeing the barks that were on the surface of the mass of trees in front of him. Blood magic, shadow binding, the faceless men and their glamour, necromancy. They did not fit in the ancestral song's theorem or notions about magic he had. Blood magic was too loose, too broad, too available to everyone, whilst shadow binding, as he understood it from what he knew of Melisandre and the few texts that he collated together, was too sacrificial to be something inherent in people's ancestral song. The first men were tied to the rivers, the forests and stone, land and animals. The Roiner in the rivers and sea, water and change. The Valyrians in fire and crystal, stone, metal, glass. Creation and destruction. Nature and element and symbolism. Blood magic was too abstract, too different, centered around the idea of self instead of blood, to be able to tie into an ancestral song given the context he had available. The faceless men too were a form of sacrifice, a sacrifice of self. Similarly, necromancy was a form of other self's manipulation. But with the idea that souls were the medium of the expression of magic, suddenly, the mechanics of how magic worked, fitted. No more was it magic, but rather, a metaphysical element, a spiritual thing, that allowed the self, consciousness, to shape reality by the use of this energy that is inherent and alien, meaning the outer world, to the self. Magic at large becomes spirituality in the form of energy, something that flows throughout all of existence, with the individual capable of harnessing the inner energy that is part of the self, part of the identity, part of what constitutes as the very essence of their being. Ancestral songs then become something merely inherent to blood, bloodlines, silent and sleeping, cries, talist forms of inherited spiritual gifts from ancestors that ties the descendant throughout existence, past, present and future, to his or her ancestors and to his or her descendants, there to be activated when the self realizes. Blood magic becomes understandable through the idea that blood, the essence of oneself, connected to body and soul spiritual energy, was used to express magic through spiritual sacrifice of small pieces of self, or other selves, blood and life, to bring about an longer or more lasting spiritual effect on the world, an effect that could warp or exhibit something in the physical world. Ritualistic magics would only enhance the effect of the sacrifice, where the priest or priestess, the caster, forcefully takes this inherent spiritual energy, consciously or unconsciously, and uses this energy to bring about the spiritual effect on the outer world that was desired, consciously or unconsciously. Heroniel, for example, its curse could merely be through unconscious manifestation of this spiritual energy to maliciously cause unfortune to any that called Heron the Black's castle theirs. Garen's curse, said to have manifested after Garen beseeched Mother Royne to drown and curse the dragon lords and Volantis, could have been a consequence of this same manifestation of spiritual energy, either him solely or, more likely, a combination of hundreds or thousands of people who hated the freehold more than they cherished their lives, used or channeled their spiritual energy to cause a permanent spiritual black zone around the sorrows, with grayscale a symptom of spiritual malignity. Then a disease, with the Red Death of Gagasos being similar. And the likes of the faceless men, who are said to give up the self, a likely powerful thing to spiritually give up, to sacrifice, a core part of their spiritual energy, perhaps just for a period of time manipulate their spiritual energy and the selves of their other victims. Mayhaps the faces they wear, the taking up of the selves of others in the stead of their own self, they do so by capturing some of the victim's spiritual energy, a part of what constitutes as part of their essence. He did not quite understand what the mechanics of necromancy was, and he only had a rudimentary understanding of how shadow binding could work in this recontextualist understanding sacrifice of a piece or whole of others to hunt down others that were connected to that spiritual being and / or their blood, but he understood that it would work along similar principles of sacrifice and symbolic driven manipulation of spiritual energy to bring about the necromancy effect. Gaining power, in this recontextualist meaning, would mean that you would be consuming your own spiritual energy beyond what it was naturally capable of. Through sacrifice, power can be gained. However, it would almost certainly be temporary unless he figured out how the ancient peoples of the past cries talist ancestral songs into their bloodlines to make some means of spiritual energy manipulations of, for example, elements, easier and without taxation for their descendants, and would not increase your own power, at least not without changing you fundamentally, like whatever the creature in the toadstone had done to himself. His own means of manipulating fire was done through using what was already there. To mold fire he understood intimately, to act and direct towards somewhere other than where it was, neither using his own spiritual energy or that of others beyond the means that he had. It was similar to how the alchemists produced wildfire, using ingredients, some that he considered must be containing high spiritual energy to foment the change, and likely how all other kinds of powerful elixirs and strange alchemy were made. That was the key, to harness power, to understand how magic worked. This recontextualist understanding fitted. It fitted with his perception that weirwood trees contained entrapped souls, and it fitted with his understanding of that eldritch thing that was the toadstone. It fitted with all of the strange means magic manifested itself in this world. It fitted. It fitted. It fits. He was closer to understanding this world. It also brought a different meaning when he thought of Miss Aragorn as the other half of his soul, his dragon who gave him reason to live before he found meaning in life, in Gale and their children and the dream of Illumaris. Yet, Aegon thought to himself, some parts did not fit the whole picture, not yet, and his intuition led him to believe that further vindication, further epiphany, may yet be found here, today, this eve. Once he learnt more of how she perceived the world through the flames, he thought as he thought back on the paintings of Kuril and the possibilities the glass candles offered, yet was too cautious to try and manipulate the inner fires to work as he wished. They would be better suited to take my head, Prince Aegon said, refocusing on driving her to show him, his words tinged with dark amusement, knowing as he did that fire could not harm him. You would be right, however, he continued, if I was Andal, if my people were Andal, perhaps the hypocrisy would be too much bear. She smiled at that. You do seem to have interest in those that share some heritage with yourself. Interest that will likely increase to greater heights with my present understanding of the ancestral song that may be present in the Valyrian peoples after all, he thought to himself. Dragon lords weren't the only people that employed magic in Valyria. All of the tales suggested that Valyria had burnt brightly, an eternal light beneath a darkened night, when it came to magic and creation, however horrific most of it was. Were there any specific bloodlines amongst the Valyrian people descended from those who went a different route of magic, spiritual energy? Perhaps, perhaps not. A mere coincidence. Nonetheless, what the Andals hate, is not what the gods hate. Else, why would it exist? Magic, or sorcery, or witchcraft, however you put it, has a presence in our world. That is undeniable. Yes. That was the greatest mystery he needed to solve, and hopefully, he would find clues to this mystery when he searched for the truth of this world. He'd gotten a good understanding of what didn't pass for divinity. That thing on Toad Isle was no god, nothing but an abomination of malignant spiritual energy, this he was certain of, the same ilk as that of the White Walkers that dwelled in the far north. Similarly, the captured souls of the children of the forest and humans in the eternal weirwoods were no gods either. The core of the question, then, becomes: was all divinity like them? Abominations of magic, or, in the instance of the weirwood trees, some kind of powerful gestalt of souls that behaved or were seen as gods? Or were there actual gods and beings of divinity that had some purpose, some meaning, manifested into the order of the world? An order that included spirituality and the influence it had in the physical world? An order that imbued gifts in the form of what he was understanding as ancestral songs in peoples? And, more importantly, an order that would see humanity as no more than pawns maneuvered like little pawns with fates tied to songs of prophecy? His own existence in this world all but confirmed that God existed, his own or perhaps another from the universe of his earth, or confirmed that God or gods of this world and universe existed. One does not reincarnate in a world that should have been fiction without the presence of something far beyond human understanding, but he hoped that there were none that dictated the order of this world, for none of the gods, save perhaps the seven who are one, were completely for humanity. If the likes of Arhillar, the likes of most of the SSE gods, existed, the Greek or Assyrian or Egyptian gods would be as kind and forgiving as the Abrahamic god in comparison to the bloodthirsty gods of this world. He hoped that the Song of Ice and Fire was no more than a forced prophecy by creatures that passed themselves off as gods rather than actual gods that forced a perpetual cycle of stagnation and played games with the world, the universe, in their games against each other and against humanity. If it was the latter, to live in such a world, what would be the point? So to me, Aegon said, pulling himself out of his dark thoughts lest he leave himself open for her watchful eyes to pick up something. I am not a hypocrite, nor am I a heretic to my faith, for the faith is not bound to the ancestral hatred the Andals hold for magic, for what saw them expelled from Essos, their homeland, were those who practiced fully. A put-on grimace was revealed as he spoke further. And most foully, true. He waved his hand, absently. I've read the Seven-Pointed Star. Many times. Not once does it hold magic responsible for the evil in the hearts of men. It warns, true, it frowns, certainly, but never does it say that magic was evil. That was true, the parts about magic was bare, hardly present in the Seven-Pointed Star. The Seven-Pointed Star had edicts, behavior, mythologies, and doctrine, and rarely touched upon the matter of magic, and when they did, it spoke against behavior and warning of witches and sorcerers of foul intent. He wondered about it, if at some point the faith of the Seven practiced some form of ritualistic sacrifice like the rest of the SSE faiths did and still do. After all, why would a faith that supposedly ran from the Dragon Lords be so minimal about hating magic in their holy book? There was some stories within the Seven-Pointed Star that did talk about explicit sacrifice though, like Luder the Pious, who toiled and toiled in the fields until exhaustion to save his village from starvation and, on his dying breath uttered, O stranger, behold, I feel thy summon. Behold, I smile and doth depart nobly in service of mine own folk. Oh, good stranger, take my life, spareth mine folk and be content with this recompense. The story was marked with commentary that stranger's touch was left absent over the villagers, and then went on about talking how other impious villages surrounding it were decimated by disease and starvation due to their lack of faith. He shook away those thoughts, and he refocused before he spoke again. Like a sword, like a dagger, it is the hand and the will, that determines fate, that determines all. Magic is no different. And, as he said that, he stared directly into her eyes, waiting on her to bend, to accede to his desire to be shown Arhiller's flame and light, to be shown how it felt to perceive the world through the flames. Green dreams, dragon dreams, glass candles, soul-touched flames. The old gods of Westeros, the old gods of Valyria, Arhiller. Each of these gave means to perceive the world in time, through time, past, present and future and perhaps, more. Green sight and green dreams, dragon dreams and glass candles were all no options for him. One by choice and means and the other three were out of the question for him. And even if he had some amount of first men blood, somehow being enough to activate his ancestral song, he would still not attempt green sight, the more advanced and directed method of green dreams. His information was sparse, true, but he'd remembered enough from Game of Thrones, and learnt enough in this life, that green sight was almost certainly tied to the memories and spiritual power of the weirwood trees, meaning that he probably would not perceive without the cooperation of the trapped souls in those trees. Souls that would have their agenda like the Song of Ice and Fire and souls that likely were the source of the dislike he'd felt all those years ago. For all he knew, he'd see made-up visions that they'd work to bring into reality, knowing as he did that green seers, like Bran, like the three-eyed raven, were capable of taking control over the minds of men and thus bring about death or suffering in that way. Similarly, glass candles left much to be undesired. Tying the glass candles to himself was the furthest he was willing to go, knowing that other glass candles were almost certainly in the hands of sorcerers who could use the things to spy and influence others, who may well be spying on him. Trying to see visions of the future, or the past, through those things, when he knew not what he was exposing himself to, was the height of folly. Especially since his understanding of spiritual energy and the capabilities of others was so limited. And dragon dreams was not something he could control, and most likely was not gifted with as well. The greatest shame too is that would have been his preferred means to try and learn the truth of this world, as that may well be something inherent rather than borrowed power, as he thought that might be the case with green sight. So that left him with the flames to see the future. He considered fire to be an elemental part of the world, one of the gears of the universe with its spiritual symbolism of creation and destruction within, amongst other things, a completely different prospect than all of the other means, and, he thought to himself, a means that he had the largest confidence in getting to understand the truth of this world. And come what may, the fires would help answer many questions in a single, successful attempt. If it was former, meaning eldritch creatures that pretended to be gods, such as Arhiller who may be such a thing, then that meant the mediums through which the world was perceived, past, present and / or future, and he believed it could be more than that, was free, for he could not believe these things could have such control over what was seen, over spiritual energy that flowed throughout existence. The gears of the universe could not be usurped by humans or other sentient beings that changed their constitution through magic, spiritual energy. It would be akin to fire suddenly changing its own constitution and incorporate wetness into itself. Or, more aptly, bacteria transforming itself through spiritual energy into a human. It was a concept that was irreconcilable with the notion of godhood and order. And spiritual energy, though powerful, though capable of a great deal, Gagasos, the White Walkers, the many stories of the emperors of the Golden Empire of Dawn, the stories about Kadeth home to monstrous beings and shrikes, no matter the amount of sacrifice, the amount of usurping of spiritual energy, should not be capable of altering the turns of the gears of physical reality to allow one to ascend into proper godhood. All of that would mean that free will did exist, that concepts like fate was not bound to the whims of gods, even if eldritch things like the toadstone or entrapped souls would make things incredibly difficult, and that this world would have hope to move past into progress and development, in the future instead of being trapped in the present. If gods did exist. If the SSE gods existed. The long moment of silence that captured them persisted for some time yet, their eyes latched onto the other set, and his thoughts about all that he'd learned and all that he'd come to realize fell away as he hoped, as he willed, that she would not fight him on his quest, on his obsession to learn that hope was rightful to have about this world. Finally, far too many moments later, she turned away her gaze and looked towards the flames, flames that flickered brighter like that of his inner triumph, and he watched closely, unblinkingly, as her hands rose, the hairs on his body rising in response to the shift of the magic, of the spiritual energy, in the room, and he watched as she muttered something below his hearing range. He had no time to dwell on what she might have said, the triggering word for whatever effect she'd hoped, aimed for the flickering flames felt as if they'd thickened even if they appeared unchanged. Now he thought as he concentrated all of his being, all of his self, all of his essence, his spiritual energy, his soul, into the flame, and he imagined that he pulled himself into the effect Lesilla had created. Much to his surprise and unsurprise, the reds and yellows of the flame faded away, a tug felt on his self, and, like curtains pulled aside, flickers of flame was ripped apart to reveal shapes that coalesced into visions. He saw the shapes of snarling dragons, a red one rising and towering over him in serpentine way and a black one lifting its massive head from the ground. He saw rats with the eyes of green burning flames nipping at tails and bellies that looked draconic. He saw more and more, yet he was not interested. He cared not to see the future. Or the present. Or the past. All of what he saw, all that he was latching onto, was merely visions that pertained to him, his base desires, all that was connected to him. Spiritually, now or in the future. Visions, he believed and theorized, could only perceived through context, whether it was vague and symbolic or direct and literal, and in both circumstances could only be related to you in some way or another. Otherwise, one would never see what pertained to you, what was actually of import to you, past, present, future. Even the visions of something at the edges of the world, far from where you were, where everything was directly related to you because you would go to the edges of the world in the future to seek what you saw. And that was part of why he believed he could see beyond the visions, beyond the rivers of events tied to the physical world. It's his wish, his most base desire. That is not my purpose here today, he thought violently, willfully, commandingly, and he crystallized all that he was, all he had, his will, his determination, his desperation and desire, into a sword-tipped focus, centered on a monumental, singular question. What is the nature of the world, what is the truth of existence? Show me. The words were screamed out, demanded, with the entirety of his self, his soul, and he pushed and pushed with everything that he was until he felt as if he was blacking out, the pavilion and the fire and Lesala fading away into blackness, into nothingness, his entirety seized with what he could only describe as a feather-light touch that bypassed his armor, his shirt, his skin, and body, pulling directly at what made him him. The pulling grew stronger and stronger and stronger, the blackness, the nothingness, was dismissed with a suddenness that he did not catch, like attempting to note the moment the light switch turned darkness into light. The world of nothingness he'd been pulled into was turned into what was before him, what he was in. And it left him breathless. All around him, all that he felt around him, all that he saw in, was darkened grey, surrounded by pillars and lances of blues and reds and blacks and so many more, kaleidoscopes of color, pillars and lances that screamed that would be the end of him if he dared to touch them. His head swiveled, in panic, in alarm, the air once colorless, that felt like nothing unless it breathed on you, now turned darkened grey, viscous and clinging onto his skin like mucus. His eyes wide and odd as a feeling of terror and wonder sunk into his bones. He was unable to move, unable to more than to jerk his arms and feet in terror-struck panic, arms and feet that appeared to be less whole than he remembered, captured in place to remain, to witness. And witness he did. His eyes, panicked and searching, saw the depths, the boundless depths that made him feel as if it would, outlive the aftermath of the death of the universe, numberless columns and rows of chandeliers of endless colors of all the hues that ever existed and would exist melting upwards, light and color made into physical rivers of perpetuality. And, in a moment of salvation, his eyes pulled away, upward, searching for a means of escape in the skies, yet all that he saw, all that he could perceive was a skies that seemed forever lasting, stretching into infinity, unbounded colors that appeared like threads hung from the infinite ceiling of the sky, simultaneously single and simultaneously weaved into the fabric of this place, and it was driving him mad. Weaves of filaments of colors, of light, dark and bright, dull and mellow, were concentrated into fibrous oceans of black holes, were pulled apart and rewoven into ropes of violent red velvet lances that felt like they were the sizes of galaxies, were atomized and reformed into bulbous linen universes, creation undone and redone endlessly, ripples of breadthless colors that contain the substance of all that is, was, will be, tied and knotted and undone only to form into unknowable silken toruses with ripples that resembled surface undulations of rivers and lakes. It was countless. Countless, countless, countless. Countless, the breaking and unbreaking of reality. Distortion of all that was, is, would be, was manifested in across the skies, reshaped and undone timelessly, and even though he was driven to the precipice of madness at all that he was seeing, he could intrinsically understand that he had the fortune to perceive only a small, infinitesimally small essence of what was happening. He felt as if he consumed all of the will, all of the desire he held within, to look away from the face of madness, an effort that left him tired and weak, his eyes latching to look anywhere, that would not leave him adrift into the madness of wherever the fuck he was. He looked to his right and left, swiveling his eyes around. For all of his attempts, he could only settle on a region of whatever this was, near him, where he saw warped and twisted and maligned lances of manifested color of unknown source or meaning or quality moving towards destinations of endlessness or infinity, neither that he could see, or wished to see, and his hands laboriously moved towards his chest, his body caught in what he could describe as a web of crushing gravity, his skin radiating heat and coldness all at the same time, and he could feel no matter how much he wished not to objects, somethings, perceiving him. The crushing gravity seemed as if they were manifested undecipherable mass of emotions, that could only be considered to combine to radiate a pitiless hunger that wished to compress him into a digestible pebble. His vision pulsed, pulsing between seeing blackness, nothingness, and seeing the universe of madness, yet, as his vision pulsed in between nothingness and everything, he saw, more, he saw and he felt the impossible. He sees himself, a grin adorned on his face just as a sailor's had an old leather thing with holes and cuts all across sunk atop his head, and he was standing below jungle-covered ruins, surrounded by those he recognized and faces he did not, feelings, of joy and wonder, but also weariness and a feeling he could only describe as the sense that something was missing, hitting him hard into his being. He sees himself overseeing construction in craggy lands, smiling alongside Gale, feelings of simmering fulfillment and happiness and unease and anger rippling through him. He sees more and more impossibilities, feels them all as he watches himself being atop Miss Aragorn as Caraxes burns ships, watching him sitting atop the Iron Throne amidst corpses. More and more, he sees and feels, and he tries, to rack himself free of these impossibilities, of these unwanted apparitions. Aegon does not know how many possibilities he'd witnessed, how long he saw and felt, and his being was only relieved to be free in what felt like eons later. The pulsing continued, between nothingness and everything, yet, in those moments where he saw all, back into that sea of dark greyness surrounding by the reality of madness, he saw filaments of turmoiled physical light wrap around his ankles, climbing and climbing up his body like some demented coiling worms, though that was far from the worst, as in the distance, unknowable distance, he perceived and felt hordes of black drops, weaving in and out of existence in a strobe-like way, racing towards him, drops forming into balls, into the size of wrecking balls, increasing until he felt as if they were the size of planets, and Aegon's being shuddered at the grasping decay and rot and malign ants directed towards him, and he knew, he would die if those things took him. Aegon could not dwell on that thought, or on the hordes of decay that seemed to want him, or the things that felt like nothing coiling up his body, for his gaze was filled with the sight of 6 sets of gems the size of planets. Jade, tourmaline, onyx, topaz, opal, amethyst. The moment could have stretched into something approaching infinity, or it could have been as short as milliseconds, yet, when he felt them, objects that distorted the crushing gravity until all he felt was weightlessness, they seared themselves into his being. He did not understand what they were doing, the only thing that he perceived, the only thing understood, before he was back in front of the flickering fire, the amethyst gems having blinked out last of all the other sets, was begone. His breathing was shallow, his heart racing a million miles a minute, weariness seeping into his bones even if his eyes were alert as if it was the height of noon, staring at the still soul-touched flames with disbelief and awe and terror. What the fuck was that, was all that he thought, could think, his body tense and springy, ready to jump out of his skin at the moment's notice despite the weariness that he felt, the exhaustion that it was turning into. You saw something. It took everything he had not to stop the twitch in his hand towards his Valyrian steel dagger at the Red Priestess' words. He turned to look at her, his face still angled so that he could it in the sights of the corner of his eyes, terror that was bone deep demanded that he do so, and, as he looked upon her, who seemed different than he recalled but he moved past it as he spoke, I saw no. The terror that he felt, terror that had been abated but still present, returned with great force, and with it, came a sense of danger that moved his body before a train of thought passed through his mind. The moment before decaying darkness filled the room, his hand had moved towards the dagger on his waist, and his leg underneath him was removed. The moment after the flickering flames became dancing blackness with curtains of oily decay with a sheen of metastasized eeriness covering its edges, his hand had landed on the hilt of his dagger, and the moment after rotting black fingers reached out of that decay, of that rot, perceivable despite the bleakness that suffocated him, he'd drawn his dagger from the hilt and arced his arm in measured preciseness to his front, only just stopping the decay from taking a hold of him. His right hand pushed against the edge of the dagger. Lesala. The dragon glass dagger. On my waist. Now. He bellowed instinctively, his eyes affixed onto the masked decaying foulness that was before him, ignoring the hollow dread emitted by the creature and its faces, his left leg on his foot and his right leg underneath and pushing him up. Number percent. Though he did not understand a single word of the creature's words, he understood the intent, the hunger, that it emanated, radiated, for his flesh, for his soul, and all he could do, all that he forced himself to do, was to try and stand despite it feeling as if he was pushing against a mountain with how strong these dead fingers were. He did not know how long it took Lesala to pull out the dragon glass dagger, a weapon he'd not thought he'd need for anything other than a shadow assassin, but he'd felt the moment and he grimly stood up with all of his might and pushed against the creature, pushing all that he was, all of that he had, against the creature, and, a mere moment later, when he rose to stand on both feet, his arms heavy and on the precipice of buckling, he felt one of the arms removed by Lesala, the great force that he felt, halved in the process. He moved swiftly, pushing again, this time up, and, with a swift move, he decoupled his dagger and thrust it forward, into the masked face of this creature that gripped his terror within its hands. The shrieks that it emanated, terrible, near-ear bleedingly awful shrieks, refocused him into full clarity, allowing him to pull the dagger from the creature, and he felt, fully, the familiar rot and decay he'd felt in his very soul earlier. He pulled himself together, the terror he felt subdued into motivation, and he moved now fully aware that there were more people in the pavilion now and attacked the creature again, his dagger finding purchase at the center of its body. Too late was the only thing that passed through his mind as he tried to move out of the way of the trailing arm, an arm with scything fingers that swept downward and sought to take his head. It failed but only just, as he felt the trailing drippings, things that barely passed for fingers, sweep down the side of his face as he moved back and leaned away, catching the right side of his face, goring down a sizable chunk of his face, including reducing his sight to half. An awful jolt of electric pain swelled up on his face, yet that pain felt incomparable to the pain he felt when the fingers cut through his armor and into his body. For a moment, he thought he was going to die, yet, as he heard the creature finally shriek out in dying roars, and with it, came the abating of the darkness it inspired, he felt something was wrong, that something was, deeply, deeply wrong. The pain that he felt beyond physical pain, beyond being a wound that could kill him, no, he felt as if the pain was wrought onto him beyond flesh, beyond bone. He felt as if his very soul was wounded. He heard the sounds of blades leaving their sheaths, and Aegon had the presence of mind remaining to cry out no. His voice dominating through the lingering dying shrieks, an effort that was laced with an outburst of pain, a bleeding to let out the pressured blood that threatened to burst through his veins. Aegon touched his face, and though he saw little in the dim light of the pavilion, he felt as if he saw plenty as he peered through dazed eye at the filth that mixed with his blood, filth and wrongness made into a putrefied oil. He did not know how he knew, why he felt as if this thinking was right, instincts, intuition, something more, but he knew that the parting gift of the creature, this liquid, was poisoning body and mind. He was going to die. He was going to die. He needed to do something, he needed to get rid of it, purify, he needed to purify himself, cleanse himself. He needed Miss Aragorn. His agony, his desperation, his desire, was filtered through the bond to Miss Aragorn, who he felt alarmed through their bond. I know, brother, it's not looking good, Aegon thought as he turned around, a sickening throbbing coursed through him that hazed his gaze, and he felt as if the world was spinning, the loss of his eye, the loss of blood, the pain, the poison, all of it was sapping at his strength. Gasps rang around, gasps of fear. For of him, of what happened, for him. The edges of his sight was filled with blackness, chiming blobs to him. Don't. She helped. He didn't recognize the voice that spilled through his mouth, rasped and old. He felt arms holding him aloft, alleviating an ember of the throbbing pain he felt. She helped me. Don't harm her. He felt arm tighten around him, and he saw the stricken face of Sir Reaver through moments of clarity, moments that came less and less the more time passed. My prince, save your strength. Had Aegon not been so plagued with pain, he'd have smiled wanly at the concern and sheer panic that was in the man's voice, a man of mid-20s, a man who'd come with him from Dragonstone. Sir John. Go get the healer. Now. Sir Reaver demanded, begged. Aegon moved forward, and the men who held him guided him forward, and a moment before Aegon managed to conjure up the strength to speak, to request that the men take him to his dragon, Lesela spoke. They can't help. What do you mean, witch? He did not know who snarled out those words, but it mattered not as he used his remaining strength to speak. She's right. He said, stumbling forward, pushing his men to walk with him, to carry him. This they can't help with, I need Miss Aragorn, help. It took almost everything to speak those words, to string along a sentence that marked even an iota of the importance of him getting to Miss Aragorn. He pulled at his armor, frustration creeping into him with the way his arms felt so heavy, as if weights as heavy as cast iron shields were strapped to his arms. It was tiring him, and he could get tired, not until he got to Miss Aragorn. Get me out, armor. He groaned out, his words coming out more like a whisper, a prayer, than commanded. His men, good leal men they were, understood him, as they walked him out the pavilion and tore away at his armor. I don't deserve their faith. He thought to himself as strings and knots were removed from his armor, as armor was dropped from his even as he walked in the open air. Gale, I'm sorry. Aegon thought saddened as he felt Miss Aragorn approach, alarm now transmuted into concern and worry, the blackening of his sight increasing in numbers, in duration. He did not have much left, he did not much time. Miss Aragorn, get me. Miss Aragorn. Yes, my prince. Sir Reaver and the other men said, and he had still the presence of mind to note their fear and their desolated tone of voices in their agreement as they walked him closer to the burning sight that Miss Aragorn. I must look a sight, he thought to himself, his eyes still latched onto Miss Aragorn, each step closer, and each step Miss Aragorn moved nearer. The blackening outs were longer, and longer, even as Miss Aragorn grew in size, and when realized that he had no armor left, his chainmail removed, he spoke one more time to his men. Go. Miss Aragorn, he'll save me. The words were no more than a whisper. My prince. Aegon moved his arms, the lack of the weight of his armor making it easier, only just enough for him to be able to signal with his arms. Go. Aegon croaked out, and he continued to walk, his arms now let go off by his men, his sight blinking in and out of wakefulness. The poison that was in his blood, that cut into his soul, seemed as if they were seeping into the pores of all that he was. The bond he had with Miss Aragorn was the only thing, he thought, that was preventing him from losing everything. Aegon stumbled, the effort exerted to prevent his fall was almost everything he had left. I'm closed now. He was not sure if he meant death or salvation, perhaps he meant both, and he looked up, seeing in between the darkness and the light, the maw of Miss Aragorn and the low worried growl of his brother. Aegon did not have the strength left to say anything much, it took everything he had to stand still, to not let his knees bend and kiss the harsh earth, and he poured everything that he felt, everything that he believed Miss Aragorn could do to save him. Save me, brother, bathe me in your purifying flames, cleanse me of the taint, you will save me, brother, you can do this, you are part of me, you are me. He poured everything he believed, everything he knew of the dragon that was a part of him, the one who understood him better than any other in existence, his other half. A sorrowful sound made out of his maw, sorrow and uncertainty, and Aegon managed to conjure a smile that broke through the agony he felt, a smile that showed that he believed, that he knew that Miss Aragorn would save him. All of that was fed through their bond. He did not know how long it took, how much time had passed, but the moment he felt determination and sheer unrelenting will from his other half, was the moment that Aegon felt as if it was a release valve, a moment that made him believe to the very bottom of his damaged his soul. I will survive to keep my promise to Gale. Dracarys. Aegon croaked out in a whisper, his body swaying from side to side, and moments later he was bathed in blue-white flame, a flame that seemed to be whiter and bluer than any flames of Miss Aragorn he'd ever seen before, flames that sunk into his bare body, metal and cloth and wrought atomized out of existence, flames that sunk deeper and deeper, beyond flesh and bone, and Aegon felt as his being was bathed by dragon fire, by cleansing fire, fires that felt as it was seeping through the two vertical wounds on his soul. Aegon screamed with all of his being, pain the likes of that crushing gravity ravished through him, pain that felt as if skin and muscle and bone were torn and ripped and forcefully molded together like clay, and he was left with a singular dominating thought and desire, a thought and desire he felt emboldened, given power, by the hope and want he felt through the bond with Miss Aragorn. Heal. Aegon was lost in his pain, lost in the singular desire, his body, his being, feeling as if it was hotter than anything in existence, and Aegon lost everything when the pain began to cloud everything, lost into blackness, surrounded by an ocean of blue and white flame. His eye opened, a sharp gasp of air was tunneled into his ajar mouth, blinding light filled his gaze, and he blinked and blinked, until blinding light gave way to the silhouette of a tent ceiling. I'm alive. Aegon heard a growl nearby and he felt Miss Aragorn through their bond, a bond that seemed stronger than before, and joy and exhilaration and heavy relief traveled to him through their bond, and Aegon smiled as he closed his eye. I'm alive. My prince. He heard joyously said after the sudden sounds of clinking metal, sounds that grew in volume as steps two men hastened towards him. Go, go, and tell the commanders of the princes waking. One of the men said, presumably to the third man whose steps were receding. Aegon opened his eye, and grimaced slightly from the tightness he felt across his body, and turned his head around, seeing the cups of water, some brothy soup and the seven-pointed star Bible beside his bed with a chamber pot by his feet. He smacked his tongue against his mouth, and felt that he was watered and fed well. I'm grateful for having leal men, he thought as he continued to look around. He was in a small tent, hastily made, he considered, before he turned his eye finally towards the approaching men, Sir Reaver and Sir Adrian, and he blinked with surprise as he peered at him, seeing more. It was hard to describe what he saw. Around them, in them, there was as if there was some kind of halo. Was he seeing their spiritual energy? He did not have much time to dwell on this as the men fell to their knees in front of his sleeping cot, his bed made of feathers. You've awoken, Sir Adrian said with a shaky voice, tremulous with relief and awe, much like what was on his face, Aegon thought, and Sir Reaver was no better, though Aegon thought that he could see more in his face, the looks of adulation, of reverence, reminiscent of the looks he got from the liberated peoples of Liberty Bay. You've really awoken. This time there was a palpable amount of awe and disbelief in his voice, and Aegon perched himself on his arms, and it was then that he saw his bare chest. Twin scars, from collarbone to bottom of his chest, the size of fingers, he saw. Scars that looked like they'd been earned many years ago, with how old the scars looked. Aegon's hand went towards his face, the right of it, and felt the scars that were from brow to top of his cheekbone, and he felt, pushing through the skin, the grooves that were made on his bones, brow and top of the cheekbone. His hand touched where his emerald had been, the eye he inherited from his mother, and found nothing but scarred over tissue. His hand trailed further down the right of his face, towards his jaw, and he felt two more scars there as well, scars that were bare islands amidst a sea of hair on either sides of the scars, and he too felt grooves, smaller and less deep, on his bone, the right side of his jawbone. Do you have a mirror? Aegon asked, worry growing within as he wondered how long it has been since he last remembered. The wounds, the scars, it could not have years, surely not? Gale, my children. A wave of sadness and guilt washed over him. The only thing that kept him from letting guilt grow too strong was that his body looked as if it had not atrophied, his chest, his arms, still looked like they did the last he'd seen them bare. It was a small comfort though, he thought to himself. He knew that normal rules did not apply in this world, and perhaps even less to him. Get one for our prince, Sir Reaver said to Sir Adrian, and the man quickly got to his feet, bowing towards Aegon, his face still odd, still reverent, and he lingered for a moment longer before he bowed again and quickly left. Aegon moved to get himself to his feet, an act that was quickly intervened upon by Sir Reaver. Please, my prince, let me help you, Sir Reaver said as he placed his hands in the crook of Aegon's arm and helped to pull him up to his face. Aegon felt the tightness in his body more so in around his chest than in his legs, the lower part of his body kept modest by a pair of brays. He lifted one of his legs, looking at his calves, and he noted that his muscles seemed the same. My balance is off. How long has it been? Aegon asked finally the question that he was wanting to know and feared the worst of, his foot now joining its partner on the ground, and he looked upon Sir Reaver, who strangely looked more reverent, if that was even possible. A week, my prince. It's been 7 long days, Sir Reaver said quietly. Some thought you would never wake. From Sir Reaver's look, a look cycling through a load of emotion, he knew there was a great deal Sir Reaver wasn't saying. Aegon heard some movements beyond the opening of the tent, many movements. Disarray in the army, desertion, all kinds of things he thought might have happened during his recovery, all things that he'd have to deal with, he thought as he separated himself from Sir Reaver in his arms and his body to try and remove some of that stiffness, his eye catching a dim light through the left side of the tent, yet despite all of that, he couldn't help but be relieved that only 7 days passed. Days passed, yet those scars were years old. He worked hard to think of how this was possible. The only thing that he could come up at this moment, was in his desire to heal. In his desperation, he might have committed an act of sacrifice to heal himself like this, using some of his spiritual energy to hasten the healing of his wounds, particularly that on his chest, which he felt was thick and indicated that the wound might have been bone deep. Whatever I sacrificed, it is worth it. I kept my promise to Gale and their children, Aegon resolved to himself. But I believed, my prince, Sir Reaver said with great conviction as Aegon touched the scars on his chest, feeling the contours of knitted skin, and pausing when he heard the flaps open to reveal one of his healers, Yoren, similarly surrounded by a halo around his body, gaping at him in disbelief, amusing Aegon. I know how you feel. This intuition of mine of Miss Aragorn burning out the poison had been a Hail Mary of all Hail Marys. You're awake. Yoren breathed out, shocked, and Aegon thought he probably meant you are alive. Yoren was always a more critical thinking man. No doubt he'd had trouble reconciling his survival with all that made sense in the world. And he will rise on the 7th day. Aegon's head swiveled towards Sir Reaver, who smiled reverently at him, unknowing of the shock that Aegon felt at what Sir Reaver said. I believed you would wake, and so did many of the men, my prince. It was then that he saw the same glint, the same zealotic love that he'd seen in the eyes of Lesilla. Oh fuck. Aegon was exasperated in a kind of defeated way, unable to hide the grimace from his face. I should have woken a day later or earlier, Aegon groaned in thought to himself, slowly schooling his face again. He glanced at Yoren, and saw that while he was as zealous as Sir Reaver, he was indeed awed and struck dumb with the sight of his apparent recovery. They're all going to be like this, aren't they? With what he learned about the nature of this world, something he did not understand, the derailment of his campaign, the missed call with Gale, the halos, everything else, he really couldn't deal with this religious idiocy at this time. Unfortunately, he didn't think he'd have a choice. Fuck, well, it is what it is, in for a penny, in for a pound, he thought to himself. Given all of the bullshit he's come up with, this would only be another bow in his string, regarding his sainthood and place in the Elamari faith. Is the Red Priestess still alive? Aegon asked as he moved towards the opening of the tent, walking past the still stricken Yoren, though Aegon tapped his hand on Yoren's shoulder, an act that seemingly got him out of his daze. Aegon wasn't confident that she was still alive. From what he remembered, his men were a hair's breadth away from killing her. He told them what he could, at the time, but whether or not that could have ensured her survival. She still lives, my prince. There was reluctance in Sir Reaver's voice. The Red Priestess likely had a tough time of it all. At least she lived. That was good. Have her brought to me later. I have wished to speak with her. He would have to think of something to say to her. He'd have to lie, of course, and add enough truths to bend it all to his advantage, but he was used to coming up with things, he thought as he opened the flaps to the tent and he squinted to shield his eye from the brightness of the outer world. Gasps and voices that rang with my prince, and, as he turned his gaze towards the men, some hundreds of his knights with the same dim halo-like glows that surrounded the tent, some having fallen to their knees and others still approaching, and their gasps and voices turned into wild cheers, cheers that contained Aegon the Blessed, Aegon the Unburnt, Aegon, the God's Chosen, words that were said in prayer, in exultation, in worship. Yes, I am fucked indeed, Aegon thought to himself grimly, and he saw in the distance men riding towards them from the main camp. He glanced towards his right, towards the source of the burning light, Miss Aragorn, who seemed to wait on him, and Aegon turned back to face the men, his men, and raised his arm. The cheers and the noise died sharply, and he could almost feel their anticipation in the air. I'll have to do this again later, I think. He thought to himself idly as he thought about the thousands of men that were waiting on him at the main camp. Men! Aegon said loudly, his throat feeling scratchy. He couldn't bellow out like before, not yet, at least, he thought. Men! Aegon said, loudly but more conversationally rather than the shouts he so oft did when he worked to heighten the morale of his people, and the people of Liberty Bay. I will speak with you all at the end of day with the rest of our people. Aegon said loudly, his eye veering towards the sun. It was hours before noon, plenty of time, to catch himself up with everything, and enough time to process what happened to him and refocus on getting the campaign back on track. But no, men of Elomares, know that you men who guarded me as I lay to recover, men who defended me, know that your loyalty and commitment to me is beyond appreciated. Aegon said, a grim smile forming on his face as he nodded. You have my gratitude. Aegon said as he inclined his head slightly to his men. He did not know what happened during his recovery, what chaos his recklessness and sating his yearning of truth had caused to his men, his people. He had a responsibility to them and he failed his people. That he was protected long enough for him to wake. He would do all he could to repay their loyalty with all of his loyalty to them. The men began to cheer and chanted his name and all of the other epithets they assigned to him, and Aegon walked away from them and made his way towards Miss Aragorn, the burning light that was less than 100 paces from his tent, his low growls that sounded like happy purrs brought a wide smile to his face. When he arrived by Miss Aragorn, his dragon pushed his draconic snout onto his chest, a rough feeling given the hardness of his scales, and Aegon placed his head against the top of his snout, his eye closing, deep emotions coursing out from him. Thank you, Miss Aragorn. Thank you, brother. Aegon said with a wavering voice, his hands now on either side of the front of Miss Aragorn's snout. Without Miss Aragorn, Aegon would have died. Without Miss Aragorn, he would not have kept his promise to Gale. Without Miss Aragorn. Miss Aragorn made a rumbling sound that sounded to Aegon as if it was akin to a dog's whimper, anxious, distressed, and Aegon felt his eye water. I'm sorry, I won't be reckless like that anymore. Miss Aragorn pushed his snout against Aegon's chest, a low growl accompanied a feeling of anger through the bond and Aegon smiled wanly. I promise, I won't. Aegon's smile grew a little. At least I won't do it without you. Aegon said, his smile deepening, and he let out a little laugh at the feeling of satisfaction he felt from Miss Aragorn. Thank you, brother. Aegon said one more time, whispered really, and his eye closed as he clenched his hands around either side of Miss Aragorn. It wasn't long before the party of riding men, containing Sir Uthric, Sir Ethan, Sir Gaelaenis, and Sir Tratos, arrived and broke up his reunion with Miss Aragorn. It was somewhat uncomfortable to see such grown men grow so emotional at simply the sight of him, and the spontaneous hug from Sir Gaelaenis, a hug through which Sir Gaelaenis almost bawled through, was even more so uncomfortable, but he was deeply heartened to see how much they cared. They were not the only ones, it seemed, as they debriefed him. Word had spread across the main camp of his recovery, and Sir Muro and Rhaegar were tasked to ensure that the men did not break orders to see Aegon. He was more interested though, to hear what had happened these 7 days, and he'd grimly listened to what they had to say. His commanders told him about news spreading about the demon, a word as good as any for whatever that creature was that attacked him, spread by the guards who had managed to see some of the creature and its foulness, along with word that Aegon had been gravely wounded and had been burnt alive by Miss Aragorn, which Aegon was said to have survived whole and his wounds healed. There had been chaos, as he feared, during the first days. There had been a few murders, some 6 people, and a few deserters caught, no more than a half-hundred, but generally speaking, the fact Aegon was seen to live and his wounds scarred over that should have taken years, had quelled much of the chaos. Though they did not say it, he knew that his commanders had done much to quell the chaos his recklessness had caused. Sir Gaelaenis, Sir Tratos, and Sir Muro were all incredibly respected men for their deeds and their leadership. Sir Uthric did not mince his words and said that some of the men, known to be pious and taken with the new sect of the Faith of the Seven, had spread that Aegon would recover on the 7th day, something that had taken hold amongst the Elamari men, the Unsullied, and some of the Liberty Bay soldiers. The fact that Aegon woke on the 7th day, Sir Uthric said Aegon grimly noted the wonder in his voice had only solidified the belief that many of the men had about Aegon. Aegon had no reason to doubt this. Even on Ethan's face, the one Aegon who knew to be the amongst the most skeptical and wary, was looking upon him with disbelief and wonder throughout much of the debrief, as if he could not believe Aegon was really present. Aegon did what he could to move past the uncomfortable subject and moved on to the state of the army and if they could march in the next day. Sir Ethan informed him about the army being able to be ready within the day, and Aegon waved away at their concerns for him. He'd informed that he would remain atop Miss Aragorn for the duration of the city's taking, and he felt no shame to admit that it would take time for him to recover fully. His body was still tight, the fluidity of his movements were hindered, and most critically, the loss of his eye was seriously going to impede him until he learnt to adjust for it. To be truthful, he did not trust his body or himself. His body felt off, and he felt as if he was trying to hold on to something but it was slipping. No, to go into battle like this, unconfident in his body, it would only get him killed. He needed to train, and feel strength in his body once again before he could trust himself not to get himself killed. Those words relieved his men, and they quickly began to talk about getting the campaign back on track. The fleet, which shadowed their army on the march to Tolos, did not know of the events that transpired over the past 7 days. His commanders did not want to let anyone go from the camp to try and make contact with the fleet and risk them being captured and let know of what happened to him. Tolos did not have a standing army, hired or native, to be able to resist their army, even with him and Miss Aragorn out of play. But, they could have sneaked in an assassin, the reason why there were so many of his knights protecting him like Miss Aragorn had been doing, and they didn't want to risk it. A good decision, Aegon had thought, but he was concerned that something might have gone awry. The captains of the fleet should have realized something, considering they were only a few days' march from Tolos now, and he decided that he'd fly in search of the fleet come the next day whilst the army marched. With the decision to force the men to remain at camp, their intel was not good, even if they knew Tolos could not conjure up an army in the week that they lost. Scouts would be sent after Aegon had spoken with the army, it was decided. Previously, they'd learnt that some of the Tolosi were leaving the city towards Mantares or via ship, and he'd wondered if more had left since. They were not pursuing these people, a wasted effort for little return. More than likely, their disappearance would have zero impact on what is planned for Liberty Bay. Their conversation continued, rehashing of battle plans and locations to secure, and finally, hours later, they came to an end of the discussions. Though, before they disembarked and made way back to the main camp, Sir Ethan had taken the opportunity to speak, to ask. Prince Aegon. There was hesitation in his voice, but there was also a need for something, a need, he realized, for answers. What was that, demon? Sir Ethan asked, and Aegon noticed that the rest of his commanders were keen to learn of what transpired. Some say that it was the witch's fault. Sir Tratas grunted, a dark look passing across his face. Trying to kill you through some foul magic, something called shadow binding. It was not the Red Priestess. Aegon informed them. It wasn't a shadow assassin either, no. Aegon trailed off. He did not know what it was. What that creature of decay and rot really was. The terror that thing inspired in him, though. In that moment, Aegon realized that it was the same kind of abominable terror that he experienced on Toad Isle, just magnitudes more concentrated against him and only him, and Aegon resisted the urge to shudder at the phantom terror that electrified through him. How did it get into the physical world? Aegon wondered, and he knew that it'd be one of the first things he'd have to understand when the liberation was finished. It was a demon. Aegon continued, his eye meeting the gaze of Ethan. A demon most foul, the kinds that dwell within the pits of hell. Aegon said, a grim look passing across his face as he remembered all that he saw in that realm. A realm, a reality of madness. He had an idea of how his being got there, and the means, but what it actually represented. Why? How? Sir Uthric was the one to ask. I asked to see the enemies of men. Aegon said, his eyes bearing down on Sir Uthric. Whatever those things were, they were undoubtedly enemies of man. If those things walked on planetos. The gods let me peer into the window of what lays beyond, good sirs, and I fear that I have seen too much. Aegon smiled grimly. Yet I do not regret it. Aegon waved towards his face, his lost eye. Though I was made to pay for my curiosity, I have learnt that we, the men of this earth, have enemies that would devour us all if they are given the chance. Aegon said, truthfulness ringing out from him. This world. He's seen enough throughout his experiences, this new one to crown them all, to instinctively know that this world was an exceedingly dangerous one that fought with sword and blood and with the very soul itself. And it would not take much for this world to descend into extinction, or near enough to it, he knew this now. The White Walkers, the Great Other, all of the other creatures that dwelled in the dark, those hordes, waiting for a moment in the light, all of them were salivating to sweep across the world. And it will be up to us, my commanders, and those who come after us, Aegon said as he swept his singular eye across their faces, his body slightly to ensure that the realm of men is protected against the foulest of creation. His words of bring the dawn had been a seed that he wished to plant for when the time came, a time long after him, the world wouldn't hinge on the prophecy of ice and fire, on Azor Ahai, but through the collective effort of men and women from all around the world. What he experienced in that realm of madness. The White Walkers, the Great Other. They were only the tip of the iceberg in this world. These things were not gods, he felt this instinctively, but it didn't mean much, in the grand scheme of things, given their power compared to humans. This world may well have an impossible task at hand to survive long enough to progress past the medieval era to get to the modern era, may it be 1,000 years or 2,000, and set boots on the moon with all of the things that existed just about off-kilter from the physical world. Ilmaris, the engine he wished it to be, the nation that'd drive progress and advancement, needed to be able to protect itself and the world against these things, beyond simply against the White Walkers and the Great Other. Flashes of gigantic gemstones passed through his mind. And, Aegon thought as phantom feelings of how insurmountable the presence of those gemstone emperors passed through him, he knew where to drive his research towards, where he'd find clues to help find a way to protect the legacy of his children and his people. You have my sword and my life, my prince. Sir Baelon vowed vehemently, a vow that was quickly joined by the rest of his commanders. Aegon smiled gratefully at his men. He had an itch to say that he only had need for their sword and not their lives, but thought better of it. Instead, he only nodded to his men, communicating that way that he valued them greatly. Aegon set his eye on Sir Tartered. Before we leave, Sir Tartered, I wish to have a word with you. They had plans for Tolos, their most guilty families. They still needed to go, that was unavoidable for the success of this region, starting anew without insidious actors around to use their experiences to return to power, but there could be ways to lessen the bloodletting. Killing all of the influential and powerful families, root and stem, could be avoided, especially now given the reputation and the uprooting he engineered in Astapor, Yunkai and Mirian, the three chief regions that were responsible for some of the most heinous human abuse and chattel slavery. Those regions were black holes, now, when it came to surviving lesser nobilities that held any power, with most having no male members above the age of 10 alive. Aegon wearily sighed internally at the memories that haunted him. Enough. Enough. There is enough innocent blood on my hands, Aegon thought to himself as he remembered the sight of the bodies of boys too old to be spared and far, far too young to have deserved to die for the sins of their families, and he knew all too well, that hundreds of children, young and babe, had died in dragon flame. It was time to stop. There were ways and means available to him now that wouldn't jeopardize the formation of free nations in Liberty Bay, not when there were less than 100 of families left in Tolos and Illyria that qualified to be removed root and stem. He knew enough from Tartered that many of the butcher men were feeling the weight on their souls too, the heinous acts that he had no doubt would be giving them a form of PTSD, and it was time to lessen the burden on the souls of his men. It was time for it all to be enough. Sir Tartered took his seat, and eyed Aegon with a laser-like focus, and when they were alone, Aegon began. Break. Early 113 AC King's Landing. Viserys POV. A sharp and deep pain rifled through his body, it shocking him awake, so much so, his entire body violently shook as pained gasps escaped through his mouth, the corners of his eyes crinkling moment before the rest of his face contorted in agony. Viserys. He heard called out distantly, a touch on his arm, yet to Viserys it was no more than a distant chime amidst the roaring storm that was his pain. Pain that was akin to jagged a flame arrowhead sunk deep in his lower back, being dragged out of his body, cutting and burning him open all at the same time. The Grand Maester, call for him. Viserys said weakly as his eyes reopened, revealing that Alicent was by his side of the bed, her face awash with concern. He's on his way. The servants have been sent to collect him and his acolytes, Alicent said before she brought a cup to him, and he was strong enough to pull himself up, the pain that set his body in misery subsiding, if only a little. Thank you, Alicent. Viserys sighed tiredly, his face still racked with face as he took the cup from her, yesterday's cup that he had not finished. It was honey wine with a few drops of milk of the poppy, only meant to aid his sleep with the dulling of the pain. He tried, hard, not to overindulge in the drink, wary as he was that too much reliance on the elixir would not only strengthen his tolerance to the few drops of the poppy but also make him crave the relief of all pain, even the tolerable phantom pains. It was far too long before the Archmaester arrived with his acolytes, and longer still was their treatment as they perused his body for new welling, bruises, or infections. He winced as he felt a small knife scraping on his lower back, the source of where the new pain had come from, his hands tightening on the cushioned sides of the treatment chair. The balm we tried to treat the skin, Your Grace, has failed to prevent the outbreak of infection. Grand Maester Melas said. It worked on my arm before. Viserys said displeased as he looked his shoulder, his expression marking his unhappiness at the situation. This new balm had promise, he thought miserably. The bruise that had surrounded the cut to his left arm had lessened greatly in less than 3 nights, and the wound itself had shown that it wouldn't form into an infection. Yet now, it seemed that the balm only had false promise. Like all of the other balms and remedies and swill that passed for medicine. Would he always be destined to butcher his body to stave off this seven's damned illness? No new treatment has certain success, Your Grace, Grand Maester said before he continued, though his words were not for him, not directly at least. Can we cauterize this one? Melas asked the acolyte with the blade. No, Grand Maester. The infection is too large and too close to his Grace's lower spine. I'm afraid we have to clean the infection and dress the wound with balms. Why is it a problem the damned infection is close to my spine? Viserys asked with a heavy frown. He's had outbreaks all around his body, even one not far from his heart. The lower spine is important for mobility, Your Grace. There are muscles and nerves there that of great import to the body's ability to work together. Viserys was many things but dull of mind, he was not. You mean you fear you will cripple me? Grand Master Melas shook his head, rather vigorously. No, your grace. For that to happen, we would have to jab a dagger in your spine. We are more concerned that we may, inadvertently damage the nerves there and cause you to lose sensitivity. Melas met Viserys' gaze. That you felt a pain so sharp there, is concerning, your grace, and we would rather avoid exacerbating the issue and hope that it will heal of its own accord. Hope. Viserys prevented himself from snapping and instead, nodded stoically. It seems that even maesters could only hope when it came to this seven-damned illness. Well, get on with it. Viserys said before he looked towards the front. And get a cup with a few drops of milk of the poppy before we start. The journey to the dining hall had taken longer than usual, the stiffness in his back, wrapped and slick with balm, impeding his movement significantly. Though, by the time he walked through the doors stationed by the Cargyle twins, he could hear a babble of conversation which brought a smile to his face, even more so when he was pleasantly surprised to see Alicent with their eldest, young Aegon and sweet Helena on raised chairings, with Helena next to Alicent who was speaking to their only daughter together. Where is Rhaenyra? She should be here at this time, he thought to himself, though, he thought, perhaps she had finished their meal and left, given that Alicent, young Aegon and Helena were almost finished with their own meals. Husband, Alicent said with a loving smile that turned apologetic, and, after a glance to their children she spoke further, had I known you would not be long, I would have had the children break their fast in their rooms. Viserys waved it off. It's fine. Viserys said with a smile, they seem to be behaving well, it's no concern. Viserys said to her. It wasn't oft that they'd break meals together, with how busy he was and how young they were. Young Aegon was a ball of spirit, as a boy 5 name days ought to be, and Viserys was not so inclined to be able to handle such a spirited boy, no, not that early in the morn. He remembered Rhaenyra all too well at that age, and young Aegon was much of that ilk. Alicent nodded to him as he took his seat at the head of the table, and he saw her brows creasing as she watched him over with a hint of worry. Is all well? She asked him, and he smiled reassuringly at her. A slight inflammation on my back, he assured her as he sat back in the servant's place, his morn meal of boiled goose eggs, blood sausages and boiled beans, accompanied by a cup of watered spiced wine. He grabbed the fork and knife and, as he cut into a blood sausage, he spoke further. I think I might just slept wrongly. It's nothing to worry about, he told her with a dismissive air. He needn't to worry her any further. She was aware of his troubles with his health, of course, troubles that started a few years into their marriage, but she did not need to know that the extent of how painful and how invasive the illness seemed to be getting. The Grand Master and his acolytes, for all of their flowery words of evasion and hesitancy, all but confirmed to him that it would only get worse with time. He knew Alicent. Her sweetheart. She'd worry needlessly about him once she knew how badly he was affected and how badly it would get. There'd be a time when he could not shield her of the extent of his ailment, he knew this, but for now, he'd keep her ignorant and let her live without worrying about him. I'm glad, Viserys. Alicent said with a small smile, her hand reaching to him, Jaehaerys babbling away in her lap. I was worried. You looked so pained. He smiled at her warmly, glad that he had such a caring woman for a wife. She shared that with his dear Emma. I'm much better now. Father. Young Aegon called out to him, and he saw a look of exasperation pass across Alicent's face, and he wondered why that was. Aegon. Alicent said the boy's name with a scolding tone of voice. I said no. Aegon collapsed into himself a little, though despite that there was a look of mild defiance. Yes, my dear boy? What is that you wish to ask? Viserys asked curiously, and he smiled at Alicent when she looked at him, and he waved her off, beseeching her to let the poor boy say what he wished to say. It was not oft they spoke, something he regretted. With Aegon still so young and Viserys so busy ruling the realm and dealing with the problems his youngest brother was causing him, including the recent mess of Tyroji slave rebellion, he rarely had time in the eve to spend much time with Aegon or other younger children with Alicent. So he was curious what the boy had to ask of him that Alicent had rejected herself. Can I go see Dreamfire today? His firstborn son asked hopefully, during which he'd sent shifty boyish eyes over to Alicent, wary yet brave enough to speak what he wanted, and Viserys was a little amused at the sight of it. He looked towards Alicent. Has he not behaved himself as befitting of a prince? Alicent's lips formed into a thin line for a few moments before she spoke. Aegon is doing better in his studies. Viserys was a little exasperated with Alicent. She'd pressed so hard for Aegon to bond with the riderless dragons despite his tender age, and refused to be patient until Aegon was older. She had been difficult to reason with, reminding him that Aegon was only a few years younger than when Rhaenyra had bonded with Silverwing, so his young age shouldn't be a problem, she'd argued. He'd been hesitant to agree, Daemon having mirrored the same concern in his own brash and uncouth way, but finally he relented when Lord Strong advocated that the move would be well received by the people if young Aegon became bonded to a dragon. And it wasn't as if Aegon would ride the dragon. He wouldn't, not until he was much older, like Rhaenyra had been when she first bonded with Silverwing. Then let him spend some time with Dreamfire. Viserys ignored the noise of delight that came from Aegon. To say he was surprised that Aegon bonded with Dreamfire, who was of mild disposition, yet its bouts of headstrongness and irritability, a grown dragon only outsized by Vermithor, Caraxes, and of course Viagar, was putting it lightly. Viserys had thought the boy would bond with blue hatchling dragon that had hatched from the same clutch that Jaehaerys milky yellow dragon hatched from, a dragon yet unnamed till the boy was old enough to do so himself, but it seemed fate had a different dragon in mind for his firstborn son. It would do both of them well to get to familiarize with one another. Alicent looked as if she swallowed a lemon before she nodded slightly. Very well, husband. Alicent turned to look at Aegon. This is only because you did well according to Grandmaster Melos. If you stop, you will stop seeing Dreamfire. Yes, mother. Aegon said quickly, his head bobbing up and down, and Viserys chuckled lightly before he continued to eat his meal. Where is Rhaenyra? Viserys asked a little while later as he paused from eating his goose eggs. I do not know. Alicent told him. She came to the dining hall, but she left shortly after. Alicent gave him a look that rang with disappointment. She did not dine with you. Viserys said with a frown. She did not. Alicent told him. I'll have a word with her. A shame that I did not see all of my eldest children together. We do not break meals together enough. Viserys said with a sigh. I agree. Alicent said with a small smile. We can dine in the eve. Viserys winced before he shook his head. Not this eve. Another time then. Alicent said. Another time. Viserys returned with a smile that promised it true. Hours later. Viserys wanted to groan at the news of rising piracy in the Stepstones that Corlys was bringing, news that his lord hand confirmed was true, and that there was scope for greater instability around the Stepstones with Tyrosh in such disarray. How certain are we Myr will likely to dispatch a fleet to aid the Tyroshi conclave? Lord Wilde, his master of laws, asked of Lord Corlys. I would stake my fortune on it. Corlys said stoically. With the assassination of Archon Rorokinner, Tyrosh will fall into complete chaos. Corlys smiled, and Viserys saw the bloodlust in that smile. It was rare to see the man without one these days. The rebellion of Lys and its shockingly quick resolution ending with a swan woman in charge of all people had heralded the fall of the Triarchy, and now with Tyrosh in complete civil war. The Triarchy was almost at an end, and Corlys delighted in that. Even if it survived, it would take years for the Triarchy to reform, and Viserys wasn't so sure they could, not without bringing Lys to heel, who had assuredly removed the shackles of foul slavery from their islands. Permanently, perhaps even. The news of Lys his small council brought him was startling to say the least. Joanna Swan, a girl that had been captured and sold into slavery years ago, was rumored to be the one who spearheaded it all. It was astounding, and it left him in disbelief. Yet that was not the only accomplishment she was rumored to have spearheaded. According to the rumors his Master of Whispers was bringing him, Joanna Swan was claiming responsibility for the assassination of the High Council by way of wildfire, a shockingly heinous and dishonorable means. Truly, a woman's weapon, assassination, yet Viserys was greatly disturbed to learn of the kinds of damage that vile concoction wildfire was capable of. He remembered rumors Otto had brought to him about Aegon possibly using the same weapon on his ships, and he'd idly wondered if Aegon had some connection to it. His lord hand did not believe that it was possible. There was no connection between Aegon and Joanna, and the families that Aegon had bought his slaves from were likely suffering greatly in this new free Lys. In any case, only the assurances that the guild responsible for that alchemy was destroyed and its members all dead, had left him at ease. The woman must have had some of the last of the concoction in the world. The world was better for it. The slave rebellion will grow out of control without the aid of the Myrish, Corlys continued as he played with the marble stone of the Master of Ships. Kinner was one of the few men who could keep the quarreling families of the Conclave a united front and push back against the rebelling slaves. It was chaos in Tyrosh. Slave war bands, opportunistic freedmen, and merchants in all kinds of ilk were cornering parts and pieces of Tyrosh in the wake of the loss of leadership. The families in the Conclave too were caught up in this disaster, with wealthy families using the opportunity to settle age-old feuds with each other. That, combined with Joanna Swan supplying forces to Tyrosh and calling for Tyroshi slaves to rise up against their oppressors. It would only be a matter of time before the entire situation would devolve into a true civil war of great bloodletting instead of the skirmishes and fights that was breaking out. With his demise, the hold on the Tyroshi captains is greatly lessened, as we all witness this day. Corlys said with a darkening look. Viserys withheld a sigh. Corlys was demanding that they be more involved in this mess. He wasn't the only one. For now, we will support the merchants with our fleet, Lord Corlys. Viserys said firmly, the situation in Tyrosh and the immediate region is too volatile for us to act hastily. Viserys' words did not please Corlys. Viserys could not find it within himself to care. Lord Beesbury. Viserys called to his master of coin. Can the realm afford to release more coin to increase the number of ships on order? Both the yards on Dragonstone and Driftmark were building ships, 60 planned to be completed in the next 6 months. With the looming fall of the Triarchy, they feared it all but certain that the Stepstones would house dens of corsairs and slavers, unshackled and opportunistic of the chaos that was befalling much of Essos. With Slavers Bay falling at the hands of his brother, the shock of the disruption to the slave trade was going to be severe. The whole market would collapse. Lord Beesbury and Lord Strong were certain of this, and with its collapse, would come desperation and opportunists. His small council was not certain how long it would take, for the slave market to recover. One main source, they believed, that would aid in the recovery of the market, was the disputed lands. They thought that the slave estates of the disputed lands would likely soon fall to all kinds of factions and sell-sword armies that would plunder the estates to feed the hungry free cities. After that, unless the Dothraki could be reasoned with, his small council believed that the Stepstones and the coasts of West Eros would be the next region that would be beset by opportunistic slavers, an unacceptable premise. The lords of the Stormlands would not have, and neither would Viserys have his lands beset by slavers to such a great degree. And so, he was forced to expand the Royal Navy to ensure that they could protect their coasts. "We do, Your Grace," Beesbury said, and Viserys was given a scrutinizing look by his master of coin. "You would wish to use the arsenal option, Your Grace?" "Perhaps," Viserys said before he looked to Corlys. "We would be able to bolster our fleets quicker and protect our coasts and create a safe corridor through the Stepstones." It was a shame that Dorne demanded too much to gain the same privileges Aegon had gotten from them. He could not believe Aegon was willing to pay the Dornish that much coin for such a short of period time. "I will not refuse more ships, Your Grace," Corlys said with a grunt. "But it will not solve the problem," Corlys pointed out. "A problem that may solve itself should Myr bring order back to Tyrosh," Lord Wilde reminded, and Corlys snorted at that. "Yes, that is one way. Letting the slavers back into full control," Corlys said disdainfully before he turned to look to the Grand Maester. "I wonder if the High Septon would be pleased to learn that we, the small council, prefer the slavers over the slaves because it would be convenient and allow us to sit here and do nothing," Corlys said with a disgusted shake of the head. "Lord Corlys." Viserys carried a stern warning in his voice, and Corlys gave an apologetic, if hesitantly, bow of the head. "We are not letting slavers get back into control. We are mandated to protect the realm, not to plunge it into a foreign war." The Lord Corlys' words were uncalled for. Lord Darklyn, his master of whispers, said with a nod to the mentioned lord, "There are some truths in his words. The public are abuzz with the news that they hear across the realm." Lord Darklyn paused in his words for a moment. "If we were to act, directly, it would not be opposed by the realm, especially given that we'd do so in the name of liberation." Viserys narrowed his eyes slightly. Liberation. He knew what Darklyn intended with that word. The meaning behind it. It was a word associated with his rebellious younger brother. The public loved his brother for the cause that he was fighting, a cause of slave liberation. "We could send supplies," Grand Maester Melos advised. "The faith has supported righteous causes before, Your Grace, and as the defender of the faith, you have some authority to act in the name of the faith and send supplies to the rebels and mayhaps even pious warriors too. Your name would cheered with such an act." "Lord Strong," Viserys called out after a moment of silence. He did not favor even doing this. It would grant a negative impression of the kingdom in the eyes of the other free cities. It would anger Myr and many in Tyrosh, Your Grace. Lord Strong said. It would be seen as direct violation of their territory and they may retaliate. "Let them," Corlys said with a scoff. "They are breaking, Lord Strong, their anger has no bite," Corlys said before he leaned forward. "Your Grace," he began, his eyes set on Viserys. "This is an opportunity to get rid of almost all of our ales in the narrow sea. Should Tyrosh fall to the slave rebels or to whomever else that is not the conclave that dared to oppose the realm, we will significantly reduce the dangers in the narrow sea. Trade will flourish, the kingdom will grow richer. We should act, Your Grace." Corlys looked towards Darklyn. "Even if it not as much as I'd like," Corlys said unhappily. "The Lord Corlys is not unbiased in his reasons in wanting Your Grace to act," Lord Strong said, and Corlys sent a glare at his hand, but there was little in it. "He is right in saying that should Tyrosh fall to a more friendlier leadership, the realm would be all the better for it." Sets of eyes fell upon Viserys and he disliked it greatly. Viserys would not be pushed into acting hastily. "I will consider it," Viserys said firmly in a tone that brooked no further argument, and he received bowed heads from most of his small council, excepting Corlys, who looked displeased but did not oppose with any words. Hours later, Viserys leaned over the edge of the model of Valyria, his eyes peering over the smallest of details of one of the towers, the home of the Singers, an order of priesthood that were rumored to be all sorceresses that communed with the gods and held great power in the Valyrian faith and the people. It hadn't looked right, the details of the tower, the roads and the steps that led to the entry of the tower, the temple. It was amongst the few buildings of old Valyria that he had enough descriptions from the texts to build whole. "It'll be difficult," he said to himself as he eyed it all. He wouldn't be able to rework it, he thought to himself. He may need to start from scratch, he thought with displeasure. He straightened himself and walked around the almost finished model and made his way towards his workstation that held all of his tools and materials and begun to work on recreating that section of his model. Some time later, the doors to his chamber opened, drawing his attentions. Sir Ricard Thorne, his Lord Commander who took over from Sir Westerling when he'd passed a moon ago, escorted in his brother, Daemon. Brother. Daemon greeted, a customary smirk on his face. You're playing with your stones at this time of eve. You may go, Sir Thorne. Viserys said to his Lord Commander, and, after a glance towards his brother, he looked back at his carving and continued to make the impressions. Your Grace. He heard the man say before his steps receded, the steps of Daemon drawing near. How's Baelon? Viserys asked when the steps of Daemon stopped by him. He's well. Daemon said with a dismissive tone of voice. If one did not know Daemon, you would think that he cared little from the tone of voice. Daemon stepped away from him and soon returned back to him, the clunking noise of the stool's feet echoing his chamber, and Daemon sat next to him. Vermithor found a cave nearby the castle to nest in. Daemon said. So there was no space to be found for our grandsire's dragon, in the end? Viserys asked with a side glance. No, Daemon said with a growl in his voice. My lady wife does not want to repurpose the only yard large enough to house Vermithor. Daemon scoffed. Apparently it's beyond the pale to rip out stones with thousands of years of history. Daemon mocked, but Viserys knew his brother too well not to notice the offended anger in his voice. As if fucking crumbling stones should be reason enough to be an impediment. Short-sighted fool of a woman. Daemon, do not speak of your wife in such a manner. Viserys said disapprovingly as he met his brother's gaze. He did not understand his brother when it came to his wife, a woman who carried and brought into the world his one and only child. His son, his heir. He could never speak of Alicent in such a way, let alone Emma. Daemon carried a growl at the back of his throat before he scoffed. No matter, Vermithor's new abode is no farther than the dragon pit is to us. Good. Viserys said with a nod, his eyes still set on his work in front of him. I'll be curious to see how Vermithor acclimatizes to his new surroundings. Not since Malaise has a dragon been absent from Dragonstone and King's Landing. Well, Viserys thought darkly, excepting of course Aegon's branch of their family. The old beast will be fine. Daemon dismissed, and as he spoke further, he'd spoken with a mocking in his voice. There is plenty of sheep in the sheep valley for him to grow into a strong boy, never mind all of that. Daemon paused. You're angry. Daemon stated matter-of-factly. Viserys was startled by the accusation and he looked towards Daemon with some hint of irritation. Daemon spoke up before Viserys did, however. You always play with your toys for too long when you're angry. You were always like this when you kept on losing training spars against me despite being years older. Daemon said with a smirk that he lost as he spoke further, his eyes more intense. And recently too, thanks our wayward and irritating little brother, though I expect that this time it is more of a Tyroshi problem, isn't it? Viserys narrowed his eyes at him. Tyrosh is not a problem, Daemon. Viserys' voice was hard. Yet some of you would persist to make it mine. The realms. Viserys' eyes narrowed almost to slits. Did you speak with Lord Darklyn? With Corlys? He kept the accusation from his voice, but he doubted he was so successful given the anger that flashed across Daemon's voice. I am not always the source of reason, brother. Others may well reach it without my aid. Daemon's retort came sharp and cold, and Viserys scoffed before he shook his head and refocused on his modeling. The stool's feet scrapped against the floor, forcing Viserys to glance at his brother. Everyone can see that the trouble we can save the realm, Viserys, if we just act. Daemon was forceful in his tone of voice. Even the coin counters can tell that we could do everyone a great favor if we made sure whomever took control of Tyrosh was friendly to the kingdoms. And you would accomplish this by raining dragon fire down on Tyrosh as you want to do. Viserys' own retort and accusation was just as fierce as that of Daemon's. Or would you accomplish this by making Tyrosh your crown jewel in your kingdom of the Stepstones? Daemon growled, his top lip jerking to its right, yet Daemon kept enough of his temper at bay. I have no interest in re-establishing my kingdom. It's far too much of a hassle to manage those damned rocks. Daemon said in a dismissive scoff, and Viserys felt himself caught in amusement at the accusations that Otto often brought against Daemon, that his brother wished to be king. He does not have the patience for it, Viserys thought. Daemon was many things, but a king he was not. Though I will not deny that taking Tyrosh for the realm would be even better. Daemon said seriously, surprising Viserys. You want to take Tyrosh? Viserys said in disbelief. Why not? Viserys did not like the flippant tone Daemon took. It masked how serious he was about the idea. We cannot. The rest of the free cities would not stand for it. Daemon scoffed and his eyes burnt with conviction as he spoke. You overestimate the importance of the opinions those coin peddlers have. What can they do against us, rulers of the 7 kingdoms, riders of the last dragons on this world? Yet for all of our might, we can easily fall to misfortune like our uncle Aemon, or to a blade in the dark, Daemon. Viserys said with a hint of anger in his voice. Or worse, they can send a faceless man to deal with you or I, Daemon. The SSC hold no compunction to use dishonorable means to attain victory. I would burn Bravus down to the ground if they dared. It would not mean the danger would end, brother. Viserys said with a sigh. To this, Daemon had little to say even if he snarled slightly. Despite everything, despite his hot-headedness and quest for glory, his brother was not stupid. Though Daemon had not been privy to the lessons his grandsire had given him in the last years before their grandsire was starting to lose his mind, Daemon knew that the House of Black and White was a formidable weapon the Bravasi held. His grandsire once told him that he'd seriously considered flying over to Bravus and demand the return of the 3 dragon eggs, yet he'd been made to stop when he'd received a letter in his solar, brought without knowledge or even a hint of an intruder, that warned that such an act would be considered an act of war and that men without faces would be called in to defend Bravus. For all that the Bravasi were considered to be a merchant city, they were a ruthless enemy to have with those faceless men. To deal with Bravus, one had to do so carefully. No. Viserys said finally. We will not annex Tyrosh into the realm. As wonderful such a thing would be to add to his legacy, he would not expose the realm to such a risk. Then let me push the advantage into the hands of one of the factions. Daemon said, greatly displeased. He continued. Fine, we won't annex Tyrosh, but we can do the next best thing and at least ensure that friends take control of Tyrosh. And what about the Myrish? Viserys asked with a hard look to his brother. If Myr lands their army on Tyrosh, it will be lost to us and the Triarchy would simply be replaced by a resurgent Myr. They would be in the ilk of Volantis when they ruled over south of Essos. Daemon's eyes darkened. Their next step would be Lys, and after that, who knows, they may well grow strong enough to pose a threat greater than the Triarchy had been. Viserys looked away from Daemon and worked on one of the pieces of the model. To his surprise, Daemon said nothing as Viserys simply worked. Finally, Viserys spoke up. In the morn, we will sit down with my hand, Lord Corlys and Lord Darklan, and talk about this. Talk. Daemon's voice was full of anger. Viserys turned to look sharply at Daemon. Talk. I will not let us embroil ourselves into Tyroshi affairs without a plan. At this, Daemon's eyes widened with surprise before a triumphant look appeared on his face. Do not look so pleased, Daemon. Viserys' voice was curt and sharp. Before I agree to any plan, you will give me your word on the pains of exile that you will obey my orders, is that clear? Yes, brother. Daemon said with a smile that Viserys did not trust, and a look of displeasure cut across his face. Daemon lost the smile and rolled his eyes. Do not look so regretful, Viserys. I will behave and be a good little brother, unlike dear old Aegon. Viserys sighed and shook his head. He was already regretting giving an inch to Daemon, but he understood that he had limited options. Daemon was right about one thing. Ensuring Tyrosh fell into friendly hands would solve the majority of the issues plaguing his rule. He'd take a visible stance against slavery, he'd end the threat of the Triarchy once and for all, and the narrow sea houses would be indebted to him for his acting. Yes. The Tyrosh problem being resolved would solve a great deal of his issues. The only thing that remained was bringing his younger brother Aegon to heel. Chapter 31. Mangoes Deep, I'm glad you enjoy it. Yes, he has a kind of mage sight. More like soul sight or spiritual energy sight. Most have a form of it. The first men can hear the winds whispering, but it takes one's third eye being fully open to see it all. Cold Blue 2015, 1. Lesala is a fanatic. Fanatics don't have a shake of faith. They just reframe it. 2. Aegon is like a newborn to that kind of magic. It'll take a long time before he understands how healing works without it causing harm to himself or to others. Visual bliss, winky face. Aegon had more important stuff to think on at that stage. Longing resider, none of them in all honesty. Aegon seems more like he'd like Phil Coulson above everyone else. A good man who tries his best but knows that sometimes bad shit needs to be done in order to get to the good stuff. Re the bending and the philosophy bits, good perception. And yes, the intimate part of the magical system is a bit along those lines, although there is an overarching magical system that goes beyond the self, and ultimately that is linked to the larger way most people in ASOIAF use stuff like shadow binding and so on. Scott, agree Viserys good man, but bad king. Hyperion 2000, one could call self-sacrifice magic almost akin to a gateway drug, winky face. Seriously though, once you get a hang of it, and a taste for it, it's a slippery slope. Tony McNuckles, Golden Eyes. The Golden Eyes is a reference to the one of the Gemstone Emperors, which tie into Aegon's theory about ancestral songs. The connection between Lys and Aegon will definitely be known at some point or another. It is politically expedient for it to be known for everyone. LMAO, the combination of Lovecraft and 40k is quite on the nail, winky face, including the Tolkien link. The three are very much the inspiration for much of this story, at least when it comes to magic. Regarding the eye loss, if you read the last chap again, you'll notice that he was beginning to see things beyond normal perception as soon as he was back from that realm. He didn't need to lose the eye to have kept the sight. Unfortunately, shit happens. He'll have to use another means to get them to bend. Imba MLG, it ends when it ends. If you're unhappy about that, you can always wait until there's a load of chapters where you can skip them. Up to you. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Early 113 AC Illyria. Sir Ethan POV. Rays of light descended from the heavens through the cracks of grey dark clouds that seemed on the precipice of letting loose a violent volley of rain. The light of the mostly hidden sun touched upon the calm waters and upon the host of vessels that glided upon it, a gentle touch to accompany the eerie calm of the winds that rustled the sails and carried the shouts of sailors and soldiers alike. Yet, for all that it seemed as if the gods were waiting upon a grand battle to happen beneath the heavens, it was likely far from the truth, of what was to happen, he thought as he stared upon a burnt and empty harbour and a city with blacker clouds rising from behind the city walls that had gaping blackened wounds. 8 molten wounds were in the city walls, all of them spaced from each other by hundreds, even 1,000, yards from the gates that led to the main ports. He did not doubt that the inner walls of the city were far worse off. They will surely surrender, Ethan thought to himself. Prince Aegon had flown to Illyria 3 times whilst the army to set right Tolos. The first time had only come a day after thousands of noble and freedmen had been executed by dragon fire, where, Aegon atop Miss Aragorn, set aflame to the harbours and the ports. Prince Aegon ignored the ships that had remained in defence of Illyria and the towers that bore scorpions, only noting where they were kept. The plan, at first, had been to seize ships, though that opportunity seemed long gone now. The second time Prince Aegon flew to Illyria had been 4 days later when he'd burnt the city walls, many of the towers and battlements under the cover of night. The third time, only 3 days ago, noting that no ships remained nearby and in the burnt harbours and ports, Prince Aegon had surveyed the island and the rocks surrounding it, noting all that could be seen from high above. He'd seen then that there were battles happening all across the city and upon his return, had ordered that the army disembark post-haste and set for Illyria. I wonder if all of the rats have escaped the sinking ship, he grimly mused as he stared upon the Isle of Illyria, the last holdout in all of Slavers. Liberty Bay. They were uncertain what the situation was in Illyria. If it would welcome them, or if there was to be battle. All signs pointed to surrender, but there was enough in it that they had to be cautious. Especially since it was a large city rivaling the population of Astapor before it had been cleansed, with a population of some 100,000 or perhaps a little less or a little more. Its slave population was slightly lesser than that of the other slaver cities, more comparable to that of Tolos. 4 slaves to a free man. But where they differed to other slaver cities was that Illyria was more alike to the free cities where freemen were part of the city's politics. They also bred their slaves more than they bought them. It was similar to what the Tolosi slavers did, although on a much grander scale, considering that Illyria was the poorest city in Liberty Bay, at least according to Sir Uthric. That comparatively poorness partially meant Illyria, like Tolos, had a stronger Valyrian heritage from nobility to slave, though of course there was more to it too. Likely pride and circumstance. Sir Uthric said that Illyria was almost comparable to Volantis and its daughters because of it, where even the freedmen, though not even close to a majority as could be found in Volandaris but sizable still in numbers, had amongst them peoples with blue indigo eyes or silver blonde hair, a rare few even having both. The stripped nobility exiled to Velos had a sizable number amongst themselves with those Valyrian traits. Illyria, with its proximity to the ruins of old Valyria, was expected to have more of such Valyrian peoples. He doubted that they'd find too many women and children to send into exile to Velos as Prince Aegon was wanting to do. Like he'd chosen to do in Velos rather than let the fates of the stripped nobility to the hands of the masses. Like Mirian and Yunkai. Though he wondered if it was really much of a mercy to spare their lives, given that they bore branded marks upon their faces to indicate their origins as slavers and would live out their lives as no more than farmers, if they were lucky. In any case, prideful the slaver families may be, they should have been wise enough to escape whilst the chance was still there. Their campaign, though fast-paced, had unwillingly permitted a number of chances for others to escape and spread the news of the viciousness of their campaign. By road and by ship. Especially during the moon's long march to Tolos. Perhaps it would have been wiser to assault Tolos by sea, but had they done so, they might brought unto themselves unwanted consequences. Slave soldiers turned into roving bandits by leaving hundreds of thousands of slaves to toil at the estates, farms, mines, and towns surrounding the ruins of Parish and the demon road leading to Tolos. All things considered, however, perhaps the march had unwittingly played into their favour, given the state in which they'd found Tolos when they'd arrived there. The city had surrendered to their army unconditionally, and later they'd learnt that a small civil war had broken out in Tolos where the ones who wished to surrender had won out, aided greatly by slaves and slave soldiers alike. The victors of that civil war hoped that, by gifting Prince Aegon the corpses of slaver families, particularly those who held deep ties with the noble families of the other slaver cities, that they'd buy their own lives and that of their families. It had not. At least not entirely. Tolos and the nearby port towns still had many of its prominent families ripped asunder, with the patriarchs and the noblemen executed alongside the bulk of affluent freedmen, whilst the wealth of their families were taken away, including their ancestral belongings, manses, and estates. Their surviving family members had been cast out of Tolos, some several thousand women and children, taken by a small fleet to Velos, where they would be assigned to get the island fit for habitation, later to be joined by thousands of freed slaves from the countryside who would be granted land on the island. They'd been foolish to think that mercy was an option, and foolish to think they could buy their way out unscathed. They should have left Tolos like those other families who'd left Tolos by ship or by caravan with much of their wealth in tow. It was unfortunate for them, but it seems the Illyrians had likely been wiser, considering that the island's ports and harbours was bereft of all ships. Ethan was undecided whether or not the prince wanted them to escape instead of seeking them to capture later, as the prince had left the ships untouched. They'd seen the inevitable coming and they'd swallowed their pride accordingly. Ethan was gladdened for it. Enough examples had been made to the peoples of the liberated cities, and elsewhere, examples that showed the old ways were dead and buried. He's seen far too much blood spilled, innocent and guilty, so much so that he'd lost all appetite for needless bloodshed. Even the fact that they likely lost great deal of treasure from the Illyrians did not upset him all that much. Considering the unfathomable amount of gold and silver they accumulated from these accursed lands, it was not a great deal loss to lose drops of gold and silver. Ethan was not alone in this opinion, he mused to himself. Still, the main concerning part in all of this was that they were unknowing about the estimated 50 to 100 ships that had escaped from the clutches of the hunter fleets, Admiral Lutherius and Miss Aragorn, throughout the Liberty Bay campaign. Did they leave the Gulf of Grief with the escaping nobility, or did some, or most, mutiny and taken hold of their destiny? More than likely, the captains mutinied and would fall into piracy and slaving, perhaps even doing so at this very moment in time. Many of the enemy captains were after all slavers by trade or noble scions, sometimes both at the same time. They'd have to allocate many ships to patrol the Gulf in search of these ships. A roar echoed in the air, and Ethan cast his eyes towards the heavens. The dark side of a dragon at full spread raised the volume of the men's voices on his ship. Ethan turned his head away from the dominating figure of Miss Aragorn and turned to look towards the flagship that was more than 1,000 yards away beside his ship. A familiar figure stood at the foredeck of the ship, head forward looking, and a complicated look passed across Ethan's face, memories of Prince Aegon's wounds flashing at the forefront of his mind. Impossible wounds, impossibly healed wounds. The emerald eye was gone, and in its place there was scarred over skin, as if flesh had been knitted over the chasm of where the eye once was. Aegon the Blessed, Aegon the Unburnt, Aegon, the gods chosen. That and more they called him. There was a religious zeal bolstered by heretical preachers around Prince Aegon now, even amongst the Unsullied and many of the Astapori, Yunkai and Myrina's soldiers, a zeal that far surpassed the zeal of before, when the prince had only been seen as a shepherd guiding blessed peoples to the promised land, and the man who led the liberation and the army to victory after victory. Even that witch, the Red Priestess Aegon spared, likely had some kind of worship with the way he'd seen her stare at the prince with her disturbing black eyes. And truthfully, Ethan found it hard to find arguments against the notion that Prince Aegon was blessed by the gods. He did not see the supposed demon that attacked Prince Aegon, but from all accounts it was an evil, godless thing, and Prince Aegon should have died from the wounds he suffered, and most definitely from dragon flame. Yet he did not, and if anything, it seemed as if he'd gained something from the ordeal. The way the prince now moved. After they took Tolos, the prince had spent weeks sparring with the best swords in the army, Sir Gaelanis, Sir Tratos, and Commander Rhaegar, predominantly to regain his confidence in his body. Prince Aegon had been stiff, lacking mobility and arm movement at the start. There was few signs of the violent, precise, and powerful strikes Prince Aegon was known for. Days had passed, and though few had spoken out that the prince had lost much strength in his body, many had thought it, Ethan knew. However, all of that changed on the 9th day, where it seemed as if Prince Aegon had regained his mobility again, even if he had not regained his full might. There had been hope that the old might of the prince would return with time. And it did, in a fashion. What he'd shown was far from what Prince had shown before. By the 15th day, Prince Aegon was fighting several of the best swordsmen at once, moving his body and his feet with impossible perfection, as if he knew where all of his enemies were, as if he could see the downward strike, the horizontal slash, the vicious forward jabs moments before they happened. It was as if he'd lost an eye but gained 10 more at the back of his head. It was clear that Prince Aegon did not have his infamous violent strength any longer, once comparable to that of Tratos' strength, but though he lessened in strength, he more than made up with beyond excellent swordsmanship. By the 17th day, Prince Aegon defeated 8 of the best swordsmen on his lone self, a feat that even during his best Prince Aegon would not have been able to accomplish, not even close, and not without injuring himself greatly. Prince Aegon came out of the spar without any injuries. To say Ethan was wary of the prince was to understate it. He knew that Prince Aegon dabbled in the magical arts, and for all he knew, all of what had happened to him was no more than a failed attempt at using magic instead of some kind of divine intervention. For all of that suspicion, however, he also knew that he could not dissuade himself of the possibility that the gods truly favored Prince Aegon in the way that was claimed. Ilamaris, the way the campaign was headed, Prince Aegon's survival. All he could do is keep close watch on the prince. For now he seemed unchanged, if a bit more reserved and less ruthless, understandable after nearly dying, but that could change. Ethan hoped he was wrong to be suspicious. Because if he was right to be, may the gods have mercy on them all. Their fleet slowed their approach at the southern tip of the island of Illyria, and Ethan, likely everyone else too, watched as Miss Aragorn flew over the city repeatedly, screeching and roaring. Ethan cast his eyes towards the fleet. There were 90 ships in this fleet, each ship carrying 250 men. To say it was crowded was understating it. Fortunately, the journey from Tolos to Illyria was no more than a day. And, Ethan thought grimly as mirrors began to flash from the flagship in the Korintha's signal language, it was a good thing too that they had the bulk of their army with them. Trap! Prepare to assault the city had been the message, and the ships themselves seemed roared in unison after the captains or first officers of each ship translated the message to the army. Ethan steeled himself. 7 damned fools! Ethan looked towards Sir Aegon, his second in command for the 250 men on board of his ship, and nodded to him before Ethan strode towards the foredeck. Attention! Ethan bellowed as he rose up the steps and turned to face the men. Sir Aegon and several other knights rounded up the men, and when they were assembled, he took to speak. The possibility of having to assault the city had always been there, and so battle plans had thought up, assigning units to specific quadrants of the city and which units would storm through what section of the destroyed wall. It was a damn shame, Ethan thought as he spoke to his men about their assignment, that the Illyrians would not surrender. A great damn shame. Whilst they did not think they'd be so lucky that they'd have Illyria surrender as Tolos had done, they had expected a far easier conquest. But, it seems as if the archons of the city had remained, and they were defiant in the face of overwhelming odds, preferring to die than to surrender. So be it. The ships cruised to the southern tip of Illyria, towards the gaping holes in the walls, and like dandelions, each crowded ship shed a dozen boats as the white beaches of Illyria beckoned. And one of those boats carried Prince Aegon as well. Our men must see me fight, good sirs. It's been too long since I fought side by side with them, Prince Aegon said, and he'd been unmoved by any of the arguments posed by the commanders. Ethan wondered if that had been the real reason or if there was another. He doubted he'd learned of it. Whilst they rode and rode towards the white beaches of Illyria, Miss Aragorn swept down from the heavens pass after pass, torching more of Illyria's walls and buildings in blue flame, the sounds of agonized screams a whisper amongst raucous song and vicious chant and crackling fire. His boots sank into the wet sands of the white beach amongst thousands of others, the bellows of men to me and fire and blood, and for Aegon the Blessed, accompanied with the chiming sounds of moving armor as men banded together into their units and raced towards the gaping sections of smoldering walls. A roar cut through all noise, and Ethan thought he could feel the winds shift as Miss Aragorn in all of his armored glory flew overhead. Men! Form up! Ethan bellowed, and soon his 250 men moved like an arrow tip towards their assigned section. Heavy steps and heavy sounds of chiming and clinking armor reverberated around him, drowning out all other noises, and soon enough, they arrived, being the first to do so here, and they ran through the scorched, crumbled walls. Archers up ahead! One of his men called out, and Ethan saw what he was shouting about. Standing atop crumbled, blackened inner walls, were dozens of archers, whilst at the huge chasm of a gap in the innermost wall were hundreds of men protecting the newly fashioned entry into the city proper. Shield wall! Ethan bellowed, and as he'd said so, arrows had rained down at them, catching a few of the men in the process, though his men were quick and formed up rows of shields that weaved into an unbreakable wall. Their shields were struck by arrow after arrow and even pelted with stone. No, Ethan thought, it was lead, as he felt the heaviness of the strikes on his shield. Archers! Fire at will! Men, protect our archers! Ethan bellowed at the 10 archers that were assigned to his unit as they continued to move towards the chasm, albeit at a slower pace. His archers knocked their arrows under the cover of the shields and soon, through the gaps of the shield wall, let fly their arrows. Again and again, his archers let loose, and again did the enemy arrows strike at their shields, but fortunately, 100 yards after they'd formed the shield wall did more units arrive from behind them. Enemy archers! Ethan bellowed as he directed the men behind towards the enemy archers, and soon where there had been 10 archers were now several dozen more. When Ethan felt no more arrows striking their shields, no more than 200 paces away from the enemy position, did he decide to let the men loose. Men! Forward! Ethan bellowed, and he was amongst the first to run at the enemy defenders. The enemy defenders panicked. Bastard Valerian barely registered as he weaved out of the way of a spear thrown at him. Many of the defenders, wearing hardened leather armor and bronze shoulder pads, broke loose from their defensive formation, coming down the small mount of crumbled walls with their curved swords angling to bite at their necks. The sounds of steel biting steel surrounded him, though he paid no attention to the battles of his men, as 2 enemy men, one with spear in hand and another a sword, made their way towards him, and Ethan's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword as he moved to meet their challenge. He ducked under the vicious spear jab, his forward foot bending at the knee as he arced his shield to beat away the spear. In the same move, he twisted his feet to meet the sword slash of the other enemy with that of his own. He put more force into the strike, breaking the rhythm and stance of the enemy swordsman, and beat away the enemy sword. He quickly stepped forward again with his shield protecting his body and the spear sunk deep into his shield. He let of the shield and, after he'd parried the enemy swordsman's strike, he brought down a vicious chop that cleanly cut off the enemy swordsman's head, and again, with another step, a duck, and a feinted move, he smashed at the middle of the spear with a vicious roar, breaking it in half before he slashed in a wide arc and cut the spearman's throat clean. He spared a glance at the battlefield and saw his men and the units dispatching more of the enemy every moment that passed. And, Ethan bellowed ard, his sword pointing forward and amidst a raucous roar, the men ran forward into the belly of the city. There was little rhyme or reason as they moved into the city proper. Men with scimitars, men with spears or axes or bow and arrow greeted them through the streets of Illyria. It seemed as if they were battling all of Illyria itself. Though there were women and men scrambling to seek cover, some slave-looking, most not, they seemed far and few as they battled through the mazy streets. Ethan had little doubt that many of them were dying as well in this chaos. Though many of the enemies had armor on, some did not, and that would only cause confusion and risk aversion by the men, Ethan knew. They should have surrendered. His blade sung a tune that never seemed to end, whistling and screaming through the air, through skin and through bone, hacking and slashing and chopping, killing and killing and killing. The smell of death was pungent and clouded the air in a haze of red and brown, blood and shit misting all around them. Ethan ducked and weaved his way through the horde of men in front of them, either side of them. A strike at the enemy knee, a jab through the chest of the kneeling man. Evade the enemy man approaching behind, twist and duck and parry the downward striking sword and push with the shoulder, and as the enemy stumbled, slide forward, his left hand holding the butt of the hilt of his sword, and jab. Ethan pulled out the sword from the gurgling enemy and moved on. Slash. Jab. Hack, hack, hack. Heads half severed and heads lay scattered like overgrown stones and rocks. Hack. Jab. Slash. Hammer, hammer, hammer. As he finished hammering with his dulling blade through the helm of the spearman in front of him, in the corner of his eyes he noted one of his men pinned down against two enemies, pushed against, and on the precipice of losing and dying. One more hammer later, Ethan raced towards his pinned down comrade, and as Ethan approached, one of the two enemies noticed him and turned toward him, and, as the enemy slashed at him with a horizontal arc, Ethan slowed his approach and jumped back before he quickly moved forward and, with the very tip edge of his blade, caught the neck of the enemy. The silver-haired enemy fumbled back, eyes wide in terror, and Ethan cut short the man's misery by slashing at the man's face, splitting half his head in a macabre fashion. Ethan quickly parried away the enemy's sword against his comrade who had fallen into the dirt, and Ethan pulled out his dagger and buried it in the throat of the enemy. Go. Fall back to the rearguard. Ethan shouted to the comrade who was pulling himself up from the dirt, though Ethan did not see if he did as ordered, having already selected his next enemies to slay. By the time his unit arrived at the public square by the water garden, his armor was beaten as much as his body beaten and tired, his flesh underneath his chainmail bruised and bleeding. They had to fight to win street by street, oftentimes pelted with lead stones and arrows from buildings and elsewhere, greatly reducing the speeds by which they moved. The entire city seemed to have been made into a trap. Had it not been for Miss Aragorn burning large swatches of the tops of the buildings, they might have well sustained far greater casualties. Already this was the bloodiest battle they'd all been in. As they moved further into the city, killing and hacking at all that bore a weapon or stood in their way, the resistance they were facing greatly began to recede, though for Ethan, as he parried and struck against the warrior in front of him, he was having the fight of his life presently. He stepped back as the copper-skinned warrior in front of him, who wore molded leather armor dyed in purple and blackish-red colors, angled his gleaming steel scimitar towards Ethan's throat, Ethan only narrowly escaping death's call. The warrior in front of him screamed at him, his dark eyes radiating violence and bloodlust, and his scimitar screamed along the tune of the warrior's song as the man hacked and slashed at Ethan, who kept on retreating and retreating, only sometimes parrying away the strikes when the scimitar got too close. Ethan was tired. His breathing was heavy, his breathing was hard, and he saw the others in their army engaged in combat, so knew he would receive no aid in time. So be it. Ethan, though, as he gritted his teeth and drew more out of himself. The scimitar whistled on the left of his side, and on went the furious assault of the warrior. And though Ethan was tiring, he did not let himself fall to the blistering assault of this admittedly skilled warrior, parrying and sidestepping as much as he could, and he couldn't, he let the scimitar strike at parts of his body that were well protected. Fortunately, an arrow buried itself into the side of his enemy, which caused the warrior to stumble a little, and that was all that Ethan needed to find a gap, and Ethan took it. His sword buried into the chest of the enemy, wide-eyed and choking on his blood, and as the enemy let go of his scimitar, Ethan pulled out his sword and let the man fall and bleed out onto the blood-soaked sands. Ethan's chest heaved and heaved and heaved, his eyes surveying, scanning all around like some starved cat looking to feed itself on fattened rats, and after he caught his breath, his body growing more stiff and ached and pained as moments passed, Ethan hardened himself and continued. The battle for Illyria continued for some time longer, his men and the other units continuing to move and move deeper into the city, killing and roaring at anything that moved, and finally, at the precipice of the coming of eve, did the fighting abate, and finally, when the last lights of the sun came, did they manage to find some peace in which they could rest and nurse their wounds. When Ethan felt as if he was safe enough, surrounded by men and unsullied who cleaned their blades and their spears and their armor from blood and gore, did he let sleep consume him, his head dipping as his hands rested on the butt of the hilt as he sat on the edge of the water fountain in the public square. 7 damned fools! Was Ethan's last thought as sleep took him. When the next day came, Ethan saw for himself the extent of the toll the battle had taken on the men. Many sported injuries, some superficial, though many were severe enough that it'd take moons or years to heal. And though Ethan could not tell how many men died, he was almost certain that thousands had died in this battle alone, by the far the greatest death toll they'd suffered throughout the campaign. The Illyrians, noble and freedmen alike, all must have mobilized. Ethan had thought, and after he'd found Sir Tratas and Prince Aegon still in his bloodied and dented armor, they all but confirmed his suspicions about who they'd been fighting. The next few days, hard though as it was, as they rounded up all of the city's inhabitants in the public squares, penned in like overgrown pigs in a crowded pigsty, they did indeed learn that the Illyrians had decided to fight to the death in the name of survival and in the name of their city. The news of their campaign had hit the Illyrians, and though some of the noble families took to leave, the Archons had stopped that from happening and rallied the Illyrians to fight for their homes. It was an insane choice, but a choice, Ethan admitted to himself. He understood. The civil war that Prince Aegon had seen had been in fact a culling of the majority of the slave population. Most of the males, in fact, had been killed. Given that there was 4 slaves to a man, at half of the slave population, anywhere between 30 to 40,000 slaves were killed in the culling. The fires that Prince Aegon had seen were in fact massive pyres burning bodies. To say the prince was apoplectic with blinding rage was understating it. Already, the casualties that suffered, 3,250 men dead, 500 Elamari, 1,200 unsullied, and the rest Liberty Bay soldiers had caused great deals of hostility amongst the men, who all lost people they knew. To then discover that the Illyrians had butchered so many innocent people. Over the next week, all of the tens of thousands of surviving men, some of whom had surrendered to them, noble and freedmen and even slave soldiers, were rounded up and burnt by dragon flame or hung or was submitted to the axe, decimating all the male population above the age of 4 and 10. They should have surrendered. The smells of death reeked through the city. Ethan had not watched any of the executions, preferring to organize the units over watching more deaths happen. Illyria, as a slaver city, was no more and would never be that again. Out of a city of more than 100,000, less than 50,000 remained, all of them women and children, with the vast majority being former slave women and slave children. From what he understood, Prince Aegon intended to colonize the Isle of Illyria with the peoples of Mirian and the countryside. It would have to be so, in all honesty, in order to survive, but it was likely going to be decades before it could be brought back from the annihilation it suffered. They spent another few days combing through the city, pilfering through manses and all sorts of buildings. Illyria, it had seemed, was a treasure trove when it came to Valyrian treasure. Though they might have been poor in gold and silver, they were not poor in treasure. Marble statues of Valyrian gods and famous heroes, paintings and texts and tomes and Valyrian steel, almost 100 Valyrian steel daggers and over a dozen of swords and axes and spears were found throughout the city. Even the buildings themselves, towering and dominating and of pristine beauty, all of it seeming as if they were carved from single blocks of pristine marble, were treasures in of themselves. And all of it would come with them, according to Prince Aegon. In time. When the Regency councillors and administrators came to the city, shocked and horrified when they learned of all that transpired in Illyria, Ethan had been there with the prince, as he'd explained that he wanted a great deal of the buildings disassembled and sent to Astapor for transport to Ilamaris at a much later date. When the time came, 3 weeks after they'd taken Illyria, was the fates of the surviving noble families disclosed to them. Ethan, standing beside Sir Uthric, Sir Gaelanis, and Rhaegar, all watched with neutral or uncaring expressions as scores of women were dragged into the manses, a tall marble building that fashioned as a commanding center, receiving hall. On the far side of the receiving hall, were the Regency councillors alongside some of the guards, all watching on with a sense of trepidation. Not surprising. They did not know the fates Prince Aegon had decided for these women and their families. He eyed the women. Hateful but deeply, deeply fearful eyes on branded faces, a rainbow of eyes consisting of violet and blue and blacks and browns, were sent burning towards Prince Aegon, who sat back in a throne-like chair. They were disheveled, their dresses ripped, and some even bore wounds. They were far from the wealthy and powerful elites they once were. Ethan glanced at the prince, who looked on with a cold look that sent shivers down Ethan's spine. There had been many arguments amongst the commanders. The death toll of their forces cut deeply into them, so accustomed they'd been in sweeping, total victories. This victory in Illyria tasted as bitter as defeat. Mercy was not something most of the commanders wanted, especially since the culpability of the women when it came to the deaths of the slaves was difficult to ascertain. From the accounts of the surviving slaves, those who had worked in their masters' households, the women greatly supported the murders of the slave men. Whether or not it was true, whether or not the freed slaves were lying in a bid to have all their tormentors killed, no one could reasonably say. None of them had the appetite to interrogate the freed slaves, and so it came to Prince Aegon to decide their fates. In Astapor and Mirian, the freed slaves had carried out their vengeance against the slave-owning families almost totally. In Yunkai, rogue slave soldiers had acted out and butchered women and children in vengeance. Only, truthfully, in Tolos had the slave-owning families been spared. And Tolos had been practically given to them on a platter, allowing them to be magnanimous and merciful. There was little appetite amongst their men to be merciful. One of the women, the one the survivors had elected to speak on their behalf, was pushed to the front and put on her knees. Prince Aegon. The woman, purple-eyed in a heart-shaped face, acknowledged with trace of dying rage in her tone of voice. She must be a true beauty, Ethan mused to himself as he eyed her keenly, underneath all of that grime. Very beautiful, he decided. She was lithe of body with hips that were hourglass-shaped. Blonde of hair and with rosy full lips that no man would likely wish to part from. Yes, yes, she was a great beauty indeed. In fact, many of these women were. Had it not been known that Prince Aegon hated rapists with great loathing, none of these women would have lasted the night untouched, he'd have thought. Have you decided how we are to die? The woman asked, smattering of whimpers and stilted outcry from the women behind the purple-eyed woman. They must be regretting choosing this brave and foolish woman as their spokesperson. Dragon flame? Or are we to be acquainted with the noose or the axe? There was great bitterness in her voice as she'd spoken, the volume of the women behind her rising in terror, in grief, and there was a show of terrified defiance in the woman's eyes. I suppose it doesn't matter, in the end. The woman said with a shaky voice, and the terrified defiance wilted as she seemed to come to a peace at her death, though, as she spoke further, there was desperation in her voice. But please, I beg of you, spare our children. Our remaining children. They are innocent. Her voice wavered greatly and her eyes began to turn red at the edges. They have done no wr. Zarya of House Taharania. Prince Aegon cut her off with a stern and cold voice, and, as Ethan turned to look at the prince, he saw that the one-eyed man was staring down at Zarya with a chilling look, the kind that Ethan thought wolves would show to prey that could run no longer. Your guilt has been ascertained. Your crimes, though less severe than your husband's, than your father's, than your brother's, than your grown sons whom were found guilty of mass slaughter, slavery, and obscene degrees of cruelty, are still severe enough to warrant execution. Prince Aegon said with a heavy gravitas to his voice, and the whimpers and the cries of the women rose. Silence. Prince Aegon did not shout, though that single word blanketed through the receiving hall, killing their noises like torches put out in a bucket of water. Prince Aegon continued, staring down at Zarya. What is left to do? What sentence to place upon your heads, and that your children? Zarya wilted slightly, but she did not break her eye contact. Please, Prince Aegon, they are innocent. Zarya said with desperation and pleaded, her hands falling to the ground. So too were the slaves your families murdered. Prince Aegon returned coldly. Why do your lives matter when you considered theirs to be nothing? They were a threat. One of the women behind wailed out. They would have killed us all like they and Mirian. One of the guards pushed the woman down and ordered the women to be quiet. Prince Aegon did not react to the woman's outburst, instead looking towards Zarya, who looked panicked and terrified. We had to, Illyria was our home, home to countless generations, we couldn't let it go. Yes, your men have tried to plead with this reasoning for your defiance. Prince Aegon said coldly. A defiance that killed thousands of my men. At this Zarya couldn't contain herself as she trembled as she spoke. With rage and terror, most certainly. And you killed hundreds of us. Zarya cried out. My father, my brothers, my husband, my eldest son, you killed them all. Zarya raged, her tear-stricken eyes looking hatefully at the prince. She continued. We did nothing to you. We did not collude with the great or wise or good masters against you. We did nothing to you. We deserved nothing of this. I doubt that, otherwise Illyria would have sent an envoy to explain your innocence. Prince Aegon said harshly, his one eye narrowing. Instead of dispatching your fleet to aid the Mirianese like they did moons ago. What other choice did we have? Zarya exclaimed with an ugly twisting face, a touch of desperation in her voice, desperation that disappeared as rage returned. You sought to destroy everything that we know and have. You sought to destroy our very way of life, and most likely we would have died in the process if we did nothing. Zarya shook her head rapidly, her hands clenching, as if she wished to dispel a nightmare and wished to wake up from it. She continued, the rage gone, and instead her voice rang with despair. What right did you have to do this to us? What right do you have to decide to destroy everything? Zarya choked as she spoke further. Why did my son have to die? For a moment, there was nothing but silence. What right did you have to do this to us? Prince Aegon repeated, his eye narrowing as he leaned forward, his expression twisting in a cold, hard, unyielding look. That has likely been the very question on the minds of everyone that lived or passed through this wretched bay for thousands of years. Why me? Why my family? Prince Aegon lost the cold, hard, unyielding look. The same right you and your families and your ancestors, had. And, for the likes of your families, the likes of all slavers, that is the only answer you understand. Prince Aegon's voice blade-edged as he'd spoken, cutting and cutting deep. The prince then grimly smiled at the woman in front of him, before he looked towards the other women. And it is going to be the same answer you will get if you, or your children, choose to set aside the mercy that I am to grant you. Prince Aegon leaned back fully into his chair. You and your families will be stripped of all noble titles. All worldly possessions will be taken in blood debt save for the clothing on your skin. You and your children will be cast out of Illyria and exiled to the Isle of Velos. Never again shall you and your children be permitted entry into Illyria, and you shall live on the Isle of Velos until death takes you. Prince Aegon waved at the distraught women. In every city, yours and your children's branded faces will be recognized as slavers. Only in Velos shall you have peace, and only on Velos can you and yours live out your natural lives. This is my decree, this is my will. Be thankful that I am merciful. Prince Aegon nodded to the guards, and the guards began to escort the women out. Though, one of the women did not leave without adding one more thing to say, and Ethan wasn't sure if the woman was brave or a damn fool. Likely she was unthinking fool of a woman. You're no different than us. You're just the same, only in different clothing. Prince Aegon shook his head, stopping the guard from disciplining her, instead just rough-handling her out of the doors. You should have killed the insolent ones. Sir Baelon ASOIAF complained gruffly. Prince Aegon looked at Sir Baelon ASOIAF with a raised eyebrow. Not the silent and controlled ones. Them too. Sir Baelon ASOIAF said with a sigh. They're going to be a problem, I can see it a mile away. At least the ones like in Mirian or Yunkai are few in numbers, not like this lot. Prince Aegon stood up and placed his arms behind his back. Yes, they'll be a problem if they are left unattended. However, with more of the freed slaves moving into Velos, most of them men, we can temper their hatred with time. After all, Velos is a hard place, given that's only served a corsair base and a graveyard. They will need to bargain if they want their children and themselves to live. Ethan grimaced. He was understanding what Prince Aegon was saying. The women would have to lose their entitlement and their pride, and most likely have to settle with the former slave men if they wanted any kind of life of comfort. Besides, Prince Aegon said as he turned to meet Sir Baelon ASOIAF. I think we've seen and caused enough death, justified as it might be, to last us several generations. Pointlessly killing thousands of women and children is an evil that only puts us comparable with that of slavers. Pointlessly. Ethan caught the word and the meaning behind it. Fine, fine. Sir Baelon ASOIAF groused, and Ethan could tell that the man did agree somewhat with Prince Aegon. The men were all weary of the killing. Even the most battle-crazed. Though the campaign has only lasted just over half a year, it felt like it's been years. Probably because they've caused more deaths in the span of moons that seemed even incomparable to the death toll during Conqueror's conquest. I suppose it is fitting, for these prissy women to be relegated as nothing better farmers. Sir Baelon ASOIAF said with a scoff. There's nothing with being a farmer. Sir Uthric said exasperatedly. Most of our men will be farmers when we go home. Sir Uthric said as he waved at the guards, who nodded solemnly and sent a glare at Sir Baelon ASOIAF, who snorted. Yes, thanks for reminding me that I'm surrounded by those lot. Sir Baelon ASOIAF said with a smirk at the guards, who pretended to be offended. They remained to discuss a few more points. However, by the time eve came, he remained behind with Sir Uthric to stay with Prince Aegon, who took to stare out of the manse towards the sea on the balcony. The manse was one of the more taller ones, one that was largely unscathed from dragon fire. In that direction Prince Aegon said as he pointed towards the distance. Lays old Valyria. Our ancestral homeland. Prince Aegon paused for a moment as he took on a considering look. I've been trying to see if I can see anything, beyond the horizon. Perhaps it could be seen on a clear day. Ethan pondered as he also took to look at the horizon. Truthfully, it was the first time that he contemplated old Valyria in a long time. It didn't even register that they were so close to their ancestral homeland. Ancestral homeland. House Celtigar had owned Claw Isle for centuries before the Doom, and often second sons and nephews and cousins were sent to Claw Isle by the heads of family throughout those centuries. It was his family that helped keep old Valyria informed about Westeros and about Bravos. House Celtigar, after all, were a noble Valyrian family that could trace their lineage back to the fleet admirals during the Spice Wars. When Enar took his senior branch of the family to Dragonstone, House Celtigar had already been well established in Westeros and in the Narrow Sea, unlike Ethan's family, who were descended from the most senior cadet branch of House Celtigar when the Doom had happened. Claw Isle, for all intents and purposes, was more of a homeland than old Valyria truthfully was. House Velaryon was a similar case as well. Old Valyria may be their ancestral homeland, but so too was Claw Isle. So too, in time, would Dragonstone and King's Landing be for the last Dragon Lords. And, he supposed as he eyed Prince Aegon, so too would Illimaris be the homeland for their branches of their houses, and perhaps it would also become a new homeland for many Valyrians. Perhaps. Prince Aegon said with a small smile as he glanced at Ethan from the corner of his eyes. He turned back to look at the horizon, towards old Valyria. I'd be the first of our family to gaze upon it since Arya Targaryen flew there on the back of Baelon. Ethan studied Prince Aegon's face, which had a deep contemplative look plastered on it. And Ethan worried. He wasn't the only one. My prince. Sir Uthric said with a heavy frown. Have no worries. Prince Aegon said with faint smile. I have no plans to go on a suicidal venture into old Valyria. Gale would kill me if I ever even contemplated it. The prince said with a small smile, and it eased Ethan's and Uthric's concerns. No. Prince Aegon said with an exhale of a breath. Old Valyria is the past. Our past, and the past has no other place but be put to rest. Like what we're doing now in this bay, putting to rest the worst of Valyria's remaining legacy. Ethan noted the introspective and solemn tone of voice. And as Ethan thought about those words, he wondered if Prince Aegon was trying to convince himself. Retribution and liberation, both were won with the blood of tens and tens of thousands. Was it worth it? Ethan found it strange that he wasn't sure if it had been worth it despite all that they won. Glory and wealth. They spent quite some time just simply staring out at the horizon, even as Sir Uthric left, and neither of them talked. Only after Eve came, did that companionable silence break. It's time to retire now, I think. Prince Aegon said as he turned around. It's been a long day and we have another long day ahead of us. Yes, they'd send out their men and the spoils back to Astapor tomorrow. There'd be several trips of this considering the size of their army. It also didn't help that they were taking thousands of former slave orphans with them. He did not envy the tall task in the hands of the Regency councillors. Many people would have to be imported into Illyria. But at least the days we have coming will no longer have us need to be the worst versions of ourselves. That is the most fortuitous out of all of this. Prince Aegon quietly remarked as he walked away, his arms behind his back, leaving Ethan behind. Ethan watched Prince Aegon leave and he remained on that balcony for some time yet. He broke out of his daze and turned to look at the horizon, towards their ancestral homeland. He stared at the horizon for a long time before he moved to leave, and he realized he'd come to a decision. That it was time for him to go home now. Home to his wife. Home to his children. Home. Break. Early 113 AC Illymaris. Gale POV. Half-awareness came with a dry groan escaping from the back of her throat. She tried to drown herself back into blissful dreams, but it worked not, and another groan, a groan bearing silent curses, escaped her before she resigned herself that the day had started for her. She turned herself in her bed, resting the back of her head against the sweet soft pillow, and her bleary eyes worked hard to blink her sleep sand and tiredness away, aided by a lethargic swipe, more a scrape, of a tepidly warm hand across face. The hazy sight of her candlelit ceiling, boasting of shadows and light dancing a familiar eternal battle, came more clear as the cobwebs of sleep were dusted away. She turned her head towards the other side of the bed, a large bed fit for three, an instinctive move, and an unfamiliar sigh escaped her lips at the large absence beside. Her hand moved there, grasping at the linen cloth of the mattress that sheltered feather and hay from bare skin, confirming with all of her senses that the absence was real and true, a strange ritual that now became as well practiced as prayer on sacred days. A moment passed before she heaved herself from bed, before fretful worry could set within her, not unlike scaffolding rising about a face of stone mount set to be harvested. Her nightgown flowed across her skin as she stood up, her course headed towards the wall stand above the desk where the candles were set upon. The soft flames of the candle flickered as she approached, and the light of her chambers dimmed as she picked the candle and angled the flame to set alight the wicker of the other two candles nearby. I will have to send Barba to bring out more candles from storage, she thought to herself as she eyed the dwindling candles. Her room was not exposed to the natural lights of the world. None of the rooms were. They were deep within the bowels of the walled manse, not unlike their old home in Corinth, though this manse was significantly smaller in comparison. Fortunately, there was some natural light that filtered through the manse, but that was far and few, and only truly around the entrance that led to the makeshift dragon stables. Her eyes went towards the top of her desk. Stacks of parchment and paper almost blanketed out the surface of the redwood desk, and she grimaced lightly at the sight of the mess. She'd worked until late last night, going through the reports of her deputies and councillors regarding the state of the colony. With how soon the galleons were to arrive at Astapor, it was necessary that she ensured that all of the necessities and luxuries were addressed by the fleet before anything else was loaded to be shipped to Illymaris. But first, I need to get ready and dressed, she muttered to herself. And see to the children, she thought silently as she walked towards the pot of clean water and towel that both sat atop a small dais. She cleaned her face and body with the wetted towel before she cleaned her teeth with the small flayed stick and dipped in paste of mint and a pinch of brandy. She would have to draw herself a proper bath come the eve, she thought as she smelled herself a little. It's been already 2 days since she had a proper bath. She used the lidded chamber pot and closed it off before she walked towards her closet and brought out her clothing. A pair of white double linen hose to protect her skin, a thick modest dark brown colored breeches and a dark red thick gown with a long split skirt for ease of mobility during the long day was selected. With the lack of roads, long journeys ahorse, to wear dresses all day was not practical, nor was it something she wished to endure. It took her a while to get dressed without the aid of Calla her handmaiden since Dragonstone, but she was used to it now, given how oft she woke before dawn came the time her handmaiden entered, a consequence of the day shortening thanks to the approach of winter. She left their chambers with a candle stand in hand. Her house guards on duty, Sir Morocco and Sir Garibald, dipped her heads to her, a morning greeting on their lips, and she smiled gracefully at them. These men were 2 of 30 house guards that remained within and just outside the manse at all times. Though she and their family were well beloved by their people, she felt more comfortable knowing that good leal men like Sir Morocco and Sir Garibald protected their young family. She peeked through the door that led into the room of Rena and Braenei, and she saw the 2 girls sharing Rena's bed as they were off to do with Rex, the grey-haired hound peeking up her head in curiosity before the hound relaxed again. The 2 girls were inseparable, she thought, a small smile tugging at her lips, and she closed the door softly before she went to look into the rooms of Solanise, Valère and her twins, all finding them yet still asleep. She left and returned to her room and desk, starting her day of work. Her position, Regent of Illimaris, ruler in Aegon's name until his return, marked her responsible for the entirety of the colony. Gale held all civil and martial powers and held supreme executive authority over the council Aegon left behind to aid Gale. That meant all disputes that could not be settled by the appointed arbitrators who know they are being assessed for fitness and whose performance would matter when the time came to fill the positions in the judicial courts would come to her and her council. More severe criminal activities was judged upon by her and a panel of scholars who knew the body of civil law, a codification of laws and moral laws attuned to positive Westerosi and Valyrian cultural practices, like the back of their hand. There had been some such instances, 4 accounts of rape and 1 murder, and she and the rest of the panel had sentenced the 2 men responsible to death. Since then, only minor disputes had occurred and none had been worthy to be escalated to her attention beyond a written report of the arbitration proceedings. When it came to the development of the colony, she had the final say on such matters, such as diverting manpower from one area to another, or for example, deviation from the city and building plans should a problem be encountered. There had been several such instances where she had to intervene on the plans her husband championed. One of them was the instance of diverting manpower from the quarries to the farmlands, reducing slightly the rates in which homes were being built. Though they were comfortable when it came to food supply from their surroundings, the voracious hunting of local wildlife had helped in that regard. She always was more inclined to agree to the allocation of more men to increasing farmlands when Bodrin, the master of agriculture, requested for more men. However, now with almost a half of the boys from the 20,000 children they took in between 110 AC and 111 AC being on the cusp of manhood and fit to work, all of them aged around 4 to 2 and 10 name days when they'd arrived, it would no longer necessitate constant redirection of labor. Over 8,000 of these children sheltered with the 505 and 30 farming families, many of whom already took in adopted children years ago, and the boys that sheltered with these families had taken to the farm life well. Very well. From the sounds of it, many of these boys wished to own their own farms, many of whom are married or betrothed to daughters or nieces of the patriarchs of the farm owners, so she did not doubt that many of these boys would happily take up land clearing assignments, an exhaustive and hard assignment, for the reward of land in a few years' time. For the next while, she scoured over the reports her council and her financial aides gave her. Payrolls, the state of granaries and stockpiles of foodstuffs, the status on the essential tools and working animals, and the status of the second phase of constructions were among the reports she had. Though such things did not change from day to day, she often perused them on a daily basis to take notes of how much the reports differed from reports of the weeks and moons prior, even going as far to visit the sites, as she would today. She had entire log of usages of all the items that was essential and a luxury in Illimaris that she filled in every week, making it easier to note sharp declines and irregularities. She'd found out this way minor thefts and minor instances of fraud, and the sentencing and fining of the perpetrators, though minor the crimes were, helped limit the attractiveness to steal items that others in the colony may need. As she went over the list of needs, her door was knocked upon. "You may come in," Gale said, and the door to her and her husband's chamber opened. Calla, a blonde-haired woman of 35, wide of hips though as lithe as a newborn lamb, walked into her chambers with new bedding and an empty chamber pot. She curtsied. "Good morn, princess." Gale smiled at the servant. "Good morn, Calla. The cooks say the meals ought to be finished shortly, my princess. Jane and Lyra are waking up the princes and princesses as we speak." Calla answered dutifully. Gale decided there and then that she'd pause in her work, and she moved to collect her youngest children herself. Rex followed their family along before it raced towards the dining hall, where they arrived 2 moments later. Demira and the Celtigar children were already there, and the sleepiness of her 2 girls evaporated at the sight of Viera and Valaena, the other halves of the troublesome 4, and her daughters moved quickly to seat themselves by the other girls, conversation picking up from where they left it yesterday it seemed. Rex collapsed down to her belly by her empty bowl, her nose sitting at the tip and her tail wagging impatiently. Solanise stuck by her side as Demira bade her morning greetings, one that she returned ably to the noble lady before she sat down beside the aforementioned woman, and Solanese seated himself beside her though he listened silently at the chattering of the four girls. Young Alton, just a baby yet of only 3 name days, seemed more interested in his 2 figurines that he played with atop the dining table. "Did you sleep much?" Lady Demira asked, her eyes inquisitive. "Enough I think." Gale answered with a little smile. Years long now, they knew one another but they only truly gotten much closer as friends since they moved to Ilamaries. Proximity, or necessity, she mused, made the 2 noble women as close as women could get. And truthfully, she was glad for it. Though the scholars tutored her children in their numbers, their letters, and would soon begin their lessons in history and philosophy, it has to be said that the presence of a noble lady well educated in etiquette and courtly behavior was far more for the better. With Gale so busy with the running of the colony, there was not much time to teach her daughters as much as she would love to. Her sons too were getting some lessons in etiquette from Demira as well. Aegon did well in teaching the boys in manners of intrigue and politics but Lady Demira, with her experiences in Duskendale, Claw Isle, and King's Landing, was an able source of Westerosi noble etiquette so she'd pushed her sons to at least learn some of it for their own benefit. Beyond all of that though, Gale really enjoyed having another noble lady around so much. Though her own experiences differed from that of Demira, sheltered as Gale had been for so long, Demira was the closest of all the people she knew that would understand her the most, even if that most wasn't quite enough. Lady Demira showed a face that did not look convinced. It was a justified look, Gale thought. She did spend quite some time in her work after she retired for the eve, a practice that Demira knew she did all too far. Part of it was for concern but a large part was her own unease regarding how much involvement Gale had when it came to the running of Ilamaries. Though the woman had grown used to their different ways of conduct and authority, Demira still harbored some sense of skepticism at how much Gale should be involved in all matters of Ilamaries. They had some amount of small talk between themselves, which continued even after her eldest sons had joined them to break their morning fast, but that all ceased when the servants brought out the meals for them and the wolf-bear meat for Rex. Porridges, spiced green pea and carrot soups, hard-boiled chicken eggs and wolf-bear bacon was brought out. She had to fight a little to get Solanese to eat up his soup, like always, but the reminder that his access to his dragon Stormfire was contingent on him behaving forced him, with a twisted face of dislike and a hint of disgust, to finish up his soup to the last drop. It wasn't the best of soups though it was much better than the ones that they had to suffer through at the beginning where there had been only a few variety of crops. Corinth had been like that too, at the beginning, though they were largely able to supplement their diets through trading with their summer islander neighbors. They did not have that luxury here, even if their spices and their herbs were frequently used to deepen the palate in an otherwise bland but stomach-filling cuisine. Now though, she thought as she enjoyed the subtle hints of mint in her pea soup, the farms were producing more and more varieties of crops and it wouldn't be long before the plantations for spices and fruits and all other kinds of exotic foodstuffs that'd grow in this climate were up and running. She remembered what Aegon told her about Ilamaries, or rather about the lands that were fortunate enough to be this far south and lucky enough to have tall mountains that soaked the earth with captured rainwater and ice from its peaks. Ilamaries' place in the world meant that winters were not going to be very harsh on the land or the people. Mild winters and very warm summers, Aegon had said, though from the sounds of it from the first settlers, summer may well be milder than that of the Summer Isles too given how frequently it had rained. Soon enough it was time for the day to begin after they finished their meals. Her youngest and the Celtigar children were taken away by the scholars Bellies and Durham, 2 men who tutored her children their letters and numbers. Later in the day, her daughters and the Celtigar girls would undergo lessons with Demira. Presently, Demira was teaching the girls needlework and the beginnings of the embroidery arts. Baelon disliked these lessons the most, which, given her personality, was to be expected. Gale did not remember Alyssa very well, she only knew of her sister through the stories her mother shared with her and sometimes she wondered if Baelon had inherited the spirit of Alyssa. She bade her eldest sons goodbye as their dragons climbed and soared away towards the quarries. She watched the 3 young dragons, Stormfire, Tyria, and Lysia being fed some of the wolf bear caught yesterday by the dragon keepers. They were growing fast now, she thought to herself. They were the size of a horse now and it wouldn't be long before the walled manse, crowded as it was already, would be insufficient for 7 dragons. It was fortunate that her sons had such control over their dragons and that Syrinx was a mild-mannered dragon whose presence helped temper the behaviors of the young dragons. She spent a little bit of time with Lismaria whilst she waited for Edwin and Sir Cedric to arrive, and when they did arrive, she departed a horse not long after from her manse with a host of men towards the districts. To get to the districts from their manse, one had to journey through the large town of cabins, which some had taken to call Red Town thanks to it all being built in redwood. She greeted the townsfolk as they rode through the busied and alive town, strong traces of the familiar Corinthian atmosphere showing itself more every day as she gazed upon new potteries, cloths and furs, jewelleries and pots of spiced meats. Just over 7,000 families, comprising more than 35,000 people including 10,000 new foster children lived in these 6,000 cabin homes. The vast majority of the townsfolk were women and children, some 5,000 children below the age of 3 and 10 name days, and almost 20,000 women, with a good sixth of the women no more than girls still in their girlhood. Fortunately, only in the eve did so many cohabit the town. The men and boys, comprising of hunters, land clearers, miners, builders, and knights, left at the break of dawn for their duties, emptying Red Town of 8,000 people within hours. Still, it did not detract from the fact that it was a crowded place. People lived on top of each other despite the vastness of empty land that surrounded them. Yet, for all of that, all she saw every day and eve was happy and at peace faces. Tired, yes. Worn, of course. But generally speaking, her people were not defeated by the hardship they were under. Of course, the general youth of their people, more than 60%, were less than 5 and 20 name days old, helped keep spirits up, as they all knew, with their bellies full at dawn and at eve, it was only a matter of time before Ilmaris was a jewel to behold. Every day they saw the fruits of their labor. Every day the number of people in Red Town decreased. These days, 20 to 30 homes were built every day in the Jirli, MLMRS, and Lkamazda districts, and every day 20 to 40 families, often small close families, chose to cohabit for a time, left Red Town and settled in the districts. Not only that, every week, a few families would move into their farmlands. Right now there was 107,000 acres of farmland, which was expected to rise to 167,000 acres by the year's end. And that number was considered to be on the lower end, as generous farming families lent some labor to the duties of clearing land and building farmhouses. Yes, she thought to herself, every day her people saw the fruits of their labor. It was slow, it was hard, but nothing worthwhile came easy. She spent much of the morn in the districts where thousands men and boys worked to build new homes, paved roads, dug up extensions to the main spine of the sewage system, and worked on the buildings of the constabulary, hospitals, and bathhouses. Amongst those buildings, there were 5,000 homes built in the districts, 3,000 alone in the past year, housing in total just over 7 and 10,000, including 2,000 new foster children. At the rate that they were building in the past moon, on average 5 and 30 homes a day by the end of 113 AC, they expected that they'd build around 8 to 10,000 homes. Perhaps more, given remaining work on the sewage system was ahead of plan, even if it came at the cost of some other building works such as the constabulary. Another change she pushed through. The sewage system was a large drain on resources. Throughout most of the time the spine of the sewage system, one of 3 spines planned over the next 10 years, was being built, a spine 4 leagues long. 3,000 men were allocated to digging a 3 yards deep and 3 yards wide channel, and another 1,000 men had been laying down whetstone filled with stone debris and leftovers along the walls and bottom of the channels. Sometimes, work had to be redone due to faulty lined channel sections, or sometimes there had been reroutings required due to the soil and inclination of the land, and all of that had taken away time and men to build houses. Fortunately though, now that the main spine was complete, a spine that started from the bank of the river upstream and ran down adjacent to the river downslope, the bulk of the men were working on building houses. 5,000 of the 8,000 of the men and boys, to be exact, were largely focused on homes, with the remaining 3,000 working on extending the roads from Ilmaris city to the farmlands, or digging more channels that would lead into the spine, the extensions being akin to veins to the spine of a broadleaf. Much of the delay now in the increasing of housing build rates was the availability of stone, something her eldest sons and the 3,000 miners were working hard to alleviate. Fortunately, it was working as more and more stone was carried downstream and unloaded onto the banks of the city. With more boats being built as well, 30 more boats and another 40 planned in the next 3 moons using wood from the vacated cabins, that was only expected to increase over the next 3 moons. There was good reason to believe that everyone would be moving into the planned 6 districts by the year's end, although that would likely come at the cost of building the several bathhouses and the foundation laying of the Hall of Heroes. It was a sacrifice she thought was best, and Aegon conceded the point that it was more important that their people moved in properly into the city ground. Besides, she was rather sure that he was more than happy to concede those points as long as the sewage system was on target. It was almost comical how much King's Landing left an indelible mark on him. She understood, of course. Ilmaris city was meant to be the crown jewel of their life's work. A city that would be built in the likeness of Valeria and the Free Cities. Wide street and with beautiful buildings that'd be the envy of the known world. Even the stone homes that were now erected were not expected to remain come the end of their lives. She'd seen the city plans that Aegon had conjured up with Soros and his deputies. These homes were only a stopgap in Aegon's mind. She spent a little time at one of the schools that housed the majority of the scholars and their equipment, at least until one of the scholarly buildings was complete. 3 such schools in the districts, enough to teach the more than 2,000 children under the age of 3 and 10. They were hastily assembled schools, about 3 or 4 times the size of a standard district home, but for now, they served their purpose of giving children a place to be whilst their mothers and fathers worked during the day. In Red Town, there were at least 6 times that number of schools, although, in reality, those schools were largely taught in homes and storage cabins by apprenticing scholars and old Dragonstone men who knew their letters. With how much the colony depended on the labor of women preparing foodstuffs and running kitchens, repair work and production of clothing and leather wares and so on, and with how many of the colony were children, it was necessary to occupy the minds and bodies of the children. Before she left to depart for the farmlands, she discussed a few points with the scholars, though particularly she was interested in how they were faring with the identification of sites that might boast metal ores, particularly iron ore, as the last time she asked was more than a moon ago. There has been startlingly few indications of where they might find iron ore north of Greater Ilmaries, so much so that when the galleon fleet returns, she'd withhold 2 of the galleon ships and task the scholars and cartographers to scour Draconis, Bajmianis and the Biaresian islands for any signs of metal ore. She doubted, of course, that northern Ilmaries did not hold any iron, but it may well be difficult to take out of the ground or from the mountains. The scholars told her that they'd sent a scouting party to search a hilly area 4 leagues east across the river from the city ground where they thought could hold considerable iron ore. She hoped so, otherwise a great deal of the cargo that had come from Liberty Bay would be steel and iron tools along with a substantial amount of steel and copper ingots. For the next few hours, she visited a number of farms where she spoke with the administrators tasked to oversee the land preparation of more farmland, confirming and gaining more information of what needs and wants the people might have that could be addressed when the galleon fleet arrived in Astapor. The conversation had been brief, the journey being the most time-consuming part of it all, and the administrators reiterated again that the farms could do well with more farm animals being brought over to Ilmaries, perhaps a few thousand more. It wasn't necessary, not that amount, as their livestock of pigs, chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep was a healthy level, but at moment, that was only really because of the hunters who were bringing a great deal of meat every few days from the interior of Ilmaries. If they were to pick the native animals clean, then they'd likely eat more livestock than they were producing, especially the pigs and the sheep. Of course, the need for more livestock was on the list of inventory she'd given Admiral Bryce, something the administrators knew very well. Although, she mused, they were concerned that the fleet might skimp on getting the numbers they desired because of lack of space. After all, the galleons would bring back a great wealth from Liberty Bay, something that was not a secret at all amongst the Ilmari. After assuaging their fears, she continued on her day back at Red Town and then later back to her manse where she spent a few hours with her youngest children before she went back to her reports. After dining with her family, and after all had retired for the day, did she go back to her room and went under the frame of her bed and unlocked the lock of the miniature cellar. She brought out a leaden box, a heavy thing, and always when she was lifting the thing bemoaned her husband's paranoia regarding the glass candles and set the box on the table. But then again, she thought darkly as she stared at the leaden box, there was good reason for it. Her expression cycled through a number of emotions. Magic had almost taken her husband from her. That week had been one of the worst of her life, when she'd stared at the glass candles for hours and hours only to never see it come alight. Every day she grew more worried. Every morning she woke up panicked and fearing. And when Aegon finally did call her, her heart, already stitched up in haphazard ways following a week of torment, had almost broken at what Aegon told her, that he almost died. She knew that Aegon always had the air of death around him. Every man at war had it. But she never feared that Aegon would fall in battle. Aegon promised her that he'd return to her and she never doubted that. But she began to doubt when she listened with terrible ache about how he almost died. About how he was wounded and lost his eye thanks some kind of spiritual demon. Whatever that meant. She had not cared to pry and she still did not care to understand what he meant by it. No, she only wanted him never to do this to her again. Her husband was scarred and lost his mother's eye and she was unwilling to have him put himself in such a position that he'd lose anything more. She'd demanded it off him. Aegon admitted that he'd chewed off more than he could take, and that curiosity of his that she'd always so admired and loved suddenly turned into poison vinegar. I promise, Gale, Aegon said, I promise I will never be so careless again. She didn't like that she had a morsel of skepticism about that statement. She'd heard the regret in his voice, but she'd also heard the wonder in his voice when he'd talked about what happened, before that demon struck at her husband. She waited for a time, though she had needed to wait for too long, as a dim light grew around the edges of the glass candle. She felt a deep relief pass through her even if the last time Aegon called was when they'd taken Illyria. Her relief passing through her felt stronger when she heard his voice. Gale. There was a faint longing in his voice, a longing that she couldn't help compare to the shuddering shake of his voice she'd heard that night. Even now, she could recollect it so well still. It reminded her of the shudder she'd heard in her father's voice in his last weeks. Father recognized her in a single rare moment of clarity, an awful despairing look on his fearful face. Gale. He'd said in a shuddering croak of a voice, though only moments later he'd lost himself to his delusion once more, calling her Sarah, calling on her to forgive Jaehaerys for his stubbornness and his failings. Oftentimes he'd called for Sarah, called Gale Sarah. Her father's greatest regret, it seemed. And Aegon that night when he finally called and pulled together her breaking heart, she'd heard that same longing regret. Even now, many calls later since that eventual night, he still had traces of that longing in his voice, as if all he wanted was to jump through the glass candle and hold her in his arms. I'm here, Aegon. Her voice did not waver, but it held an undoubtedly relieved note within. It was hard to keep the sadness and longing at bay. It would still be at least a year until Aegon returned. Another year where Aegon would remain at war and was plotted against with knives in the dark aiming at his back. Another year of suffering. How are you? How are our children? She wished she'd had the selfishness to tell him to return, that the remaining campaigns against the Myrish or the Dothraki weren't worth it, that he'd done enough, that their men can hold out without him. I'm well. We're well. There was a pleased hum in his voice after she spoke. Aegon rarely pressed to learn the details of how well their children were. What they were doing. She often told him anyway, and she could hear him virtually soaking in her words like a sponge. It was odd, but she could tell it was more than likely because he felt guilty for not being present to know all of it himself. How are you? She asked him as calmly as she could, left fingers peeling at the edges of her nails on her other fingers. I am well. Without injuries. Illyria has firmly fallen into our hands. The campaign in Liberty Bay is now completely over. Aegon said, a heavy sigh following his words. It was the kind sigh one made after resting after a long and hard journey. Though Aegon never told her the details, she could understand very well that what he and the men were committing were great and terrible deeds of violence, the likes that has not been seen for centuries, not since the century of blood where cities and entire kingdoms were felled all across Essos west of the Bone Mountains. She heard it, this dark heaviness, in his voice every time he'd called the day after the takings of Astapor, of Yunkai, of Mirian, of Illyria. The cold and emotionless ways he described the successful taking of the cities. Only after Tolos had fallen had Aegon seemed more normal. It brought a strange kind of distress in her. The way he seemed so closed off. Even at his most imperious, he never showed a side like this to her. It only confirmed to her that he was greatly affected by what was happening. What had happened? If she thought that he'd open up to her, she might have brought it up, but she knew her husband too well, that he wouldn't do so until he was ready for it. So, for now, she would set it aside. When do you leave for Lys? She asked as she stopped peeling at her nails. 40 days from now on Dragonback. The men will rest in Astapor for a week at the most before they'll set sail for Lys and then for the disputed lands. I will join them in Lys. Aegon told her. You should be taking more than the 4,000 men, Aegon. Gale said unhappily. Aegon was leaving the vast bulk of the men in Astapor along, even sending back about 1,000 of their men to Illymaris. I can't, not with the Dothraki, Nugis and potentially Volantis nearby and watching closely. I cannot leave the cities undefended, otherwise what would have been the point? Aegon said, and she could tell that there was more to his words. What was the point of all of this killing if was all lost? Besides, Aegon continued, speed is the key. With my 4,000 horsemen, supported by Johanna's 2,000 men, I can cover more ground and take the estates of the slavers more quickly. And you would be finally able to make Mir suffer for putting us, in this position, Gale thought to herself. Is there even much to take with all that is going on? Gale wondered. To say southern Essos was in chaos would be putting it lightly. For now, yes. Johanna has been keeping a close eye, naturally, on Tyrosh, Mir, Volantis and the disputed lands. For now, the disputed lands are yet to feel the full effect of the Tyroshi instability. Mir, with 8 of its sellswords, has taken de facto control over the region with full support from the slavers in the region. Full support? Gale asked skeptically. You mean coerced into compliance? This caused Aegon to carry hints of lightness in his voice as he spoke. Quite likely, yes. Still, there is some reason to think that the Lysane and Tyroshi noble families in those holdings are keen enough to support Mir, given that Lys is no longer welcoming to their likes, and Tyrosh may well go that way too, if Westerosi and Johanna's interferences pay off. That was true, she supposed. Has Selyse confirmed when the royal fleet is to set sail? Gale asked. She'd been shocked to hear that Viserys was willing to interfere in Free City's affairs. Selyse was their sole link back to King's Landing, a link that she wasn't all that enthused about, given her profession. Even after being freed, Selyse and a number of other women preferred the Pillow House over another more honest means to secure a living, and Gale couldn't help but judge Selyse for it. Still, Gale was at least heartened that the woman did what she could for the women in King's Landing and elsewhere in the realm, those who found themselves in that profession, forcibly or in desperation. Even now, according to Aegon, Selyse helped many of these women find other means of securing a living, even going as far as creating a list of women and families that she was requesting Aegon take to Illymaris. On top of that, the only thing Aegon requested of Selyse was to help sponsor young boys and send them to the Citadel for training, with the long view of getting them into Illymaris with their families and the enticement that their oaths in Illymaris would not necessitate having to give up a family. In any case, Selyse was an important part of their ways to keep abreast with the matters of Westeros. With coin supplied by Aegon through the Iron Bank, Selyse kept a wide and far-reaching spy network that made sure that they were kept well informed, unlike half a decade before. Selyse warns me that the fleet will be setting sail in the next few days. Aegon told her, and there was a solemn note in his voice. You might get to see Daemon again. Gale said, and there wasn't much joy in her voice. They don't fully know what Viserys is thinking, even with the little information they usually get from the Red Keep thanks to Selyse, but they do know that Viserys could not be happy with Aegon's actions. Selyse had informed them that Lord Celtigar and Vaemond Velaryon had been sent, effectively, to speak with Aegon. Or, as Aegon believed, sent to deliver a demand to Aegon to return and to answer to Viserys. You don't have to sound so happy about that, dear wife. Aegon said with lightness in his voice. The corners of Gale's mouth sharpened slightly as she rolled her eyes before she frowned worriedly at the glass candle. What will you do? She knew that Aegon said he'd hear out what Viserys wanted. Part of it was that Aegon wanted to settle the relationship their branch of House Targaryen had with Westeros, with the Iron Throne. They were not unaware there was difficulties in their situation. An unprecedented situation. They were incredibly fortunate that Viserys was king and not her father. Or worse, Daemon. Aegon had a plan, one filled with manipulation and scheming, nothing she liked but had to accept, where he'd use Viserys' disinheriting of Aegon and Aegon's unwillingness to let himself, or everyone after Aegon, be crowned king. Viserys would not be willing, or able even, to reinstate Aegon in the line of succession. Because, with Aegon's reinstatement to the line of succession, Rhaenyra should not be heir in accordance to the rules of the realm and the precedent set by her father and the advice offered in the Great Council. Viserys would not endanger nor would he weaken Rhaenyra's position. Aegon would push it to be a condition for Illymaris to fall into another realm under the Iron Throne, which Viserys would never agree to. It was a risky gambit, but she also knew that Aegon would manipulate Viserys into thinking all of it through. Because even on the very slim possibility that Viserys would reinstate Aegon, Aegon would immediately accede to the laws of the realm, and champion their nephews by Alicent Hightower to be ahead of Aegon in the line of succession. She hated this part of the plan the most. It might be needed in order to safeguard Illymaris and the inheritance of her children, but it felt wrong. Still, it wasn't enough to make her balk, although she still wished that Viserys would accept their independence with the proposal that only Viserys and his line would provide kings of House Targaryen. If Viserys was stubborn in every way, they would give up and simply declare their own independence. It would be risky, and dangerous, but ultimately there would be realistically very little Viserys and that side of their family could do. Illymaris was simply too far. There was realistically nothing stopping them doing this now, but Aegon had said that he owed her father an attempt to try and break off, though not completely amicably, with Westeros and that side of their family. With the end voice? No changes. Aegon said. But Daemon. Aegon sighed, and was several moments later that he continued. I don't know. Aegon admitted. You know very well that my relationship with Daemon was never the best. Gale snorted. An understatement. She said wryly, and she felt a morsel of worry grow within her. Would Daemon really go as far as? No. Daemon wouldn't do anything that severe. But, she did think he'd try and force Aegon. And I can't trust Daemon not to escalate things to a point where the worst possible outcome would be earned. Regardless of Aegon. Gale interjected firmly, her hands clenching. Aegon, I don't want you go there. You know Daemon well enough. You know his taunts and you know how he would provoke you. If you do meet him in the disputed lands, promise me you will not let your pride or anything else get in the way of you getting back to me. To our children. There was a few moments of silence. You've grown commanding, wife. Leading seems to suit you. Aegon said, and there was deep fondness in his voice. She smiled slightly, though she lost it as she called out his name. Aegon. I promise. There was still fondness in his voice. And some resignation. Gods, I did not expect things to go this far off of my projections of what may happen. Blame Johanna. Gale said with a weary smile. Aegon chuckled lightly. Yes, I do. And myself a little too. Aegon sighed. Mayhaps I should have handled her a little differently. Aegon admitted. She might not have gone to the extent she has to protect herself and Liz independently from me and my army if I didn't speak out so plainly. Gale hummed silently. Johanna and her people had taken their own initiative and caused the situation to turn away from her husband's predictions of the wars, the political landscape and the actions of the free cities. Aegon had spent years researching, spying, and assessing, only for it all to be thrown out of the window thanks to Johanna's proactiveness. Aegon had not expected Johanna to own up to the bombing, proudly declaring it her doing to everyone and their mothers. Not only that, she was actively involved in sowing discord amidst the political chasm that formed thanks to the bombing. And she was being successful at it. So much so that Tyrosh had fallen into great disarray, with untold number of factions uniting and betraying and forming in the space-only moons. They also did not expect that Myr would move to intervene in Tyroshi affairs despite the threat Aegon presented to them. Aegon believed that the allure of taking Tyrosh and absorbing it into Myr was a temptation too alluring to let go. After all, they wouldn't need Tyrosh to be a partner when they could instead be a powerful vassal. Neither did they expect Viserys to actually agree to act and involve the Iron Throne in Tyroshi affairs. Aegon thought it might be arrogant, but he believed that Viserys, no doubt the small council had a large factor in convincing Viserys to act, had acted partially because of Aegon. personally and because of what his actions had caused. The combination with the fall of Slavers Bay and the slave rebellions in the free cities around the Stepstones would likely have increased piracy. Salice had said that some of the merchant ships complained about the situation. The one point he wasn't sure about was whether or not Viserys would annex Tyrosh into the Iron Throne. If it was only Viserys, if it was Viserys and the small council, Aegon thought that they'd go that far. But with Daemon and Lord Corlys in Viserys' ears, such an act would make Essos even more volatile than it already was, Aegon admitted to her. Aegon's campaign already sent large parts of Essos into chaos, and for all that they knew, the actions of the Iron Throne, and Aegon's upcoming actions in the disputed lands and Myr, would send the entire continent into a spiral. One part of her was happy but another was guilt-ridden. So many people could die. Aegon sighed. What's done is done. This is current situation and bemoaning it will do us no favors. Besides, Johanna is still keen on the alliance, which is the more important part in all of the provisional agreement we'd struck. Aegon wanted Lys to be a core ally to Eomerys. Not only as a place to recruit more people, but also as a place to keep them tied into the affairs of Essos. With Liberty Bay and Lys as allies, they were more or less set. Throw in the Summer Isles, they'd be in a fantastic position. I doubt that will change, not as long as Volantis remains intact. Gale assessed. Lys most certainly kept a wary eye on Volantis. No, I suppose not. Aegon said, and Gale frowned a little. She knew that Aegon did not want to get into another major conflict, but the possibility of him fighting Volantis was high. They'd be threatened by his actions, after all. First in the east and now in the west. They'd be wondering when he'd strike at them. And she hated the idea of him getting involved in another major conflict like that. Especially as she knew that Aegon would embroil himself in the affairs of Volantis. It was just the kind of man he was. Aegon always felt a strong sense of responsibility. It was why he'd been so enamored with freedom and adventure. He'd been trying to run from this responsibility he'd felt, and even after he'd claimed to her he was doing the liberation for the sake of Eomerys, for their children, she knew, at the very heart of it, was that Aegon hated not doing anything when he had the power and the means to change the lives of innocents. Volantis doing anything against Aegon would breach the final seal of his reluctance to do anything about Volantis, only second now to Nugis when it came to chattel slavery. Is it so strange that I am praying to the gods that Volantis will not act rashly against you? Gale said with a heavy sigh. No. It makes you human. Aegon said softly, and she heard a light sigh. I'm not exactly so keen to get myself involved in another war, another. Aegon didn't need to finish his sentence for her to understand. The galleons still having arrived? Gale asked, changing the subject. No, they have not. Can't be much longer though. Aegon said to her. No, probably only at most another week, mayhaps 2, away from arriving. We've gotten all of the items and in the quantities you wanted them. We may have to skimp a little on the adult sheep, however. 800 sheep were meant to be delivered in this next wave. Why? She asked with a frown. We've sustained greater number of casualties and injuries amongst our people. I want to send them home. Aegon told her. How many did we lose at Illyria? Gale asked, her heart sinking. 500. More than twice that injured. Most will recover fine over the next few moons, but some will bear lifelong injuries. Aegon's voice was solemn as he spoke. She could tell that he was feeling guilty about the losses. He felt every loss. Gale nodded to herself, her eyes closing a little. Many of the men that stayed with Aegon had married. How many wives and how many children were left without husbands and fathers? Their bodies. We got them all. Their ashes will return to their families before they will be put to rest in the hall. Aegon told her firmly, and she nodded at that. It was the least they could for their people. She knew then that Aegon would not take any more of their people with him to the disputed lands if he could help it. The Unsullied or the Liberty Bay soldiers would make up the bulk of their forces, she knew. He might claim pretense to his people, that they were to protect their wealth, but mostly, Aegon wanted as many of their people back to Eomerys. How many lambs will you bring? Gale asked, returning to the subject at hand. 300 instead of the 100. They may die in the journey. Gale warned. Winter was meant to be calmer waters, but who knows really? If they got caught in a storm. Perhaps, but we've done this before. The men should know how to deal with this. Gale hummed disapprovingly, but she said nothing further on it. Instead, she talked to him about the rest of the goods that would be brought in the next wave. Spices, salt, herbs, seeds, medicinal plants, resins, saplings, jams, dried fruits, steel ingots, copper ingots, cloths and ropes and iron tools and nails and more they talked about. Nearly half of the inventory on the ships will be goods that were necessary for the colony. Another quarter would be livestock. More chickens, more sheep, and all kinds of smaller but fast-breeding livestock, like hares and rabbits. Only a quarter of the fleet's capacity will be assigned to the treasure they got from Liberty Bay, and most of it will be gold, gems, silver, and Valyrian steel. They'd already expanded the vault underneath the manse and they had time yet to expand it further. She wished they had the manpower to begin building their castle at the top of the crowned mountain, the one that Aegon had taken their eldest sons to. But for now, it would remain a dream. They talked further about how many more people would be sent to Illimaris. About 4,000 people would go to Illimaris. 1,000 orphans. Aegon said they were largely naughty, but there were some orphans with Valyrian heritage, but the majority would be adults that could be useful. Almost 1,000 were selected from the mines all around Liberty Bay, whilst another 1,000 were farmhands that were promised lands after a decade of service, whilst the last 1,000 were a combination of things. Scribes and tutors and artisans and blacksmiths, all useful peoples that'd add to their community. How many of the army will return? Gale asked as their conversation came to a slow. I'm not sure yet. I want to send at least 1,000 of the army, the most loyal. I also want to send some unsullied to help guard our family. Especially since we'll be adding another 20 or 30,000 people over the course of a year and a half, depending on how long I have to stay. Aegon told her. Many of their future plans necessitated another large expansion of their colony. They wanted to settle to the west of Illimaris and found smaller villages and towns there. After that, they'd be more particular about gaining more people, choosing to take in orphans and the most destitute that would mesh well with their people. It would be well received by the people. Gale admitted. News is sparing after all, and the news of our victories to the wider public would help mesh the community together even more. Gale said. The glass candles were a firmly held secret. Only the council and the most trusted knew of them. For now. Aegon hummed. I hope so. Aegon said, and they fell into a lull of silence. One that she broke. Solanese tried to ride Stormfire and follow his elder brothers a few days ago. Only the timely intervention by one of the dragon keepers prevented Solanese from escaping with Stormfire. What? Aegon sounded taken aback. She laughed, though it petered off as she sobered up. Yes, I know. Stormfire spewed a gust of flame towards the dragon keeper, who barely escaped from the attack. Reckless. Aegon said with a clear frown in his voice. How severe did you punish him? Quite severe. I've restricted his access to Stormfire and is stuck at the manse for several moons. Casterys and Valyr have taken upon themselves to discipline Solanese too, though they like to call it training. Aegon snorted before he sighed. They're not taking it too far, are they? I don't want Solanese to resent his brothers. They're not. Gale assured. Truthfully, I'm glad for it. Solanese is getting to that age where he's getting envious of the freedom his elder brothers have. It doesn't help that he's always surrounded by his sisters and the Celtigar girls. Alton, after all, is still just a babe. Fortunately, Alton Celtigar wasn't much younger than Solanese. Soon enough the two boys would have each other to grow up with. Once they were slightly older, 7 or 8 name days, they'd introduce the boys to the squires like they did to their eldest boys. It would help humble them too, whilst also letting them know other boys their age, even if they were small folk, really. They continued to talk, mostly Gale filling in Aegon on the happenings of his children and, as always, she could hear him basically soak in all that she had to share. It almost felt as he was back with her. Almost. Break. Early 113 AC Astapor. Zhajnitsi POV. Her horse galloped across the dusty earth, and when she was at a far enough distance, she kicked at her horse, getting her to stop. Steady, girl. Zhajnitsi said as she patted the black mane of her mare. The horse blew air through its nose, causing Zhajnitsi to smile a little, though she lost that smile when she looked at the city walls. She was at the most southern point of the city walls, nearby the ports, where most of the damage to the city walls had been sustained. Although now, she thought as she eyed the lighter colors of a few sections of the city walls, the damage was repaired, at least claimed by the builders, she thought with a mildly disdainful look across her face. It looks certainly repaired, doesn't it, girl? Zhajnitsi said with a note of unhappiness as she combed her fingers through her horse mane. Yes, it did look repaired, but whether or not it was good enough to repel a siege she was not sure. The old walls were, well, old. Thousands of years old. She doubted the Giscari ever did any work on them since they were built when the Giscari Empire still existed. After the fall of the Giscari at the hands of the Valyrians, there'd been little need for them to maintain their walls. Even after the Doom, the slaver cities managed to gain an accord with the Dothraki, the only real threat in Essos. Now with Astapor a freed city, that no longer was the case. The Dothraki would test them, Nugis would seek to restore order, and slavers would harass them. She would have thought the Dothraki were not a real threat to the city of Astapor, to any of their cities, however she knew very well that the freed cities earned the hatred of many in Essos. She could very well imagine a smart magister gifting siege weapons to the Dothraki, and though the Dothraki were not exactly easy to reach an agreement with, the idea of taking strong walled cities that no Dothraki has done since the decades of the fall of Old Valyria may well appeal to the more clever Dothraki. It would be, to say the least, an absolute nightmare. She scowled at the walls of the city. If only the councillors would see reason to replace the old walls with newer ones. Or at the very least build another set of walls 500 yards around it. There is no reason to do that, counselor, you're being paranoid counselor, the walls will protect us if we need it counselor. Bastards, she thought to herself. She sighed before she shook her head. At least the walls were repaired, she thought mirthlessly. For now, the walls would suffice. She only hoped that she could convince the idiots to at least agree to a long-term plan to expand the walls. And she knew exactly what route to use. In only a year, at most 2, Prince Aegon and his men would leaving for the Liberty Bay cities to fend for themselves. To the east, Karth. To the west, Volantis and the Free Cities. To the south, Nukes. To the north, the Dothraki. They were surrounded on all sides. A grim smile formed on her face. She didn't like using fear to beat others to her way of thinking, but sometimes people were just idiots that wouldn't listen to reason, and when that happened, well, everything was fair game. She spent quite some time riding along the walls, looking them over. The new wall sections for poor workmanship and the old wall sections for damage. She even rode all the way around the city walls, in the process finding some new sections of the old walls she had missed previously, sections that were definitely weakened, at least in her eyes, and she meticulously noted everything down before she returned to the city. She rode through the main street of the city, the smells of olives and honey and spiced meats assaulting her nose as she rode through food stalls and inns and the like, and as she strode through the main square, such smells were replaced with perfumes and the smells of iron and coal. Some recognized her, particularly the unsullied city guards, and greeted her with a smile or a nod, which she stoically returned, though most were too busy living their own lives. The city had recovered well and the people got used to their new freedom, especially as the Regency Council got people back to work into industries and employments befitting of their skills, though many had at first been needed to carry out repair work or clearing out of destroyed or damaged buildings, and the economy was working well too now, though there was much room to improve. The countryside, with its farms and plantations and mines, were thankfully running smoothly now, supplying the city with ample food and resources, and the craftsmen of the city producing goods such as textiles, jewelry, leather, perfumes, and dyes had organized into guilds, greatly aided by the Regency Council, with members of the guild agreeing to set prices in terms of weight and terms of quality. However, for the moment, it was hard to Astapor to sell its goods elsewhere, especially since Yunkai and Mirian produced very similar goods. For now, the Regency Council was buying the produce of the guilds, to stimulate the economy of Astapor, something the other Regency Councils were doing the same. Similarly, they were also hiring men to tear down old buildings, old homes and apartments and building new ones in their steads, all of which bolstered the income of the people of Astapor, many of the men doing such construction work part-time. It drained the coffers, expansive as they still were, but they all knew that they could not sustain this always. They needed to find markets for their goods. And somehow, Zhajnitsi doubted they'd find willing markets amongst their neighbors. Even if they had the ships to go to sell to Uti, they would have found a hard task selling their goods there. After all, Uti was infamous of only truly accepting raw resources in the forms of gems, diamonds, spices, and exotic furs. After all, Uti was the home of textiles, luxury, and ordinary. Only the Sunset Kingdoms were the best option, the Regency Council had decided. They and, of course, Ilamaris, she thought to herself as she rode towards Ozdic Pyramid, were the best options they presently had when it came to welcoming markets. She was led into the gates of the Ozdic Pyramid by the guards, and she walked through the flower gardens towards entrance hall that led, through a series of stairs, to the floor dedicated to her department. The Department of Public Works. As she entered the solar of Isdardan, she saw Goris in discussion with Hisdar and Isdardan, though that discussion came to an end as 3 pairs of eyes turned to look at the doors, at the intrusion, and Goris' face twisting at the sight of her, amusing her greatly at the open ways he displayed his irritation and dislike of her. Councillors Zhajnitsi, Goris said with a forced smile, his hands moving to close the documents that were strewn on his desk. Are you finally satisfied with the repair work of the walls? Goris asked, but he didn't let her speak. Or will you have us dedicate more time, manpower, and coin getting the walls to your excessive standards? There was a strong amount of contempt in his voice. She smiled a thin smile. Goris was a bitter dour man who hated that she was elevated to councillor status. He thought her unworthy, and more specifically, he hated that he was technically subordinate to her. She was also sure that he thought she'd earn her councillor title by fucking the councillors the prince had appointed. He wasn't the only one to have that opinion, she mused as she saw the expressions of the other 2 men. Expressions that wilted slightly under her blank stare. She would be lying if she said that it didn't bother. She couldn't afford not to let her bother her, as much as she would normally not care. Otherwise, she might grow complacent and get herself into a position she would hate to be in. On the outside looking in. I wouldn't call my standards excessive, Goris. Zhajnitsi said with small lopsided smile. Rather, I would call it thorough. After all, it is this trait that has earned me the respect of those who can see the value of such a thing. Goris' expression tightened slightly, but she paid no more attention at her traitorous underling. As much as she would wish to get rid of him out of her department, she would have to be patient until he made too grave a mistake. It was only a matter of time, of course. The man was a fool. A cunning fool, but a fool nonetheless. He cut corners wherever possible, and soon enough, he'd put the noose around his neck when he went too far with the constructions of the new apartments. Either by himself or by those he'd throw into the sea to save himself. But have no worry. For now, the walls are sufficiently repaired, she said with a widening smile, which Goris did not appreciate, but still, he remained silent. Is Dardan? She called out to the early 20s aged man as she strode forward and placed the notes she'd taken in front of him. Add these observations to the report, she said to the man as she stared into his eyes. He worked with her on the walls, though unfortunately he was rather easily swayed by the silver tongue of fools like Goris. Of course, Counselor. Is Dardan said quickly. The report would be the meat of her reasoning that they should be planning an expansion of the city walls. It also included the economic benefits of carrying out the construction, as it would tie up thousands of men to the construction and thus increase the stimulation of the local economy, as the men would spend their hard-earned coin in Astapor. Most of the councillors would see it as a secondary benefit, but it may well sway more of them to her thinking. She nodded to him and the other men before she swiftly left them to it. She briefly spoke with the councillor overseeing the administrators in the countryside, inquiring about the recent exploratory mining of old gemstone mines before she left to go towards the ports where Ochre would be. And, as she rode towards the ports, she went by Ulhor Pyramid, the huge building that Prince Aegon's people had taken for themselves, where all of their spoils were located. It was a source of great intrigue to know exactly how much gold, silver, and treasure was in that pyramid. She'd seen the ships arrive from Yunkai and Mirian, and she'd seen the ships unload crate after crate and taking it all to the pyramid where they would disappear behind the gates. Tens of millions of coins? Mayhaps even 100? She couldn't fathom that much, and she doubted it was that much, but it probably was close enough, she thought, a little envious. All of that wealth would go to Illimaris, spoils of war. And it wasn't the only thing that'd go to Illimaris too, she mused to herself as she rode past the Ulhor Pyramid. There were some Liberty Bay natives there too. And amongst them, there were orphans. Oddly, many of the orphans were of naughty origin. Golden-eyed and milk-brown skin. She and the councillors considered that they might be returned to Noth, although they had some doubt about that, especially since the orphans were mixed with those peoples taken in from all across Liberty Bay, peoples who she knew would taken to Illimaris soon enough. The majority of these peoples were farmers and miners, and those who had been trained to tutor children or as a scribe. Though gold was a priority, people were not far off down the list of priorities, Sajnitsi mused to herself. She knew well enough after the lessons she and the other administrators and councillors suffered that Prince Aegon greatly valued productivity and skilled labor, and truthfully, she understood the point very well. The Regency councillor wanted to talk with Prince Aegon about that, to use the pilfering of skilled peoples as a means to open up dialogue of trade that would focus on the goods that Astapor was capable of producing at this moment in time. After all, Astapor was in a bind presently with a concentration of very narrow skill pool. Though the Astapori all had skills that were of necessity to the success of a city, without having industries that made the city stand out from the other Liberty Bay cities, like Bravus with its glass candles, its financial institutions and its vast fleet of merchants, they'd never truly become a power that could stand on its own feet. Getting Illimaris to buy their goods was one of several topics, including if Prince Aegon would know of ways to distinguish Astapor and the other cities from the rest of the region, from the rest of the known world. Idly, she wondered if that was also part of his reasons for Velos, a means to supplement the region's capability to produce profitable goods by getting the Isle to produce vast swathes of fruits and other luxury foodstuffs that they wouldn't be able to produce in vast quantities along the Worm and the Skahezidhan rivers. As she neared at the merchant's port, the only port in use by merchants presently, with the other main port in use by the Illimari ships in the distance, she saw the telltale of swan ship mainmasts peeking over the buildings. If only the summer Icelanders could be enticed into buying their goods instead of just their copper and iron ores. She wasn't so confident that they could be, unfortunately. The Summer Isles produced their own clothing and many of their own dyes, and it would take extraordinarily colorfully dyed textiles to entice the Summer Icelanders to buy their textiles. Similar cases could be found in all of the other goods Astapor produced. Truthfully, all the Summer Icelanders wanted from them was just copper and iron, two resources that the Summer Icelanders were starved of. It was why the Summer Icelanders were largely here for, now, anyway. Her expression twisted a little. The Summer Icelanders that had come had been fewer than expected, in all honesty. Even now, she thought, after it was proven that Astapor and the other cities were free from the foul taint of slavery. With the friendships Prince Aegon crafted with the princes and princesses of the Isles, particularly with the likes of Prince Balal and Prince Jala, one would think they'd send more men to Astapor when their ships arrived to dock at their capitals. But no, initially they only received less than a dozen ships, many of which returned back home loaded with freed Summer Icelanders, and only in the past moon have they received a decent level of visitors they expected from the Summer Isles. She suspected that the Summer Icelanders had been wary, suspicious even, and only after the swan ships returned back the Isles with freed Summer Icelanders, bringing back word that it is true, that Astapor is no longer a slaver city but a free city, did they relent and fully engage with Astapor and soon, the rest of the bay. She frowned as she heard a commotion further up in the merchant's port, a commotion that seemed to draw more people there, and it stopped her lines of thinking, wondering what it was that was causing such a disturbance. When she unhorsed herself and strode towards the merchant's port, she headed towards a group of men that were avidly listening, one of the dock workers avidly animating with his hands about something. "Will be in less than a few hours, they reckon." "What and who will be here in less than a few hours?" Zhajnitsi asked, drawing their attentions. "Big ships. One of them summer Icelander's crew said they saw coming this way. Think he call Gal Leons. The prince's ships." Zhajnitsi's eyes widened. The dock worker continued, excitement in his eyes. "Says they be like floatin' whales, slow and crawlin' they are." The dock worker laughs, "Nothing like the swans. Should be right a sight, et." Zhajnitsi left afterward, walking at a quick towards Ochre. The galleons would soon be here. At least according to that man. Ochre would be able to confirm it to her, and if it was true. Well, things were about to get interesting in Astapor, she thought to herself. Break. Early 113 AC, somewhere in the Gulf of Grief. Vaimond Vilarian POV. "I thought I'd never see a blue sky again," his son said with jest as he arrived to stand by Vaimond on the upper deck, having stopped his lazing around. The past few days had seen the skies take on a dark and reddish haze, tainted by the dust that came from their west, that came from Old Valeria. As they arrived in the Gulf of Grief, they'd thought they might gotten too close to Old Valeria, but that was not the case. No Vilarian could make such a mistake, no, it was merely that the curse that took Old Valeria was still going strong and reminding the world of it. "It won't be long now," Vaimond said as he rested his hands on the hilt of his sword. "We'll be at Astapor in less than 2 days." They were not far from Velos, and they'd go around the isle near to the coast of Slavers Bay and then onward to Astapor. His son said, uncharacteristically serious, and it made Vaimond look at his son. Damian was well, not quite a disappointment but not quite a son to be proud of it. Damian had acquitted himself well in the Stepstones, but he only was involved in a single fight, having been on board all that time. Admittedly, Damian had been young, but Durin had been younger still, who had bloodied his sword at 5 and 10. All that Damian could do, Durin could do better, and for an elder son to be so outshined, and then looked over by the lord of their house, deeming his younger brother more worthy for the hand of the lovely Lena, well. This journey had been one his eldest son needed. Wanted. If only to show that Damian did have value. Vaimond did not disapprove. He only wanted to be sure that his son did not embarrass him, or worse, get them killed. Vaimond looked away from his son. "Keep your wits about you, Damian. His Grace's brother is unlikely to be the same boy we knew more than a decade ago." It was an understatement, truly. Many of the narrow sea houses knew Aegon well. The boy had practically fostered friendships with many of them, even if some of those friendships had wilted over the years before his departure. Nevertheless, House Vilarian had remained in his good graces because of their kinship. His nephew and niece, Lena and Laner, were particularly affected Aegon and Gale's departure from West Eros. Durin too, to a lesser extent. And it was this kinship that had gotten them and Lord Celtigar sent on this mission to deliver a letter that they all knew, held within a demand, an order, for Aegon to return an answer to his Grace King Viserys for his actions that reverberated all around Essos. Vaimond wanted to snort. Gods! If what he heard in Lissa City now too that bore the consequences of Aegon's actions in Slavers Bay was true, the shield of kinship may not be as hardy as they would hope it to be, especially if King Viserys was less than courteous. Aegon was not the third son of Baelon they knew. Not anymore. A warlord in sheepskin. He wouldn't harm us. Damian said with confidence. Not us. Not Lord Celtigar. To do that would effectively send him against the Iron Throne, who would have the backing of House Vilarian. Not even Aegon could contest against that. Vaimond looked back towards his son. That may be so, however there are many ways in which Prince Vaimond elucidated sternly, reminding his son of the station Aegon held. The last thing they needed was for his son to be his most foolish and be familiar and without courtesy against a man who more than likely has conquered all of Slavers Bay by now. Aegon can take out his displeasure against us. We're in uncertain territory, and you would do well to remember that, boy. Vaimond said sternly before he looked away from his son. What he'd do that his youngest son with him. The journey continued for the next few days, unmolested. They did see a few swan ships heading towards the opposite direction, curiously enough. "My lord." One of the sailors called out to him from quarters. After he bade the man to enter, he immediately understood they'd arrived. "We're here, my lord." Vaimond arrived on deck and he'd taken the far eye, and, as he gazed through it, he saw the city of Astapor in the distance through the lens of the far eye. And that wasn't the only thing he'd seen. No. He also saw great hulking ships that were larger than any he'd seen before. Even larger than the whale ships of IB. So the stories are true. Vaimond mused to himself as he took in everything he could. Those ships, they must be the kinds that are needed to get to the west. Vaimond looked away from his far eye, his interest peaking. He had little expectation of success when it came to Aegon acquiescing to King Viserys' demands. But it would not mean he would leave Astapor empty-handed. And mayhaps, he could learn the ways to get to the west. A feat that not even the sea snake accomplished. Break. Early 113 AC cliffs of northeastern Tyrosh. Daemon POV. His legs twitched impatiently as he sat atop of Caraxes, furious violet eyes staring at the horizon beyond the cliffs of northern Tyrosh. The salty smell of the sea stuck the insides of his nose as waves crashed against the cliffs of Tyrosh. The wait was the worst of it all. I should have insisted in leading the Crownlands forces, Daemon thought viciously as he turned his head towards the west, towards the distant site of the city of Tyrosh. By now, he reckoned, their forces should have helped solidify the control of the merchant conclave of Tyrosh. Daemon snorted when he learnt the original name of the coalition of Tyrosh. His flybys on Caraxes naturally helped as well. Though the Tyroshi were insistent that no dragons were involved in their seizing of Tyrosh, the fools did not want to damage any property and guild buildings. He was sure the sight of a dragon flying over their city aided their cause. Like Corlys, the fools were more concerned about preserving their means of coin than they were about glory and victory. Both the merchants and Corlys were on the same side of a coin. It was no wonder that Corlys knew exactly who they should support to rise to power in Tyrosh. Daemon clenched his teeth in frustration and Caraxes warbled a soft growl as his dragon snaked his head to look upon Daemon. Daemon blew air through his nose before he leaned forward and tapped Caraxes on his scales. I know, this waiting grates on me too. Daemon said with a scowl, and Caraxes' lips drew back to reveal rows of deadly teeth. It caused Daemon to smirk a little at the reciprocation of his dragon. Daemon looked away from Caraxes and turned back towards the waves. They received word that Mir should be arriving at Tyrosh any time now, having set sail with sellswords in tow days ago. Daemon narrowed his eyes. Sellswords that they bought the services of in order to protect themselves against Aegon. Aegon. Daemon rolled his jaw slightly as he thought of his wayward younger brother. It would be a lie to say that Daemon had thought of Aegon at all ever since he'd abandoned their family for the Summer Isles like a coward. He'd been so furious that Viserys was allowing Aegon to leave Dragonstone with all of its small folk, an act that the island still felt years later. The entire isle was crowded with Endel and First Men half-breeds, none of them holding a great deal of loyalty to their house. It was, to tell the truth, an absolute travesty, and Viserys all let it happen. Daemon scowled lightly before he leaned forward and gripped onto the saddle handle. It wasn't surprising, to be truthful. There was only one voice that defeated both the voices of the Kunt Hightower and his own voice, the voice of Ema. He shook his head. No matter, he was setting it right as it was now anyway, having already gotten rid of some of the small folk he didn't like. By the time his son rose to take his seat, he'd have the small folk worship the very ground his family walked upon. Daemon's expression calmed as he lost himself into the stretching blue horizon. Aegon, his younger brother, the one he'd disliked greatly for having been the cause of the death of his mother. It had seemed so unfair that Daemon lost his mother when all they'd gotten in return was a sick and dumb and mute creature that barely even responded to anyone. Daemon's expression twisted slightly. It was strange and perhaps even ironic that Daemon disliked Aegon more when his younger brother had miraculously recovered from whatever deviant ailment had hold of him. Some said it was the queer magic that surrounded the dragons that helped him recover. In any case, by that time, Daemon had grown used to hating Aegon. And Aegon had gotten used to showing his indifference to Daemon, something that Daemon, though he'd never admit it, only made him more petty in keeping up his hate of Aegon. A small smirk grew on Daemon's face. To think that sick and dumb and mute creature could accomplish all that he'd accomplished, haunting Viserys' dreams and being whispered about all across the realm, small folk and noble alike. Prince Aegon the Liberator. Prince Aegon the Faithful. Finding new lands out in the west, something that not even old Valyria accomplished, an accomplishment enough to cast his name into legend. And if that wasn't enough, sacking and destroying ancient cities in the name of retribution for having slighted the blood of the dragon, and succeeding in doing so. The small smirk left Daemon's face. He would be lying if Daemon didn't admit to himself that he was envious, more than a little, especially about Aegon's accomplishments out in Slaver's Bay. Though that envy was no more than superficial. The greater accomplishment was of course finding this Elomeres. Slaver's Bay was no more than an outcome of great deception that Aegon was smart enough to conjure. It was no great feat of conquest. It was no great feat of strategy. No, it was no more than taking advantage of weak cities that were lucky they were friendly with their neighbors. Had Aegon taken any of the free cities, and held them, he would have been far more impressed with the feat. Daemon scoffed as his hands tightened on the handle. No, Aegon was no Aegon the Conqueror reborn, and he'd taken several tongues for even comparing his younger brother to their ancestor. Aegon's accomplishments were impressive, but they were no more impressive than his victories in the Stepstones. If anything, his victories in the Stepstones was far more impressive given the lack of men and support he'd had against the Triarchy. Damon's expression twitched and he wasn't sure if it was from annoyance or because of amusement. Perhaps it was both as he thought on Viserys and his reaction towards Aegon's misdeeds, as Viserys was off to say. It was amusing to think that Viserys disliked Aegon more than Daemon did presently. Not that it was surprising. Viserys was a creature of comfort. He loved tourneys. He loved drink and he loved that stupid model of old Valyria. Viserys. Viserys loved peace and quiet. He hated discourse, he hated any kind of conflict. And Aegon. Aegon was bringing everything he hated right to Viserys' doorstep. Chaos. Instability. Andal eyes that gazed upon him with scrutiny. Scrutiny that came with whispers and mutterings and jests behind Viserys' back. And Viserys, though he loved to be blind, could not be pretend to be blind in the wake of such attention. His younger brothers are more impressive. Daemon snorted, his smirk growing. It wasn't annoyance. It was amusement. He decided on what that feeling had been. What that feeling is. It was ironic, that it took Aegon's misdeeds for Viserys to come and lean on Daemon's strength. Viserys had not wanted to lean on him before, thinking him no more than a savage bull ready to snap and run down anything that looked at him differently. He'd preferred that Hightower cunt, he even preferred the opinions of lesser men that thought themselves important before they had a seat on the small council. And though it may be true that Daemon was savage, in a way of course, he'd not do anything like that to Viserys. Never. He'd promised as much to their father and he'd never break such a promise, Daemon thought to himself with a hard and dark look. It was one of the few times his father had asked something of him. The only other time being when his father had asked, had begged, of Daemon, had been for Daemon to sire a child on his bronze bitch, an act that got him rewarded with his son becoming king. Daemon lost his hard and dark look. He remembered those days well, when he'd raged against his father and grandfather, the meddling old bastard that he was. It is your duty to our house, Daemon, was amongst many things thrown at him, and though many thought he'd been threatened into exile, nothing of the sort happened, though he let the rumor stick, of course. He wouldn't let his bronze bitch get any more smugger than his cunt of a wife already was if she knew that he'd fucked her without the threat of exile forcing him to do it. Especially since he'd gotten to understand early on that his father, and grandfather, knew something, that they knew that fucking his bronze bitch into pregnancy would get him a son that would be king. A son that rode Vermi Thor, the dragon of kings now. Daemon grinned slightly as he took firmer hold onto his reins. And what a son Baelon was. Daemon was not upset that Baelon was more honorable. That he had the noble bearings that the idiotic Andal women loved to see in a man and knights would love to die for. It was perfect. Daemon knew what he was. A bastard of the right kind. A killer, a schemer. But he also knew that Baelon was better suited for that damned throne. As it was, he'd end up killing too many of the Andals in irritation, and as much fun as it was to torch entire keeps into nothingness, he was prideful of his Targaryen heritage. To destroy, or even damage, Aegon the Conqueror's legacy was not something Daemon could allow to happen. Daemon would not let himself do that, nor would he allow anyone else to do so, not even the scheming Hightowers who were waiting on a chance to take what belonged to Daemon and his son, Daemon thought with dark amusement. In any case, Daemon accepted that kingship was not to be his but instead was meant for his son. And it was enough, Daemon mused amusingly to himself. It was odd, truly, to think that his long-held ambition could so easily wither when he had Baelon in his hands. Even as Rhaenyra flourished, growing more beautiful by the day, a true Valyrian beauty, he'd not been tempted to take her for himself. Well, that was not quite true, of course, but he'd still restrained himself from planting seeds in that foolish girl. It wasn't hard to tell that the girl had eyes for him, dangerous eyes. Daemon snorted before he shook his head. Ah, Caraxes, what they say is true, an idle mind is a dangerous thing. Daemon mused to Caraxes, who only growled, and Daemon tapped the scales of his dragon before he leaned forward and rested his chin on the handle of his saddle. Baelon should be so lucky that he had a Valyrian to take to wife, something that had been long denied Daemon. Ah, the love that he had for his son. Any time now. A ship bearing a Valyrian blue sail would come towards him, indicating that the Myrish were nearby. That would be his signal. Daemon impatiently waited for a good while longer. It was hours later that Daemon saw something in the distance. And, when he looked through the far eye, he saw the Valyrian blue sails. The grin that formed on Daemon's face was chilling. Fly, Caraxes! Daemon commanded as Daemon finished strapping himself into his seat, and Caraxes responded with the same bloodthirsty delight Daemon had. Caraxes' blood-colored wings spanned massively, and in a great forces, beat his wings as Caraxes trampled forward, and, several long moments later, Caraxes lifted off of the ground, almost falling towards the ocean. Caraxes' wings beat faster, and then faster, his hind claws skimming on the surface of the ocean, and then Caraxes began to climb. By the time they passed the Valyrian ship, they were well and high, Daemon's hungry eyes searching left and right. Left, Caraxes, fly left. Daemon growled as he finally noticed where the Myrish ships were, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. As they neared, he could see the ships, hundreds of ships. Daemon smiled as he leaned forward in his saddle, his eyes bearing down on the ships ahead. Lower, Caraxes, let them see us. Daemon said with a smile that stretched his face. He wanted to hear them through the noise. Through the wind, through Caraxes' growls and flames. Daemon straightened himself out as he held tighter to the reins, Caraxes flying lower and lower as they approached, and he waited, content to wait as they neared the ships, savoring the anticipation, the growing panic as he watched little ants move about their ships. And, when the ships were close, so close that there was little time before Caraxes arrived, did Daemon hear the panic in their voices and he delighted in it. Caraxes, Dracarys. Daemon's command was no more than a whisper, though Caraxes understood Daemon's feeling enough, as it was in a great fume of flame erupting from Caraxes' maw as they swept past the first ship and Daemon pulled at the reins, his feelings of bloodlust and wish for death consuming him, consuming Caraxes, who spit out flame after flame, torrents of flames that washed over the ships and their sails like dry wheat caught on fire by the slightest of hot embers. The screams began, screams of agony and screams that hallowed the sea air, screams that grew louder and more discordant as more ships and more men were put on fire, burning and burning and burning, and Daemon did not know when he started laughing, a mad delighted wonderful laugh, nor did he know when he had stood up in his saddle and to see more, to watch more of the flames sink ship after ship. More, Caraxes. Give me more. Give them more. Daemon roared against the wind and Caraxes responded to his wish for more death with eagerness and excitement, and more ships were set alight. By the time that Caraxes felt as if he was growing sluggish, Daemon had counted dozens upon dozens of ships still burning, and, as Daemon gazed upon the distance, from whence the ships came, he only saw a smattering of ships having escaped the pyres Daemon had set alight. Enough, Caraxes, let's return. Daemon said, his eyes though never left the ships that were lucky enough escape. No matter, Daemon thought to himself. Mir's capability to fight was greatly reduced, and now Tyrosh was as good as a vassal to the Iron Throne. As Caraxes turned back towards Tyrosh, Daemon took to look towards his east. It seems I have done you a great favor, little brother. Daemon thought, his smile wearing off as he looked back towards the west. I will look forward with eager interest to see if you can finish what you have started. Chapter 32. We'll respond to reviews on the next chap. Everyone, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/Boombox117. Early 113 AC Illyria. He frowned as he walked, his eye searching for something, lost. There was nothing, just greyness. Grey mist. Grey air. Grey, ocean, he realized as his feet left behind ripples as he walked. Where am I? Aegon wondered as he looked around. Why was he here, how did he get here, what was he looking for? He couldn't remember. Aegon's head snapped towards his right, his neck feeling as if it had been on the precipice of being snapped off, as he heard a noise in that direction. He resisted the urge to call out, hard-trained instincts setting in. Wait. Observe. The noise did not abate as he looked in that direction, and he felt as if it was calling out to him, drawing him in. He remained still, wary as he was. His instincts were murky, unable to give him the direction he needed to act one way or another. Stay, or go. The decision was taken out of his hands as the grey mist grew thicker. It grew grey, darker, and it felt as if it was pushing against him. Aegon hesitated and took to glance behind him and only saw the same thick dark grey mist there too. Onwards then. Aegon began to move towards the call reluctantly, his instincts growing murkier and murkier as the noise grew louder and louder until he heard whispers. Whispers and groans and dull cries. Aegon reached for his dagger, but when he felt nothing he looked down, barely able to see through the grey dark mist, but he saw enough, felt enough. He was weaponless, helpless, and Aegon felt panic rising. No dagger, no blade. He was alone. He had not Miss Aragorn, he had not any of his commanders and guards, he was alone. Vulnerable. Aegon stopped walking, yet it felt as like he was moving still. Pulled and dragged towards the whispers, whispers that grew louder, more vocal, more coherent. Why? Was the one word that repeated throughout the haze of whispers, the word why, and Aegon, pulled and dragged towards the source, gritted his teeth as he raised his hands, preparing himself to fight whatever it was that was taking him against his will, but, as the dark grey mist began to abate, began to thin and loosen in front of him, Aegon could only look on with shocked horror at the sight before him. It was a mass, no, it was a collection of masses, untold black arms that scratched and clawed on the solid sea and on over each other, arms that dripped black oily substance over each other, over the sea, and their faces. Their faces were as black as their arms, molten faces without eyes, without any teeth or ears, melting and melting yet never losing the shape that made a head. WWWHHHYYYYY. They groaned in discordant harmony, echoes within echoes, mindless agony that seemed to be as harsh and as broken as shards of glass, and Aegon was pulled out of his horror as he stepped back, but he found that there was no number of steps that was bringing him further away from the mass that crawled towards him. Whhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh Stop! The word was said with no more than a whisper, yet it seemed to have riled up the monsters in front of him. Shtob! They cried with rising voice, again and again, until all he heard was a white noise that made his ears seem as if they were bleeding. Aegon turned away from the mass, and began to hasten his steps, hastening until he was running, but as he glanced back over his shoulder, he found that they were still coming closer, that he was not able to put any distance between himself and the mass of monsters. No, they were not monsters. Aegon looked towards his front again, and his breath caught in his throat as he was beset with hundreds, thousands, of people in front of him. People, no, women and children, he realized. Pale of hair, blue and purple of eyes. They looked hateful, angry, despairing. But they looked alive. Aegon recognized them. They were the ones that he spared. Why did you spare them, and not us? The mass from behind groaned, cried out, in untold thousands of voices. Aegon's heart sank, and Aegon felt himself almost stumble. He looked below, and saw his feet sink into the sea. Aegon turned around and saw the black oily mass only a few feet away from him, and Aegon closed his eye, the guilt that he felt consuming him. Luke. The mass of voice were no longer groaning, instead they were raging, furiously hateful in tone. Aegon opened his eye and he groaned with heavy guilt as he saw small fingers belonging to small hands only a feet away from his legs, hands that belonged to heads that were small, small enough that he could grab a full hold of the eyeless, teethless nothing faces with his hand. Yet as he looked, the nothing faces began to shift as their hands clawed at his legs, shifting away from oily blackness to something lighter, grayer and grey, until color began to seep in those eyeless, teethless faces, colors of amber, colors of copper, and then the eyes were formed. Brown. Black. Honey. All kinds of eyes now. Was it because we do not look like them? The raging voices were now childlike, indignant in the way only children are, and Aegon felt himself shake at the voices. The women and children behind him began to shout at him, shouting accusations and titles. Hypocrite. Butcherer. Monster. Deceiver. Murderer. Aegon did not deny any of it, and the worst had yet to come. Aegon felt that in his very bones as he looked upon the faces that began to shift again, shifting to the faces of his children. Would you have spared us if we looked like your sons and your daughters? One of the faces that looked like Solanese said as he climbed over his body. Aegon woke startled, his breathing heavy, his eye searching all across where he could see, and, moments later, many heartbeats later, he noticed that his hand that held a dagger was outstretched and pointing the tip of the dagger in the space in front of him, and Aegon, when he realized that it was nothing but a dream, dropped his arm and leaned his head against the wall, his eye remaining open as he stared at the ceiling. The nightmares, they are getting worse. More vivid, more real. Ever since that experience. It was only after a few very long moments that Aegon closed his eye, the hazy sights of oily black masses and copper-skinned faces and the sight of his children seared into the forefront of his mind. I'm sorry. Aegon was on the tip of his tongue, waiting to be said to the lives that he helped end. He ended. And, as the moments passed, so did too the urge to say 2 words. He knew that saying sorry meant nothing. Meaning it meant nothing. His guilt meant nothing. It changed nothing. None of it. They were victims of circumstance, one of his engineering, victims of vicious acts to end vicious practices. Even his sparing of the women and children of the Tolosi and Illyrian nobility, as much as his subconscious poked at his hypocrisy and suggested racism, was no more than his pragmatism and guilt overlapping just enough to find another way, especially with the greatest actors and supporters being killed off in entirety. And wasn't that a tragedy in its own? That he only did the barest because it was convenient. Aegon reopened his eye slowly, and took in the sight of the room that he retired for the night for the last few weeks. It was bare. Spartan. Nothing but a bed and chamber pot and flasks of water. Aegon pulled himself up from against the wall he'd been leaning against, the wall he'd slept against, and sighed as he stretched out his body. He put his dagger back into its sheath and stayed still for a few moments as he eyed the spot where he'd fallen asleep, eyeing it as if it held a secret to his malaise that could be unraveled by simply staring at it. He found no answers. Aegon shook his head, and after one more deep breath, one that was more shuddering than it was clean, he began to walk towards the doors where he could see 2 halos beside the doors, and, after another moment, he schooled his face and buried the guilt and the pain he felt at being the monster that he was. Guilt and pain that felt more hollow every day that passed. Aegon smiled a faint, well-practiced smile as he nodded to his guards who shadowed his steps as he made his towards the dining hall of this manse, nodding again and again as he walked past his men on the way. He received his breakfast and goat milk from Larissa, his cook that solely made his food throughout the campaign and would continue to do so. It smells a fine meal, Larissa. Aegon praised lightly as he eyed her closely, watching as his words of praises fluttered the halo surrounding her. He's gotten to a point where he understood a little about the halos that surrounded people. Most of his men were grey, though the inner edges of the halo were lighter than the other edges. Although every person had hints of differences, and every person, depending on the situation, would have their halos act differently. Some grew lighter, a little more vibrant, like when men preened at his praise of them, or others, like Sir Ethan, who dulled slightly in his presence. And, at the center of his bodies, he felt as if there's something more there, but he could not see any further, as if he was wearing shades of glasses that filtered out a spectrum of something. He had an idea of what it might be. He guessed that when he grew to understand more of what it was that he was seeing, that he'd be able to finally see this spectrum of energy that might even be some kind of soul energy or some bullshit like that. In any case, what he saw was sufficient enough, for now. He was able to formulate more about the nature of people with the halos themselves, halos that were very similar to the nature of that grayness in that reality, he mused idly. And Larissa, he thought as he eyed her, her nature was like a breath of fresh air. Her halo was almost pristine, in comparison to the men around him. Her grey was light, very light, and the inner edges of her halo was quite white. There were a few others that he saw like her. Most of them had been children. He understood it to mean a kind of purity, not innocence, no, but more meaning as if she was healthy. Spiritually healthy. He was not surprised. Larissa was a kind woman. A heart of gold. Loyal to a fault. Unburdened. I hope cooking it caused you no problem. Aegon asked her, and Larissa's expression twisted into a hearty smile. Everything went a-okay, my prince. Larissa said with a knowing look, and Aegon smiled faintly at her. Nothing a twirl and a twist in the flower garden can't fix, my prince. Aegon nodded smilingly at her, and Larissa curtsied before she left, knowing that Aegon was satisfied with her uttering of the passphrase. And only then did Aegon begin to eat. The morning went quick as Aegon oversaw the last of Illyrian operation. After they'd taken Illyria, the fleet had left to go and take the men they'd left in Tolos to Astapor, leaving 1,000 unsullied to guard Tolos, the people, the regency councillors and the administrators. Once that was done, the fleet returned with larger numbers, with about every ship they had captured, and had remaining some 142 ships, with about 100 or so of them carracks, with almost 20 of the ships having been lost in naval engagements. Sir Lomaris and other senior officers of the army had gone in the first departure, taking with them gold and treasure, the injured men and a quarter of the army that had taken Illyria. A few of the ships would sail for Yunkai and Mirian, and representatives of the cities, including some of the people who were native and being trained to eventually take over the responsibilities of the regency councils, and bring them over to Astapor to agree to a 30-year plan that would help ensure the survival of Liberty Bay. The second departure had taken half of the remaining men and about 2,000 orphans without parents, the rest having been taken in by the remaining peoples of this city. Most of the orphans were young, no more than 5 name days old, a combination of children that bore Valyrian and disparate peoples features, though most leaned towards the second category of heritages, who Aegon planned to be taken in by his people. During that time, they took control of the estates on the island, including the few farms that helped feed the city. Despite the smallness of the Isle of Illyria, there were still farmlands on the isle. Not quite enough to feed the city of over 250,000 people that it boasted during the days of Old Valyria, but enough certainly to help ensure that Illyria did not starve as it ran down its food stores. Presently, with less than 50,000 people in the city and less than 3,000 in the small countryside, the farms and livestock on Illyria would be able to feed it on its own once they were fully up and running and managed more efficiently by the administrators. Thankfully though, the food stores of the city were largely intact, and the city would be able to feed off of the stores for many moons without having to rely on the farms yet. Hopefully, within that period, Liberty Bay should be able to deepen its trade networks amongst the cities and feed the populations of the bay, especially once Velos turned into the breadbasket he envisioned. In any case, Aegon spent much of his day watching the ships being loaded with the remaining parts of the wealth they'd take from Illyria. The vast majority of the goods they were taking were more the statues and the texts and tomes, minus the ones that he'd stored away on Miss Aragorn and the rest of the army. The last of his men would sail for Astapor, a journey that was 2 days and 2 nights sail long, excepting another 1,000 unsullied who would be left behind to guard the city and its people. Not that there was much that needed to be protected against within the city, given the decimation it has suffered. Throughout all of it, Aegon was often stared at by the remaining survivors of the city, like every day. From the freed women, and from some of their offspring too, he was often given hidden and unhidden looks of loathing and fear, given how he'd had their husbands and fathers and sons killed along with the nobility. He found those looks to be more comforting than the looks of awe and gratefulness he was provided with by the former slave population and his men. The harsher, more hateful looks felt more honest. In any case, he was heartened at least to see wariness and relief across both groups of people as the final hours of the departure of their people came. He was especially glad for it to see it from some of the former slaves. The wiser women and the wiser children. Aegon's coming had been a blessing and a curse. For many former slaves, the deaths of their partner's slaves lucky enough and permitted to have another half could not marry them even if they were all but married, or their brothers or fathers or sons, could be lain directly at his feet. A hefty price to pay for freedom. A payment that was taken rather than offered. Aegon watched from atop Miss Aragorn as they overlooked the last of the ships sailing away from the white sandy beaches of Illyria. Aegon took to look back towards Illyria with a complicated look on his face. Amidst his turmoil, Miss Aragorn began growl lightly, the feelings of his dragons, impatience and curiosity all mixed together at the reasons why they haven't yet flown, flowing into Aegon's being, and Aegon turned to meet Miss Aragorn's wild green eyes with a small, apologetic smile on his face. Introspective, brother, just feeling a little introspective. Aegon admitted as he leaned forward and patted Miss Aragorn's scales before he sat back in his saddle and sent through feelings of readiness through their bond. And Miss Aragorn, after a snort through his nose, began to unfurl his wings and began to take massive steps. His wings, unfurled and beating, caught the air as Miss Aragorn's steps quickened towards the edge of the sea, and soon they were flying over the ocean, the sounds of Miss Aragorn's wings and the sounds of his claws surfing across surface of the waters, and Aegon, during those moments, reveled in the feeling of flight, in the feeling of weightlessness, of freedom. After a little while of flight, they flew over the isle that sat between Tolos and Illyria, an rocky, craggy isle that was only populated by Celians and seals, and Miss Aragorn, after sending a feeling of hungry desire to Aegon, a desire that Aegon acquiesced to, began to fly lower and lower towards the gathering of hundreds, thousands, of Celians. It seemed like Miss Aragorn had liked the few Celians he'd caught weeks ago. Miss Aragorn's claws began to extend as he swept down lower, and the unfortunate Celians were unable to unnoticed until it was too late. Miss Aragorn swept down like a vengeful angel, grasping one Celian in each claw before throwing into the air, further inland. Before Miss Aragorn turned around again, the sounds of the yapping Celians reverberating in the air. Aegon only grimaced lightly at sight the panicking animals who raced towards the safety of the ocean. Most of them would be fine and their numbers wouldn't take a severe hit, but still, it was rather gruesome to see the brutality of Miss Aragorn. Again and again did Miss Aragorn sweep down and catch Celian after Celian, only stopping when he'd thrown something like 22 Celians further inland. Miss Aragorn then swept towards the thrown and injured Celians who tried to make it back to the sea, but they were subjected to dragon flame, burnt alive, and Miss Aragorn began to feast on these Celians whilst he kept a watchful eye on the other Celians that were mostly half dead now as consequence of the wounds, by claw and mostly by gravity. Aegon took his journal, 2 tomes, a small dragon glass container and a dagger sheathed in lead from the storage bags before he climbed down the wing of Miss Aragorn, grimacing as he watched Miss Aragorn eat burnt flesh that dripped with blubber oil, the feelings of satisfaction only adding to the grossness of it all. Aegon walked towards one of the barely moving Celians, a look of pity on his face. He could see their halo, light and faint as he observed most animals to have, ebbing away. Aegon took out his Valyrian steel sword from its sheath, a weapon he long stored away on Miss Aragorn but never used, not until now. He eyed the bastard sword closely, angling the sword as he took in the dim glow of the sword. It brimmed with an ethereal energy that was only a shade different from the halos around people. A cousin, or mayhaps more aptly, Aegon thought darkly, an offspring of human spiritual energy. Aegon carefully tread near the dying beast, who growled softly, pained, but did not move as Aegon circled the injured animal. It bore deep wounds, claws that had sunk deep into the bowels of the Celian with deep gashes on its back. There was a small pool of blood beneath the Celian. Aegon's hands gripped onto the hilt of the sword as he hovered the tip of the sword above the neck of the Celian, who tried to move away from Aegon but itself unable. Aegon sighed heavily before he, with a sharp downward movement, buried the tip of the sword into the Celian's neck, killing it almost instantly. He watched with a studying eye how the spiritual energy of the Celian faded away, like embers of a flame on a cold night, though, as he pulled out the blade from the neck of the Celian, he thought he could see some amount sink into the Valyrian steel. Aegon did this over a dozen times, the rest having died due to their wounds already, and as he moved towards the last of the Celians, he found a Celian that had its back broken, and unable to move beyond its neck. Its wounds were more impact than they were from claw marks, and the Celian, despite its life-ending injury, was fierce in its snarls, so much so that Aegon decided to let the helpless Celian live a little longer. When Aegon found the range of the Celian's jaws, he decided to sit beside the Celian and placed his gauntlet hand on the Celian's neck, an act that made the Celian jerk away slightly, teeth baring, its big black eye looking at him with fear, and Aegon found himself humming gently to assuage the injured Celian's fears. Shush! Aegon voiced out, and the Celian was not calmed, not even the slightest, but the Celian, so close to death, so helpless, could do nothing but continue to snarl at Aegon in the hopes that he'd leave. Aegon sighed, taking away his gauntlet hand in the process, the Celian quietening down slightly, causing Aegon hum slightly, and he looked away from the Celian and looked upon Miss Aragorn, who dug into his next meal with gusto. Voracious! Aegon murmured, a small shake of the head in exasperation, and he heard Miss Aragorn growl at his feeling of exasperation, and Aegon snorted at the irritation Miss Aragorn felt towards Aegon. Aegon went silent as he watched Miss Aragorn eat, though he was more focused on Miss Aragorn himself instead of the disgusting act of Miss Aragorn voracious eating. Miss Aragorn, in comparison to the Celians, was like a star with the way his halo seemed to encompass him. Where most peoples had halos surrounding their body, Miss Aragorn was more like a furnace, bright and mighty with magic, energy. It was not quite natural, Aegon mused. The way Miss Aragorn shone with so much energy. Perhaps it was more that Miss Aragorn was a representation of something, of a concept, or a compilation of truly grisly manipulation of spiritual energy to give birth to the dragons, or perhaps they formed as a consequence of belief, or, mayhaps, a creation made of sacrifice in the belief that they would come to exist. He considered that his theorizing could be deeply flawed. Based on limited information, based on ideas that he still did not quite understand, possibly would never understand. After all, Miss Aragorn was the only example of such brilliance. Well, not quite, Aegon mused as he stared at his Valyrian steel sword which seemed to be impregnated with spiritual energy. It was like comparing apples to oranges but they were of the same family of foodstuff. Aegon's eye veered towards the dagger in lead sheath, his expression growing darker. Just as that thing was. Just like one of the tomes and the seed he was chained to. Aegon placed the dagger in lead sheath on the ground between his feet, and then he did the same with the journal and the 2 tomes until he was left with the dragon glass container in his hands. He twisted the top and the bottom in opposite directions until he saw the seed that was stored in the container, the very sight of it darkening Aegon's expression. The seed, the weirwood seed, was a thing that was mired in an ethereal red glow. Aegon, with a deep exhale of air through his nose, looked upon the seed with all of his concentration, with all of his newfound sensitivity to spiritual energy, and he smiled grimly as he felt something from the seed. He couldn't quite explain it, what he felt. It felt almost like a dragon bond but one that he was observing from the outside in, instead of feeling it innately like he did with his bond with Miss Aragorn. This thing too, was similar to Miss Aragorn. Unnatural, compared to humans. The same ilk of energy that impregnated the Valyrian steel bastard sword. So, the question was, how did it all fit together? He guessed at the basics of Valyrian steel how it was made and he understood how weirwoods existed through the sacrifice of life force, spiritual energy and even souls but how did it all tie into the system on which the world worked? Aegon closed the dragon glass container, and gripped it tightly into his hand. How did it tie into that realm that he experienced? A realm of spiritual energy? Or was it more like some kind of demented astral bullshit plane? What were those lances? Some of which resembled the ethereal glow of the seed? What effect did that plane of existence have on the physical world? What were those dark things that hunted him? Aegon watched Miss Aragorn eat another burnt Celian corpse with absence of mind. What were those gemstones? Were they what he thought they were? The souls of the gemstone emperors? The origins of perhaps the ancestral songs? The progenitors. The satisfaction of being proven right that his interest about the gemstone emperors was not fruitless was not quite fulfilling of humanity in this reality, in this world? What were those alternate existences that he experienced? Alternate existences that he has come to understand to be those that he'd wished, once upon a time, he'd taken, routes that had been available to him at one point or another in time. How did it all fit together? Aegon looked away from Miss Aragorn and turned to look at the dagger sheathed in lead and his hand moved towards it. He picked it up. He'd had one of the blacksmiths fashioned the sheath out of the lead balls the slingers Tolos had. He removed the dagger from the sheath and immediately his expression took on a reviled look. Disgust and anger bloomed within as he gazed upon the dagger impregnated with foulness and decay. It was the dagger he'd used to kill that creature that eventful eve. Aegon eyed the sheath, and saw that the insides of the sheath were slowly being corrupted. He sheathed the dagger again, the foulness and decay immediately ebbing away. It was a short-term solution, he mused to himself. Lead seemed to be a good means to guard against the worst effects of corrupted magics, of spiritual energy. And that was what that thing was, a corrupted entity the likes that had no place in the physical, and most likely in that plane of existence as well. This Valyrian steel dagger seems to have absorbed some of the corrupted entity into itself. It was startling how it resembled the famous tale of Nissa Nissa and Azor Ahai, whose sacrifice had allowed the creation of Lightbringer. Aegon looked on with a grim expression as he eyed the sheathed dagger. Could it be that Valyrian steel took in souls, or at the very least spiritual energy of a being, or beings, in some way or another, to create what is known as Valyrian steel? He shook his head as he looked away from the sheathed dagger. Must I experiment to learn the truth of it? To learn what it takes to create Valyrian steel? Aegon thought to himself with troubled thoughts. Aegon knew he couldn't attempt human sacrifice in order to create Valyrian steel. It was a final breach. No. He would have to be satisfied with a different route, Aegon thought as he took to look towards the corrupted Valyrian steel dagger. And Aegon thought that he could find a means to achieve it if he only understood what that realm was, what this world was. So. The question then becomes, how does it all work? Magic, spiritual energy, all of it. And why did those entities exist? Aegon did not fail to notice that perhaps the so-called gods of this world were things that belonged to that realm but had an effect on this world, this physical realm. Similarly, the thought also passed through his mind that the physical world could have an impact on that realm. Like some kind of symbiosis, where spiritual energy of the physical world could be manipulated to bring about an effect on the physical world through the aid of that plane of existence where things were more abstract, more something, Aegon thought with a sigh. The alternate existences that he saw. A sea of possibilities, of roads not taken, of chances ignored. Was that what was at the core of that reality? A sea of possibility? A sea of spiritual energy that was raw, that was absolute, that was a tap of power that could be used, that all sorcerers, sorceresses, that the children of the forest and all other kinds of beings, entities, used to cause effect in this physical world? When sacrifices were committed, using the fuel of souls, of spiritual energy, was it that fuel that brought about the effect on the physical world, or was the fuel used to pull out some effect from that sea of possibility onto the physical world? Like some kind of drill that punctured through the wall of realities? Was his pyromancy his own, or was it an outcome that belonged to his ancestral song that was connected to the gemstone emperors? A connection that permanently connected him to that reality in some form or another. The same for the first men and the children of the forest? The same for the Rhoynar? He had so many questions, and so few means to get answers, Aegon mused to himself silently, his eyes falling onto the two tomes. And it wasn't like he could gain answers from others. Not from the living. He'd sooner be killed than such knowledge being shared with him. He was also rather sure as well that the knowledge he sought was not exactly known to the most capable of magic users. Otherwise he was rather sure the world would be ruled by immortal sorcerers like the gemstone emperors. Still, if only he could learn other disciplines of magic, if only to learn more about the ways magic could be manipulated, and thus learn more about the nature of magic beyond the solidified theory that it came from the soul. With the mind perhaps keystone like the soul. Aegon mused to himself. Lesala, despite having convinced her that the creature that attacked him was an agent of the great other, not that difficult to do given how foul the creature had been, and it would have been unconscionable for her to think her god could have attacked him with such evil who was threatened by his searching of their location, was not so forthcoming with what she knew about magic. Not anymore, at least. He did not fail to notice the way she stared at him. Like he was different. Aegon hummed as he looked away from the tomes, turning towards Miss Aragorn. He is different. He felt it deeply. He thought that he likely lost some years of life when his body healed, but it was more than just physical wounds scarring over. That creature, it damaged him. His being. Miss Aragorn's flames did something to him too, healing the wounds that had been on him beyond the flesh. The bond he shared with Miss Aragorn was deeper too. Where before their bond was like a connection that either of them could turn off, now that connection was permanent, deeper and more intelligible. He could now see through Miss Aragorn's eyes, instead of seeing images transmitted through the bond, resembling a kind of skin-changing ability that went deeper. It was ironic, instead of being two halves, he felt it was more like they were more like two knitted pieces of souls. Aegon raised his gauntlet hand, and, with a mere thought, Aegon created a small vesper of fire in the center of his palm. He no longer had to use fire that already existed to be able to manipulate it without any cost to him. Guiding what existed through understanding of the concept of fire had been his way to get around cost. Doing this, creating fire, was without cost, now. This fire was a creation of his own being, connected to him at a fundamental level. Yet, as he peered at the fire, at the most shallowest parts of the inner flame, he could see that it was not so isolated, not so only connected to him. Likely, Aegon assessed, it was also connected to that astral plane, to that realm. Like Lesala's soul-touched fire had been, if only to a lesser extent. Why he could do this without cost, he was not sure. A combination of things, maybe, or it was a singular thing, such as his change brought about by Miss Aragorn, or it could be that he had his mind and soul opened up to the spiritual plane. Aegon lost his concentration when the Celian beside him began to snarl again, the vesper of fire dying out, and Aegon closed his fist, deep in his thoughts. Was that how those creatures in that realm influenced the physical world? Was that how the likes of Arhilla influenced the physical world? By being connected to the beliefs and intents of those gifted with magic and summarily influence them to act on their behalf through power bestowed? It could be that the reason why faiths like the Red Faith or the House of Black and White were so powerful was because these faiths remembered how to commune with entities like the Red God, or the God of Many Faces. And through this communion, was that how their proverbial eye was opened? How their powers were gained? Aegon wondered if he was being influenced as of right now, or when he used his pyromancy. Or mayhaps it was the other way around, that power came to those gifted with manipulatable spiritual energy first and only then came into contact with gods. What came first? Were these so-called gods the ones who sought out a connection to people, or was it people who sought out a connection to these gods? Aegon ruminated on his thoughts for a long moment. How close am I? Aegon wondered as he stared at his fist. With any of my questions and theories. His instincts suggested that he was far, far from close. But I am closer than I've ever been before. Aegon murmured to himself. Not that it helped all that much, now that he knew how, out of his depth he was. How blind he was. He needed to know more, to learn more. He knew that trying that journey again would kill him. He did not think the Gemstone Emperors would be so gracious to save his very soul again, Aegon thought with a grim smile. It was a shame that he doubted he'd learn more about the Gemstone Emperors. Or why they decided to help him if they helped him, which seemed certain. He'd have to go east, he thought to himself, where more legends of the Emperors would be known. He couldn't do that to Gale or their children, however. He'd have to settle by learning through the sources available to him and hope that he could glean greater understanding through contemplation, through theory. He leaned forward and took hold of the older-looking tome. He flicked through the pages of the tome, a tome that provided all kinds of recipes, for a lack of a better word, for the utilization of blood magic. It was an invaluable find, Aegon thought to himself, as he perused the gruesome means available to empower or heal the individual, and curse enemies with unsolvable ails. Practicing some of this would help him on his way, especially if he could see the effect of the magic. That was the first step in finding alternative ways to use blood magic, or any other kinds of darker sacrificial magics. He may even find a way to recreate Valyrian steel through without any kind of human sacrifice, a quest that may well be impossible. Yet, Aegon thought as he set the old tome aside and picked up the other tome, a leather-skinned tome, he felt it instinctively that this tome would provide him with far greater answers than the blood magic tome could. Amongst the texts and tomes the scholars had taken that hinted at magic, the blood magic tome included, this one had drawn Aegon's attentions immediately. It sang with the same spiritual energy as the seed did, even if it was greatly diminished in comparison. Aegon opened the nameless tome and he gazed upon the symbols that were dimly aglow with energy, with power. It was runes, or something like that. It was a tome filled with only symbols, with runes, nothing else. He did not understand yet he could perceive almost something from the runes. It was a secret language that lay just beyond Aegon's grasp to understand. He was not sure if he needed to know more about the nature of magic in order for him to understand the language, or if it was more conventional, where he had to know the language in order to understand. It could be combination of both. What secrets do you hold? Aegon mused out loud with a grave look. The runes were unlike First Men runes. These were more gentler, if that made sense. Where First Men runes reminded him of Norse runes he'd seen in fiction, sharp lines combining to form into symbols, these runes were more rounded. Ovals and circles and half-sphere-like symbols, some of them even resembling symbols he knew from his past life, like Ouroboros, a symbol of infinity, and Aegon thought that these runes had fundamental understanding that could answer so many of his questions if only through indirect means. He could understand how the people of these runes he could not be certain they were Valyrian, as they seemed too alien in comparison to the Valyrian language perceived the world, and in that perception, he could come to understand more about the world itself. I will have to visit the Rhoynar of the Isle of Women again. Aegon mused to himself as he closed the tome and looked towards Miss Aragorn. The Rhoynar, even if they knew almost nothing about their ancestry and their magic, were more than likely descended from magical bloodlines. At least some, or likely all of them, given how shallow the gene pool has been. If he was able to figure out how to unlock this magical site of his and his children, without having them visit that hellscape of a reality, he would also be able to do that for the Rhoynar, and others. He already could tell some differences between people, if only barely. Sir Reaver, a Dragonstone native, was undoubtedly a dragon seed like Sir Gale Anise. The thing that lay just beyond his perception at their center of being was more pronounced in the likes of them than, for example, Sir Uthric or the other knights of Andal heritage. Similarly, the few unsullied that had golden eyes had something about them too. He took it to mean that it might be related to their ancestral song, which could be more pronounced in these people. And, Aegon thought to himself, he might be able to glean if the Rhoynar of the Isle of Women also had something about them too. If the naughty orphans similarly had amongst them those who had something about them, his mission to the Isle of Women would only grow in importance. Whether Aegon should or not, he wasn't quite sure. He'd be literally empowering other people, but the question was it more dangerous not to do that? When the threats that existed in that plane of existence were so real? So near? Aegon placed the tome on the ground and he gripped his hands together, his muscles straining as the stress of the memories of the time he was in that hellscape was brought to the forefront of his mind. The Great Other, the White Walkers. Arhilla and the Old Gods. How many of them were really beneficial for humanity? The Old Gods may seem benign, but he seriously doubted that, especially if the Old Gods were nothing more than the souls in the weirwoods. The children of the forest were more like humans than they were not. He remembered the encounter well enough, that day on the Isle of Faces. The expressions of that being. They felt anger. They felt despair. The very stories spoke of how they acted when they were pressured. The destruction of the Arm of Dorne, the creation of the White Walkers. So very destructive, so very human. To allow those creatures to influence human civilization. Aegon did not miss at all how they made sure to tie his Illimaries to themselves physically, or through influence through magic, was beyond folly and beyond sanity. Be grateful your song is not one of ours. The words of that child of the forest rang in his mind. Your song. The phrase played in his mind again and again and again. Another part that had stuck in his mind was the comment not one of ours. His song, his ancestral song, was not one of theirs to influence, to take. It implied as if other songs were theirs to take, to influence. Likely, Aegon thought with a dark look, the songs of the first men. A Song of Ice and Fire. Jon Snow, the Song of Duality. Brynden Rivers, another Song of Duality, and, if he remembered the commentary he'd read about Daenerys correctly, she too had Blackwood blood in her veins, another Song of Duality. All of them falling in the Children of the Forest's realm of influence if he was to take their ownership of songs literal, and he had no reason not to do that. He was sure that the Children of the Forest, the old gods, could sense that Aegon was not of this world and had thought that it was the sole reason why they had not acted against him, that Aegon was protected from them by whomever or whatever had brought him here, into this world. Especially since if they foresaw of Illimaries Aegon the First, then they'd also know that Aegon saw them in a negative light, and to let an enemy like Aegon live, especially to live long enough into adulthood. But mayhaps there was more to it, more than just some strange and cheap divine protection against the little tree fiends. Mayhaps there was something about his song that prevented their influence. Aegon grimly smiled to himself as he looked into the distance, once more chastising himself having gotten himself into this mess. In his desperation, he freely agreed to their terms, terms that looked increasingly dangerous, terms that he still found no way out from without penalty to himself or his family. Yes, Aegon firmed up, his eye hardening. The old gods were no friends to him or to House Targaryen. Likely, Aegon thought, old gods were no friends to any humans. They had their own agenda, their own means of securing power and influence. The three-eyed raven was likely the means of theirs, Aegon thought as he remembered Bran the Broken becoming king, another Garth Greenhand almost. And that thinking could be applied to any of those gods. Aegon rolled his jaw as he thought it over. A matter for another time. Aegon murmured to himself. For now, he could do little to shore up human civilization against the influences of these things. First, he'd have to be able to understand what it all meant before he decided anything else. He only hoped that he'd have the opportunity to do so. For now, he had to focus on the material side of things. Aegon picked up his journal. On matters war and peace. Aegon said with a sigh as he looked grimly to his journal. He flicked through his journal, which was written in Greek. It contained everything. From his initial plans to the deviations and observations during the campaign, the subsequent consequences of that deviation, plans that had to be abandoned or reworked. The actors, influential people such as stripped nobility or freedmen or gladiators that remained, actors that left behind holes that would be filled by new ambitious nameless and faceless peoples, who may or may not be in training with the Regency councillors and administrators, interested external parties, Bravus, Lys, the Summer Isles, Karth, Nugis who would seek to influence Liberty Bay, factors of uncertainty that had to be considered, pissed off family members, opportunists, traitors and, of course, assassins. He had not faced any assassins, at least not assassins from any assassin order, yet but he expected upon his return or even during his Disputed Lands campaign that he'd face assassins throughout the remaining time in Essos. And perhaps even in Westeros as well. He only hoped that he wouldn't be targeted by the Faceless Men. That was not a challenge he wanted to need to overcome, nor did he want to do what he would be forced to do if he is targeted by the Faceless Men. He didn't think his relationship with Bravus would survive his reprisal. All of these observations and interests had coalesced into a kind of report that he kept updated at all times, so that he could game where the attacks or negative impacts could come from. And it would matter greatly in the next phases of securing Liberty Bay, and, of course, in his success in the Disputed Lands. The end of the War of Liberation in Liberty Bay was only the start of things. He eyed his journal as he flipped through the pages. As he reached the end of the filled pages, he could see clearly that his years of planning and plotting was going to be, more or less, incredibly less useful. It wasn't clean, the ways in which attacks and impacts could come from. Especially with the deviation in the Lys plot. How will Volantis act now that, most likely, Tyrosh and Lys were turning against slavery? How will they react when he lands in the Disputed Lands and tears up the place before he moved on to Myr? What about the connections the Red Faith have with Sarah's Get? What angle would they attack, if they were to attack? Assassins? Turning one of his people? How will his brothers react to his campaign in the Disputed Lands? Will he have to face Daemon? Could he manipulate Daemon into working into Aegon's favor? When will the Dothraki attack? And how large will their scale of attack be? Will he be able to threaten them into leaving Liberty Bay alone with any kind of effect through hunting and killing one of the Khalasars, or will he have go further to make them understand that the dragon protects Liberty Bay? At least for a time, that allows Liberty Bay to grow capable of defending itself? What other ways would enemies come to attack Aegon and his people? What about the ships that escaped his navy? What about Nukies? Will they remain quiet? Or will they attack in some way? What about Karth? What about the Summer Isles? Will they be able to be convinced into aiding him, especially with his plans to have them help ferry the slaves of the disputed lands to Velos or Astapor? Or would Sodabas prove himself a hindrance and poison the ears of the Summer Icelanders and turn them against Aegon? Are his ranks closed and protected enough to be able to fight off assassins? Were his means to avoid assassination attempts good enough? These kinds of questions had to be provided detailed and sufficient answers for. The most irritating part of it was that he had little intel in most of these places and had to rely more on intuition and human behavior based on past evidence, and all of that would only get him so far. In any case, most of the scenarios he had rough plans for, even if reworked and changed and open to change. Such as the Volantis question. He reworked things and would send Lesala to act as one of his emissaries to the Old Blood, which she already agreed to no doubt in order to speak to her fellow priests about him giving some amount of protection to his men on top of the protection of the threat Aegon posed should they kill his emissaries, an irony that didn't escape Aegon. He might not learn their plans, but they would come to learn that he had no qualms with them, and perhaps the dangling of a treaty of non-aggression could reassure and entice them into staying out of the affairs of Liberty Bay, and that of Lys. It wouldn't necessarily stop any underhanded means to kill him, namely assassination, but it could help stop him from being mired into another war that would suck him in Essos for longer than he wanted. Either way, he'd gain an understanding of how to address the Volantis problem. The others were more flexible in terms of his plans. Most of his plans were reactionary now. It was the only way he could reasonably operate. Perhaps he could knock out Nukies and mayhaps Karth, but presently, that was more trouble than it was worth. Most of the problems were related to Aegon himself or to Liberty Bay, naturally. For now, Aegon could do little to secure himself and his army against his enemies. Most of them were almost certainly unknown to him, at least at an individual level, but Liberty Bay? The second step was most crucial in determining whether or not Liberty Bay would survive on its own once Aegon departed from the bay should their neighbors prove to be more skilled in hiding their hatred of Liberty Bay. The second step largely involved in fostering an unbreakable alliance between the cities, which, of course, would have to be done piecemeal. And one of those pieces, beyond of course the act of liberating them and stabilizing the cities with proper leadership, would be setting up the 30-year plan. A plan that would involve a great deal of work, both physically and administratively. Fortresses and great walls of concrete and stone would have to be created over the next few decades to close off Liberty Bay from the Dothraki. He'd already started, a little, by the collapsing of the mountain pass where Valyrian roads led from Mantares and into the mountains north of Tolos, where the road would had split to lead to Tolos and to the rest of the Liberty Bay through the Demon Road. Now, that pass was collapsed and no easy access could be gained through the mountains. The rest, the Regency councils and their protégés would have to come to an agreement with. His men, the army, and the supporting people, would help in organizing at least the beginnings of such work, and of course the training of native armies. It will help. Aegon mused to himself wearily, if his people could take the year or so they'd remain in Astapor and be helpful in the organization of the building works and the training of the armies of Liberty Bay. They would see more in their involvement of how impactful they have been in destroying the slavery system of Liberty Bay. It would help heal them mentally, Aegon thought to himself. Perhaps he even could encourage his men to introduce Corinthos games. Aegon snorted a little at himself. It could even be the beginnings of an international Olympic-like tournament. His navy and shipbuilders would also help in getting the shipbuilding industry up and running whilst also patrolling Slavers Bay and simultaneously taking people to and from cities and ensuring that information flowed to Astapor, to his people. Velos too would have significant influence from his people. He'd flown a few times over Velos, noting that the island is more than suitable enough to be colonized. There were only a few people there, no more than perhaps a few thousand, which was honestly insane considering how incredible the island was. He planned for it to become a veritable breadbasket for Liberty Bay, along with it being the center of all shipbuilding with all of its forests there, and most of the slaves that they'd free from the disputed lands would be relocated there. Hopefully. The Regency Council would be convinced to assist in the matter, especially once he lets them and the newly influential people, as there was always new influential people, know that land was for sale on this island that was free from any Dothraki and most likely threats from overseas. It wouldn't take long, he mused to himself, for Velos as a whole, to become a hub much like Driftmark or King's Landing were. And the Regency councillors would see that too. But first, they'd have to make sure the other cities were protected. It helped of course that there was a surplus of men that needed employment. With millions of gold coins still in the treasury in each of the three main cities, they could afford the wages for the next 3 decades. Plus, Aegon mused, Illimaries would have need of many goods from Liberty Bay, particularly produced goods like linen, iron tools, and so on. Goods that'd take time for Illimaries to be able to produce again. He wouldn't allow Illimaries to have to pay a premium, but there were means available to him to prop up the economies of the Liberty Bay cities. Plus, he thought to himself, the Rogaray Bank and Bravus had roles to play in getting Liberty Bay integrated into the economy of the known world. Mayhaps even Dorn could be enticed in this little game. Even if his relationship with them was no more than coin and goods, the Dornish no doubt knew that the game was changing and no doubt must be thinking that this might be an opportunity to be more involved. Nevertheless, the second step was critical in bolstering Liberty Bay's ability to survive. The third and fourth steps were only means to enhance the progress made in the second step, those being increasing their influence across Essos and slowly drive out the practice of slavery, starting with Mantaries. All of that though, would be beyond his lifetime and would have to be work that is carried on by his grandsons and beyond. His grandsons, if his long-term plans worked, would help encourage that idealism. The idealism of liberty is a fundamental right, in the peoples of Liberty Bay, getting those people to take on some amount of ownership in killing slavery as a whole. Long-term plans that I cannot affect presently. Aegon reminded himself again, reminding himself as well that he needed to create another journal with his long-term ideas and hopes so that he can have the journal shipped to his sons in case the worst was to happen. The journals that he had left with Gale, the ones with all of his ideas, did not include some of his newer ideas. Ideas such as enforcing a claim to Old Valyria with a long-term view to colonize it, once, hopefully, understanding and application of magic has grown deep enough to heal the land of the long summer. Aegon looked upon his journal once more, towards the pages that detailed his plans in the disputed lands, which included a small map with key locations, including the port town they'd take and launch from. He would take all of the butcher men and Sir-Tratas with him and a few more of the deeply loyal and reverent ones, but the bulk of the army would be unsullied and the Astapori, Yunkai and Mirianese forces. He didn't trust the butchermen to be out of his sight so they could only come with him. His paranoia and lack of trust would wound many of them, even turn some against him, but fortunately they'd see this as nothing more than an honor. Aegon spent the rest of the time going over his plans with obsessive detail, the routes in which their assault would take, estate to estate, village to town and town to village, until finally, he stopped when he heard Miss Aragorn approaching. When Miss Aragorn was only a few hundred paces away, did Aegon close his journal. He placed the journal in the inside of his armor before he stood up. The Celian reacted to his movement. It was unable to see Miss Aragorn, though it mostly looked at him with its large black eyes. Aegon unsheathed his sword and met the Celian's gaze, and for a moment Aegon thought he was being judged by the animal. Aegon grimaced before he ended the life of the Celian with as little as pain suffered, watching as the life force of the Celian faded into nothingness. Aegon turned towards Miss Aragorn with an impressed look as he felt more desire bloom in his dragon. "Really? You're still hungry?" Aegon asked out loud, so great was his disbelief that he had to raise his question out loud. Miss Aragorn turned his great green eyes towards Aegon and puffed smoke through his nostrils before Miss Aragorn looked away from Aegon in a way that looked to be dismissive, and Aegon made a noise at the back of his throat in exasperated amusement as he leaned down and picked up the dagger, the tome, and the dragon glass container before he quickly moved away, unwilling as he was for his stuff to be burnt. Miss Aragorn set to torch the poor corpse of the Celian, and Aegon watched with pained grimace as Miss Aragorn tore into the beast. This was in excess of what Miss Aragorn usually ate, way in excess. Usually, a single cow was enough to last him almost a week when active. Today, Miss Aragorn ate enough to last him weeks, though it didn't quite work like that. Unfortunately. Miss Aragorn tore off a bit of the Celian and turned towards Aegon and dropped a piece of meat in front of Aegon and made noises with his nostrils and threw the bond that indicated that Aegon should eat. "I might have felt more appreciative if it had been the first Celian you were eating," Aegon said a little dryly, and he walked closer to Miss Aragorn's snout, having noticed something off with Miss Aragorn's teeth. "Open up," Aegon said as he tapped on Miss Aragorn's lips, and Miss Aragorn exposed his rows of sword-like teeth. Aegon narrowed his eyes as he saw pieces of blackened bone stuck in the rows of his teeth. They looked well stuck in there. Aegon leaned back and met Miss Aragorn's eyes, suspicion filling him. "So you come bearing gifts in return for a favor, eh?" Aegon said with a raised eyebrow, and his reward was hot air blown in his face. Aegon snorted as he shook his head. Miss Aragorn could burn out the bones from his teeth, but it would cause him discomfort. He always preferred that Aegon used his hands to pull out the bones from between his teeth. Spoiled lizard. Aegon pulled the jagged blackened bones, most of them ribs, and Miss Aragorn continued to eat the rest of the Celian. Aegon decided to eat the bread, cheese, and cooked ham that he'd stored away on top of Miss Aragorn rather than some blubber. By the time sunset came, Miss Aragorn crashed against the craggy earth, much to Aegon's amusement. Aegon leaned against the belly of Miss Aragorn, underneath Miss Aragorn's wings, a small fire dancing between his hands. He turned to look towards where Miss Aragorn's head was. He wondered at times how much he was humanizing Miss Aragorn. He could never call Miss Aragorn a dog, although good boy was not off the table, but most times, he rarely understood Miss Aragorn as anything other than a being with human-like intelligence, with human-like emotions, if only a lot more primal. He looked back at the flames in his hand and made it dance to all kinds of shapes. Finally, when the last rays of the sun touched upon the world, did Aegon let the flames die out. He leaned his head back against the belly of Miss Aragorn, which rose and fell again and again, and closed his eye, falling asleep against the rhythm of his companion. That night, he slept more easily than most other nights. Break. Early 113 AC Astapor. Vaimond Vilarian POV. Why are you building such a statue? Lord Crispian Celtigar finally asked Zernik, one of the so-called Regency councillors, after a long silence. Vaimond kept his temper down as he watched a piece of bronze cast, weighing as much as 5 men. Vaimond had no doubt, be heaved up by men on top of scaffolding. What was the damn point of this posturing? Vaimond seated silently to himself. He knew that Zernik, the jumped-up Slaviborn, was doing this on purpose, dragging them across the damn city and letting them hang in the moment until he finally deigned to answer their damn questions. Damn Slaviborn bastard, Vaimond thought to himself with terrible seething. 8 days they'd been in this accursed city, and it took 8 damn days for the Regency Council to even meet them, let alone answer their demands for a meeting. Aegon's people holed up in that accursed pyramid denied to even speak with them, only referring them to go to the Regency Council on matters of diplomacy in Aegon's absence. The gall of these jumped-up bastards. That was when they turned to the Regency Council, who they believed would give them some answers of when Prince Aegon was meant to be back so that they could finally deliver the damn summon and be done with it. And it took 8 days to meet with one of the jumped-up Slaviborn. 8 days. Vaimond clenched his teeth silently. They couldn't even leave. Guests, the damned Slaviborn called them, but in reality they were kept imprisoned. The gall. They couldn't make too much of a problem, only share their indignation given that they were accursedly blatant with their silent threats with how many unsullied followed every single of their damn steps. It was why they silently agreed to come with Zernik when he'd asked them to come with the Slaviborn to a building site, this building site. Get to the damn point of this charade, Vaimond thought with a clenched teeth, and Vaimond had to fight to keep his temper down. For all he knew, Zernik wanted them to break and show themselves in a poor light when Prince Aegon came. Bastards. We felt inspired. Zernik said with an easy smile as he looked to Lord Celtigar. Prince Aegon once said that we should commemorate the newfound liberty of Astapor with a statue that reminded every coming generation of the promise this generation gave. The people of the city agreed to have such an commemoration. Zernik said as he looked towards the statue. Vaimond stared with hidden contempt at the man for a moment longer before he looked towards the structure, a grudging lessening of his contempt building within. For all of the slave-born's foulness, he had to admit, once it was finished. If it was finished. He watched as the piece of bronze cast was now halfway up, with men moving into position to pull the cast towards the ankle. An ankle that was taller than 4 men stacked on top of each other. By the time this thing was finished, only the Titan of Bravus would be taller. Vaimond eyed the people around them, people of this city, most of them keenly watching and talking about the statue. When they walked towards this building site, Zernik had said that at this time of day, in the eve, the crowd was at its most thinnest, with the largest of crowds during the hours of the dawn. Promise. Vaimond couldn't help but ask as he begrudgingly watched on with some amount of respect, more so of how tall the thing will be when it is finished. He wondered if it would take as long as the Titan of Bravus took. He doubted it would take that long, though who knows with how limited these Slaviborn were in all matters. In any case, the Slaviborn would do well to even capture a tenth of the magnificence of the Titan of Bravus, a monstrously impressive thing built in the most inconvenient of locations. Worth it, of course. There were few things like the Titan that could elicit awe. Only dragons truly did in Vaimond's experience. A promise that Astapor, like every other city in Liberty Bay, would hold out the flames of liberty until the days of a never-ending dawn has come. Zernik said in answer with a smile. Vaimond wanted to snort, but he kept his reaction stifled as he looked back towards the statue. It was fortunate these lands were rich in copper and tin, he mused disdainfully as he guessed at the amount of bronze were needed to finish this thing. It is why the statue is called Lady Asta, holder of the flame of liberty, Zernik said before adding. The other cities will also have a lady of their own. I'm surprised you did not build it in the image of Prince Aegon. Damian commented, and Vaimond looked at his son with some amount of scrutiny before he looked towards Zernik. Zernik smiled at his son as he answered. Prince Aegon specifically wished that we do not make a statue in his image, instead asking that we build a statue of a crowned woman with a torch in hand. Curious. Lord Celtigar only said, and Vaimond exchanged looks with Lord Celtigar and he understood what the meaning was. Quite. Zernik agreed, and Vaimond looked at the man who seemed to have been studying them both with the way his eyes dashed from one to the other. Zernik's smile took on an amused glint. Some say that the statues are a tribute to the Princess Gale, that he was crowning the liberation of the Bay in her honor. Vaimond narrowed his eyes slightly, wondering if Zernik was poking deliberately at something he was not meant to, but if Zernik noticed his reaction, it didn't look it with the way he continued. Others say that the Unsullied described to the prince the image of the goddess they pray to, and that the prince was so moved that he decided to honor them in making the goddess the representation of liberty, a goddess who cherished and cherishes the Unsullied throughout the darkest of times. Many like this interpretation. Zernik said with a sobering tone of voice. What do you think? Lord Celtigar asked for a long moment of silence. What do you think it means? For Prince Aegon. Zernik surprised by chuckling lightly. I do not know. Vaimond was surprised, again, to feel as if Zernik was being honest. Zernik continued. All I know that Prince Aegon does little without several meanings behind his acts. Vaimond narrowed his eyes at that. Fanatic. He thought with a scoff. You seem to hold the prince in good favor, Lord Celtigar commented with a keen eye. Like the rest of these fanatics, Vaimond wanted to bite out, but he kept his tongue. Vaimond eyed the rest of the crowd. It was not hard to understand that these people revered Aegon. He didn't need the reports of the sailors to understand that. He could see it enough in their accusing eyes once news spread that they were here for Aegon on the behalf of his grace. They owed their near-worthless lives to Aegon after all. Still, Vaimond mused. It was disturbing to see how much Aegon mattered to these folk. One of the sailors even brought back word that many even believed Aegon to be a prophet. It would be laughable if it wasn't so damn disturbing, if it wasn't so mad. Truthfully, Vaimond wanted to deliver the summons to Aegon and be done with it. Done with this city, done with this accursed region. Part of it because of all of this madness and the wariness he felt towards what kind of man Aegon was now, but also because it was clear he was not going to get anywhere near these galleons to learn their secrets, he thought with bitter anger. I have lived in Corinth, you know. Zernik responded, pulling Vaimond out of his bitter thoughts. Vaimond almost forgot the non-answer in his surprise at seeing such a serious expression on Zernik's face. I lived there for years before the liberation began. They bought my freedom on a seeming whim and simply had me learn from their scholars. From governance to the rule of law to politics and intrigue. Zernik met Lord Celtigar's eyes. I never knew why. Why I was chosen. Why I was being taught all of the things that I was being taught. All I knew was that Prince Aegon had plans for me. Zernik said with an amused smile dancing at the corners of his lips as he waved his hand towards the statue, towards the city. All of this took years in the making, Lords of Westeros. Years of planning. Zernik turned to meet Lord Celtigar's eyes, then that of Damien's and then, finally, Vaimond's own. And Vaimond was understanding where he was going with this. I know why you are here. You made no secret of it, of course. But know that you do not know Prince Aegon. Zernik turned serious as his eyes flickered between the lot of them. Forget that he is a younger brother to your king and think only of him as you would a man with his achievements, lest you find yourself made unwelcome. Vaimond's expression tightened. The warning was clear. Do not think your king can protect you from him. So this acquiescence to their meeting request was nothing more than posturing and sending a warning. The nerve of this Slav-born. Prince Aegon will be back within the fortnight, I suspect. Zernik continued as he placed his arms behind his back. His ships have been seen traveling from Velos by the summer Icelanders. You will soon have your chance to meet with him. You have our thanks. Lord Celtigar said diplomatically, and after an exchange of looks between himself and the Lord of Claw Isle, they too decided to depart, although, before they left, Lord Celtigar had one more thing to say, to ask. Do you resent the prince? The question surprised Vaimond greatly and he wondered what the point of it was. Zernik looked a little surprised by the question before he smiled with a smile that seemed affable, though the interest in his eyes seemed to indicate something else entirely. I do not. Zernik told Lord Celtigar. Zernik continued. Though some may consider Prince Aegon's actions, or rather his decision-making on my behalf, as no more different than a master taking their prerogative. Vaimond understood then the purpose of the question posed by Lord Celtigar. But his interactions with me and the others proved enough to us that we ought to be patient. Zernik again waved towards his surroundings. Patience that was well rewarded. I am grateful for the path I'm on. I see now that I was meant to return to this bay. Meant to help it wash away the blood from its stones and sands. Zernik turned to meet Lord Celtigar's eyes. Does that answer your question, Lord Celtigar? It does, Counselor. Lord Celtigar said with a nod before he briskly turned around and began to walk, Vaimond locking step with him. Once they were away from prying ears, did Vaimond speak up. There was more to your question. Vaimond stated. More than just asking if he felt resentful at having been a slave to Prince Aegon's whims. Lord Celtigar nodded slightly. I wanted to see if he was like he seemed. Vaimond's eyes widened slightly before he nodded with a note of disdain in his expression. He is a fanatic. Lord Celtigar grimaced lightly. Not quite, but yes, he is loyal to Prince Aegon. Lord Celtigar pursed his lips. Like the rest of these people. It bodes ill if the prince takes offense to his grace's summon, especially if the letter is not as diplomatic as it should be. Damien snorted. For mine father and I, yes, it would likely bode ill if Prince Aegon is as much a warlord as he seems he is. Damien eyed Lord Celtigar. However you, my lord, should be safe from consequence given that your son is amongst his court, likely even in his army, and, of course your granddaughters are set to marry his sons. My father and I do not have such a shield protecting us. I doubt we are in much danger. Vaimond shook his head. Aegon might have changed from all that he knew of the boy, had seen, but he did not think Aegon had changed so much that he'd harm them for a fault not of their own. All that we have seen, and heard, Prince Aegon is more than just a warlord. Vaimond said as he harshly eyed his son with an expression of disappointment. Damian jutted his jaw but looked away from Vaimond's gaze. Vaimond continued, he is a leader. And no leader worth following was one that was led astray by anger. Aegon might be someone who did not let slights go, but he was also the man who had the patience to wait years to pay back the slight 1,000-fold, Vaimond thought with an internal grimace. Such a man would not take out their anger on envoys. In the mold of the conqueror. Lord Celtigar said with a grim note to his voice, and Vaimond, despite his look of grimace, a look that came largely from the fact that such words would be ill-received back at court in King's Landing, was considering that such comparison was likely more true ringing than not. To take a region as large as Slaver's Bay in 6 moons. And then there was the matter of the lands found out in the west, an unparalleled feat. A feat that outdid his brother Corley's famed voyages by a wide margin. Not even the conqueror was as brutal. Damian remarked quietly, and Vaimond found himself nodding slightly. They did not fail to notice that there were none of the infamous masters in this city. All he saw, all he could see, were the Slavi-born. Better clothed, yes, but ultimately, they had a kind of look to them, a kind of subtleness that only slaves really had. Not even common folk had it to the same degree. So the question of where are they, was one of the easier questions to find answers to. Gone. Completely. It was as disturbing as the reverence of Aegon, the extent of butchery committed against the masters of this city, likely in all of the cities. No, he wasn't. Vaimond agreed with his son before he looked away, towards the front. After letting a moment of silence pass, Vaimond continued. The conqueror hadn't needed to be brutal. Only Maegor did, and even he, the kinslayer, was nowhere near the kinds of legacy Aegon would leave behind in these lands, Vaimond thought privately. Vaimond wanted to snort in derisive amusement. Where Maegor was vilified, Aegon would instead be revered by the peoples of this land. And all it took was that Aegon killed enough of the rulers to make sure that was the case. Over a week later. There have been ships sighted on the horizon again. Damian said in dulled excitement, and Vaimond turned to face his son, his eyes bearing an intense look. Ships? How many? Vaimond demanded to know. Already ships had arrived back from Illyria, though none of them carried in them anyone they were aware of. They finally received confirmation that Ethan Celtigar was amongst the army, and that the next return would likely have Ethan on it, with likely the prince arriving on Dragonback. Dozens. The Astapori think this is the second arrival of Prince Aegon's ships. Vaimond thinned his lips as he considered it. Finally. They hope to learn more from Ethan Celtigar about Prince Aegon. Let's go greet them. Vaimond said with a step in his feet as he rose from his seat. Lord Celtigar will meet us there. His son was quick to say as he joined in step with him. Yes, no doubt old Crispian would wish to see his son again. And no doubt Crispian would wish to learn more about the truth about what's been happening in this city, in Slaver's Bay. After some time, once they caught up with Lord Celtigar, they arrived at Merchant's Port. The only port that was open, as the other ports was full with the huge galleon ships, and they could see the large carracks that compared in size with that of the infamous Ebane's ships. They managed to squeeze through the cheering crowd, with plenty aid of their guards, and Vaimond saw, standing there on the dock, Lord Celtigar's son, Ethan, speaking with several men in chain mail, including Sir Lomaris, a man they'd spoken with after the first arrival of the ships. Ethan. Lord Celtigar said as they walked towards the men, and when the man's name was called out, Ethan and the other men looked towards their direction. Ethan did not look surprised to see his father, in fact, he almost looked worried, a look he lost as they approached, and the man began to smile at Lord Celtigar. Father. Ethan Celtigar said with a smile as they arrived by one another. Lord Celtigar grabbed Ethan by the shoulders. By the gods! You've grown, son. Lord Celtigar said with some amount of pride as he looked Ethan over. You've grown indeed. Ethan chuckled lightly before he nodded deeply, a warm smile now on his face. Father. I've been blooded well and truly, father. Ethan said with a lessening smile, one that Vaimond understood. War was no easy matter. He'd seen it, been in it, having come close to death and seen friends and cousins die beside him in the stepstones. Vaimond eyed Ethan closely. Yes, Vaimond thought to himself. Ethan certainly has been tested and blooded. Sir Vaimond. Sir Damian. Ethan acknowledged with a nod, which Vaimond and his son returned duly. Going to introduce us yet, Celtigar? One of the men behind Ethan said in a gruff, mocking tone, and Vaimond looked towards the man who spoke in High Valyrian. The weathered man had the looks of old Valyria, Vaimond noted, and it wasn't the only thing he noted. The smile on his face was placid, accommodating, yet the eyes told Vaimond that they were being keenly studied, as if they were enemies. The other men beside him had similar degree of looks about them. Father, Sir Vaimond, Sir Damian, these are Sir Gaelanis, Sir Lomaris, Sir Uthric and Sir Murrow. Ethan explained, and it surprised Vaimond a little. You are knights? Damian questioned, surprised. What gave it away? Our armor. Sir Baelon said with amusement in his tone of voice. Mayhaps it was our dashing looks. Another of the men, the one named Sir Lomaris, said with amusement. How many times do I have to tell you that your mother lied to you? The man named Sir Muro said with mocking jest. Good sirs. Sir Uthric interjected, placing a hand on a shoulder each, on Sir Baelon and Sir Lomaris. Let us give Ethan a moment with his father and the rest of the guests. Sir Uthric said, and Ethan nodded to the Westerosi-looking man. All right, all right. The man named Sir Baelon said with a small grin, though his eyes never wavered from Vaemond this entire time. He's dangerous, Vaemond thought to himself as he met the man's eyes without faltering. We'll spare a cup or 10 of good ale for you on your return, Ethan. Sir Baelon said, finally turning away his eyes from Vaemond before he threw an arm over Sir Lomaris. We're going to have a chat with your sweet mother before you realize you're as ugly as pig shit, won't we? The comment made Damien snort loudly, and Vaemond sent a stern glare at his son, causing him to lose the amused look on his face. Apologies. Ethan said, drawing Vaemond's attention again. Vaemond noted that Ethan did not seem apologetic at all. He did not even look at ease. Victory has addled their minds a little. We understand. Lord Celtigar said with a smile, and he placed a hand on Ethan's shoulder. Come, tell us of the victories you have fought, my son. Tell me how you have made our house proud. This, it seemed, was the right way to speak with Ethan, for he began to show a genuine smile at Lord Celtigar's enthusiasm. The next day, Vaemond was not sure how long he'd been staring at the damned pyramid when Lord Celtigar came to join him on the rooftop of the manse. That troubled Vaemond. Lord Celtigar asked as he took a seat next to Vaemond, a contented sigh escaping the lips of Lord Celtigar. Vaemond only gave a look to the old man before he looked away and back at the pyramid. Crispian hummed in his throaty way before he spoke. Are you truly still in disbelief about the victories or the near-complete way they were achieved? I am not. Vaemond said as he met the old lord's eyes. Victories that had come with guile and speed, as Ethan so vaguely described. Victories that had come with minimal losses until Illyria, who had known of and planned for their coming. I am however set at unease with the way Ethan was reluctant to share the information we need. Vaemond commented critically. I believe my son when he says we have little to fear from Aegon. Crispian said before he smiled a grim smile. Although I know my son and his tells. It seems like the warnings Ernick gave us should be heeded. Vaemond nodded silently. I agree. Those men, those knights, they were jesting with one another, however there was no doubt that they were studying us. Crispian's expression shifted gravely. They remind me of Bormund Baratheon. Vaemond snorted. He remembered the giant of a man. Jovial, yes, eager of drink, most certainly, but there was cleverness in that man. It was fortunate that Boros had not inherited that cleverness from Bormund. They fell into a lull of silence. One that Vaemond broke. I wonder what it is about these scars that has your son treading so lightly in avoiding to describe in detail. Ethan remarked that Aegon had suffered an injury on the ways to Tolos, an injury that should have killed Aegon, but one he suffered nevertheless. It was the only thing that Ethan had talked about in any kind of meaningful depth. And the extent of which he'd talked about the injury, was shallow anyway, Vaemond thought with irritation. They'd hoped to learn more about Aegon, and all they'd gotten was hardly any better than what they were already able to gather from the people of this damned city. I think we'll have to see for ourselves. Crispian commented, and Vaemond nodded silently. He doubted the seriousness of this injury, given that Aegon had fought in Illyria alongside his men only a short time afterwards. I take it you moved on to safer topics? Your granddaughters? Vaemond questioned, and Crispian nodded, a shadow of a smile on his face. My granddaughters have settled in well with Prince Aegon's branch of the family. Crispian said, and Vaemond couldn't help but be a little amused by the excitement the old lord kept suppressed. His great-grandchildren, God's permitting, will be dragon riders. Vaemond knew that the Celtigars had looked upon House Velaryon with envy, especially with regards to how close the Velaryons were to House Targaryen. There hadn't been a marriage between House Celtigar and House Targaryen before, and the Targaryen blood they had was only inherited from the blood of House Velaryon. Now, House Celtigar will have dragon riders with their blood in their veins, an achievement that Vaemond supposed would many deceased lords of Claw Isle look down, or up, from wherever heavens or hells they reside, with a look of pride. Vaemond understood. After all, he too would have grandsons and great-grandsons with his blood in their veins through Durin and Laena. Perhaps, he mused to himself with a glint of ambition in his eyes, perhaps he would even had a great-grandson as king. He heard a snort next to him, and Vaemond, once he snapped out of his dreams, saw that Crispian was looking at him with a deeply amused look. Dreaming again, were we? Vaemond did not hide it at all. I'm merely opening myself to the possibility, Vaemond said easily, though he let a faint grin show, one that deepened as he spoke further. No doubt you are too, about your granddaughters and the roles they are to have. namely producing heirs for their husbands and ensuring the connection remains with the main branch of House Celtigar. Perhaps even remarry a daughter to House Celtigar. It'd be the best route to get a Celtigar queen after all. Crispian hummed. It is unfortunate that neither of my granddaughters are betrothed to Prince Aegon's heir. It's not as if their children's inheritance will suffer. Vaimond said drily, though he keenly eyed Crispian. One of the tasks his grace had placed upon them was to learn more about this Illimaries, and the size of the lands. They did not learn nearly as much as they wished even to the locals. They knew far too few about the empty lands, only that it was bountiful and a land that many wished to go to. They did however get the understanding that the lands were large, comparable, if not larger, than the entirety of Slaver's Bay. And if all of that land was fertile land and as warm as the summer isles, then it was the kinds of lands that wars were fought over. Though his grace never mentioned about the nature of their fact-finding, he did hear rumors that the lands were part of the reason why his grace was summoning Aegon back to King's Landing. Perhaps he even wanted to use the unauthorized waging of war as an excuse to take lands from Aegon and gift to his own landless sons. Vaimond wanted to snort. He doubted that was true. Not even his grace was that foolish. Unless, of course, his grace wanted to lure Aegon in and force him to yield to his grace's demands. Has Ethan said anything worth knowing about Illimaries? Vaimond asked. When he'd been with Crispian and his son, they touched upon it briefly, but again, it seemed as if Ethan was uninterested in going into, instead asking about his brother Bartimos and the realm. When pressed on the subject matter, Ethan had only said that he was not given leave to betray what may be considered secrets and that they could ask Prince Aegon directly when he arrives. He'd been firm on that stance, frustratingly enough. It seems like Aegon had a firm hold on his subjects. Only that House Celtigar's position is secured and that one day his yet unnamed island in the Gulf of Dragons would be more glorious than Claw Isle ever was. Crispian said with a serious expression, and Vaimond eyed the man intently. You believe him? Vaimond asked with a raised eyebrow. Crispian mulled it over. I believe that he believes it. It was the most he talked about, this island. It lies south of a massive island named Draconis. Crispian said wryly, though Vaimond did not miss the excitement in the old man's eyes. He wasn't surprised by it. Not only has the second son found himself in the favor of a man like Aegon, but the second son had also secured lands and a place of honor. It was no wonder Ethan was not talkative, nor was it surprising that Crispian did not press more than a token effort. Vaimond wondered if he should remain with Aegon just so that he could perhaps achieve a similar position as Ethan Celtigar had done. They continued to talk well within the night, and their days were largely spent simply watching and simply digging for more information, much of which came slowly but assuredly, however. The moment of their meeting with Aegon approached when they heard a vicious roar over the city, a meeting that neither Vaimond or Crispian were looking forward to. Break. Early 113 AC Astapor, Ulhor Pyramid. Sir Ethan POV. Ethan walked alongside Sir Uthric, his expression neutral as they made their way towards the central chamber where Prince Aegon was. Prince Aegon had returned last eve, and had called for Ethan and Sir Uthric to join him before the arrival of King Viserys' envoys that included his father. Ethan was not concerned for the safety of his father. No, despite his doubts about Prince Aegon, whether or not he was the same man Ethan knew, Ethan could not imagine that the prince would have his father, or the Valyrians, bear the brunt of consequence for the threats that had come from King Viserys' letter. Though their conversation had been mostly them trying to pry into the mind of the prince what Ethan thought and knew about the prince, they did discuss enough about matters back in Westeros to know that the prince's brother was not happy with Prince Aegon. I can sense the nervousness from a league away, Ethan. Sir Uthric commented, forcing Ethan to look towards the man. Sir Uthric had an understanding expression. The matter will be handled with care, have no doubt. You don't think it changes anything? Ethan asked with a raised eyebrow. It depends on if our prince wants it to change anything. Sir Uthric said with an easy smile, and Ethan gave the man an unimpressed look. Sir Uthric sighed in response to Ethan's look and, as he spoke further, he pinned Ethan with a penetrating gaze. What King Viserys wants and what he will get will depend on what our prince wants to give to his kingly brother. Whether that is deference, whether that is an answer of an equal. Ultimately, to us, neither option matters, as we are the prince's men and never the men of the king of Westeros. That doesn't answer my question. Ethan said dryly, and Uthric laughed. No, I suppose it doesn't. Sir Uthric said with another easy smile, and Ethan knew then that Uthric would share his thoughts on how this would go. My prince. Sir Ethan said with bowed head in conjunction with Uthric after they were given entry to the central chambers. The prince wasn't alone. Lorgan Keller was there too. Sir Ethan. Sir Uthric. Prince Aegon acknowledged before he waved them to take a seat at the table. Once they were settled, Prince Aegon spoke with curtness. The letter, a summons no doubt, your father and the Valyrians bring will no doubt be unpleasant. Prince Aegon said with a thin smile. I'd expect so, my prince. Sir Uthric said with a short nod. Ethan sighed before he nodded. My father and the Valyrians expect it also. No doubt nervous about my reaction. Prince Aegon said with a thin smile. Ethan nodded. They've been here long enough to get a certain impression of me. Prince Aegon said with a wry note in his voice despite the seriousness of his expression. Ethan thought. A certain impression that they almost certainly did not have a full picture of. They did not know about the miraculous nature of Aegon's healing, and they did not know the depth of loyalty Prince Aegon had from the men and the former slaves of this bay. Nor did his father or Vaemond know that Prince Aegon was a dangerous man with a command of magic that'd make most supposed mages look no more than poor woods witches. They hadn't had a need to know that, however. And Ethan, despite his wariness, owed Prince Aegon a great deal. They are wary. Ethan added with a severe look. Aegon smiled thinly. They are only here on the behalf of my brother, Ethan. It is not their words that I will likely have grievances with. Ethan was left more assured by those words. It is interesting they sent these particular men, my prince. Sir Uthric commented, and Ethan glanced at the man. Ethan had not failed to notice that too, and Ethan didn't like the idea of his family being used like this. Although it seems like King Viserys has punished House Celtigar. Ethan thought to himself, displeased. He knew that his father and Bart Emos thought it possible that their house would be punished for their actions, punishment that was well worth, then and now, given that their blood was going to be dragon riders in the next generation. However, from what his father had said, House Celtigar's reputation with the Targaryens in King's Landing had taken a hit. It seems my brother has learnt a few things. Prince Aegon said with a strange look. And amongst the reasons why he has chosen your father, Ethan, the main one I see is that your father was largely sent as a shield against my displeasure, so to speak, at whatever nonsense my brother has conjured up. So you think it'll be that severe? Ethan asked with a mild frown. Potentially. Prince Aegon said with a light nod. Perhaps even as far as calling me a traitor if I don't run to bend the knee to my brother. Perhaps even as far as claiming Illymaris in his name. Sir Uthric posed with a grave look. That possibility too exists. Prince Aegon said with a thin smile before he waved, as if to wave away with dismissiveness about such a matter. Nevertheless, I have already spoken with the admirals and the other commanders last eve. Prince Aegon told them as he leaned back in his chair. Ethan was surprised. So that is why I had not seen Gala Ennis or Merle last eve. Nothing changes. The men will be finishing the preparation for the journey to Illymaris and to Lys come the end of this week. I will also depart according to my original plans. Prince Aegon looked to Ethan. You will have then to decide whether or not you wish to stay with Sir Gala Ennis and Sir Uthric and oversee the operations in Liberty Bay. Prince Aegon told him, and Ethan nodded his understanding. He'd decided that he wanted to return to his wife and children, however he was having some doubts now that his father had come to see him. And if there be summons? Ethan asked intently, despite knowing that it was almost a certainty that the letter his father had was a summons. Prince Aegon smiled thinly, almost a grimace. Then Viserys puts me into a difficult position, and puts House Targaryen into a difficult position, more than he already has done with his folly about his firstborn daughter. Yes, his father had filled him in about the happenings back in Westeros. About how the realm was silently dividing along certain lines. And how King Viserys was ignoring it. Or at least it appeared that way. Father had told him that he had sworn an oath to recognize Princess Rhaenyra as Viserys' heir, and that Bart Emos intended to keep to father's oath, so for them, the decision was already made despite the misgivings they had. It helped, of course, that Prince Baelon was to be Princess Rhaenyra's consort. Ethan studiously eyed Prince Aegon. Difficult position. You plan to get out of this situation without harming your brother and his position? Ethan asked with more surprise than he wished to show. Prince Aegon hummed, making a noise that emanated from the back of his throat. Despite my brother's slights against me, Prince Aegon's eyes darkened slightly, and Ethan grimaced internally at the word slights. He is still my brother. To make his rule uncomfortable is not something I wish to do, nor do I wish to break from his branch of House Targaryen in bad faith. It will be difficult. Sir Uthric said with a grim look. They have been asking everyone they can about Illymaris. Prince Aegon nodded. As expected. It is not often that new land is found, nor land that is unmolested by men and civilization. I have little doubt that some may have some ideas about having a piece of our new homeland for themselves. Prince Aegon smiled, and this time it was the kind of smile someone made when they were eager to rip off your head with their bare hands. I welcome them to try it. Ethan understood that them included King Viserys as well. Ethan was more relieved than ever to hear Prince Aegon say those words. It reminded him that perhaps his misgivings about the prince was unfounded. Hours later. Ethan stood by the right of the throne-like chair the prince sat on, whilst Sir Uthric and Lorgan Keller stood on the prince's left as the doors to the central chambers were opened and his father and the Valyrians were led in by two of the prince's guards. Ethan noted the startled looks his father and the Valyrians gave the prince. No doubt it was about the gnarly scars and the scarred-over eye socket where it seemed as if flesh itself had knitted over the place where the emerald eye had once been. Prince Aegon. His father greeted with a bow of the head, a gesture befitting that of a prince. The Valyrians did the same, although their bows were shallower than that of his father's, something Ethan doubted Prince Aegon would have missed. Lord Crispian. Prince Aegon said with a faint nod, a small smile showing on his bearded face. It's been more than a decade since I have seen you. Prince Aegon. His father said, and I have come a long way to fulfill my duty to his grace Viserys Targaryen, first of his name. It seemed like his father wanted to get this over with how he got to the point immediately. Indeed you did. Prince Aegon acknowledged before the prince turned to look towards the Velaryons. As did you, Sir Vaemond. Sir Damian. We live to serve the Iron Throne, my prince. Sir Vaemond said with a grim smile. Prince Aegon smiled though it did not reach his eyes. And how is it that your presence here serves my brother, Sir Vaemond? Lord Crispian. His father brought out a rolled letter and Prince Aegon waved away the guards and gestured for his father to approach. I bring you a letter from his grace. His father said with a neutral expression. How curious that my brother sent such esteemed men to hand deliver a letter. Prince Aegon's tone was calm though his stern look as he spoke seemed to make the younger Velaryon look nervous. The prince took the letter from his father and broke the seal, and after unrolling the scroll, he began to read it in earnest. As head of House Targaryen. Prince Aegon's voice was quiet but loud enough for it to be heard, no doubt in Ethan's mind it being deliberate. I order. Prince Aegon's expression darkened and darkened the further his eyes read down the scroll. Explain yourself. Post haste. On the pains. The prince stopped his reading and, for several long moments, did nothing but stare the scroll before he finally gave the letter to his left, to Sir Uthric, who read it alongside Lorgan Keller. His grace intended it to be for the eyes of Prince Aegon alone. Sir Damian interjected harshly. Is that so? Prince Aegon asked calmly as he rose from his seat and stepped down the small steps as he made his way towards Sir Damian. Through it all, Sir Uthric gave the letter to Ethan to read. And then he understood that the anger shown by the prince may not be as performative as he thought it might be. Honestly, he was surprised to see how heavy-handed and threatening the prince's brother was being. He might have thought it was a kind of feint, a show, but the words of Sir Damian had effectively shown that this letter was only intended for Prince Aegon. There was no negotiation, there was no entreaty. Only cold and dangerous threatening to heed King Viserys' command, and one only needed the most basics of understanding that the letter hinted at severe penalties would welcome Prince Aegon back in King's Landing should he return for his unlawful actions. Penalties that one could easily infer an understanding from. Unlawful actions. Ethan wondered. Was that truly how King Viserys saw their campaign in Slavers Bay? Ethan did not think Westeros knew of their connections to Lys, so it must be the war they waged against Slavers Bay that King Viserys was deeming as unlawful. It is fortunate that my brother sent you my way. Prince Aegon calmly said as he stepped in front of Sir Damian, who tried to meet the prince's one-eyed gaze. All of you, Prince Aegon continued as he looked towards Sir Vaemond and then to his father Crispian, are connected to me through blood. Had you been a Westerling, a Tarly, or even a Tully, your continued living for bringing me this offensive letter would have been in dire circumstances. Prince Aegon said as with dreadful calmness. We have no control over what his grace demands of you, Prince Aegon. His father said to the prince. You do not. Prince Aegon said, and Ethan saw the prince clenching his fists before he placed his arms behind his back. Lorgan. Prince Aegon called out as he glanced over his shoulder. Yes, my prince. Note down my answer. Prince Aegon said when he looked back at the three men. Yes, my prince. My answer to his demands is so. Prince Aegon leaned slightly, and though Ethan could not see the prince's face, he saw enough in Sir Damian's and in Sir Vaemond's that he knew that the prince had shed his calm facade. I do not recognize Viserys Targaryen's, the first of his name, claim of authority of me and mine. Prince Aegon said, and there was a cold, brutal harshness in the prince's voice, and from the way Prince Aegon was clenching his fists, Ethan could see that the prince was restraining his anger. I do not recognize any claims of authority or headship over me and my branch of House Targaryen, for he has disinherited me and my line without just cause, and as such has betrayed any and all bonds of blood and kinship. I do not recognize any claims from Viserys Targaryen, first of his name, or any Targaryen not born of the union between Aegon Targaryen son of Baelon and Gale Targaryen daughter of Jaehaerys Targaryen first of his name, on Elomaris, which includes the mainland and all of its isles, and reject any such notions with complete totality. Each word spoken felt like a hammer blow, harsher and harder with every moment that passed, and the way that even his father was taken aback by the brutal words mirrored the shocking rejection Prince Aegon was giving. Ethan was broken out of his shock as Prince Aegon dropped his arms and began to turn away from his father and the Velaryons. And he saw Prince Aegon's controlled anger in his expression, an expression that remained as he continued to speak. Should King Viserys Targaryen, first of his name, find fault with my assertions? The prince looked over his shoulder, towards his father and the two Velaryons, who looked shocked at the prince's words. I welcome him to come and make me see reason in the same vein in which he wrote to me. Prince Aegon said with a chilling coldness in his tone of voice before he gestured towards. You will get the letter when you depart for Westeros come in the morn. Prince Aegon said before he moved towards the throne-like chair. You know that his grace will take this as treason. Sir Viamond managed to say. Treason. Prince Aegon said as he gestured towards the guards to wait in the removal of the 3 men. How it can be treason when I have been removed from not only the Iron Throne but also all links and claims to all that is Targaryen in Westeros, including the Isle of Dragonstone thanks to Viserys' unlawful disinheritance. Prince's expression twisted in a gnarly, angry look. No, Sir Viamond. Viserys Targaryen has broken my claims and my links to my heritage in Westeros. The name that I bear, Targaryen, the name I inherited from my father as his trueborn, is all that now remains of my heritage. And now, Sir Viamond, with this latest slight with this letter, the name is all that there is to the bonds that I share with Viserys Targaryen. Prince Aegon looked away from Sir Viamond. Guards. The prince only said before he continued to walk up the steps, and the guards guided the men towards the doors, though Ethan had time enough to share a nod with his father that he'd see the man before he departed. When the doors closed, Ethan was quick to speak. My prince, was that truly the right course of action? Ethan asked as he looked upon the prince, who stared harshly at the doors, and only after several moments passed did the prince look towards him. What did you understand from the letter? Prince Aegon asked him, the angry visage melting away into a strange look of intense calmness. Ethan grimaced lightly and he sighed before he spoke. That he exerts his kingly and patriarchal rights over you. And that he seeks to punish you for transgressions committed against him, yet would also demand that you claim that you fought against the slavers in his name. It was offensive without a doubt, the way King Viserys had structured the contents of the letter. Ethan wondered if the king had written it in the heat of his anger. The prince could not stand for it. Lorgan Keller said, speaking up for the first time. It is too blatant. There is no room for interpretation. Prince Aegon said as he glanced at Lorgan Keller. There is no language in that letter that suggests that Viserys has any wish but to exert his supposed right, a right he forfeited years ago, over me. No entreaties. No compromise. Nothing. Only that it is his right that I do as he wishes. That I comply in the way he wishes. That he gets to punish me in the way he deems right for any crime he believes I have committed against him and the Iron Throne. Prince Aegon's expression grew clouded. I had hoped that my brother had grown wiser, but it seems like wisdom evades him. Unfortunately for everyone. There was a lull of silence. What now? Sir Uthric asked. Prince Aegon looked towards Sir Uthric. We continue on as planned. Prince Aegon said after a moment's pause. Our operations in Liberty Bay will be unaffected. And we will still go home by next year. Although I expect that I might come to face my other brother in the disputed lands. Prince Aegon pondered it further with a grave look. Perhaps even my cousin Rhaenys as well. Do you think your brother would go that far? Sir Uthric asked with a troubled look. The way the letter was written might indicate that, but surely he can't be that. It seems like my brother is more angry with me than I expected. Who could have known that my brother had it in him to get angry like this about anything? Prince Aegon said with a grim smile, though he lost it as he spoke further. I believe there is a good chance I will meet Daemon in the disputed lands. Then all the more reason we should stop the campaign here, my prince. Ethan considered with a heavy urging in his voice. We've gotten what we want, more than what we wanted. Your presence here would also make it easier to keep control. There is a good chance that if our prince's brother is angry enough to send such a letter, he'd be angry enough to send the other brother anywhere Prince Aegon is. Lorgan Keller remarked. Correct. Prince Aegon said with a light nod. It is better that if there is to be confrontation, it'll be far from Liberty Bay. Prince Aegon eyed Ethan. Besides, my brother is many things, and he may even hate me, but I doubt he'll hate me enough to consider kinslaying. Ethan was unconvinced by that, and it seemed Prince Aegon saw it. Prince Aegon smiled. Even if he did consider it, I wouldn't. Although that is not to say that he would get it easy. The prince's expression darkened and Ethan understood the look. It was the same kind of look he'd seen throughout the campaign and every time they'd encountered a hurdle. Prince Aegon shook his head as he stood up. I think that has been enough excitement for the day. Prince Aegon looked towards Sir Uthric. Come with me. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. The prince then looked towards Ethan. I expect you will give me an answer on what you wish to do in the coming days. Ethan found himself nodding silently, and the prince gave him a short nod before he left with Sir Uthric by his side, leaving him with Lorgan Keller. When you speak with your father, Lorgan Keller began, drawing his full attentions. He saw that Lorgan Keller was nodding towards his hand, and Ethan realized he still had the letter. Show him that letter and ask him the simple question whether or not he would stand for it if he was in the prince's shoes. My father would think it unjust, perhaps, Ethan allowed, but King Viserys is his king. Lorgan Keller agreed, but unjustness is unjustness. Your father will see that. Ethan understood what Keller was saying. House Celtigar is already in difficult waters. My father won't do anything to upset his king. No. Likely he will not. But he may. Keller said with a shrug of the shoulders. It is worth trying at least. It could even perhaps help de-escalate the situation should we be fortunate. Keller said before he walked away, leaving Ethan to his thoughts. It was several long moments before Ethan moved from his spot, and as Ethan walked out of the Ulhor pyramid, walking towards the man's his father was staying at, Ethan realized that he couldn't quite go home, not yet. Much to his disappointment. Chapter 33. CH32 Reviews. Tony McNuckles, yep. He overstepped. This chapter addresses the situation, winky face. Everyone looks forward to the Daemon Aegon reunion, haha. True, the first part is a bit important as it shows the continued growth, both magically and in understanding, of Aegon. And yet, Lord Celtigar and Viamond got given the short straw. Basically were sent out with a highly offensive letter with only a shield of being people who are related to people Aegon cares about. Longing Resider, yup, something is cooking in the background. I look forward to seeing what all of your reactions are. Cold Blue 2015, Aegon will be a prolific writer, though most of it will be technological, philosophical, matters about law and moral right, etc. The most sensitive matters of magic and his understanding of the universe will be kept in the Royal Library in Elomaris. 1. The magic will be heading somewhere cool, at least that is what I hope you guys get from it. And yes, Viserys fucked up, this chap addresses that. Mangoes deep, yes, probably a bit too long. Rambled a bit too, I think. It was meant to show the kind of questions Aegon asks himself all the time. He is basically starting from zero when it comes to magic and the way the universe works. You see the level of the enormity that he faces. CH32 Reviews. Scott, correct. It will have consequences, but Aegon stopped caring too much after the guilt he was feeling. Plus, with it not having an effect on him and his people, the people will be placed at the edge of Velos away from where he places those he wants. It was an easy solution. The Regency councils will have to deal with it. Abyss Trinity, because Viserys will be in denial. Because this situation is already foobar. The moment he remarried, despite the fact that Aegon is certain that Jaehaerys had warned Viserys off of it, Aegon believes that the man is too irresponsible for it. Cold Blue 2015. 1. No. I will get that out now. No sword fights with Daemon. 2. This chapter explains the path, smiley face. Free Arainman, you'll enjoy this chapter then. Longing Resider, this chap explains a little for your interest. And yes, the reunion with Gale and the kids will be great. And yes, Zosniza is a realist. I'm silently rooting for her, haha. Tony McNuckles, retrading, yes, but they do have a lot sameness. They are also immature when it comes to capitalism and competitiveness. It's very local and very Ember-like. Having traits that are unique has often been the biggest income. And yes, I agree, Aegon would see Daemon as immature, though I would say that he'd try and not antagonize him into a sword fight. It gets him nowhere. He wins, Daemon gets even more irritating and has his pride damaged equals not good and will be problematic. He loses, Daemon gets irritating and affects his position, which must be as untouchable as possible. Everyone, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Mid to late 113 AC King's Landing. Lord Lionel Strong, Hand of the King POV. To Viserys Targaryen, the first of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. Let it be known that I do not recognize Viserys Targaryen's, the first of his name, claim of authority of me and mine. Grandmaster Melos paused in his reading and took to look towards the king, a painting of weariness and nervousness on his face. With Lord Commander Thorne at his back, a darkening look rising on his grace's expression, the tension in the room grew to feverish levels and Lionel withheld a grimace at it all. Continue, Grandmaster. Let us hear what more Aegon has to say. The calm voice was betrayed by the growing fury in the king's posture. Lionel exchanged looks with the Grandmaster. It had been wise to have the delegation wait outside the small council chambers instead of having them present and hearing this treason. The delegation had returned only this eve, having expected their return to the realm to be imminent when they'd received a raven from Tarth forewarning them. His Grace had them brought up the Red Keep without a moment's pause, wishing to hear the news of the delegation as soon as possible. Lionel had seen the kings look towards the heavens with disappointment, likely hoping and expecting to see the maroon and navy-colored dragon above King's Landing. It had always been an optimistic expectation, Lionel had warned his Grace, for Prince Aegon to return with immediate haste, but the hope had been that Prince Aegon would provide his agreement to return as soon as he was able. All not but a shattered dream now, with the explosive and slighting response from the king's youngest brother, worse likely to come, and Lionel felt himself to blame for the dangerous failure. His failure. He'd been the one to advocate the king to make demands of Prince Aegon, and this was the result of his counsel to his Grace. An abject failure that could seriously impede his Grace's rulership for years to come should the realm learn of it. And worst of all, the chance of restoring any level of royal control over all dragons was severely under threat now. He needed to help resolve the matter if his grace had still want of his services. As you wish, your grace. Grand Master Melas said with a supplicant bow of the head before he continued after a clearing of the throat. Let it be known that I do not recognize any claims of authority or headship over me in my branch of House Targaryen. Viserys, the first of his name, disinherited me and my line in the year 105 of Aegon's conquest. Lionel closed his eyes momentarily as he sighed silently at the usage of the disinheritance to remove his grace's authority over himself and his issue. Without just cause, and has consequently disqualified himself of any position of authority of me and mine in his unjustness and betrayal of any and all bonds of blood and kinship that has existed between brother and brother. The Grand Master continued even as his grace gripped tightly onto the arms of his seat, causing it creak, a rare sign of strength from the ailing king. Let it be known that I do not recognize any claims from Viserys Targaryen, the first of his name, or any scion of House Targaryen not born of the union between Aegon Targaryen, son of Prince Baelon Targaryen, and Princess Gael Targaryen, daughter of King Jaehaerys Targaryen, the first of his name, on the lands I have named Elomeres, which includes the mainland and all of its isles, and reject any such notions of claim or privilege with complete totality. Should Viserys Targaryen, the first of his name, find fault with my assertions, I welcome him to come and make me see reason in the same vein in which he has written to me. Aegon Targaryen of Elomeres, son of Prince Baelon Targaryen. The silence that followed after the Grand Master's reading of the response from Prince Aegon was deafening, a silence that was only broken by the noise of the tense stiffening of the Lord Commander. Treason. The Grand Master muttered. He speaks treason. Lionel found little fault in the assessment, and, as he looked towards the dark look of the king and on the Lord Commander, he knew they thought so too. Treason was on the mind of all. Come and make me see reason in the same vein he has written to me. That part of the letter was the most disturbing part in the letter, for the prince was challenging his grace to make Prince Aegon to submit before his grace through force of arms instead of through the force of royal right and command, which Prince Aegon has rejected entirely. What was almost as disturbing as the contents of the letter was how his grace's expression, dark and furious, began to turn cold and intense in a way that he'd not seen personally. Lionel understood. Anyone with half a mind could understand. This was no more than a direct challenge to the power and authority of the Iron Throne, to Viserys personally. Great shame flowed through Lionel. He should have been able to advocate better paths to take. I should have counseled the king towards proper reconciliation rather than pushing the king demand reconciliation on his terms and with his demands. Lionel shook his head, mind clear. The options now available to the king were startlingly slim, with few options able to prevent damage to his grace's rule. Have Lord Celtigar and Sirs Valerians enter? His grace said with a visibly angry and stern expression. Yes, your grace. The Lord Commander said with a bowed head before he went to carry out his task. Your grace, we will have to extract everything from them. Lionel said with warning in his voice. And we will have to extract silence as well. Lionel expected that the three men knew at least some extent of what Prince Aegon had written to his grace, of his treason. It was of great import to ensure they kept their tongues silent. Willingly or forcibly. I agree, your grace. The Grand Master commented. It would do no good for the realm to learn of your brother's treason and disrespect to your person. His grace looked towards Lionel and the Grand Master, and silently nodding, the angry and stern expression still worn, though Lionel could see something else warring on his grace's expression. After the three men had arrived before the king, the three men all looking increasingly perturbed under the angry gaze of his grace, the harsh order came swiftly. Tell me everything you have observed of my brother, his grace said as he pinned the three men with a fixed look. For the next 2 hours, the three men spoke of all that they had observed, and in between their recounting of their observations they answered his grace's questions with as much detail as they could. Though the number of questions that had come from his grace had significantly petered down as the three men continued to speak of their observations about how angry Prince Aegon had been during their sole meeting and what he'd said, and it petered down even less when they discussed the achievements of Prince Aegon and all that they saw during their stay in Astapor. They talked about how Prince Aegon had captured Astapor from the inside out using the unsullied slaves and leading the slave rebellion, talked about how Yunkai had been taken without a single death of the slaves in the city through treachery and deception, how the slaves of Mirian had been riled up to rise in rebellion that lasted days, and how Tolos and Illyria fell with just as much surety as the other cities. They added they could not verify the scale of Prince Aegon's success, but Sir Viamond admitted that the tales were likely more true than they had seen thousands of men return from the war against Illyria with ships full of treasure being sent towards a fortified pyramid comparable to the Red Keep, adding that he suspected he wouldn't be surprised if his army was comparable to what the Stormlands would be able to muster. The three men talked about how the cities were administrated by former slave peoples who Prince Aegon had taught in Corinth years before the liberation, a sign that told much about for how long the prince had planned the war for, and how Prince Aegon was claimed to have no authority in the running of the cities, although it was said that his influence was far-reaching in the newly refashioned Liberty Bay. He doubted that Prince Aegon had no authority, especially considering the recounting that had come later when his grace had asked about the peoples of Liberty Bay and if the war waged by his youngest brother would have an effect on Westeros. When it came to the perception the peoples of Astapor had of Prince Aegon and the liberation he'd waged, he'd seen the youngest of the men grow somewhat nervous, something Lionel thought mirrored with how Lord Celtigar and Sir Viamond took to speak of the way Prince Aegon was perceived. The descriptions were rushed over, said with dismissal, as if to wave away the words, but Lionel did anything but wave away their retelling. Instead he pressed them to explain, and when they did, Lionel was surprised, yet at the same time he was not given the context of it all, although some of it confused him, the Grand Master and his grace. They'd given descriptions of how the prince was perceived as a saint, a blessed man by the gods, a hero of legend, and Lionel was not surprised by this. To be freed from the evil beast that was slavery, at the mercy of immoral, cruel, and merciless men. It was a powerful debt to incur in the hearts of folk. But what did confuse him was the explanation that some of the men in Prince Aegon's army considered him a prophet of all things. Sir Viamond explained Prince Aegon's finding of Illimaries was considered to be shrouded with a veil of blessings ordained by the seven themselves, according to what the delegates were able to understand from the men of Prince Aegon's army. Sir Viamond continued to speak that though most of the men in the army had not yet seen the lands, they had heard of the bountifulness of the lands and its pleasant climate that was beautiful as any lands one sets its eyes on. Sir Viamond added that though he was skeptical about the assertions, he was sure that these men believed it and also believed wholeheartedly in the blessed nature of Prince Aegon, and it is something that all three men believed was likely the common belief of the liberated cities of Liberty Bay. Lionel felt uncomfortable. There was some reason to proclaim Prince Aegon blessed, especially given his feats and his profound discovery, but to proclaim him a prophet? It was blasphemy, he thought as he eyed the Grand Master, who looked on with a look of consternation. There were only 7 prophets acknowledged by the seven-pointed star, and the last of the prophets, Allard, had been the one who had declared that the 7 had shown him the future of the Andals lay not in the hills of Andalos but across the narrow sea, where the faith and the people of Andalos would spread to all corners and in time would spread throughout the 7 corners of the world. To be proclaimed a prophet of the 7. It was blasphemy. The only saving grace was that it seemed like it was Aegon's people and the ignorant former slaves were the ones who were pushing the claim. Though Lionel was certain that unless Prince Aegon explicitly denied the claim, he'd be considered a blasphemer of the worst order. Lionel grimaced lightly. He was sure the faith would pressure his grace on this subject should they learn of the matter. Though the claims of Prince Aegon being blessed could not be denied so easily, nor his piousness in his role to eradicate the grave sin of slavery in the savage parts of Essos, being proclaimed a prophet was many bridges too far. The 3 men continued on in their explanation, though there was one point that had him curious and alarmed. Lord Celtigar admitted there was some strangeness about Prince Aegon's old scars that left Prince Aegon one-eyed, much to his and his grace's surprise, yet the delegates had observed the men speak as if the wounds had not been incurred years ago but recent. That had been the only thing they could learn about it. The 3 also talked about the size of Prince Aegon's dragon, of how the beast seemed to have grown substantially, a similar size to Maelys and Caraxes, which was worrying. Both dragons were at least 2 decades older than Miss Aragorn. After they finished their retelling, Lionel had been the first to speak up with the tacit permission of his grace, whose expression of rock-cold anger had melted away into a kind of sternness that Lionel thought the king had merely adopted. They'd talked about it plenty, about how they were to receive the delegation, and he'd been able to convince his grace that himself and perhaps the Grand Master should be there for the debriefing of the 3 men. They were fortunate that his grace had the wisdom to accept the constraint, as he was certain that the contents of the letter and the reports of the 3 men would have been leaked to the rest of the realm in no time. As it was a grave matter that had terrible potential for causing upheaval. Prince Aegon's popularity was still deeply present in the realm, particularly amongst the small folk who loved the idea of a hero prince in service of the gods. Some of it was reduced and redirected, of course, with the king's successful dismantling of Tyrosh as a prominent enemy to the Iron Throne and a city committed to ending the practice of slavery over the next 5 years, accredited as it was to his grace and Prince Daemon, but it was less than so expected. Lord Celtigar, Sir Viamond, Sir Damian. Lionel began with a calm but stern voice. The contents of this letter and what you have learnt can never be disclosed. My Lord Hand, you cannot hide this. There will be questions about the success of the delegation. Sir Viamond objected with skepticism in his voice, and Lionel narrowed his eyes at the prickly knight. No, we cannot, but we can charge you with treason should you disclose the contents of this letter or what you have learned about matters pertaining to House Targaryen. Lionel asserted, and the talk of treason visibly made Sir Damian blanch, whilst Lord Celtigar did not seem surprised. Only Sir Viamond looked indignant, as if his rights, whatever he believed it to be, were being trampled on. Lord Strong has the right of it. His grace interjected as the king pivoted his eyes towards the 3 men, the stern look in his face melting as he continued to speak. Of course, for your loyalty to the crown, you shall be richly rewarded for your services, and any grievances his grace said as he met the gaze of Lord Celtigar that may have existed are dead and buried in my eyes. His grace is merciful. Lord Celtigar said with a bowed head. In mine own eyes and that of my house, House Celtigar holds nothing but the utmost loyalty to his grace and House Targaryen. I swear it on the honor of my house that I shall disclose naught but as his grace wishes me to disclose. The corners of Lionel's mouth ticked upwards in approval. His Grace looked towards the Grand Master with an expectant look, who looked startled by the stare, but the man was not slow of mind and quickly swore the same oath. Lionel swiftly followed with the same oath. The Velarayans were the last to swear the same oath, the elder more reluctant and displeased, but nonetheless had done so, not that he had a choice if he wished to leave with his head intact. Your loyalty to your king will not go unrewarded. The treasury can bear generous reward for your service to the crown. His Grace looked towards him. Lionel bowed his head lightly. I shall ensure appropriate reward shall be dispensed, Your Grace. Lionel said. It was not hard to see the expressions of satisfaction on the Velarayans and to a lesser extent, on Lord Celtigar. On the matter of the meeting, you may disclose that you treated with Prince Aegon, but that you are sworn to secrecy, which you are, and anyone who wishes to pry beyond this point, inform me. His Grace said with steel in his voice. The three men were dismissed by His Grace, leaving behind His Grace, Lionel, the Grand Master, and of course the Lord Commander. Your Grace. Grand Master Melas' tone of voice was as severe as he looked, and Lionel was quick to intercede. Grand Master. Lionel was stern in his interjection. If you have wished to implore His Grace to inform the faith on the subject of the supposed prophet claims of His Grace's brother, I would ask to remind you that you have sworn an oath to keep silence on what has been learnt today. Supposed prophet claims. Grand Master Melas was quick to grow a heavy frown, proving Lionel right. Lionel could not allow Melas to cause greater harm than there was reason to. Do you disbelieve the delegates' words as fabrications? I do not believe their words fabrications, yet I also know that they did not speak of Prince Aegon himself proclaiming that he is a prophet, only that some of his men and the ignorant masses, who I must remind you were not but slaves bred into captivity a mere year ago, who are as fit to assess such grave matters as our own small folk are fit to rule as lords, may believe Prince Aegon to be a prophet through innocent ignorance. Lionel said reasonably in a calm tone of voice. Lionel continued, I am sure that there are many other such wild tales about Prince Aegon spoken through similar kinds of ignorance, aimed at overpraising his feats so as to create a greater legend, or do you believe everything the Sirs Velarayans and Lord Celtigar have told us without a critical ear? This made the Grand Master ponder. I see your point. The Grand Master conceded, though Lionel could tell that the man wasn't entirely pleased to do so. As I thought you would, Grand Master. Otherwise I might have doubted your sensibilities. Lionel said with a smidgen of a smile, and Lionel quickly moved on to ensure that the dangerous thought of Melas was buried and buried dead. Your Grace. Lionel directed with a bowed head. What will you have us do? Grand Master Melas. Set aside the letter and leave us. I shall call on you in time. His Grace commanded, and the Grand Master heeded the king and swiftly departed, followed by the king's guard, who the king requested to stand outside of the chambers, leaving behind only Lionel and His Grace. I must apologize, Your Grace. Lionel said with a bowed head as soon as they were alone in the small council room. I have miscalculated gravely and have put you into a position that endangers you terribly. There was real shame in his voice. After all, he'd been the one who'd initially suggested the king be forceful in his handling of his younger brother. When the first envoys were said to have been killed, His Grace had only fastened himself on this course of action, a course that now widened the perilous fractures between the royal house and its errant branch. I offer you my resignation of my position as your hand, Your Grace. I have failed in my duty. Lionel said with a bowed head. I cannot accept your resignation. His Grace said with a firmness that surprised Lionel. The surprise must have been on his face as His Grace smiled at him. You have been sage and calming in your advice, Lord Hand. You have offered your advice as best as you have been able, far better than most others in the realm are capable of. You have been without self-interest and wholly loyal without fault. His Grace then stood up and began to pace with anger marring his face. Your advice was sound. No, my Lord Hand, I should have expected this. The word said with an odd steely sharpness, said too fast yet lost none of its severity. Lionel watched on with some concern at the pacing of the king, worry for his health. He knew the king was suffering from a great deal of pain due to his ailment that was becoming less effectively treated by the maesters. The king being so animated was not good for his health. His Grace continued, his voice quieting with embers of anger lacing his voice. He dared. He truly dares to spit in my face with this. The king went silent as he continued to pace, leaving Lionel no choice but to wait for the king. Many moments later, His Grace paused in his pacing as he turned to look towards Lionel. The gods have cursed me. His Grace said suddenly with barely concealed anger leaking through his voice and, Lionel thought, a degree of despair. 2 brothers, the only brothers I have, and neither of them are filial. His Grace said and began pacing again, his expression a storm of anger and disappointment. One brother likes to pretend he is a dragon in human flesh and snaps and rages at anything that he dislikes. Who only knows brutality and calls it justice. Who would choose violence and upheaval every single time in place of peace and unity. Not even for my sake. His Grace said with a sweep of his hand, and the king grimaced as he slowed down and stopped Lionel from rising as the king clutched his hand, the hand that had the small finger amputated at the knuckle, and Lionel remained in his seat as he listened to the king continue. And then there is my youngest brother. His Grace clenched his teeth in anger and betrayal. A man who never lets slights upon his person be forgotten, and like an unruly child, wills to cast the entire world into chaos and disorder to sate his want of vengeance. A child unable to forgive and forget and be satisfied with what he has found in Illimaries. His Grace shook his head in disappointment that turned into consternation. And despite his distance, despite being away near enough half a world, he has caused me more disquiet and anger than Daemon ever has so close to my person. His Grace looked towards Lionel with hard bitterness creeping into his expression. The gods have cursed me indeed. 2 brothers and both of them are accursedly blessed by the gods in their own ways. His Grace moved towards his seat and with a sigh, collapsed into it, looking tired. The king waved his good hand in a tired but deliberate gesture. One with the skill of arms and all the passion that is in our line, and another with the best of minds our line has to offer. And all the gods saw fit to reward me with his patience, a love for duty and family neither of my brothers share, and a crown that withers my flesh every day more and more. Your Grace. His Grace interrupted him and waved him off. Forgive me, my lord hand. The topic of my brothers sets alight the dragon blood that is in my veins. His Grace said tiredly. There is nothing to forgive, Your Grace. His Grace offered him a slight smile of acknowledgement before he soon lost it and seemed to drift away into his thoughts, leaving them in a moment of silence. Lionel knew the brothers' relationships were a difficult one. To be truthful, it was hard to compare to any other. None of the other houses had brothers with as much personal might as the king's brothers had. Daemon with Caraxes. Aegon with Miss Aragorn. Both of them were removed from the line of succession, yet what did that matter when it came to dragons? Yet neither brother ever excised that difference in might. His Grace may say that his brothers are not filial, but they were far from the worst of brothers to have. Prince Daemon may be a ill-tempered man prone to violence and impulse, but it was clear he held loyalty to Viserys. Only one of 2 persons Lionel thought the man had any sense of loyalty to. And Prince Aegon. Your advice was sound. His Grace said, breaking the moment of silence in Lionel's train of thought. It is merely my execution that has proven to be of fault. His Grace said with a look of consternation as he closed his eyes. I should have known better, but I was too rash, too angry, when I wrote the letter to my brother. His Grace met his eyes. You know how angry I had been when I heard of my envoys being killed. I fear I let too much of my anger wed itself onto the summons and demands. I should have known Aegon would take as kindly to the letter as Daemon would have. Forgive me, Your Grace, I cannot agree. Lionel said meaningfully to the king. Your brother's response is unacceptable even if anger colored your letter. He refuses your authority over his branch of the family. He is even extricating Illimaries from any claim Your Grace has. A declaration no doubt made in response to my disinheriting of Aegon and his line. His Grace said with a complicated look. Lionel thought it more than that. The response was not of pettiness but a calculated rejection of any authority his Grace had, not only on Prince Aegon and his line but also on Illimaries, worrying Lionel greatly with how final the tone was. It was terrible folly for the royal line to lose control over any of its dragons. 3 dragons took Westeros, and Prince Aegon was showing that conquering vast swathes of land was possible with only a single dragon and a small army when accompanied with strategic ingenuity. And Prince Aegon's line were all dragon riders, with perhaps as much as half of their dragons female. Already they outnumber the royal line. In 20 years? Yes, it was folly to lose any kind of control over Prince Aegon's line. It had been why Lionel had pushed the king not to waver in his exertion of his royal right, and why Lionel kept his silence about his Grace's considerations to tie Illimaries closely to Westeros through second sons and third sons raised to lords on these new lands, even if he'd known that it was risky. A risk that now seemed folly for how it turned to wound him and his Grace greatly. Lionel underestimated Prince Aegon's desire to keep Illimaries in his line and his line only. Once a passing consideration, the idea taken a life of its own. Once rumors had spread about it, and hardly ever did they not receive some second son or third son seeking succor in court in the hopes that they would be amongst the first in line. It had also been a significant reason for Prince Aegon's popularity amongst the nobility, and a significant reason for his Grace's own popularity too. Lionel thought this pressure had been the main reason why there were inferences in the summons letter that could have suggested the king was invoking primacy over Illimaries, instead invoking primacy over Prince Aegon. Lionel was certain his Grace did not intend it like so. He knew that the princess was well in favor in having greater royal control over Illimaries, but the king had only wished it to be a means of triumph and a reconciliation in House Targaryen. Nevertheless, Lionel began gravely. Whatever the reason may be, you are still Prince Aegon's king, and you hold headship over House Targaryen until you have decided otherwise, Your Grace. It was imperative that his Grace did not let this fester. If the king had to switch from commanding to compelling, so be it. Prince Aegon and his line could not be allowed to remain unattached to the royal line. I know, Lionel. His Grace said sharply, his expression twisting uglily, but it soon faded away as he grimaced darkly. Do you think I have forgotten? Do you not think that I was ready to call upon Daemon and my cousin to forcibly halt Aegon in his wars and bring him back in chains, if must be? Lionel felt himself still with a great deal of trepidation. Such an act. He knew that it was an appropriate response for a brother that could be said to be in rebellion against the crown. But he also knew that it could only make things worse. Significantly worse. Lionel felt his shame deepen for not seeing the possibilities, for not seeing how things could have escalated with the course of action he advocated for. Should any of the Targaryens die in an act of kinslaying, it would cause an enmity that may last generations. Princess Rhaenys dying would lose the Iron Throne, the support of House Velaryon, who, with Vhagar and Seasmoke, were a formidable opponent almost equal to House Targaryen when it came to dragon might. Prince Aegon dying would forever earn the enmity of Aegon's sons who were an ocean away in a land unknown to all, once they learned of the tragedy. Prince Daemon dying was equally a dangerous prospect, for it would weaken his grace's position and that of Princess Rhaenyra, and it would cause a similar enmity between the greater and lesser branches of House Targaryen. Was. Lionel only commented as he stared at the king with a concerned look, a look that his grace had caught. Was. His grace confirmed. I am not so foolish not to see that any further kind of escalation would only spring forth unconscionable consequences. His grace admitted with a pained look, and his grace closed his eyes. And I do not want to. Again, there was a moment of silence. Yet this his grace waved towards the letter with a hardening look cannot be left unanswered. His grace looked towards him. So tell me, Lionel. Grant me your sage advice. What must be done? I am uncertain, your grace. Lionel admitted truthfully. We are now in dangerous territory. Unknown territory. Lionel said as he met his grace's eyes. I believe you may have to embody the greatest quality of your grandsire to settle this matter. Lionel thought grimly. Your brother has skirted well beyond the lines permitted to him before, but now, with this response, you would be well within your rights to declare him a traitor to the crown. Lionel said with a grim look. Lionel did not believe this was the right course, but he kept his counsel, for now. His grace looked pained for a moment before he lost it and looked away from Lionel. If I were to declare him a traitor? Lionel grimaced lightly before he took in a silent breath and continued, calmly. The realm would wish to learn why he was declared a traitor. His actions against the slavers has made him a popular figure, as his grace knows, amongst the small folk, the faith, and a good portion of the rest of the realm. Lionel paused as lined up the rest of his thoughts before he spoke again. Your silence on his actions in Essos has raised questions, your grace, and some may already consider that you disapprove of his actions in Essos. Lionel reminded his grace. His grace's expression darkened slightly, but the king said nothing. Lionel knew that though his grace had softened on his staunch position that Prince Aegon's actions were condemnable for throwing Essos into chaos, he'd still not been approving of his brother waging war without any permission given by his grace. The thought had been to have Aegon return and make a public show of thanking his grace for his permission given to remove the stain of slavery in the Gulf of Grief, solidifying that though his grace may have been silent, the support had always been there in the shadows. Therefore I believe it wise to use another means as cause for declaring your brother a traitor to the crown, your grace. Lionel said before continuing. I would have suggested using the blasphemy, however it is best that it is ignored. Lionel said with warning in his voice. I agree. His grace said grimly, a vestige of anger in his eyes. I do not know my brother's involvement in this debacle, but I will not entertain it, nor will I allow others to use it for dangerous foolishness. Lionel respectfully inclined his head to the king in response before he responded. You could use Prince Aegon's arrival in the disputed lands as your basis of your disavowing of your brother, as there is only one true reason why he's there and likely is well on his way towards Myr, a free city we have reached accords with. The Treaty of Tyrosh. His grace looked towards Lionel, his interest clearly piquing. Lionel nodded firmly. After Prince Daemon had sunken the majority of the Myrish ships, the Myrish had sent a delegation to Tyrosh requesting a peace deal to be reached. And a peace deal they did reach, with Myr officially relinquishing any claims on Tyrosh and agreeing to not interfere in Tyroshi affairs. In addition, Myr had agreed to accept the Stepstones as a territory under Westerosi influence. They could have forced Myr to accept the Stepstones as part of Westeros, but his grace had not wished to instigate further tension with Dorne or with Braavos, who already must be looking at the ordeal with great interest. For now, their allies in Tyrosh would be tasked to help maintain the region corsair-free. The Velaryons and the royal fleet would assist in this matter. In any case, one section that was included in the treaty was the prohibition of any action from House Targaryen against Myr without just cause, with just cause being anything that breaches the terms agreed upon in the Treaty of Tyrosh. Myr had easily agreed to many of those terms, and Lionel and the small council understood the reason why they'd been so eager to agree to the harsh restrictions on Myr when it came to trading in the Narrow Sea, including even agreeing to deliver slavers who harass the east coast of Westeros to King's Landing to be sentenced to death or the wall. The reason was simple. Prince Aegon. Of course, the Myrish thought the treaty would bound the Iron Throne to act against Prince Aegon with arms and dragons. They soon expected an Myrish delegation demanding action, but they had left themselves open a means to simply disavow Prince Aegon without harm to the Iron Throne's reputation or having to run the risk of causing the Targaryens to kinslay. The Myrish would be wroth, but they cared not. It was legal and it was just. And who knows, perhaps Prince Aegon would succeed in making Myr cease to exist as an entity, ensuring that no consequences would be suffered by the realm. He wouldn't know, would he? Lionel shook his head. It doesn't matter if he does or doesn't know, Your Grace. What matters is that you would have a reasonable means out of this problem without having to resort to drastic means. Lionel said with a note of imploring in his voice before Lionel added with graveness spelled out on his face. I fear the spread of this blatant insult, Your Grace. And I fear the stain this insult would leave on your reputation. Lionel heard the sharp whistle of taking of breath from the king. You believe the Celtigars or the Velaryons will betray me, break their oaths to their king? His Grace asked gravely. The Celtigars? No. I believe they are most satisfied with their lot. The Velaryons are a different matter. Lord Corlys will surely press them to spill what they know and they could be convinced. The Velaryons would have much to gain from the spreading of this treason and rumors of your inaction, Your Grace. The matter could leave a stain on Your Grace. It would make you look weak and ineffective. Lionel felt a well of shame at the words he spoke and thought, exacerbated by his Grace rearing back his head as if he was struck. Lionel's head bowed in shame. He knew that the king was far from weak and ineffective. A decade as king, his Grace had continued the great work of King Jaehaerys in keeping the peace of the realm. The coin in the treasury was overflowing, disputes amongst the noble houses was at an all-time low, the Triarchy was dead with one of its cities allied to the Iron Throne and realm was flourishing. The king was as popular as King Jaehaerys had been. Even Prince Daemon was kept under control through Prince Baelon. The only stain on his rulership was the matter of Prince Aegon and his disobedience. His Grace recovered and the look of raw anger returned as his Grace took great pains to calm himself. What could I do if I were to declare him a traitor using the treaty, Lord Hand? Lionel grimaced lightly at the cold address from his Grace. Lionel looked up to meet his Grace's gaze. There are only two options available to you that I see, though neither would have positive consequences. Lionel answered truthfully. His Grace clenched his teeth lightly before he simply waved impatiently for Lionel to continue. One option following the declaration is to send Prince Daemon, Princess Rhaenys, and Sir Laenor to bring Prince Aegon to King's Landing for judgment. Lionel said. The three, on their dragons, would have the highest chance of success in forcing Prince Aegon to be taken, forcibly or voluntarily, back to King's Landing. From the way his Grace's expression changed, it was clear his Grace was unwilling to take this option regardless of how many dragons were sent in support. The risk is too high. The risk of fighting, the king means. I agree. Yes. Should any of the four die, I fear the consequences in your family would be severe. Lionel admitted. If one of the Velaryons die, likely as Prince Aegon is to resist, the Velaryons' bitterness would grow into grave resentment. Already, Lionel thought, there was trouble on the horizon with Queen Alicent and her house unhappy with the king's sons being overlooked in favor of a daughter not of their blood. Yes, to have any of the Velaryons die in service for House Targaryen, it would be a disaster. Lord Corlys' resentment would become hatred and the man would become a dangerous foe and threat to the king's reign. Similarly, Prince Daemon or Prince Aegon being harmed or incurring a worse fate, would inspire a greater fracture in your house that may never be repaired, Your Grace. Prince Daemon dying would weaken his Grace greatly. House Velaryon would be in a position of power that distorted the relationship between vassal and liege lord. That is not to mention what Prince Daemon's death would do to Princess Rhaenyra's prospects of rising to the throne. With Prince Daemon's death, not only would she lose a supporter, it may well be one of the king's sons could claim Caraxes, adding to Dreamfire and the Drakeling the Greens possess, inviting greater possibility of a succession war if the balance of power was to shift. And if Prince Aegon died, a whole family of dragon riders would turn against the Iron Throne. Any chance of bringing back this branch of House Targaryen under the main line would be gone. The other option. His Grace merely said, perturbed at the path in front of him. You could, following the declaration of his treason, sentence him exile from the realm for life. This option is perhaps the least harmful. Lionel told his Grace. Lionel continued. It would also give us the protection of any perceived breach of terms in the Treaty of Tyrosh should Myr come and demand action, safeguarding the Iron Throne's reputation. Lionel sighed silently before he continued on. But it is also the option that least meaningful. It is clear that your brother intends to make Illimaris the home of his branch of House Targaryen. Once his grievances with Myr is done, I have little doubt that he intends to return to Illimaris, breaking any influence or control your Grace has over your brother. Lionel eyed the king with a grim look. These are the only two worthwhile options I see, Your Grace. The king remained silent for several long moments, deep in thought, his expression marred with consternation and embers of concern. If I didn't declare him a traitor? His Grace asked, breaking the silence. These options. His Grace sunk deeper in his chair, his eyes closing. Either I run the risk of causing a battle amongst dragons not seen since the times when Maegor slew Aegon the Uncrowned, potentially causing the death of my youngest brother and perhaps one more of my kin, or I exile Aegon formally from the realm, likely giving Aegon what he wants. And with either option, I hammer in the final nail of the coffin. The destruction of the unity of my house. His Grace said with a tired, weary tone of voice before he leveled a heavy gaze onto Lionel. What other options do you see, my lord hand, that will see Aegon brought to me, willingly, whilst avoiding my reputation from being tarnished like you so fear? Lionel looked surprised at his Grace. His Grace saw his reaction and sighed heavily as he looked away from Lionel. Unjustness and betrayal of any and all bonds of blood and kinship. His Grace murmured. My anger, Lionel, abates when I think of those words, and instead, I am left to wonder if I am the cause of this mess. His Grace sighed heavily. I am left to wonder if this treason would have happened had I not let my anger rule me as it so oft does, Daemon. His Grace's expression cycled through a number of emotions. Concern. Guilt. And anger. Plenty of anger. I could have done better. We were once close as boys. I could have written to him as a brother, angry, yes, but as a brother, instead of a king. Would he have rejected me as he has done now? His Grace asked, though Lionel was silent, understanding that the king was asking himself instead of anyone in particular. Perhaps he would have, with how he never forgets or forgives slights. His Grace said to himself before his Grace laughed to himself, silently, a melancholic look coloring his face. It seemed as if the king had aged 10 years in but a moment's pass. It always returns to those harrowing days. The days I lost my Ema and my Iman, the days where I near lost everything. His Grace closed his eyes. Those days still haunt me even now. Was I wrong, my lord hand, was I wrong to disinherit Aegon and my nephews in my grief, in my desire to protect the last of what I had, to protect Rhaenyra's right as my heir? Was I unjust as Aegon claims? Lionel remained quiet for a few moments. It was your right as head of House Targaryen and as king, your Grace. What you command is law. His Grace scoffed quietly and pinned a look at Lionel. Speak freely and truly, Lionel. You offer me counsel but now offer me your thoughts. Lionel took a moment to consider before he answered. The great offence Prince Daemon done to you, and his unsuitability and volatility, all of it created an urgent need of his Grace to declare another heir. Prince Aegon and his line were oceans away and the Iron Throne needed urgent action. Your daughter had to be heir. You made the difficult but right decision in having your daughter as heir, your Grace. But I could have done that without resolving to disinherit my younger brother. His Grace said with a grim smile as Lionel offered a slight grimace. Yes, his Grace could have resolved the matter of inheritance without needing to disinherit Prince Aegon and his line from the line of succession. Princess Rhaenys, for example, retained her position in the succession even if her claim was put behind that of his Grace after King Jaehaerys proclaimed his Grace as his successor following the advice of the Lords of Westeros. A similar decree could have been made and the grievances would have been null. Your Grace, you must not dwell on what cannot be changed. Lionel advised. His Grace could not retract the disinheritance of Prince Aegon and his line, not without also having to do so with Prince Daemon. It would muddy up the succession even more than it already was, with the young princes having put behind the line of succession of their elder sister despite the laws and customs of the lands. His Grace sighed heavily. What am I to do now, Lord Hand? My brother's rejection of my authority as head of House Targaryen and as his king, his Grace's expression twisted strangely, uglily, puts me into a difficult position. His Grace looked away from Lionel for a brief moment before he looked towards Lionel, a strange look marring his face. And yet I cannot declare my brother a traitor even if I had a true wish to do so. His Grace sighed heavily. Which I do not. I must do all that I can to keep Aegon and my nephews tied to my line. The king looked beyond him with a disturbed look that startled Lionel. Too much depends on us. Lionel gazed upon the king with a hint of confusion about the king's last words. Your Grace, do you speak of the threat Miss Aragorn and the other dragons pose? The king's haunted look disappeared and for a moment, that same strange look was there before it was gone all too soon. Just so. The king said with a heavy nod, silently waving Lionel to continue. Lionel hesitated for a brief moment before he did as he was bid. Had Prince Aegon been anything other than a dragon rider, including the rest of his family, the matter would have been closed. You would have been able to declare him a traitor to the realm, disown him for his treason and be done with it. The fact that Prince Aegon was a dragon rider greatly complicated matters, and so too did the sheer distance and unknown location of Illimaris that prohibited any excursion to bring the potentially rebellious branch back into line. But unfortunately, that is not the case. It means a resolution must be found with Prince Aegon lest it sets, if I may continue to be frank, your Grace, an incredibly dangerous precedence when it comes to your family. Lionel told the king. House Velaryon during the Great Council was a warning that was overlooked, your Grace, on how perilous too many dragons in one too many hands can be. Lionel said grimly, and he added, only this time, Prince Aegon has shown the other side of the coin, where a rogue dragon rider can and perhaps will act independently from the Iron Throne if he is an ocean away, without care to the Iron Throne or of the consequences to the realm. Lionel sighed heavily. It is imperative that Prince Aegon is brought back into the fold. Lionel said with heavy meaning in his words as he met the king's gaze. His Grace stared at Lionel for some time, and Lionel felt his breathing slow under the stare of his king. Finally, His Grace broke his silence to his assessment. "You're asking me to bend?" His Grace said. "You're asking me to forgive his transgressions in Essos that has thrown large swathes of the continent in disarray." The king's expression grew hard, his voice carrying an edge as he spoke further. "You're asking me to forgive his denial of my authority over his branch of House Targaryen. You're asking me to forgive his clear challenge to me. His king." Lionel could tell that though the anger of the king was true, he also knew the king had already resigned himself that something like this would be needed if he wished for the reconciliation to be possible. For himself. For House Targaryen. His Grace continued, a steely demand coloring his tone. "Why would I go so far when he is almost certainly going to throw it back in my face, again? Because, Your Grace, his branch of House Targaryen outnumber the royal line, the second branch of House Targaryen and the Velaryons when it comes to dragon riders," Lionel said with grimness in his voice. "And at least one of their dragons is female. I must be frank, Your Grace. If this is not solved, there will now be two separate branches of House Targaryen that hold control over all the dragons in the known world." At this, His Grace's anger broke and he closed his eyes as he breathed through his nose. "Demands have failed," Lionel said gently. "Overtures are now necessary. Overtures that will bring Prince Aegon back into the fold," Lionel told the king. The king seemed to struggle with his thoughts for a long few moments before he reopened his eyes and set them on Lionel before they flickered towards the letter. "And what makes you think my brother wants to be brought back into fold?" His Grace leaned forward and seized the letter, letting his eyes scan over the parchment with a darkening look. His Grace looked up and met Lionel's eyes with a hard look in his eyes. "My brother rejects me and my position in our family." There was a pause in His Grace's speaking. "He has all but disowned me as his brother. Therefore, what point is there in overturing?" the king all but asked. "I would not go so far, Your Grace. Yes, Prince Aegon has given appearance that he still holds anger for you, as shown in the letter and as told by Sir Viamond of how Prince Aegon believed His Grace had broken my claims and my links to my heritage in Westeros," Lionel said to the king. His Grace's expression twisted into a grimace as he'd bid Lionel to continue on. "But I do not believe it. Not entirely," Lionel said calmly but confidently. "He is using the betrayal as the root of his justification to deny your authority and your claim on Eomerys as head of House Targaryen. This is about Eomerys, Your Grace," Lionel said with a pause in his voice. "You truly believe that?" His Grace asked, heaviness in his voice. "I do, Your Grace. Prince Aegon has already shown with Slaver's Bay he sees little fault in using deception for his benefit. This is merely, I believe, another deception aimed to solidify Eomerys as its own entity separate from the Iron Throne," Lionel said truthfully, and he waited a moment to let it sink in for the king. "Do you believe Aegon intends to become king of Eomerys?" His Grace asked with searching eyes. Lionel considered the question, and he went through all of the topics and observations the delegation had shared. "No," Lionel said finally. "None of Aegon's men or the people of Astapor addressed with any other title than Prince Aegon. Had he wished to become king, he would have already done so when he arrived in Eomerys. There would be no reason not to. So no, I do not believe he wishes to be king," Lionel answered. "What does he want then?" His Grace asked Lionel with a grave expression as he set aside the letter. "He rejects me, the crown, but what does he want if he does not wish to rule as king? To rule as an independent princely house? Like the Martells? I must admit I do not know his end goal for Eomerys is," Lionel admitted with a bowed head. "We will only learn his ambitions when he comes. But, I do believe I know what he wants. He wants Eomerys and only Eomerys," Lionel said after a moment's pause. "For himself and for his line." Lionel met the king's gaze. "That is why an overture that confirms his line's claim on Eomerys and only his line in the eyes of the Iron Throne, and perhaps with acknowledged approval of his endeavours against the sin of slavery, that could be enough to entice Prince Aegon back into the fold and bring him to you," Lionel explained. "In effect, I would wholly absolve him of facing judgment of waging war without my permission, and absolve him of the insults made against the Iron Throne, against me, his liege lord and elder brother," the king said with his eyes closing. "Yes," Lionel said with a bowed head. "This would be the best way to entice Prince Aegon back to King's Landing, where you may be able to reconcile the bonds between you and your brother." "And what of his assertion that I hold no authority over Aegon or his line?" There was a steely angry undercurrent to the king's voice as he opened his eyes. Lionel was grim as he met the king's eyes. "I can only advocate that you seek to change his mind, Your Grace, instead of forcing it. Unless His Grace wishes to go down a path that would lead to Prince Aegon's line seeing your royal line as an enemy," Lionel said gravely. His Grace stared at Lionel with a long look before he turned away from Lionel. Long moments passed before the king spoke. "He still claims the name Targaryen," His Grace said as he turned to look towards Lionel. "He has not shed his name, despite his disavowing me becoming easier if he were to take a new name. Your Grace. Lionel said with a heavy nod. Some of which the delegates had spoken of, such as the anger shown about the sundering of Prince Aegon's heritage by the king, may be true. It would mean that the prince still greatly treasured his house, and thus could be made to act in defense of it. It is a path your Grace can take to sway him for the good of your house. Very well. His Grace said with a tone of resigned acceptance in his voice, though Lionel had no time to think on it as the king spoke further. And how would you see all of this happen? Ask him to forgive me. His Grace gestured towards the letter before I present him this overture. Lionel shook his head firmly. No, I could never, nor would I ever counsel you to do such a thing. Lionel was vehement in his answer. It was hard enough to counsel the king to take this path. I would, however, counsel you to let me take responsibility for writing the letter in your name. Lionel said with a bowed head. Claim that you were unaware of the overzealous nature of my duty to your Grace, and I would write and sign my own confession to the deed. Lionel could tell that his Grace was surprised by the offer, but Lionel pressed on, wishing to explain why it could solve the issue. It would not work. The letter was written with mine own hand. His Grace said with a heavy frown. Would your brother know for certain it came from your hand? Certain enough to question your claim that you did not write it? Lionel questioned. The letter had been in common, and his Grace's writing was not so distinct to set his writing apart from all. Perhaps he would not, however the seal would ensure that he knew I read the letter before it was sent. The letter bears my seal. His Grace said in response with a heavy look. You can claim that you had not read the letter, trusting my obeisance to yourself, your Grace. Lionel was firm in answer. He could tell that the king wanted to take this option, to sweep away the difficult circumstance and start anew, instead of being forced to do anything more he could bear to think to do. I cannot ask this of you, Lord Hand. His Grace said with denial in his voice. Your Grace has not asked of this of me. I am offering this to his Grace, and should his Grace refuse my offering, I believe I can do no less but resign of my post and allow another to provide his Grace with sounder counsel. Lionel said to the king. The king sighed heavily, and Lionel was relieved to hear the acquiescence. Very well. His Grace said, but how can you be assured that Aegon will believe the tale? He will not. Lionel told his Grace. He will almost certainly catch out the lie. Lionel smiled grimly. But he will also see it as a gesture. A gesture that would soften him with the overture we would send with it. For a long few moments, neither man said anything as Lionel conveyed his resolve in his expression. And if he refuses this gesture? And the overture? What then? Lionel considered the possibility, but ultimately he did not think the man could be so spiteful to ignore what was easily the best route out. For the Iron Throne. For House Targaryen. For either of the two brothers. You will have to act to secure the best interest of the realm, your Grace, should your brother refuse this overture. Lionel admitted, leaving unsaid of what actions that could mean. It could only be the king's decision. However, Lionel continued. Your brother does not seem like a fool. Prince Aegon finds himself in a position that'd be enviable. An undeserving position. And if he is as smart as some claim he is, he will see it too. If only Prince Aegon had been the only dragon rider in his line, none of this would be needed. His Grace looked troubled for a moment before he finally nodded. It will be enough. Aegon must see that. His Grace said with a heavy sigh. Lionel felt a heaviness settle on his chest. He was ashamed he had to counsel the king to take such a route for the good of the realm. I should have counseled you better, your Grace. Lionel said truthfully. I should have sought to understand your brother better before I gave counsel, your Grace. His Grace chuckled. No. His Grace sighed. You couldn't have known. I should have, however. Aegon's anger is cold. It is an anger that he keeps in until he has a need to release it, and when he does, it is targeted. Harsh. His Grace gestured towards the letter. Daemon's is far more volatile and explosive, prone to harm everyone including himself. His Grace said with a shake of the head, and there was a moment of silence before His Grace spoke again. Who do we send? My cousin. His Grace asked as he met Lionel's eyes. Lionel nodded. Yes, your Grace. I believe Princess Rhaenys is the best option. A softer touch. If I recall, Princess Rhaenys and Prince Aegon were closer than Prince Daemon was with your youngest brother. Lionel said diplomatically. His Grace sighed before he nodded. Yes, Rhaenys would be best, I agree. Though she may be Corlys' wife, she is of my house. She will be made to understand the importance of the mission and the importance of succeeding. The look in His Grace's eyes told Lionel much. There would be a debt owed to Princess Rhaenys and perhaps the Velaryons too, something that Lionel was not pleased with but had to accept. The matter was a delicate one, and Prince Daemon could not be trusted to carry out the king's instructions to the letter, nor could he be trusted to keep his nature subdued. With Princess Rhaenys, they would be able to convey the sincerity of the reconciliation offered by the Iron Throne and be able to turn this situation around. Your Grace, once Prince Aegon is here. Lionel was made to stop as the king raised his hand, a grim acceptance showing itself on the king's face. I am aware of the role that I must play, Lionel. His Grace said as he lowered his hand. What was it you said? Overtures are necessary. Not one but several. His Grace said with a displeased look. I am aware what I must do to return my brother fully into the fold. Even if I must accept more than a king should. Lionel bowed his head in self-shame but also out of admiration. King Jaehaerys must smile down upon you, your Grace. His Grace sighed heavily. I would hope that he did. After all, he taught me the importance of keeping the unity of the House of the Dragon. Lionel looked up and saw that the king was looking away from Lionel. Too much depends on it. Break. Mid to late 113 AC Lys. Johanna Swan, First Magister of Lys POV. Johanna stood regally in patient wait, with Magisters Norris Baelon and Lorisa Rogare on her right with Magisters Lorisio Dinar and Donos Adaridos on her left, as they watched the Summer Islander delegation climb up the marble steps to the commune, the seat of the Council of Lys. The Summer Islanders had arrived last eve, 70 of swan ships, with the delegation aimed to strike trade agreements. She'd been forewarned twice about the possibility. Once when Prince Aegon had come to Lys and another time a few moons later when the Crow warriors of Umberu had come to replenish their goods before setting sail for the disputed lands. Though it seemed like trade has already commenced, she mused to herself. Her eyes flickered towards the main port of Lys, which she could see from her position, the commune having been built atop the highest peak of the Isle of Lys, and she could just about see the familiar sails of the Summer Islanders' swan ships. The Summer Islanders had brought to Lys a wide array of goods, from gems and jewelry to spices and herbs to pink ivory and purple hardwoods to all sorts of rare wines. She felt a morsel of amusement at the tactics. Whilst traders did come to Lys with goods and wares from the Summer Isles, the quantities were small and never before had there been such a large supply of their goods in the same instance. This is what we have to offer you and you could have this regularly, if there is agreement. She was curious to learn more of the reasons why the Summer Islanders were so invested in establishing more, formal relations. Especially in such a manner. From what she knew of the Summer Islanders, they were a fractious people. Independent peoples who were loosely associated with one another. Much like the free cities. Yet here they were, a delegation she learnt represented Umberu, Yahala, Kache, and Wailano. Effectively, this may as well be considered akin to the Iron Throne sending a delegation to treat with her. The importance did not evade her. Not at all. Once the delegation, a group of 6 with 3 guards, passed the last few steps and stood in front of her and the other magisters, one of the Summer Islanders stepped forward and gestured towards the other men in the delegation. Presenting Prince Badhos Coxos, eldest son and heir of Prince Balal, the Prince of Umberu. The mentioned man was a handsome dark brown-skinned man, dressed in blue fine linen shirts and breeches within leather overcoat, similar to what the others in the delegation wore, and the man walked forward towards her with a broad smile that showed off pearly white teeth. Baelon waved off the guards from moving, aware as they were of the Summer Islander traditions, and she stuck out her right hand which Prince Badhos took. His middle finger snapped against the middle finger of hers. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Johanna of Lys. Prince Badhos said with a warm incline of the head. It is a pleasure to meet you too, Prince Badhos. Johanna said with a show of a smile as their hands parted. The prince greeted the rest of the party with a hand on his chest before he stepped back in line with the rest of the delegation. The rest of the Summer Islander delegation, Sabaral representing the Prince of Yahala, Sabid Kam of Kache, Zalozka Adan of Wailano, bowed their heads to her and the other magisters whilst she repeated the feat of greeting with Prince Dantos Zixo of Yahala, a second son of the ruling Prince of Yahala. Her delegation then introduced themselves, starting with her, and soon enough it was time for the meeting to begin as they the Summer Islanders into the building. 3 days later. Her conversation with Lady Rogare and Lorisio Dinar was cut short when Ilifas Weinler drew attention to himself, a drunken smile plastered on his face and Johanna sighed lightly as she watched on. Iro Weinler would have wept at the sight. Lorisio Dinar said calmly as they watched the young head of House Weinler stumble his way into the garden square. Would he? He never had much optimism for his youngest son. Lady Rogare said with mild amusement in her tone of voice. During the rebellion, Iro Weinler had found himself and his 2 eldest sons slain by a treacherous underling from a family that served the Weinler family, paving the way for Ilifas to rise to the position of head of House Weinler with his nephews too young to be able to rise. Such a shame. The young man of 23 had little sense of responsibility and what middling intelligence or cunning he had lay underneath a thick layer of cowardice. A perfect tool. Men and fair ladies of Lys. Ilifas began with outstretched hands. So much has changed since the rebellion. Ilifas said loudly, his arms falling, the drunken smile on his face deepening. Old families have fallen and new families have risen. Friends have turned enemy and enemies have turned friends. Lys once stood as a pillar of strength amongst 3 and now it stands strong enough a pillar alone. There were smattering of cheers and clapping. Some of it polite. Some of it genuine. most of it calculating and contemptuous. The usual, Johanna thought. Ilifos continued. Yet there is one change that trumps all. Beautiful Lys shall no more shroud an ugliness behind a mask. Those were the words that impassioned slave said Ilifos as he gestured with his glass of sweet amber wine to a former slave soldier that had risen to command the city guard to lowborn and to highborn. Ilifos said as he gestured towards other attendees of the ball. So did Lys rise to force change. To demand liberty and better prospects. To make Lys as beautiful as its people are. Ilifos seemed to be enthralled with his own voice. Ilifos then looked around, a charming grin on his face. And are we not beautiful now? There were a few attendees who loudly cheered an ID, causing Ilifos to chuckle. Yes, indeed we are, and it seems our dear new friends in Slavers Bay. There was some jeers causing Ilifos to raise his hands and surrender. Apologies, I meant Liberty Bay. Ilifos said with a chuckle and a low bow before he continued. As I was saying, our dear new friends in Liberty Bay are keen to see all of the beauty we possess and all the beauty we can make, and now, with the agreements we've reached with the Summer Icelanders, they too shall be swept aside by all of the beauty Lys can make. The agreements with the Summer Icelanders was sweeping, if a lopsided. It was fair to say that the Summer Icelanders held a far larger material wealth than Lys did, with their furs and pelts and their gemstones, but Lys was a master in the production of goods. Their tapestries, their textiles, their perfumes and elixirs, their artists and more were well sought after, almost as well sought after as their pillow houses were. And, with the fall of Tyrosh and the subsequent investment she and the rest of her compatriots were doing in Tyrosh to secure some of its industries for themselves, particularly the Dyes Guild, would help keep the trading from being too lopsided. She did not fail to notice that the Summer Icelanders were not that interested in Lys metals. Though Lys and its companion islands were not exactly blessed with great deals of metals like iron, tin, or copper, there was a fair amount of iron on Lys and its companion islands. Considering that the Summer Islander trade ships often bought those metals in bulk if they were able, the lack of the trade goods being part of the agreement, including the waiving of taxes on such goods, marked it very clear they secured an alternative source, a very obvious one. Liberty Bay. It wasn't surprising, to be truthful. Their mountains and hills were chock-full of iron and copper and other such metals, and those cities would use these resources more than most others. They had enough people to mine for them too. She narrowed her eyes lightly as she was lost to her thoughts. She would have to accelerate the bank's securing of some of those mines. She had already lost a step with the Bravasea trade fleet that sailed towards Liberty Bay 2 moons ago. Baelon's standing up drew her out of her thoughts, and she wasn't the only one to turn her attentions to the Magister. To the prosperity of Lys. Baelon said loudly with his glass of pear wine raised high in the air. To the prosperity of Lys. Came almost immediately from amongst the attendees, and Johanna had joined in, albeit quietly, with much amusement. She turned her attentions towards Ilifos, who had lost the smile on his face as he stared towards Baelon. Though she could not tell this far away, she imagined he was likely seething at the interruption and the way Baelon has cut short anything else Ilifos had wished to say. That was unnecessary. Lady Rogare commented. Johanna turned to look towards Baelon, who took his seat but not before raised his glass towards Ilifos. On the contrary. Baelon said with a faint smirk on his face. I think it was quite necessary, or would you have wanted him to continue to twist our success to drum up interest for his inevitable campaign for Magister? I would have thought you less sensitive to a man like Ilifos. Lady Rogare said with a raised eyebrow that accompanied a teasing smile. Now that was unnecessary. Baelon said with some amount of distaste, and it caused to Johanna to withhold an amused smile. Baelon was a tall and broad man, a former slave soldier who later became an enforcer for the Pinaris family. The rare thing about him was that his strength was only secondary to his guile and cleverness, something she did not learn for moons after she'd taken him from the Pinaris family. To suggest a man like that was threatened by a man like Ilifos was amusing. Quite necessary, I'm afraid. Lady Rogare said with an uncaring smile on her face. As you said, this agreement is a victory for us on the behalf of the people of Lys, and the people of Lys know that, will always know that. A loud worm won't change that. Lady Rogare then turned towards Johanna, a glint in her eyes. And if the worm proves too loud, well. They say that worms are a delicacy amongst birds, and we have a black swan amidst us. If the worm plays by the rules, even it deserves a chance of place in the Sunday. Johanna easily responded as she leaned back in her chair, an eyebrow raised. And if the people of Lys decide that they'd rather trust a worm than whatever animal you like to think yourselves to be, with all of the advantages we hold, well. Johanna trailed off before she drank of her glass again. Any of her close allies losing an election would be embarrassing. With how much they controlled and did for the people of Lys, they ought to never lose an election. Only incompetence would oust any of them, and Johanna was never one to allow for it to flourish. Baelon grunted quite. Baelon grew a faint grin as he eyed Johanna. Besides, our fearless black swan has more of a taste for tigers and elephants, dear Lorissa. Johanna rolled her eyes lightly even as a mild smile danced on her lips. She wasn't sure where it began or who was responsible, but during the rebellion, people took to call her the Black Swan of Lys, a symbol, if you will. Beautiful, graceful, and dangerous. She wasn't exactly too enthused to be labeled like an animal. It reminded her too much of Westeros and the great houses, but she put up with it. Lady Rogare made out, drawing Johanna's attention, and she met the elder woman's eyes. Still no news if the hunt is on. No news. Johanna said seriously. Some stirrings but nothing that affects us. She said with an equally serious tone of voice. She'd received the news only yesterday about some amount of unrest in Volantis. Unrest that her informants were telling her stemmed from the Red Faith instead of the slaves. She wasn't sure what it meant. The Arhlorists were more than fine with slavery, in fact, their order depended on slaves. Their priests were raised in slavery and their priestesses were bedwarmers before they became priestesses. Any slaves that lived in Volantis were almost certainly followers of the Red Faith, the slavers almost certainly wanting their slaves to follow that faith above all other. And it had been like that for thousands of years. It was why Volantis was almost impossible to destroy from within. So why they would cause trouble for the old blood, she did not know. She considered perhaps Aegon had something to do with it, with that priestess. A red priestess named Lesilla had accompanied the prince's army, but Rit found out that she'd left within a day to places unknown. But it seemed too far-fetched that Aegon could have such sway over the Arhlorists. Aegon was a follower of the Seven, that much was apparent with the seven-star amulet that he wore around his neck. Why would they fall in line with what they would consider a follower of demons? No, there was something else at play, and she would have to find out. Volantis, with Mir soon to be weakened and hopefully destroyed, though she had little hope he would do that, was the last major threat, and anything to do with it concerned Lys. Mir would soon be weakened. Stirrings. Baelon's expression turned from playful into one of seriousness. Something to be discussed with the others. Johanna answered. Baelon looked at her for a long moment before he finally nodded, the playful look reappearing on his face as he turned towards the garden square. I shall go find a partner for the eve. Baelon said as he stood up, though he paused as he looked down at Lady Rogare and then her. Unless either of you have wish of a pleasant eve. Johanna smiled amusingly at Baelon. I'm afraid I'll be preoccupied for the night. Baelon gracefully bowed his head towards her before he looked towards Lady Rogare. I'm afraid it's the same for me. Lady Rogare denied, though she did so with a coy smile. I understand. Baelon said, and before he left, he addressed them one more time. Ladies. And then he was off to find a fortunate woman. I would have thought you might have said yes. Johanna said with a coy note to her voice, and Lady Rogare lost the smile as she met Johanna's eyes. He'll have to do much better than that if he ever intends to win me. Lady Rogare said in a haughty voice, and Johanna's lips twitched at the jesting. There was much change in the woman. The threat to hers and her children's lives, the murder of her family at the hands of the usurpers, and, of course, her debt to Johanna had seen her change greatly out of necessity. Oh, she was still the same woman, of course, ambitious, cunning, and had a sense of superiority over most, but her sense of self-importance had been bruised and broken. Plus, Johanna mused, she was much more pleasant to be around, regardless if it was because of change or because it was selfing. Perhaps once he knows there is something to be won, he might do much better. Johanna said with a winning smile, and Lady Rogare hummed for a moment before she answered. We'll see. There was a lull in their conversation, and in their silence, they merely watched the happenings of the ball. The ball had been thrown to celebrate the signing of the trade agreement with the Summer Icelanders, though that was merely an excuse to throw a celebration. Lys would always find an excuse for a celebration. Over the course of the next little while, she and Lady Rogare spoke with whomever approached them, idle chatter and congratulations, and once they were left alone again, Johanna sparked up a conversation of curiosity. I hear Lysandro has fitted into his role like a hand into glove. I hope it is not wearing him out too much. Johanna asked curiously. Her eldest son was now 4 and 10, on the cusp of manhood, and he'd been pushing for greater responsibility for managing the affairs of the bank. Johanna had acquiesced to the demand, curious to see how the boy would do, and she had to admit she'd not expected the boy to be able to cope so well managing the bank with temporary chairman. From all accounts, the boy knew the business well and had a mind for numbers. At her questioning, Lady Rogare blossomed a genuine smile. A proud one. It has been keeping him busy. Lady Rogare said with a wry smile. Less trips to the pillow houses, for certain, but I do not think he minds overly much. Lady Rogare lost her smile a little. He always wanted to lead the bank, as soon as he understood what it meant from his father. Sacrificing for it means nothing to him. Johanna nodded understandingly. She understood. Finding a passion in life was as good as finding love in a man or woman. She'd found her passion many years ago, and she was now living it. If it was the same kind of passion for Lysandro, he'll work his entire life to see the Rogare Bank reign supreme in the known world. Though I do worry if his loss in the interest of the fairer sex might have come because of his newfound love for this double-entry bookkeeping. Lady Rogare said with amusement in her tone of voice. Johanna raised her eyebrow at the comment. Aegon had left behind 2 scholars to teach the Rogare Bank some techniques in running the bank, something that had raised her and many other eyebrows. Westeros had no interest in banking and had none except for some small local establishments in the major cities, too insignificant to be worthy to be called banks, so it had been odd to see him insist on having his people try and teach people who had entire generations working in the Rogaray Bank or something similar. But they collectively smiled and let him do it. Not only because of the mutual defense and trade treaty Lys had signed with Aegon and Elomeres, or the providing of the secrets to liquid stone to the much diminished Poisons Guild, but also because Prince Aegon deposited 8 million gold coins in the Rogaray Bank, with an added promise that more would come. Part of the demands with the deposit excluding the share that Aegon now held in the Rogaray Bank which was spent during the campaign which included collateral against the bank and Lys should the bank misuse the added capital they now had, included that his scholars would impart some knowledge and techniques that would suit the bank. Johanna had not been too interested in such things. It was not her forte but she was at least kept informed. It was why she knew of this double-entry bookkeeping technique, and the consequences of it. The way he speaks of it suggests that he may have found his first love. Lady Rogaray said with a conspiratorial smile. Johanna smiled in amusement though she lost it little as she tilted her in curiosity. It is truly that impressive? This technique? Johanna wondered. She knew that a few of the bookkeepers had been let go in the past few moons for cheating the bank and that it had been partly because of this technique but she hadn't much thought about it much more than that. Lady Rogaray's teasing look disappeared as she turned serious. Noddingly she spoke. It is a system that is not dissimilar to what we have had before but it is far more methodical in its simplicity. I can tell just by looking at some of the account records used with this system that there will be far less mistakes, Lady Rogaray said with a mocking smile in the books. She continued it has gotten Lysandro much more interested in learning of what these scholars have to teach. Apparently, they specialize in economics. It wouldn't surprise me if Lysandro tried to poach them. Lady Rogaray said with a wry smile. Johanna smiled as well. She'd like to see that. See if fortune and influence may sway Aegon's people. And it wasn't as if Lys was a bad place to stay. Certainly beats having to wait years and decades for buildings to be finished in Elomeres. She picked her glass. Well, it seems like Lysandro and Lys will have a bright future ahead. She said with sincerity and Lady Rogaray picked up her own glass and nodded proudly. To Lys and my son. 4 days later. The monthly commune meeting with the 3 and 10 magisters of Lys had gone as expected. They talked about the concerns the guilds had, the state of crime in the city, the number of foreign ships that sailed to port, and so on. There had been, of course, a significant dip in traders arriving to Lys from the nearest cities and towns however it seemed like it would pick up significantly in the next year or so, particularly ships from places they had less traditional links with, such Starfall and Planky Town. As it was, they'd already indicated to the Dornish that they had want of more grain. With thousands of former slaves arriving to Lys every se'night from the disputed lands, there was some concern amongst the council that they would be eating into their reserves, that their farms would not be able to cope with feeding the city, the influx of people and support the army with a level of food supplies. There was some validity to the points raised. The farms of Lys were sufficient enough to feed a portion of the city whilst another portion came from the purchase of grain and wheat from traders of the Reach. It was been prudent to approach the Dornish traders for purchasing more of their excess production of wheat, grain, and barley. The Dornish, though mostly a desert land, were blessed with floodplains that were fertile. Buying their excess would suit Lys fine enough. They then discussed the potential in the agreement with the Summer Icelanders, the subtle inferences the Summer Icelanders made to a grand alliance between the Summer Isles, Lys, Liberty Bay, and, of course, Elomeres. There were few amongst the magisters that had much opposition to it, the only real opposition being what the scale of this alliance would be. Would it merely be trade or would it be more sweeping? Was there even a scope for it? The Summer Isles were weeks away on a good journey and Liberty Bay were moons away. Elomeres was even more distant than that. As it was, the defensive treaty with Elomeres was only agreed, in part, in thanks for his assistance over the years in aiding the rebellion, limited though it had been. And, of course, no one failed to notice that the mutual defense portion of the treaty was mostly aimed at ensuring Lys independence from outside forces. That too, of course, played a large role in the acceptance of the mutual defense portion of the treaty. In any case, the distances at play amongst the peoples were too large at present to be meaningful. There was also the question about the Summer Isles and their usefulness. How sure were they that the Summer Icelanders would come aid Lys? The Summer Icelanders were notorious for being disinclined to involve themselves in the matters of others. Even now, these crow warriors that fought with Aegon were only numbered in less than 1,000. A token force that depended more on personal friendship than it did between the peoples of the Summer Isles and that of Aegon's people. If Volantis attacked them, would the Summer Icelanders do more than just send a token force? There was also the question mark whether or not Lys wanted to be involved with Liberty Bay itself, outside of trading. Anyone could see that the cities were far less stable than any other presently. And with the Dothraki, Nugis, Karth, and Volantis on its borders, perpetual conflict may pull Lys into their affairs, should they survive the first conflict. Most were in opposition in anything more than a trade alliance with the Summer Isles and Liberty Bay, at least until they had proven themselves reliable. So at the end of the discussions, they tabled the possibility for another time, though several of the magisters were assigned to create a list of wants and needs Lys would have in such a trade alliance. The meeting, once the most immediate talking points had been concluded, went towards the disputed lands and Aegon's campaign there. One of the port towns, Phaloris, fortified with 1,000 men and defended by a small fleet of 20 of those oversized carracks, was where all of the liberated slaves were sent as Aegon and his men ravaged through the disputed lands. Most of the ports and towns and estates along the coastlines have been pillaged and the slaves liberated in their tens of thousands and taken to Phaloris over the course of the campaign, a majority of them already having been ferried over to the countryside of the Lysane Islands. Some of that coin that Aegon had deposited, the portion that belonged to Aegon and not to Illimaris or his men, was spent to feed these people and supporting the army in Phaloris, along with, of course, supplying needed supplies like boots, clothing, and the like. Again, the concern was raised that they could not take on much more, especially if Aegon was successful in passing through all of the towns and villages and estates, including those taken by sellswords and bandits groups. The disputed lands, though ravaged for centuries at this point, was still a fertile land with many of the wealthiest across the free cities having interests there, particularly in the slave farms that both bred slaves and farmed the land. They were not so concerned about the loss of food from these lands, particularly since they'd been cut off ever since the rebellion succeeded. Johanna and her cohorts had ensured that the deals with the Reach merchants had been in place long before, but they were concerned about the number of people in the disputed lands. It would not be so wrong to say that there were perhaps as many as several 100,000 people in the disputed lands. Scattered, yes, in small numbers, for certain, but nonetheless there were many people there. And most of them were slaves, with as many as 100,000 being slaves. Lys would not be able to feed them, even with coin from Aegon, if they were all to come to Lys. They'd said as much to Aegon. Nor would his fleet, even including that of the Lysane fleet which was already much reduced, be able to take those people to Liberty Bay and return on time, considering the pace of his pillaging. He would have to take them across land, unless he wanted to wait for perhaps more than a year for ships to take the last of these people. As far as they knew, Aegon had not yet decided on his course of action. Johanna knew, however, the magisters were hoping that he would take them through land, directly through Volantis territory. It had been why they'd given Aegon 4,000 men instead of 2,000 men, to bolster his forces. She expected Aegon likely knew that this might be the hope of the magisters. It was an easy conclusion to reach, when they'd warned him that they could only take 40,000 people, a limit they were rapidly reaching. What he will choose, however, none of them knew. Not even Johanna. Taking on Volantis with such a small force, and succeeding, was going to be difficult, especially since there was almost no whiff of dissent amongst the cities of Volantis. But Aegon had succeeded before, and so the magisters hoped he would so do again. The discussion continued about the campaign in the disputed lands, and the opportunity that could exist once it was over. With the liquid stone method, they could be able to carve out portions of the disputed lands for themselves. Using the method to build walls and fortifications around settlements that they can defend. Little by little, in this way, they could grow their territory in the disputed lands. The meeting then came to an end after a vote on what to do once Aegon departed the disputed lands. The decision was made to take hold of Phaloris once Aegon departed and build upon it, beginning, what they'd hoped, would be the start of their expansion. An expansion, they'd hoped, would see the disputed lands become Lenoros. Break. Mid to late 113 AC disputed lands. Sir Tratos POV. Tratos gritted his teeth as he leaned forward, and, with a furious swing of his poleaxe, he buried it through the skull of the retreating soldier, the sound of bone cracking a dull thing amidst the cries of battle and cries of the town folk. With a grunt, he pulled out his poleaxe and pulled at the reins of his horse, forcing the horse to turn as he surveyed his surroundings. He saw his men engaged in battle in the overrun town. His eyes narrowed at the sight of a cluster of his men pitched in hard battle, and with a swift pull and kick, his horse took him towards where he wanted to go, his hand tightening over the hilt of his poleaxe as his horse galloped towards the men. The man his horse was aimed towards noticed his arrival far too late as his horse careened into the body of the man, likely killing instantly, and Tratos swung with his poleaxe to take the head of another soldier with a roar of a shout. His horse shrieked with pain as one of the enemy soldiers struck at his horse's neck, and his horse reared with wild panic and pain, and Tratos let himself be flung from atop his horse. "Commander!" One of the men shouted out as Tratos had the air knocked out from his lungs, his head ringing from the impact of the ground. His world felt as if it was spinning, the small amounts of food in his stomach threatening to rise, and Tratos had swung across his poleaxe when he realized that there were arms around his. He felt strong hands stop his movement, and just before he was to struggle again, he heard a familiar voice. "Commander, it's me." "Brun. Brun," Tratos said with a hint of confusion, though his confusion was clearing as he saw the familiar helm of the young man. "Brun." Tratos grunted in acknowledgement before he shook his head slightly, the world spinning a lot less now. "Glad to see you all right, Commander." There was obvious relief in the young man's voice, and Tratos took to look around him. The collection of enemy soldiers had whittled down to only one now, surrounded by 2 of his men. After the enemy soldier had been struck down, Tartas took to look around and saw his horse dead on the ground. Shame. He liked that horse. It was swift enough. Tartas pulled his arm from Brun and glanced around and saw that there were only a few more pockets of substantial fighting as his men, on horseback and on foot, stroked down any that resisted, freedman and soldier alike, whilst others were tying up those who had surrendered. Tartas moved towards another pocket, but he felt a strong hand on his shoulder and Tartas swiveled his head towards the man who dared with narrowed eyes. Brun did not shirk from his stern glare, but he did remove his hand. Commander, the fighting is almost over. There'll be plenty of other towns and villages. Tartas blew through his nose as he sent a withering glare at the young man before he looked away and scanned his surroundings. Yes, he was not needed, he thought with a grimace as he began to move a little. I do feel like shit. Tartas thought as he felt his neck and back sore. It was going to hurt like a bitch in the morn. Go and help the others. Tartas said, and he didn't wait for a response as he turned away from the man and moved towards his dead horse to take his shield. A little while later, he walked through the gates to the manse, doing his best to remove a limp from his steps, passing through the courtyard and through the manse, until he was greeted by the sight of his men surrounded by 1 and 10 kneeling people. Young and old. One of the men told him as he approached. 2 of them died in the capture, Commander. Tartas nodded before he stopped right in front of them. The children and the wives had their eyes down, whimpering and doing their best to keep their cries silent. The men were also afraid, though a couple of them met his eyes. He looked towards the boldest of them. An old man. What is to become of us now? The elder of the family asked, his voice unwavering as he met Tartas' cold eyes with calmness, almost acceptance Tartas would say, a stark contrast to the rest of his kin. Long moments passed as he stared at the elder man who had the balls to keep meeting Tartas' stare. He felt a smidgen of respect for the old bastard. You will live. Tartas said without much care as he looked away and surveyed the hall of the manse. Tapestries and paintings adorned the walls. Though I cannot say how many of you that will be, Tartas said as he turned to meet the old man's gaze, if you resist to tell me where all of your wealth is. There is a room at the far side of this manse. Behind the closet, there is a locked door that leads to a chamber with the wealth of my family. The key is around my neck. The old man was quick to say, and Tartas gestured one of the men, a Lycaene soldier, forward. The Lycaene soldier hand went down the old man's dress shirt and he pulled out a key dangling from a chain and pulled at it, breaking it from around the old man's neck, who grimaced in pain at the act. Sir Luke. Go with him. Tartas only said before he turned towards the old man, and Tartas walked towards him, only stopping when he was but a few feet from him. Is that all that you have? Tartas said as he leaned forward, studying the man. He did not care for the wealth. He only cared ensuring there was a lasting punishment against these folk. With the prince's new direction, it was really the only path available to him to ensure that these people were punished. And he would not shirk from that duty. There was a waver in the man's eyes, and Tartas' expression grew colder at the break of his composure. Fools. Even when the sword was hovering over their necks, their minds were always on coin. There is another chamber. One of the women said hastily, and Tartas did not look towards her, only staring directly into the eyes of the man who grew panicked at the call. Yes, yes, there is another chamber. The old man said with sweat forming on his forehead, and the man quickly explained where this room was. You should be grateful to that lady, old man. Tartas said with a scowl on his face before he turned away. She just saved your family. Tartas gestured his men to take them away. What will happen to us? One of the nobles asked through the quiet cries and whimpers of the womenfolk and the children. Tartas paused for a moment and he looked over his shoulder as he spoke. You get to live. If I were you, I'd make the journey to somewhere else. Tartas said before he turned away and walked towards the exits of the manse. 2 moons later. The sounds of the army and its followers behind him dulled to a mute sound as he stared at those grey walls. They were tall. As tall as the walls around Mirian. After so many years, he was finally here. After such a long and hard campaign, he was finally here. It was surprising, even to him, even at this moment where he would finally get some peace, whether he'd lived or died, that he felt so underwhelmed. He wondered if it was because he was so tired. The past 3 or 4 moons he lost track long before this point had been a grueling affair. If he ever saw another piece of dried meat. From the moment they landed in the disputed lands until only a few weeks ago, there was not a week where their army had not been fighting. Along the coastline, they'd fought likely something like 3 battles a week, taking village and town and estates wherever they passed through in small units. Once they made further inland, the fighting slowed as they had to cover more land, only increasing again when they arrived into Mirish territory. It hadn't been easy either. Or fast. Once, one of the units had to fight outnumbered against a sellsword company that sought fortune through the disarray found in the disputed lands with the fall of the Triarchy, forcing them to slow down their approach with more in-depth scouting being done to minimize a similar occurrence. Complicated conquest plans were made to minimize overextensions and to ensure that aid could arrive in time. Towns and fortified estates had been the center of this plan, moving across one area of the disputed lands to the next only once a diameter of 10 leagues had been secured. His thick head was filled to the brim with strategies with regards to dividing armies and units, ways to avoid overextension, with methods of unit deployment geared towards avoiding being ambushed at night or day, and with more damn logistics than he ever wanted and thought he ever needed, to know. It had been difficult. Difficult truly. And with how they were not wiping clean the lands of slavers, they had to be content with the removal of all wealth and weaponry from the places, leaving behind tens of thousands of angry folk that were angry at the loss of their wealth and their slaves. To tell the truth, it was surprising that they only had to deal with rebellions a few times, most of the folk that remained in their towns or villages causing little trouble. The ones that had been problematic were, of course, dealt with. Even if it was mild in comparison to what they've done before. Tritaw sighed heavily. He'd been skeptical at first when the prince, after his divine escape from death, had told him that he wished to cease the culling, explaining that the need for it had passed with the destruction of the slaver class and the three main instigators. He'd thought that the prince might change his mind with Illyria, but he'd decided to merely exile them to a simple life on Velos, a decision he had accepted begrudgingly. And when they discussed the plans for the disputed lands, the mercy had only increased in scale, letting the slavers go with only their wealth, their slaves, and their pride taken. If they did not resist anyway. Now, he could see the wisdom in the decision. I really am tired, Tritaw mused to himself. He'd never thought he'd tire. Never mind feeling like this even as he stood a mere few leagues away from those he hated the most, Tritaw thought with a distant mind as he lost himself in his watching of those grey tall walls. He wasn't sure how long he'd been standing there, just watching, when the familiar voice of his prince drew him out of his thoughts. I thought I might find you here. Tritaw turned around and gazed upon the prince. He was in his heavily worn maroon and blue armor, not that the prince ever was out of it as far as he knew, and wore the seven-pointed star amulet out in the open. But that is not what drew the eyes. The scar on his face always drew the eyes. Flesh had folded over the lost eye, and scars from brow to jaw, even if discontinued, always drew the eye. It was a grim injury. It suited the prince. A warrior king couldn't be without battle scars. Especially not a warrior king that boasted the beauty of the Targaryens. Now, the prince looked like a figure of legend that he was, the kind of heroes and warriors that young boys were told by their fathers generations from now. Should be more careful or else you might find yourself ambushed, Sir Tritaw. Prince Aegon said with a faint smile as he stretched out a sheepskin to Tritaw. Tritaw snorted as bowed slightly towards his prince before he took the sheepskin. He drank his lot of water before he then met the prince's eye. No one is going to send an army of pisswonkers to take my head, my prince. Not special enough. Unlike some others. Hadn't that been interesting? Some pisscunt and nookies had hired sorrowful men to take out the prince. Nookies. After he squeezed out that little secret from the stubborn bastards, to say that he'd been surprised had been an understatement. Nookies. Fuckers. They'd soon get a little visit from the rest of the army back in Liberty Bay, that's for sure. If that is what is meant to be special, then I'd like to be a little less special. Prince Aegon said with an amused glint in his eye. Tritaw snorted. A whole lot less special, my prince. You'd have to be a whole lot less. Tritaw said with some amount of amusement before he shook his head and took to stare at the walls again, all levity fading away. A long moment passed before Tritaw broke the silence in order to answer his prince's question. Couldn't sleep. Tritaw said with a glance at the prince before he returned his eyes towards the city walls in the distance. The prince made out as he stood next to Tritaw. I know the feeling. They remained standing like this for quite some time, neither of them saying anything as they simply watched. Only after a long while passed, enough time that the position of the sun had moved, did Tritaw speak. When do you think they'll send an envoy? They'd only arrived here late last eve. It was already near eve today and there was still no envoy. Nothing. Perhaps tomorrow. Perhaps the day after the morrow. Perhaps the day after that. Prince Aegon only said in response, and Tritaw grunted in affirmation. Suppose they'll wait till they can't bear it any longer. The mystery. Tritaw said with disdain in his tone of voice. Yes. Prince Aegon with a hum in his voice before he sighed, and it was a tired sigh. Tritaw understood it to the depths of his soul. The campaign had been taken out, a lot of them all. And with the train of people that they were taking with them. Again there was a long moment of silence. Do you think they'll agree to the terms? Tritaw asked as he turned to face the prince. Tritaw never thought he'd be fine with not destroying the city, or at least killing everyone with a hint of power in that rat-infested shithole of a place, but at this point, he'd make do with just a few dozen heads. It depends. Prince Aegon said with a grim smile. It depends on the power dynamics in that city. If the names we're asking for wield too much power in the city. The prince shrugged. If we're unlucky, the envoy they'll send is also connected to the heads we're demanding, and they could lie about our demands. Tritaus scowled. The prince would never send an envoy to Mir with their demands. He valued the lives of their men too much to potentially send them to their deaths without any chance of survival, should the Mirish be inclined to reject the demands. Tritaus lost his scowl as he stared intently at the prince, who now looked towards the city with a look of acceptance on his face. The campaign had also taken its toll on the prince. Especially as they marched towards Mir. The Mirish had stationed many scorpions in each of the towns in their territory. None of them had been successful in grazing Miss Aragorn's scales. Or armor. Divine luck had to be received in order to hit Miss Aragorn, and the gods were with the prince. Even if they were lucky to hit Miss Aragorn, unless it was through the eye, or through a gaping mouth, nothing could pierce the dragon. As all of the towns had discovered, some of which had large parts of their towns reduced to smoldering ruins. So Tritaus knew what it would mean if Mir rejected the demands. What it would mean for Prince Aegon. There were many innocents in that damned city, and if we could leave, my prince, with our honor intact, Tritaus said, and he seemed to have surprised the prince. Tritaus grunted as he looked away from the scrutinizing eye of the prince. Despite the loss of that green eye of his, the unsettling way the prince at times looked at someone had never faded. Once, he'd thought that green eye could see through their very being, as if he was seeing something that lay beyond mere men. How strange that despite the loss of that green eye, he still felt the same way whenever the prince looked at him like that. We've done more than any other army has accomplished since the conqueror, my prince. We have punished the majority of those who took our people with fire and blood. Lys is now free. Tyrosh has fallen to the same chaos we're brought to this damned land. Yes, Mir, the source of our greatest ire, has not directly suffered, but they have suffered. Perhaps that is enough. Tritaus said with a heavy scowl. He wasn't pleased to say, but the gods knew that he was tired and he wanted to be done. He wanted his ship and he wanted to fish. He wanted a good woman to birth him sons to name after himself and his friend Jace. And daughters too. Just so that he can scare the shit out of their intended. Tritaus thought he'd like that. Jace. Old friend. Would you forgive me if my vengeance for what happened to you and the other of our people came up short? Tritaus wondered to himself as he stared at those walls. His hate for the Mirish had not lessened. Not even a little. But they'd lost a good many people on this war. In this campaign alone, they'd lost over 2,000 men. 200 of them Elamari. A few dozen here. A few dozen there. So many battles. It took its toll on them. And he didn't want his prince to blacken his soul with the deaths of hundreds of thousands for the sake of vengeance. I considered that option many times. Prince Aegon finally said after a long few moments of silence. Tritaus looked upon the prince and saw a little smile tuck underneath his beard. I miss my wife. I miss my children. I miss the hope and excitement and the attitude of our people. That nothing can stand in our way. That we can build anything. That we can accomplish anything. Prince Aegon said with a wistful tone of voice. He then sighed heavily, his shoulders squaring slightly. But I also know my duty to our people has not ceased. Prince Aegon's voice took on a hardened edge as he met Tritaus' eyes. There must be examples made against those who dare strike at us. It will be up to the Mirish to decide if they want it to be an example of half their city burning and then meeting our demands, or if they want the example to be through meeting our demands from the beginning. There was cold determination in the prince's eyes, the kind that showed Tritaus that the prince meant everything he said. The cold determination faded and the prince looked away from Tritaus. I can only hope that the Mirish are wise to understand the fate that stands before them. I can only hope. Prince Aegon said with grim acceptance in his tone of voice. Tritaus was not a fool. He understood that there were several reasons why Prince Aegon did not want to desolate Mir. Outside of having such a stain on his soul. One of them, Tritaus knew, was the exposure of what a dragon truly was capable of to the rest of the free cities and Westeros too. Tritaus had seen the devastation a dragon like Miss Aragorn was capable of. It was terrifying. And that had been when the prince was directly working towards avoiding severe death by dragon flame. And with how exhausted everyone was in the army, with how small the army was, with how well defended Mir was, they knew that a frontal assault was going to be impossible. Miss Aragorn was the only way they'd win. And that victory would be steeped in ash and smoke. And now all their hopes in avoiding all of that was that Mir giving in. My old friend, you would have loved the irony. Break. Mid to late 113 AC Volantis, the Temple of the Lord of Light. Lesala POV. Her steps were silent as she walked across the stone bridge. The winter winds weaved through the air, twisting and turning, coating her skin with a cold breath. She pulled closer her silken scarlet robes as she ventured closer towards the Temple of the Lord of Light, its massive fire beacon a blanket of warmth to her soul even as her skin felt cold to the touch. She walked up the steps and past the open massive white doors, doors that were carved out of white wood and engraved with the symbols of flames that many of the priests replicated on their skins, and she breathed in heavily the welcoming burn that permeated through the eerie hall. Great blackened marble stone pillars stood sentinel on either side of the entrance, bright red tapestries that bore Arhiller's words hung between the pillars, a domed ceiling that one could almost swear to be as far as the moon itself crowned the temple, and she felt the same significance she always felt when she returned to her home, to her lord. The slaves she walked past bowed at her, whispering her honorifics, and she continued to walk through the temple until she reached another set of steps, steps that led towards the upper floors of the temple. Some while later she finally arrived at her destination, the floor where the highest ranked in the temple resided. Priestess. The slave soldiers bowed deeply as she arrived at a set of doors in a secluded part of the floor, and they opened the door for her. She walked in, the smell of rosy air and honey and amber pleasantly filled her nose. The room was giant. Pillow seats stuffed with the finest of feathers and sewn with the softest of silks, barred windows that overlooked over much of Volantis, tapestries and paintings that showed pleasant scenes and greeneries, all adorned on the walls. Mother Priestess. She heard say with a gasp of breath, and Lesilla turned to look towards the origin of the words. There, sitting across a table, were 4 girls. A girl of 4 and 10, a girl of 6 and 10, and 2 girls in 20 or 1 and 20 name day. All of them bore the look of old Valeria, their breeding as impeccable as they could manage in such a short time. She smiled at the 4 girls as she walked towards them. The girls stood up from their seating position, cakes and tea and other such pleasantries were on the table, much of it already eaten. Good. Her eyes fell on the girls' bellies. One of them, Wenya, the girl that was 20 name days old, was the furthest along, with her being almost 3 moons. The others were only a moon or 2 moons along. Stand, my dear girls. Lesilla said with a soothing tone of voice as she gestured the girls to stop bowing. The girls did as she told them to, and there was a look of cautious curiosity. I'm just here to see how you are. Has the food been to your liking? It was the first time she was seeing them in over 2 moons. The youngest of the girls, the one who was most new to the temple, couldn't help but flush with some amount of happiness. It's been wonderful. Never had such things to eat. The girl had been found amongst the poorer of the old blood. A bastard daughter sired on a slave girl that worked in their kitchens. Not surprising that she was so pleased with such simple luxury. It has been good, Mother Priestess. One of the other girls confirmed more sedately. Lesilla smiled. I'm pleased. Lesilla said as she gestured them to sit, and she sat next to the youngest, her hand falling on the girl's thigh. There will be much more like this if you want, my dear girls. Although I would say that you should eat plenty of meats too. For the growing girls and boys. Lesilla said with a soothing smile. I think mine will be a girl. I hope she has my eyes. The youngest girl, Sirena, said with some delight in her eyes. She was pleased to see the girl was happy. It wouldn't do for the child to suffer. Any of these children. I'm sure she will. Lesilla before her eyes flickered towards the girls and then to the food. The Lord is pleased with all of you girls and will surely reward you with children that will make you proud. Lesilla said with a soothing smile. The girls smiled at her words and they began to caress their bellies, bellies that carried much of the hopes of the temple. Hours later. A raspy breathing echoed through the dark chambers. The smell of blood was pungent in the air, the coppery taste felt sweet to her tongue. Her wide eyes stared at the body that hung from the arms. 2 ropes were around the man's arms. One set just above the wrists and another set just around the upper arms, holding him aloft with the ropes tied to pillars either side of him. His body was without clothing, as naked as he came to the world, dried blood tainting the dressing that was around his wrists, and his head bowed down, looking towards the stone floor. Footsteps echoed in the distance, growing louder and louder as she continued to stare at the figure in front of her. The echoes only stopped when the priest stopped beside her. She tilted her head slightly as she watched closely the skin of the hanging man. It was pale. Paler than pale. He looked as if he was on the precipice of death. More than he did before. Not many more draining left, is there? She mused aloud as she glanced towards the high priest Arichas. The old man hummed. Mayhaps 3 more times if we're lucky. We may decide to be done with him after the next drain. We're getting substantially less from him. Lesilla looked away from him and back towards the hanging man. I'm sure we have enough for what we need. Some wish that we keep some for experimentation. After all, we have to wait for a few decades for the next ritual. We live to serve. Lesilla said in answer. There was no greater purpose than seeing to the success of the ritual. What did small tricks of power compare to hearing, with far greater clarity than ever, from our healer himself? We live to serve. Yes. Few of the priests or priestesses understood her as well as Arichas did. Sarah Targaryen has perished. Lesilla said, breaking the moment of silence. I see. A shame. Any of us? No. A rival of hers? The favored one? Yes. Because of him. Lesilla confirmed. The situation in Volantis was quite interesting. The quiet disturbance they were creating was unsettling the old blood. More of the slave soldiers patrolled the streets of Volantis. As all animals do, some of the old blood lashed out at Sarah Targaryen and one of her other sons, the ones they couldn't get their hands on. Although now, we may get the other one. Lesala silently nodded. I would have suggested the offspring as well, but their blood may be too diluted to be of use to us now. No better than the blood of the other old blood. Not quite true, she supposed. The old blood liked to claim pure descendants, but they were no more than mongrels born of soldiers and minor families. None of them boasted any distinguished bloodlines. Not even a drop of blood from the famed blood mages of Valeria. The grandchildren of Sarah Targaryen would still carry a quarter of her blood, the blood of kings and the blood of dragon lords. We'll have to see. You have informed your Rose. Of course. Good. It will strengthen the ritual if his blood is fresh. She glanced at him for a moment before she looked back at Kavo Vihasar. You have doubts? Arichas asked with the familiar soothing deep voice of his, a tickle of curiosity coloring his tone. Not doubts. Merely cautious. I understand. Arichas said. It has been a long time since the temple has tried to divine our Hiller's will through the living flame. The last time anyone tried, the high priest and 10 other priests and priestesses were consumed by the living flame. This had been in the year after the doom. But now, the time has come to understand our Hiller's will with better clarity. Arichas said, and she turned to meet his gaze. His eyes, dull though they may be, were confident and self-assured. When she'd returned to Volantis and told Arichas and the other priests of the prince, curiosity and uncertainty had wormed itself into the order. Her visions had come true. She had indeed been the woman shrouded in crimson flames, shrouded in mission for her lord. She'd helped Prince Aegon in ripping out the hooks of the shadow when she cut off the creature sent by the Great Other and allowed Prince Aegon the opportunity to kill the creature, though not without losing the emerald gem. Her fingers had been draped by the dripping black blood of the Great Other's agent, reaching out from the Lord's flames to wound the creature to buy the prince time he needed to slay it. The Lord had sent her to save the life of Prince Aegon. A heretic. Yet a favored one. One of his most cherished children. And the ordeal. The ordeal had sparked Prince Aegon's inner flame. A flame that burned more brightly than she'd seen before. She shuddered in remembrance. She could not help but wonder if he was not truly the prince who was promised. A thought that had gripped several of the priesthood. Even if he was not, which it seemed most likely, for it was not yet time for the War of the Dawn, it was clear that the prince was of utmost importance. To be protected against the terrors of the night. It was more than likely that the prince that was promised would stem from the line of Aegon, the unburnt. To understand the Lord's will, or to understand why he favors the prince? Lesala asked with a soothing smile. Arichas smiled back and she got her understanding. She turned back to face Kavo Vihasar and they both took dear to the solemn quietness, a quietness that was only made more soothing by Vihasar's rasps. Chapter 34. M2R, nope, next chap. Astroya, thank you. I like writing Viserys, haha, so it's not bad for me at all. Tony McNuckles, walls around Mirian? I should probably correct that. Tomorrow or after, I should think. Dead today lol. Chandra 14D 2002, nothing good. It'll be a plot in the background. Mind Liger, I would rate, ironically, the red god more beneficial for humanity than the old gods. Blackfire 1009, thank you for your words. And glad to see you on board. I love writing SIOCS because most of all, I love the worlds they are set in. As you say, it should be an exploration of the world these people are put in. Narratively and much more as well. Everyone, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Mid to late 113 AC Mir. Stalos na hostes, Mirish envoy, POV. He rose and fell with the slowing gallop of his silver steed, the great city walls of ancient Mir growing in size as he approached under grey clouds, the arrival of winter apparent in the chill winds and the foreboding skies. His grim eyes gazed upward, towards the battlements and the crenellated walls, his eyes veering from one side to the other. Behind the crenellations, he could spot the men that guarded the walls. And, he thought with gloominess, the scorpions that guarded the skies. They weren't the only scorpions that guarded their city, their skies. There were hundreds, thousands, of scorpions across the city. On the walls alone, one could not go 400 paces without being able to touch a scorpion. And in the city proper, there were hidden scorpions on rooftops all around, most of which he was not aware of. By design, of course. In case he was tortured to reveal what protected Mir against that foul spawn of the goat god. And it may not be enough, Stalos thought with a dry throat as he remembered that damned face of the one-eyed Targaryen. Even if you possessed 50,000 scorpions, it would not matter. Come past the fall of the last light, you will learn why the one-eyed Targaryen said with a calm assurance of victory. Without a single trace of doubt in his damned face. Even under Stalos' rage, a rage that he could not contain when he read the unconscionable mad demands, he did not waver in this confidence. The one-eyed fool was mad. Completely, utterly mad. Yet, Stalos could not shake the feelings that seeped into his bones. A feeling of fear. A feeling of doubt. That there was truth in the one-eyed Targaryen belief that he had the ability to ruin Myr. Either by the terms of this crippling treaty or in the spawn of the goat god's ability to ruin Myr like the cities of the Rhoynar many centuries ago. Stalos turned to glance over his shoulder, towards the distance where he faintly saw the enemy encampment, a shadow falling on his troubled face. He shouldn't have the right to be so doubtful. Doubtful in their ability to kill the goat's spawn and with it, their most hated enemy, if he was to attack. And once the beast was dead, that army the one-eyed Targaryen brought to bear, an army not even a seventh the size of the force defending Myr, would be slain and the tens of thousands of slaves that followed their master would be rechained, the men castrated for their insolence and the women bred by the lowest freedmen. That was what would happen. That was what they all believed would happen if the Targaryen refused their generous terms and attacked. Yet, in a single meeting, I have let fear settle in my bones, Stalos thought with a dry throat. He'd stood opposite Myr's most bitterest enemy with acceptance in his heart that he would likely die. And likely die painfully. He accepted his fate and he was well rewarded for his sacrifice. His son stood to inherit a great sum of coin and property and House Nahastes would finally be seated amongst the conclave after an absence for more than 3 centuries. With his affairs settled, he'd come with warnings, with subtle threats that bordered inviting of death, yet none of it worked to chafe at the confidence of the one-eyed man, and all that he'd come away with was a fear that he had no right to feel. And he knew why. It wasn't just the confidence that suggested all of their efforts 1 in 5 of all freedmen were enlisted and many of the sons of the wealthiest families were also called to duty would be in vain, but it was also the feeling that there was something deeply unnatural about the man. It wasn't his missing eye nor the skin over the eye socket that seemed to have been sewn shut with threads made of scarskin, but it was a presence that made him guarded and stiff with angry tension. An unnatural feeling that slid across his skin like broken glass, as if to put lay to his insignificance in comparison, and he hated that unnatural feeling nearly as much as he begun to hate the one-eyed Targaryen. Yet beyond that hate, there was true fear. He'd never felt anything like it and it truly terrified him. It was likely some sort of foul sorcery, this he had to come to believe, and if he was right, then he could begin to understand the mad confidence of the one-eyed man. And the thought of a god's cursed dragon-riding Targaryen using sorcery was the kinds of nightmares that they thought they'd left behind in the past when the Doom burnt the freehold and rid of the world of its overlords. Perhaps it was even this sorcery that destroyed Slaver's Bay. Soon enough, Stalos was less than 1,000 paces from the massive Pale Weaver Gate and he raised his hand to signal the men. Dull calls rang from atop those walls and soon, the gates began to emanate creaking sounds and the sounds of steel chains being reined in. When there was enough of a gap for him to ride through, Stalos guided his horse into the city and past the decorated walls that paid tribute to Myr's glory, putting him into the path of an assembled force of men who Stalos rode directly towards. Beyond them, there was naught but more men exiting the colorful buildings. Moons ago, these buildings would have garment makers, cobblers, leather workers, and the like. Now, they were naught but barracks for thousands of men. He recognized the commander, Belorus Hodin, a third son of Magister Relio Hodin and the commander of the Weaver Gates. He'd been among the last faces he'd seen before he'd left to treat with their enemy. I must meet with the Magisters. Stalos said with urgency in his voice. They were informed of your return when you were spotted by the men on the city walls. A conclave has been called and they are waiting for you. Belorus said in answer as he gestured the men to part and let Stalos pass. Stalos nodded grimly as he pulled at the reins of his horse and, just as he was about to kick his horse to move again, Belorus spoke again, forcing him to pause. I would have thought you dead by now. Belorus said and Stalos met his gaze. Not a mark of fortune, I'm afraid. Stalos said with grim forbearance. I see. Belorus said slowly, though Stalos doubted the man truly did. If the feeling of dread that he felt was true, then all of their fates was to be one of misfortune. For there was no doubt in his mind. The Magisters would not accept the terms. He rode through the cobbled streets with post-haste, riding through the near-empty streets of Whitetown, the famed district where artisans peddled their arts and paintings, and through Laces Street before riding on Green Street, which led directly towards the towering Azure Conclave Hall. The Conclave Hall was one of 2 crowning jewels of Myr. An imposing building built out of blue granite mined 7 centuries ago in the penal colony of Garrosh, it was only outmatched in height within the city by the estates on Grymon's hills which stood at the northern parts of the city. The imposing building's front was a sight to behold. 2 large spirals, the Laces quarters where the Magisters housed their most prized bed slaves, rose out from the wide front of the building, which seemed as if it was carved from one slab of blue granite. Though once one came closer, one could see the white and brown cracks that broke up the deep blue hue of the granite, seeming as if lighting itself was capturing within the stone. He removed himself from his horse as he arrived at the steel gates and he was quickly led through the gardens towards the open gate of the Conclave Hall. He was escorted through the building, a building full of men and full of nobility, watching with wariness and concern and anticipation, but Stalos paid them no mind as he walked up the steps towards the final floor where the Pearl Chamber was located, and finally, he arrived as his eyes took in a fully attended chamber. Around the edges of the chamber stood guards and scribes, standing dutifully at the beck and call of the magisters. The magisters were seated behind a curving table on an elevated level, their eyes casting down at him. It was a cheap way of intimidation and an obvious way to indicate their superiority, but Stalos couldn't help but feel the envy grow within. Though Stalos did his best to choke dead the grue that grew in his belly. Neither he or his line would sit behind that table. That would, one day soon, be in honor of his eldest brother, who was promised to replace the elderly Sereno Sanraian, the man third from the right. That is, of course, if they are to survive the one-eyed Targaryen. Magisters. Stalos bowed his head slightly. Stalos na hostes. You have returned despite our expectations. How wondrous. Jrso Ostanos was the first to speak amongst the magisters, and there was a hidden accusation in his tone of voice. Stalos had seen the looks on their faces when he'd walked in. Hard-faced, yes, silent, of course, but he knew very well that they were not interested in his survival. No, they only cared to know if his return marked much-needed fortune. They found little fortune of late, after all. With the majority of the largest sellsword companies having perished in Dragonflame in the Narrow Sea when the cursed Daemon Targaryen came upon the ships, and with the refusal of the treacherous Westerosi king to abide by the treaty they signed, they had do something they'd never done in the history of their city. Rely on their citizens to defend Myr. In total Myr had some force numbering 35,000, with less than 3,000 being sellswords from more than 24 companies. It was the greatest force Myr had ever assembled. And it was one of bleakest necessity. Never in their history had they enlisted their citizens to arms. Not even when they rebelled against the Volantene did they enlist their citizens to arms. No, even then, they hired sellswords, the Durandons, and the one-eyed man's namesake, Aegon the Conqueror, to fight Volantis on their behalf. Yet now, all that there stood between Myr and ruin, was its citizens. Citizens who never had fight for their city and their lives in all of their history. It was a mark of shame for the majority of the magisters, even if they blamed the whole situation on the magisters who died in Tyrosh. That the outrage allowed Conclave to seize the properties and wealth of their families was merely justice. In any case, one of the few duties the magisters had to its citizens was to see to the prosperity of Myr. And they were failing it. The southern regions of Myr, its estates and towns, were sacked with only a token force sent out in defense, most of whom were sent out to recover the properties of the nobles in the city. Had they not a need to bolster their city defenses, they may well have closed the gates to all of the common folk. So yes. He knew that the only words they wanted to hear from his lips was yes, he will take the coin and leave. Despite my own expectations too, Magister Ostanos. Stalos said in response as he fixed himself up straight, meeting the gaze of the Magister. I made my peace with my death, yet it has eluded me for a time yet. Stalos added with a thin smile. Your brothers shall be pleased. The powerful Magister Buller Bahel said with a dismissive note to his voice, and Stalos turned to look at him. Do you bring us the Targaryen's accord to our generous offerings? The weight of that question was made no more apparent by the persistence of silence in the chamber. He has refused. Stalos said with grimness now apparent on his face, and finally, he saw the cracks in their faces as he scanned his eyes across. Magisters Noro Minor, Varghese Roden, and Erario Daros grew indignant with anger, whilst Sereno Sanirian, Aaron Paris and Maros Hoden began to furiously whisper amongst themselves. He refuses. Magister Daro Ormlion asked with a demanding tone. Why? He knows he cannot take the city with his paltry numbers, and the accursed man can see even from where he lazes that the city is defended against his beast. He has no chance of victory. Unless he's deciding to throw the slaves against our walls. Varghese Roden remarked with amusement, but Stalos could see the anger still in his eyes. Not even 100,000 could take Myr, and that dragon would be riddled with scorpions before it ever got close to our walls. Maros Hoden said. He has demands of his own, then. Magister Paris asked with narrowed eyes. He does, Magister. Stalos answered with a grim note, and he reached into his inside pocket to bring out the document. The majority of the magisters began to talk amongst themselves for a moment before Magister Minor, with the seeming approval of the rest, called forth the scribe with a click of his fingers. The scribe hastily went towards him and broke the seal of the letter, and, after a clearing of his voice, the scribe began to read the contents of the letter, though Stalos kept his eyes on the magisters. The inviolable treaty of 113 AC between Myr and Illimaris. For a state of peace to exist between Myr and Illimaris, the scribe paused briefly, almost unnoticeably, before he continued to read out the contents of the letter. And to avoid uncivilized desolation not witnessed since the Second Spice War 800 years before Aegon's conquest, Articles I-7 is taken to absolute effect without any means of negotiations available to alter the text, or the contents of the demands, hereafter exhibited in Articles I-7. This caused the reaction he expected from the Magister as they descended into curses and discussions amongst themselves, and only after Buller Bahel coerced the silence of the Magisters until the end of the demands was read out did the scribe speak again. Article I. Myr must publicly declare itself as the aggressor and chief actor in the conflict that exists between Myr and Illimaris. Myr must publicly confess to its misdeeds in enlisting and financing, the criminal Sathos-san and his band of pirates, that culminated in the capture of no less than 8 Corinthian ships and the enslavement of the people of Elamares. Mir shall proffer, without delay, the return of these enslaved people of Elamares or otherwise proffer their last known locations. Should Mir be found to withhold, or obfuscate, this demand, a state of war shall return between Mir and Elamares, unbound by civilized conduct. The scribe paused for a momentary moment at the noises of discontent, but the scribe quickly continued when the noises died down. Article 2. As the primary instigation of the state of war that exists between Mir and Elamares, Mir shall cede, in totality and without delay, ownership of all its glass-making factories and its slaves to the institution known as the Iron Bank, who shall become the sole owner of any and all kind of glass production within the territories held by Mir. The scribe was forced to pause in his speaking as some of the magisters who had great investment in the glass-making industry spoke out in anger and only continued when he was bid to do so by Magister Bahel. Mir shall, without delay, dismantle the glass-making guild and is forbidden to institute a glass-making guild, or one in its likeness, for as long as Mir exists as a state and city. Should Mir be found to act contrary to this demand, in any capacity, a state of war shall return between Mir and Elamares, unbound by civilized conduct. Article 3. Indemnities shall be paid by Mir to Elamares fixed at a sum of 3,000 talents of gold. 4,000 talents of silver. This is madness. Magister Daro Ormlion bristled with disbelieving fury as he stood up, his hands clawing at the table. And he was not alone in standing up, finally having roused out of the restraint they had been placed under. Truly, Stalos could understand. Those sums were complete madness, and had been the start of his rage when he'd been told those 2 conditions. Only the last demand was more insane. Only a few of the wealthiest of families of Mir could dare to say that they possess even a tenth of those sums, and Stalos was sure that only a combined effort by all of the noble families begin to amount to gather that much gold and silver. And it would beggar them all, this Stalos was sure, just as he was sure that this was the intent of the one-eyed Targaryen. He wanted them to pay and pay dearly. Stalos cursed the names of the old conclave, including Sainirion, Bahel, and Simeon, who were all on the old conclave, for everything. They should have never provoked the one-eyed Targaryen, or at least have had the wherewithal to ensure that they killed the man long before he could come to their doorstep and make demands that would ruin Mir. This time, Magister Bahel did little to stymy the discordancy in the chamber, as the magisters spoke amongst themselves in furious tones that were only slightly below normal volume. Not only does he dare try make us to take blame for his insane quest for vengeance, seeking to humiliate us in the eyes of all of the free cities, but he dares to continue his humiliation of us by asking for an entire free city's wealth. Magister Relio Simeon said with a simmering angry tone to this voice. And for what? A few attacks that no Mirish had a hand in, on the word of a pirate who has lied to him. Simeon looked towards him with a hard look. You have told him this, yes? That it is all lies? I have, Magister. Stalos confirmed with a heavy nod. He did not seem to care. Stalos was certain that the pirate attacks were nothing but an excuse. After all, the attacks, and to whom he assigned responsibility to, has allowed him to profit greatly from. Tens of millions of gold marks, at the very least. There were no noble families left in Slavers Bay, that much they had learned for certain. It was the kind of slaughter that Stalos knew simmered in the political background. It was why there was no opposition to the citizen army from the nobility, why the magisters had the kinds of power that honestly they should long have lost given the disasters they had overseen, starting from the first utterances that Slavers Bay was being destroyed, from Lys, to Tyrosh, and finally the destruction of the sellsword fleet. In any other time, the magisters would have been deposed and likely killed, but their power remained, save for perhaps a few of the magisters. And all of it is because the noble families want them to take the hit should the worst come. His words seemed to have caused a number of angry expressions to flourish, but he was also noticing what he thought might be concern. He is mad if he thinks that we would ever agree to any of this. Magister Daro Ormlion repeated as he shook his head with a clenched jaw, and it caused a number of the magisters to echo the sentiment, and he could hear clearly the wants of the magisters to depend on the scorpions. Stalos. Magister Meros Hodin's voice was commanding and broke through the hubbub. There was a heavy look of calm consideration, one that persisted as he spoke. He cannot expect us to pay this. Never before has there been such a heavy toll demanded. There was a question in his voice that Stalos understood. And he answered so truly with grim severity. Magister. He believes he can force us to capitulate to his demands. He is mad then. Magister Varghese Rodin concluded flatly as he took his seat back. There is no reasoning with a madman who would seek to ask the impossible. Let him come and die if he's so blinded by madness. We'd do the accursed fool a favor. Explain. Magister Bahel's voice cut through the chamber. Explain further why you do not seem to agree with Magister Rodin's assessment. Stalos felt all of their eyes firmly on him. He hesitated for a moment before he finally did answer. I believe that he has a plan that may make our preparations insignificant. Stalos was tempted to say that he believed the one-eyed Targaryen was capable of foul sorcery. But he knew he knew if he did so, he would be ridiculed and shamed. They may even take out their anger on his line. It was better to feign ignorance. He wasn't certain if the Targaryen was truly a sorcerer, which he doubted because he was no craven at heart, and it was better to avoid unwanted questions if the Targaryen used his magic as he believed he could do this eve. He has claimed that it wouldn't even matter if we had 50,000 scorpions. He claimed that in the end, he'd get what he want. And we would learn what that meant on the eve. In no more than 3 hours. Stallo's words caused a deafening silence. As he expected. Though these magisters easily showed their supposed anger, it was no more than mereish smoke and mirrors. It was a conduct that every nobleman learnt at the teat of their mothering slave. Show what is expected but never what is true. None of them got to their positions without knowing how to play the game, though, in this instance, the game was rather severe enough that it necessitated a breach in typical conduct. Unbound by civilized conduct, Magister Daros was the one to break the silence, and there was a grave but angry look on his face that suggested he fully understood what that meant. He intends to burn down the city if we do not agree to his terms. Magister Bael finished, and he received several nods amongst the magisters. Impossible. Magister Ostanos denied as he shook his head. No dragon can accomplish such a feat, let alone burn down a city that is as well protected as Myr. Curiously, Stallos noticed a flicker of something on Bael's expression, though he wasn't sure if he'd seen it rightly. Yet it seems he considers our protections unimportant. Magister Hodin remarked before he leveled a look towards Stallos. Is he a madman? Yes. 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 He is a madman. Stallos shook his head, much to his dissatisfaction. He truly wished the one-eyed Targaryen was a madman. It was easier to kill a confident madman. Easier to dismiss too. Had he been a madman, he would have long succumbed to long daggers. Magister Relio Simeon said with a great deal of displeasure. Some of it, it seemed, was levied against Magister Sereno Saenirion, who Stallos had heard was rumored to be responsible for hiring assassins against the one-eyed Targaryen. Quite. Magister Sereno Saenirion said with an unkind smile on his face before his expression turned grave. I wouldn't be so sure that it is impossible. The Magister said with a myriad of emotions playing on his old weathered face as he looked towards Bael, who had begun to dully tap his finger against the table. The comment about the Second Spice War. Bael answered, and Saenirion nodded slightly, and Stallos noticed Hodin had paled significantly then. And he wasn't alone in noticing. What does that mean? Aaron Paris asked impatiently, a side glance sent to Hodin before he continued. What does a spice war have to do with the accursed Targaryen? It's a war that fought nearly 1,000 years ago. Between the Freehold and the Rhoynar, though it is more correctly to state that it was a war fought by the daughters of Valyria than a war fought by the Freehold. Bael explained calmly, and after a moment's pause he continued. We believe the Targaryen is referring to the moment when the Dragon Lords involved themselves in the war. Beginning when House Verza sent 3 of its Dragon Lords to aid Volantis and Volandaris against Sarhoy. Bael gave an unkind smile similar to that of his grandfather. In the end, Sarhoy was sacked and its people butchered, and if the tales are true, then the dragons put to torch the entirety of the city, leaving no stone untouched and unblackened, for the Sarhoyans were proud of their pink city. Again, there was silence as they absorbed the history lesson, one that even Stallos didn't know, and he felt his throat dry up again. Though he'd been made to doubt by the one-eyed Targaryen, he did not believe that the one-eyed Targaryen could succeed. Yet it seemed like it was already accomplished once before. He is barely a dragon lord. Magister Ormlion was the one to break the silence, drawing all eyes to him. The Targaryens are no more dragon lords than the Volantene are the inheritors of the Freehold. Pale imitation. That was all that they were. Their dragons were the only remaining part of their legacy. Was what Ormlion was inferring to. They still have their dragons. Magister Simeon said in response, a hint of derision in his voice. Even if they do not have the magic of Valyria, they have their dragons. And that is what threatens us. Stallos resisted the urge to speak up, to correct that idea, but he only just managed to prevent himself from doing so. Scribe. Continue. Bael said before he looked towards the rest of the magisters. Let us hear the rest of his demands. Bael sent a pointed look at a few of the magisters that seemed to want to protest, and they quieted down under the look. Yes, your glory. The scribe said before he cleared his throat and continued. 5 talents of Valyrian steel. 5,000 tomes and texts written before the doom. 400 Myrish cogs. Stallos could see the expressions darkening even further, save for Saenirion had looked contemplative for some reason. In any case, Stallos was never in doubt that they'd reject the demands, even with the threat that was issued. The amount of penalties was beyond what any city had ever paid in tribute to all of the Dothraki Kalassars in the history since the fall of the Freehold. Indemnities listed 1 to 4 shall be paid with immediacy and in full no more than 2 days upon the signing of this treaty. Indemnity listed 5 shall be delivered to Lys within 6 moons upon the signing of this treaty. Should Myr be found to fail in its commitment to pay its indemnity in full, and on time, as required to return to a state of peace between Myr and Illimaris, a state of war shall return between Myr and Illimaris, unbound by civilized conduct. Article 4. Mir shall, without delay, deliver alive and whole the 9 and 30 named individuals listed on the third page of this document upon the signing of this treaty. Should Mir be found in breach of this demand, in part or in full, an additional indemnity of 2,000 talents of gold and 4,000 talents of silver shall be paid with immediate effect upon the signing of this treaty. Should Mir fail to deliver the 9 and 30 individuals listed in this document, and fail to pay the aforementioned indemnity, a state of war shall return between Mir and Illimaries, unbound by civilized conduct. The scribe, upon the urging of Bahel, read the names of the 9 and 30. It was amusing to see a few of the magisters, the ones that had been in power when this entire mess had started, who Stallos was sure were heavily involved, tense and only relaxed when the final name on the list had been uttered. All of the names were not magisters, true, but more than half were influential heads of families, nobles, which would become problematic for the magisters should they be forced to hand them over. The rest were wealthy glass-making guild leaders who were as wealthy some of the lesser nobility. And who Stallos was sure had been involved in the lead-up to the conflict with bribes offered to magisters, likely even magisters on this conclave. The scribe continued in his reading. Article V. Mir shall, with immediate effect upon the signing of this treaty, recognize Lis, an ally of Illimaries, as an independent slave-free city. Article 6. Mir shall, with immediate effect upon the signing of this treaty, remove any and all claims on the former slaves that Illimaries has taken from Mirish territory, and will not insist on receiving restitution for the permanent loss of slaves and goods. Should Mir not accept this demand, a state of war shall return between Mir and Illimaries, unbound by civilized conduct. Article 7. Mir shall, with immediate effect upon the signing of this treaty, desist in the slave trade and shall make, with attendance of and cooperation with representation of Bravus and Lis, effort to desist in the usage of slave labor within its territory. The period this desistance is to be made shall henceforth be, though not a period exceeding 5 and 20 years, at the discretion of the triparty, who may, at their discretion, make available compensatory means to aggrieved parties. Illimaries will, at a point soon after which the implementation of the desistance in slave labor has been ratified, and at a point Illimaries is satisfied with the concluding state of affairs, namely that being the granting of fair rights of newly freed people of Mir, proffer to contribute 3/5 of the final compensatory settlement. Should Mir resist this demand, a state of war shall exist between Mir and Illimaries, unbound by civilized conduct. Should Mir breach the terms of this demand, such as backtracking on the terms of Article 7 or negotiate in bad faith with the representation of Bravus and Lis, a state of war shall exist between Mir and Illimaries, unbound by civilized conduct. Stallos was not surprised to see gnashing teeth and, most likely, throbbing veins that threatened to burst. The last demand, if the indemnities hadn't signified the death of any terms between the one-eyed Targaryen and the conclave, swiftly dealt the final blow. He must know that what he is demanding is impossible. We could never agree to such terms. Simeon stated with forced calm even if his body was stout with offense and fury. Who cares what that crazed fool wants? He is a savage too drunk on his victories. Let him come. And let him fall if he dares attack our city. Daros said as he rose from his seat, his eyes scanning across the table. There was agreement amongst the magisters, even Bahel seemed to stop his tapping as he eyed Daros critically. I agree. And in the meantime, we must hire the faceless men if we fail to slay him. Magister Minor was blunt in his speaking, his eyes searching the eyes of the other magisters. Do you think we have not done so? Saenirayan said with a raised eyebrow before he shook his head with some amount of dismay. They demanded more than what any of us, combined, would have been willing to pay at the time. At the time. Stallos did not fail to notice. You went to the faceless men and did not tell us. Magister Paris asked with a glint of anger in his eyes even if his voice was calm. What was there to tell? Saenirayan said with a shrug of the shoulders. I am sure that you all were sickened of my failures. There was no need to add this to the list. The comment did not please Paris, but it was Ormlion who had asked the question, pointless as it was. There was no time to go to Bravus to hire them. Enough that House Saenirayan and House Bahel would not have been able to pay the price of gold and price of blood alone. It would have needed all of you to pay as well. And it would have beggared us all. And, Stallos cynically thought to himself, it would also meant that it could have led to the ruin of their families. Even if the one-eyed Targaryen had been slain by the faceless men, the positions of the magisters were not so secure that they fight off the other families. Not after they ruthlessly dismantled the wealth of the magisters that died in Tyrosh. It would have been the turn of their families if they lost their wealth, and by proxy, the swords that protected them from the other families. As it was, he was rather sure that only the threat of Aegon Targaryen ensured the stability of the rule of the magisters, a reason related to why they were so quick in offering a magister position to his family following the purge of the majority of the slave soldiers, amongst many other slaves, as a consequence of the Lysane rebellion and the war in Slavers Bay. The removal of so many slave soldiers owned by the conclave had weakened their position greatly, which was further expounded by freedmen soldiers who looked upon the hall with accusing eyes. So no. He did not think they'd have made that choice back then. Not if the cost was truly that great. I do not believe you, Magister. Magister Minor said, though respectfully, as he eyed the old man with narrowed eyes. Never has there been such a demand asked by the faceless men. Stalos wondered how Minor could know such a thing, and why he was admitted as good as that he has had dealing with the faceless men. He eyed the other magisters and they seemed unconcerned by the commentary. Never before has there been a dragon lord who fights on the behalf of slaves been sought to be assassinated. Saini Ryan answered with an old shrug before he gazed upon Minor with a cold set of eyes. They may be assassins but they are Bravasi assassins. Do not forget that the first of their order rose from amongst the escaped slaves that fled to a swamp. Stalos na hostes. Bahel's voice cut through any retort any of the magisters might have had. You said that there would be a demonstration this eve. Yes, Magister. He said past the last light, that Mir will understand why you do what he demands. Stalos answered. Bahel nodded slightly. Very well. You may go, Stalos na hostes. Bahel narrowed eyes for a moment. I would prefer it if you do not leave the conclave. And keep your mouth shut was left unsaid. Yes, Magister. Stalos said with a bowed head, knowing the orders for what it was even if it chafed at him, and soon enough he swiftly left the pearl chamber. Hours later. Stalos drank from his glass of wine that nursed his hands, silently watching the small crowd that had been assembled in chamber of the conclave hall. There were members of both the Bahel and Sainirayan families here, including other nobilities that owed some allegiance to the two powerful families, and then there was him, requested personally by Magister Bahel to join on this eve. He watched as they slyly proffered insults and comments like how they would make shields and bows made out of dragon bones. If only he felt as confident as they did. Stalos exchanged a few words with some of the noblemen, answering curious questions about the army that was no more than 3 leagues away from their walls, and Stalos did so with a smile and insulting jokes that amused them. He wished he could have refused to come but he knew he had no choice. In more ways than one. After all, his life was meant to be a sacrifice for the good of Mir and House Nahastes and his survival did not mean that his service to both Mir and the Magisters had come to an end. After he disentangled himself from that pointless conversation, he made his way towards the balcony, where he set his eyes towards the skies. It was well past the last light, a point that many of the nobles had used a tool of mocking, that the mad fool had fallen prey to his cowardness, yet Stalos couldn't help but feel a chill that didn't want to abandon him. There was no point in denying himself, he knew that the chill was not one of the mild winter, no, he was expecting. He stopped his thought when he heard someone approaching and after he turned around and he saw that it was Magister Sainirayan who offered him a slight smile. Magister. Stalos said with a bow of the head. He'd not spoken personally with the man, not truly, and he was wary of the old man, especially given his ruthlessness. It was admirable, in some ways. The legacy of Sainirayan. There were few magisters in the history of Mir who had commanded as much power and influence as Sainirayan. Yet it may well be that the stain of the one-eyed Targaryen and the circumstances that led them here that would be all that would be remembered. Not one to like revelry. Sainirayan offered a curious smile, the kind that seemed indulgent. The day has taken its toll on me. Stalos said in an apologetic way. Sainirayan's smile widened slightly before he nodded and took drink of his glass of wine. After he rested the foot of the glass on his palm, Sainirayan spoke again. I can understand that, old man as I am. Sainirayan said with a weary sigh. The days ahead of me are as short as the toll that I can take on each day. Sainirayan then met Stalos' gaze. I suppose you may get to learn that yourself after all. If I am to remain as lucky, yes. Magister. Stalos said with a slight smile and Sainirayan hummed with a nod of the head before he looked beyond Stalos and Stalos followed the gaze and he saw that Bahel was there on 4 balconies over some 200 paces away. He's been standing there since the last light of the day. Sainirayan said with a note of displeasure. The day has also taken a toll on my grandson, though differently, I must say. Stalos could understand it and he surprised to see that Bahel was so affected by it, at least if Sainirayan's words could be trusted. You do not share the same concern? Stalos asked as he placed the rim of his glass on his lips, studiously eyeing Sainirayan. Sainirayan met his gaze for a brief moment before he looked away and begged to look towards Bahel. The same concern? No, not quite. Sainirayan said with a faint hum trailing after his words. But I suppose it is quite different for those who have more to look forward to than those who have most of their days in their past. I wouldn't be so sure, Magister. There's not been a time in Mir without Sereno Sainirayan as far as anyone can remember. Sainirayan eyed him with a glint of amusement. Your brother would rather be cross with me if I were to remain in my post for much longer. Stalos offered a tight smile in response to his words. It was almost explicitly said that his brother would take the Magister position vacated by Sainirayan. Knowing the kinds of deeds and ruthlessness the man doled out against those he saw as enemies, or expedient, the situation was like handling a venomous serpent that one reared from hatching to adulthood. Yes, there should be no reason for the serpent to bite but it was in its nature to bite everything. Saini Ryan broke out a slight smile as he eyed Stellos with some amount of curiosity. You don't seem to believe me, do you? When I say my time has long been overdue. Saini Ryan questioned, though he spoke again, seemingly as if he had no wish to hear his answer, an answer that would have been a lie, and said, I suppose I have no reason to be a threat to your sons, which seems to be of more importance. Stellos gripped his glass a little tighter. Magister. If I have offended you. Saini Ryan sent him a cold glare. Do not grovel. Stellos of Nahastes. I hear enough groveling every day. Saini Ryan said with cold sternness in his voice, and Stellos was reminded viscerally that this was the man who orchestrated the fall of the 7 noble families of the Magisters who'd perished in Tyrosh and pinned the situation on their heads, giving way for House Saini Ryan to flourish, even if it was a false summer. Yes, Magister. Stellos said with a slight bow of the head, and Saini Ryan sighed heavily before he dismissively waved his hand. You have not offended me. Have no worry. Your line is safe from me. Stellos bowed his head a little more. Saini Ryan looked away from him and towards Bahel, who continued to watch the night sky. Stellos noticed. Tell me, Stellos of House Nahastes. What do you make of the terms? Humiliating. Stellos said after a moment's pause. He wants to humiliate us. There was a moment of silence. Only that? Saini Ryan asked further, without looking at Stellos. He intends to remove Mir as a threat, one way or another. The terms that he dictates are meant to break Mir from being a threat for likely a generation at the least. Stellos hesitated for a moment, and it seems like Saini Ryan had picked up on it. And Stellos considered lying, or at least one claiming another outcome that the one-eyed Targaryen wanted. But he felt as if he was being tested, and he was reminded that he did not want to disappoint a man like Saini Ryan. And he intends to do so at the cost of the noble families. He may know that the control of the conclave and the noble families of the city is tenuous, and that control will weaken more if we are forced to pay the majority of the indemnities. Stellos said in answer, and a dark mood fell upon him as he continued. He may well intend to destroy us. It's just a matter of when. Stellos admitted. Like Lys, Stellos thought. It was confirmed after the fall of Tyrosh that Lys had been backed by the one-eyed Targaryen for years, slowly helping that whore Johanna build up her power and network. He may well do the same in Mir. He would have the opportunity to do so, and with the citizens of Mir as disillusioned by the noble families, traitors would be abound. Your brother would do well to lean on you. Saini Ryan said before he drank of his glass. Yes, I agree. He does intend to destroy us. Saini Ryan hummed for a moment before he continued. And he seems quite uncaring as to how he'll do it. By dragon flame. By rebellion. Or by debt. Saini Ryan drank of his glass again. Ah, a troublesome enemy. If only I had reigned in the hot-headed fools. By debt. Stellos wondered what he meant by that. Debt? Stellos asked, against most of his instincts. Saini Ryan hummed. You have noticed, yes, this Article 7. Stellos nodded lightly. Forcing Mir to be done with slaves. Yes. Saini Ryan smiled lightly as he dangled his glass of wine slightly in between his fingers. It is a clever tactic, when you consider the rest of the terms. By beggaring us by taking nearly all of our wealth, and taking the glass-making industry, not that it is making much coin these days, it will leave the nobility requiring liquid capital. And quickly, if things are to sour as we expect. One of the easiest ways is to take a loan from the Iron Bank or the Rogaray Bank, especially since the banks of Mir will go bankrupt if we were forced to take the terms. Stellos' expression shifted, and Saini Ryan's smile grew a little. Yes, yes, indeed. He drank from his glass of wine. And then offering to pay for the freedoms of the slaves to the owners? Having to work together with Lys and Bravus to eliminate a cornerstone of Mirish society, and who will likely want to offer us fractions of the amount we'd want. Saini Ryan said with a lessening smile. And with his offer to pay 3/5 of the compensation, he will hold leverage. Stellos finished. He could demand a whole slew of things in return. Yes, quite. I admire the deviousness and pettiness of his plot. It would not surprise me if he plans pay us with the same gold he'd taken. Saini Ryan said with a laugh in his voice, and Stellos was growing irritated at the carefree attitude of Saini Ryan. You do not seem concerned, Magister. Stellos said with a bowed head. As I said, I am not quite as concerned as you, or my grandson, are. Saini Ryan said with a mild smile on his face, a mild smile that did not reflect the cold glare in his eyes. Nothing is set in stone. Saini Ryan paused in his speaking, and Stellos knew why, because the corner of his eyes caught something and his head swiveled to gaze upon the skies. There, in the far distance, there was a small dim blue light, as bright as the North Star. The only remarkable nature of the light was that it was more blue than white, and that its light was intense enough to breach through the dark clouds. Dragon! Stellos whispered, but it seemed like it was loud enough for Saini Ryan to hear it. Yes, it seems so. There was an odd note to Saini Ryan's voice, so different from his calm or jovial tone of voice, but he did not dwell on it. No, he could not, as the brightness of the blue light began to grow just as the ball of flame began to grow, forcing Stallo's eyes to grow wide in shock. What is that? Stallos heard from behind him, and Stallos glanced over his shoulder and saw that more of the nobles were coming to the balconies. By the time he looked back at the skies, towards the blue ball of light, ball of fire, it had grown again noticeably, causing the chill that had not left him to grow even colder, and his ears tuned out the gasps and heightened voices out as he stared at the skies. The ball of flame continued to grow, and it continued to grow more luminous, so much so that he could even notice that blue light was not just blue but also white, akin to white-hot iron, like he'd seen some owners use to punish their slaves. Magic! The word broke him out of his dazed state, and he glanced towards Saini Ryan, whose hand, the hand that held the glass of wine, was shaking slightly, and saw his expression slackened with shock. It can only be magic. Stallos tried to swallow as he turned to look towards the skies, but his throat was dry as the cunt of a woman with grayscale, and again, he could see the blue-white ball grow in size, the chill that gripped him causing a shiver to run up his spine. Time seemed to slip away faster than he could have imagined, only distantly hearing the panicked voices from behind him, and he'd spent all that time watching that ball of blue-white light, that could only be dragon flame, the same color of that of the Targaryen's beast, grow and grow until it was as large as the moon itself. Glass breaking had broken him out of his terror, and when he looked towards the other balconies, he only saw two people where once had been a crowd, and beyond them, there was only Bael. When Stallos looked back, he noticed that there were no one else, only the five of them. They left to take shelter. Saini Ryan said, his eyes glued towards the skies, and Stallos noticed that the man had placed his hands on top of the surface of the stone walls of the balcony with the glass standing aside his hand on the balcony. He won't unleash it. Stallos said dully. Perhaps. Saini Ryan said with the same dismissive calm voice the man was known for. Yes, Stallos supposed that the Targaryen was cruel enough to do it out of vengeance. After all, had he not blooded his hands in Slaver's Bay? They continued to watch in silence, both of the men having made their peace with death, and they were forced to shield their eyes slightly when the brightness of the blue-white light had overwhelmed their eyes. It took some time for their eyes to adjust, and even then, Stallos had to squint. He wished he'd not looked. The ball of white-blue light was now as white as snow, a light that cast much of the world in its light, so much so that it seemed as if it were some strange day, casting the world in some kind of twilight, where its light touched upon the world, yet instead of brightening the world, it seemed only to darken it with a sense of doom. Neither men said anything as they simply looked upon the white ball of light that was larger than the moon and growing every moment larger still, the sounds of panic and chaos in the city a distant and forgetful noise, and when the ball of light seemed to be so close that one could not hide away the ball of light with an open hand on an outstretched arm, something happened. The ball of light began to change, to shift, as if it was being flattened, and soon enough, the unholy thing began to glow brightly, so brightly his eyes were forced shut, and by the he opened them, he was greeted to a sight of flames that stretched across the horizon, beyond all edges of the city, like some kind of bush fire spreading across a dry field, and it cast blue-white light onto the city that was brighter than any day that he has ever witnessed. It was nightmarish, Stallos thought to himself as he made peace with death, again, the kinds that came from tales spoken by aunts and uncles who wished to terrify children. And just as he made his peace, just as he accepted that he was going to die after all, the rolling flames that plagued Mir began to break, the light of the flames dulling, the rolling flames breaking up into smaller pieces that broke into even smaller stretches, until even they broke up and lost their luster of light, until all that remained was nothing. And in that nothingness, there was silence. Only silence. A silence that seemed to stretch just as those flames did, though just as suddenly those flames broke, so too did the silence break as noise emanated from the city. Noise that he could not tell was cheers or cries. Perhaps both. And Stallos began to laugh. Laugh in incredulity at the insanity. Laugh in despair. What could they do against that? Stop that! Came a cold voice from behind him, and he stopped instinctively and swiveled around to see Bael, pale-faced but furious in a way that swiped away all expressions on his face, staring at him with cold, cold eyes. The same cold eyes he'd inherited from Saini Ryan. Yes, Magister. Stallos fell into the same routine as he bowed his head towards the powerful man. Bael stared at him for a long moment before he looked away towards the man who was still by the wall of the balcony. Grandfather. Are you coming? Stallos glanced at Saini Ryan from the corner of his eyes and saw that he was still looking towards the skies. Yes, go and get the others. I will be there shortly. Stallos looked towards Bael, who was now stone-faced, and stayed still for a moment before he turned around and slowly began to walk away without another word. Stallos remained where he was, watching Bael walk away. It was not hard to understand what he was thinking, why he was so furious. Ah! He heard Saini Ryan exhale, and he turned towards him, and Stallos was surprised to see a slight smile on his face. What a troublesome enemy, at least I understand now why he wants so many of those old books. Saini Ryan said with a contemplative look on his face, a look that turned into a frown as he raised his hand into the sky. It's warmer. Stallo's eyes widened slightly as he focused on the temperature. It took a while but he felt it too now. And he could smell smoke as well. No illusion then. No, I'm afraid not. Saini Ryan said with an old shrug. Yes, not even 50,000 scorpions would matter. Saini Ryan said as he frowned little before he shrugged again and began to walk away. Well, I must take my leave, Stallo's Nahostes. The old man said as he placed a hand on his shoulder and tapped it a few times, a small smile on his face. I wouldn't go home just yet, envoy. Stallo's nodded slowly. He knew that after that, there could be no other way but to accept the terms of the treaty. I expect it won't be long before we call upon you. Saini Ryan said with an amused glint in his eyes that did not fool him. Buller Bahel was cut of the same cloth as Saini Ryan, being the son of the daughter that Saini Ryan cherished the most. It was quite well known that Buller Bahel had learnt at the feet of Saini Ryan, so he knew that Bahel and Saini Ryan almost certainly thought the same way. With how furious Bahel was, he could only imagine how angry Saini Ryan was. Stallo's could only hope that that anger would not cause the destruction of Mir. Saini Ryan chuckled and Stallo's grew defensive as Saini Ryan removed his hand from his shoulder and began to calmly walk away, and Stallo's only watched him go, wondering what that chuckle was about. And why he felt as if it boded ill for a great many people. Break. 113 AC skies above Mir. The sounds of Miss Aragorn's fleshy wings beating the air was a dull rippling thrum, each stroke a concord of rhythmic sound reminiscent, faintly, distantly, of 100 slackened bowstrings made to sing from sharp pulls of hooked fingers as fleshy wings fought against the frigid air, climbing and climbing, staying the defeat by the daunting enemy of gravity and drag and nature a while more as they rose. And rose they did, their line of sight obscured by a sea of dark greyness, discordantly familiar to another, more mystical, sea of dark greyness as they flew through the dew-filled clouds. Aegon closed his eye briefly, savoring the incomparable freedom as he let himself slip into a moment of inner peace, all other existences, all worries, all plights of life, slipping away into unimportance, letting the moment of inner peace reign. Aegon breathed in the chillingly cold air, again and again, and only after he felt the sharp climb of frigid coldness, did he reopen his eye, just in time to see them piercing through the upper layer of the clouds, and, like a hammer breaking tempered glass, the moment of inner peace shattered. His face returned to his cold expression, the remnant of peace vanishing, and he turned to look towards the half-faced moon, whose features had long begun to look as if they were slightly different to the moon he remembered in his first life, gazing upon the moon for a long few moments before he turned to look at the rest of the night sky. They seemed odd now, these stars, he considered as Miss Aragorn began to cruise through the air that almost seemed as if he was drifting across the clouds. Ever since he visited that plane of reality. Did the planets around those stars have a similar connection to that plane of reality? If they did, what form did it take? Aegon shook his head and he let off a silent sigh as he raised his hand, and only when his hand was near enough to his face, did he look upon it, the half-faced moon providing the light. It was better not to ponder such a question in any detail, Aegon thought to himself with a cold wryness. He had plenty of questions unanswered that took precedence, questions that already would see him unlikely to live long enough to see answer to. Such as the question whether or not the rules really were as flimsy as they seemed. Aegon hummed. The rules were like a veneer of solidness that could turn into rubber in a moment's pass, brought about by a moment of madness and illogicality. Aegon sparked a flame at the center of his palm, a starved flame that flickered terribly under the harsh gush of the thin air, a flame that, with a mere thought, solidified into a stable red-orange hue in the shape of a large teardrop. The rules were flimsy. Though that may be more because his understanding was yet still, insufficient. Even with the recent expansion of his powers and understanding. At this moment in time, he was coming to the theory that there were two methods of using spiritual energy. One that came from the inner, the soul and the ancestral song, and the outer, which comes from that reality. Aegon rotated his wrist and the teardrop flame rose from the center of his flame and condensed into a fireball that began to rotate around his wrist. The inner was still part of the outer, however. He considered the inner was a connection that was born within an individual in the physical universe and connected to the outer in a restrained manner limited in capability and scope, a feat that he largely considered to be done so by design though the how evaded him, perhaps always but in return, there was no negative effect on the individual, as long as boundaries and limitations were kept to. It was how he was reconciling the utilization of spiritual energy that seemed powerful and that otherwise should seem him told heavily for the usage of magic. As of right now, he had not felt a single strain whenever he used his fire magic, only beginning to feel it a feeling that he could only compare to a tug pulling him down when he experimented with Miss Aragorn's flames. He'd reached a limit as to what he could do with Miss Aragorn's flames, the furthest reach of his powers being that of control and holding a massive amount of flame without straining himself, and he could only do that with the aid of Miss Aragorn and their bond. Changing the nature of Miss Aragorn's flames was beyond him. He could so do with his own flames, manipulating flames to change its very nature, from burning to warm to cold and to burning cold, and the flames that existed naturally, all of which was as easy as breathing now, but when it came to manipulating the nature of Miss Aragorn's fire, it was beyond him. Or rather, the control he had over fire, that of his own, and that of other beings' flames and likely spiritual energy had boundaries that he had to respect lest he cause himself harm or perhaps even cause his own death by drawing more than he naturally had, or draw more from the individual that twisted the nature of his act. But he wasn't so sure that idea was the right idea. At least when it came to fire magic. He believed that the boundaries to his ability to use his spiritual energy when it came to fire magic were temporary, subject to change upon epiphany. He believed that moments of epiphany and understanding were what would aid him the most in interpreting the rules to his advantage was the way to expand his power. 10 years ago, Aegon could not have accomplished what he has accomplished now, not without harming himself greatly to manipulate fire as he was doing with ease now, having spent years of developing himself to be able to use fire magic. It was a matter of conceptual understanding, an understanding of oneself and the magic that existed within him that had to be lured out in the open, and all of that took time. With of course a dose of fiction from Earth to support his thinking. And a bit of context from tomes written by mages, madmen, and madwomen. It had taken time to experimenting with concepts of symbolic meanings of fire, to contemplate the meaning of fire in nature, and to understand what it means to manipulate one's inner to act in the manner you will it to act. There were boundaries to his power, perhaps, but Aegon still held a candlelight to the belief that his fire magic had orders of magnitude yet to grow. And he thought he knew how he was going to accomplish that, where the source of epiphany would come from. Ever since that trip, he could see these halos around people. Their spiritual energy, but also, Aegon believed, it was reflective of a state of mind. He'd seen people with halos as pristine as snow whilst he'd seen dark grey halos as dark as storm clouds and, without fail, the characters of these people reflected the color of their halos. There had to be some kind of connection between spiritual energy and the state of mind, and once he found it, he was sure he'd exceed this boundary that he found with his inner spiritual energy, and that of others. And perhaps he would learn as well if his intuition was right as well, that the creature, or creatures, in the toadstone had followed this route, this connection, in order to have a kind of permanence in the physical world, even if they might have used the outer to bolster their effect. And once he learned that, perhaps finally he could find a way to destroy entities like it. His eyes kept watching the rotating fireball moving unshackled by the flight of Miss Aragorn, held in orbit by the force of his will and his spiritual energy alone. In any case, though he did believe that there was multiple steps beyond the limitations of the inner, he knew that it could never approach the boundlessness of the outer. That spiritual realm was one that perhaps could be surmised to be an infinite ocean of spiritual energy, a dark mirror to a physical universe bound by rules. A reality where spontaneous creation and destruction occurred infinitely and without limitation, a reality where one could be driven mad by the infinite possibilities that existed in that realm. The ancestors of the magically talented peoples of this world, almost certainly the descendants of these gemstone emperors who somehow may have found a way to that realm their home, used some kind means to separate a shard of this outer and bounded it to the inner, at the same time massively increasing the potential of these people to use magic but at the same limiting their descendants to specific elements or concepts, which were, again, tied to their specific elements. If he was right in his assessment, then these people were geniuses beyond measure. To create such a permanence in the physical world, one that was tied to blood and ancestry and to that realm, was a feat Aegon could not even begin to understand. They must have understood that the two universes, realities, were connected in some way and that this connection could be exploited to bend or break the rules of the physical world in moments that allowed the madness and illogicality of the other unreality to materialize into a desired effect. And captured the desired effect into shards of songs and incorporated it within themselves, and their descendants. And they had done so with expertise and perfection. Or at least that might be the case. What they did could be simply an accident, like when that witch that kept Khal Drogo alive but soulless when she'd done her magic, but he was doubtful of that. He was more of the opinion the Valyrian ancestors done something in addition to tying fire magic to their bloodlines which has allowed them to bond with dragons much like how the first men and the children of the forest bonded with animals. It likely had even the same root, supplanting the spirit of a simpler being with one's own at an inner level, where the children were observed and their ancestral song replicated in some fashion. In any case, he theorized that the outer was the primary source of magic in this world, where instead of using the inner spiritual energies of the sacrifices, whether it was blood or the life of the sacrifice, they used it as fuel to agitate the connection that existed between the physical world and that other reality. And in that moment, the moment where a widened window to madness and illogicality was brought out into the physical universe, did the sorcerers entice, coerce, will, into being in effect an imposition of logic, I've given you this for you to give me that, onto a reality that was chaos and endless possibilities incarnate an object, or change, that they so desired. Even if was not exactly what they wanted. At least that was his present theory and it was the best reconciliation that he had about the nature of this world, of the two worlds. It explained the various effects of grandiose expressions of magic in myths, such as the destruction of the Arm of Dorne, or the myriad of other fantastical effects that permeated through the lore and myth of this world. And it explained why the rules were flimsy. Why so many believed, quite rightly, that magic was a sword without a hilt. Why he needed to understand what the connection between the state of mind and that spiritual realm really was, what it really meant. Aegon thought that once he understood that, the rules would seem less flimsy. And then he could really begin to institute a way to conscionably use magic within Illimaries without the barreling his society into a new Valyria, one of his worst nightmares. He felt Miss Aragorn's irritation through their bond and Aegon was snapped out of his thought and Aegon realized that he'd fallen into a dark mood, the red-orange flames that orbited his wrist having turned into a scarlet hue, and it was a dark mood that Miss Aragorn was unhappy to feel from him. Aegon smiled slightly as he leaned forward and tapped at the scales of his dragon, a peace offering. Miss Aragorn sent through something that felt akin to a grumbling acceptance and impatience and Aegon's smile widened further. Yes, it's time I think. Aegon acknowledged as he let the fireball die out and Aegon breathed heavily through his nose, settling himself, his nerves. Aegon continued to breathe heavily through his nose, his eye closing, the turmoil of his thoughts fading away as he settled his inner self, and approached deeper the bond between himself and Miss Aragorn. Their bond was an overlay, like a Venn diagram, where aspects of their self overlapped and allowed them to understand each other and their wants in ways that no other means of communication could ever hope to fully resemble. And then, Aegon and Miss Aragorn, pushed more, their selves inching closer to one another. The incident where Miss Aragorn saved his life had made it easier for them to do so, until the point where one could not tell the other if one saw their souls. Only when he and Miss Aragorn become one, did they open their emerald eyes and gazed upon the bright world, a world alive with shaded currents of air that carried within faded warmth from the day and the earth, and they outstretched their forelimbs, one set powerfully pushing them further up and then keeping them up, the other set moving to prepare to shape, and then, they opened their mouth. Rocks in the pit of their stomach began to quake as a gush of warmth rose from even deeper than this pit, and the rocks grew hotter, and hotter, as the gush of warmth turned into scalding hot, the rocks began to lose shape and began to change shape, from solidity to mud to liquid fire, and the gush of fire climbed up from the pit of his stomach to his heart and then, finally, erupting from the channel within out into the open. The world was set alight in blue-white light as their blue-white flames ejected from their maw in a jet of fire that streaked across the dark night, yet that streak, that jet of fire, was not the final end of the flames, for their second set of four limbs began to articulate their combined will, twisting around to resemble large oval shapes. The jet of flame began to change, responding to their wants, their imposition on the path the flames were taking, and the jet of flame began to twist, bend, spiraling into itself, resembling almost like a blue silken strip whipped around in revolving motions of the wrist, until the jet of flame all but collapsed into a ball of flame. They stopped their feet of the flame for a brief moment as they worked to close off the ball of flame that was the size of a wrecking ball, and when they established the rule of the flames, rules that were stable and obeyed, they began again. Another jet of flame erupted out of their maw that pierced through the ball of white-blue flame, feeding it, making it grow, and grow, the size of the fireball now twice the size of the wrecking ball, casting the world into brightness ever more so. Again their maws let out a jet of flame, feeding the fireball, making it grow. Again, another jet of flame. Again. 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 By the time their maw closed, there was no night sky for as far they could see. The stars were dark and the moon was secondary to the object before them, a distant dull sight in comparison to the second sun before them. The world was set ablaze by the light of the second sun, a sun that far outsized their body by 40, 50 times, the tendrils of the blue-white sun's light reaching as far as the eyes could see. Animalistic pride filled their bellies, the kind that resembled the pride of successful hunt of a worthy prey, and their second four limbs continued to maintain the shape of the flames even as their first four limbs kept them aloft and close by their sun. Time. It's time. Echoed through their one self, and a furious roar erupted from their mouth, a roar of challenge, a roar of pride, and they began to bend their command of their sun to obey and to follow and soon, the sun began to move, sinking slowly vertically and they followed suit, maintaining a distance that did not strain their control over their sun. Soon, the sun began to descend down into the dark grey clouds, like a white-hot iron ball sinking into a sheet of ice, and they followed suit, trailing behind their sun as they prepared the flight that would see their challenger bare their neck in submission. The slow vertical descent down strained at their first four limbs, but pride and determination to the end of the hunt swelled over to wash away the strain as they continued to descend down and finally, they breached the lower end of the clouds to reveal the earth and the sea. Their eyes strained to block out the light of their sun to see where they were, if they were still above their challenger, and finally, they saw that they were slightly off course but not enough to be a challenge. When they reached half down from the clouds, did they begin the final flight of forcing the challenger into submission. A growl ripped out from the back of his maw in indignation and fury at the thought of an inferior daring to stand against them. Their second four limbs, always moving, always shaping, began to slow as they exerted their will onto their sun, stretching and pulling at the might of their sun to obey. Finally, like an itch between their wing and chest removed by brushy steels, the resistance of their sun faded away and it was then that the descent of their sun increased in speed, and like a ball barreling down a hill, their sun began to increase in speed towards the ground, and it was moments later that they followed. They adjusted their body and began to follow the path of their son, a path that they slowly changed to an angled fall, towards their inferior, and followed down their son. They looked on with a look of pride at their son which dominated the world before them, a son that could set ablaze an entire city, a son that forever showed that a city defended even with many of those irritating weapons could never stand against them, the rulers of the skies and the source of the greatest of flames. Their second four limbs continued to move to hold their son in the grip of their will, and, as the pinpricks of light below grew larger in size, they prepared the controlled release. Their son began to stretch further away from them, the connection between them and their son stretching too, and a low growl began to emanate from the back of their throat as they poured more and more of their will to maintain the shape until it was time to release. And then, finally, the time came. A roar of deafening proportions erupted from their maw, a roar of defiance and pride, a roar that let know that it was they that were the cause of their son that was large enough to swallow almost the entire city, and it took a great deal of restraint to not let themselves be consumed by the desire to let their inferior burn, to not let this be a warning but instead a punishment. Only just, did they pull back, just in time for their son to be unraveled, and their second four limbs moved to shape their will and their son to that effect. The sun, now casting down its magnificent blue-white light, revealed their inferior in their full breadth, the buildings, the squares, even their ships and their ports, and finally, as they moved their will to unravel their son. The white-blue ball, with dancing flames that revolved around in spirals and loops and circles, began to flatten, first into a dome then an oval, until finally it began to stretch and stretch into a sheet of flame. Their second four limbs strained to stretch the massive sheet of flame, and struggled to control the shape of the sheet of the flame, and they roared in angry determination not to let their creation get the better of them, and finally, when the sheet of flame covered the entire sky over their inferior, did they release. They stopped their descent, hovering now in the air, and the silence that existed in the world, save for the whispers of the winds, were cast aside as whispers of roars from the dragon flame poured out from the moment they released their control over their creation, whispering roars that sounded like the culmination of 10,000 distant roars. They felt pride brimming from the center of their chests as they gazed upon the roiling and rolling flames that was faintly alike to that of the clouds, yet far more violent, far more alive, and they felt a bout of fury when the blanket of flame withered out within moments, dying as they broke up and left behind blotches of flames that then became ember-filled smoke that then became nothing but smoke, until not even smoke was left behind as the winds brushed it all aside, leaving behind only an untouched city thanks to their mercy. They let out a deafening roar, a roar filled with fury and a call and challenge, and the roar echoed around them. They remained above the skies of their warned challenger for a long few moments longer before they began to fly away, the pride and arrogance in their belly doing much to alleviate the tiredness they felt. Slowly, as they moved away from their inferior, they began to return to their normal bond, the one separating back into a combined three, and Aegon, when he was just Aegon again, felt tiredness flush over him. It was not a tiredness of body, but one of mind, as if he'd gone 2 days without any sleep, and Aegon was fighting to keep himself from succumbing to his body's want to recover. Aegon felt Miss Aragorn echo a similar kind of tiredness, not as bad as that of Aegon's but certainly impactful. He did little doubt that Miss Aragorn would eat through half a dozen oxen within a single sitting and sleep for a few days if left unbothered. We'll have to persevere for a while yet. Aegon murmured as he glanced back at the city of Myr with a cold glint in his eyes. He had little doubt that he's scared the fucking shit out of its people, including the Magisters. He'd finally decided to take this route after he took Tolos, after he'd expanded on his control over Dragonflame like he'd done in Mirian and Yunkai. It was the only way he could win without having to take all of his army from Liberty Bay and get Myr to submit in a way that would leave him satisfied, even if he had to be content without the heads of the Magisters. Taking his army from Liberty Bay would have left the liberated people vulnerable. Already, Murro, Lomaris and Rhaegar had to meet a Kalassar they reported numbered nearly 5 and 10,000, in open battle north of Mirian, a battle that had cost the combined armies of a portion of his army, the Unsullied and the soldiers trained in Mirian 2,000 souls with thrice as many injured. And the only reason why the death tolls were so low, and why the countryside was left largely untouched, was because of his army and the Unsullied. And then there were the assassins Nugis had sent his way, who doubtlessly would have tried to take Liberty Bay for themselves had he taken his army and the Unsullied, seemingly abandoning its people. It had been the right choice to leave the majority of his army behind. The only problem with this was that he reckoned he might have opened a can of worms, Aegon mused to himself soberly. Such a display could only be magic to the people of Myr. And to his people too, he mused to himself soberly, a moment of irritation washing over him at the adulation and wonder and fear his people and the former slaves would have for him. Aegon shook his head, forcing his mind to return to the wider problems. And soon enough the rest of the world may also learn of it too, including his brothers. He doubted he could bullshit his way out of this, he may have to adjust his plans for Westeros if he did, in the end, have to go back to settle with Viserys. In any case, he might have well caused a resurgence of magic. Any two-bit sorcerer within Myr may well be inspired by his actions and Aegon wouldn't be surprised if he'd come to be under closer scrutiny, perhaps even hunted, by all kinds of practitioners who had eyes on him. If the Red Faith knew of him, it was only certain that others did too. In any case, he was paranoid enough to be able to deal with it, as shown by his trained men's flushing out assassins and bounty hunters, and his ensuring of his guards having dragon glass and Valyrian steel daggers, and he would continue all of the practices he's learned and knew, including monitoring who exactly is being allowed to come to Illimaris. Still, he had quite some time yet before he could relax even a little. It would still be almost a year before he would depart for Illimaris, and he could still tick off the scorecard and get the faceless men sent after him, as they were likely the only ones that had not been sent his way just yet. Though, he wasn't sure if it would happen or not. After the indemnity he'd force Mir to pay, a payment that would likely force all of the noble families to contribute heavily in order to pay, Mir may not have the capital to pay for his assassination. After all, from what he knew of the faceless men, which was unfortunately what most well-informed people of Westeros or Essos knew, the greater the target, the greater the cost. And Aegon was not being arrogant in thinking that the cost to assassinate a dragon lord who wielded as much direct power and indirect power as him would be astronomical. Especially if the faceless men were like the Red Priests and could use some kind of bullshit divination to assess his threat level. In any case, there was also the possibility that the Braavasi would do him a solid, especially since he's reiterated multiple times that he had no interest in holding any land in Essos except Velos, which would take a central position Illimari affairs in Liberty Bay, and prevent enemies from successfully contacting the faceless men. He had good reason to think the Braavasi would do him this solid. After all, Braavasi were happy enough with him to begin with, at least that was the impression Barrows was giving when he reported back to him through Slice in King's Landing after he'd returned from his second mission that Aegon had sent Barrows to after he'd met the man in Lys where he had ended up. Lys joining Braavos as a fully slave-free city had earned him a great deal more favor in Braavos once they learned of his involvement of aiding the rebels, adding to his reputation as a man against slavery. It hadn't been hard for Barrows to convince Braavos to have more skin in the game of transitioning Mir into another slave-free city, especially once they learnt that Aegon intended for them to take control over the glass-making industry in Mir. That was partly to make it more palatable for the keyholders to absorb a large part of the cost of liberating the slaves of Mir within, he hoped, a few years, and also partly to have the Braavasi have skin in the game in Mir by having interests there. Though Aegon wondered if they would have done it anyway, to absorb the cost, if only for the reputation the keyholder families would earn amongst the people of Braavos. They might well see it a worthy investment. Being able to claim that Braavos ended slavery in Mir was going to tide over the reputation of many families for quite a number of generations. And likely also inspire the Braavasi to do something about Pentos as well. In any case, he didn't think the Braavasi would have the faceless men try and assassinate him. Even if other cities, like the likes of Pentos or Volantis, were to visit the faceless men, he was hopeful they'd also interfere. Aegon shook his head. He couldn't think that far just yet, he mused as he looked back towards the city of Mir. There would be a great deal of things to finalize in the next few moons, which he expected would begin in the next few days. After all, Mir would have no choice but to agree to all of his terms after that display. They may cherish gold and coin, but at the point of seeing their mortality, and that of their families, made so apparent before their very eyes, they'd have to be insane not to submit. Nor were they brave enough to call his bluff. Especially if the city had felt some of the heat as he hoped they might do, although there was a good chance that they wouldn't have. After all, he had been quite fearful that he'd unleash it too close to the city. Not that it would have mattered, not really. A few deaths wouldn't have changed the outcome, but he was honestly quite tired of needless killing, and scaring Mir to submit was more than enough for him at this stage. His people would have their sense of revenge sated enough, and they would have something to show for it without any more losses to their people, whilst also preserving Mir as an entity hostile for some time to Illimaris and its allies. That was something that Aegon was coming round to want to happen. Aegon has changed the politics of much of Essos now. Lys is free, and Tyrosh, though not exactly his doing but certainly an ultimate consequence of his actions, had tangible links to Westeros and may well become more closely aligned economically, if not also culturally, to the Seven Kingdoms. And if he were to destroy Mir, setting aside the consequences that would yield on him personally and on the Targaryen family who may well be beset with plots to destroy them, it would leave a gaping hole in the politics of southern Essos, one might prove to add much more uncertainty beyond Aegon's assessments. With Volantis having accepting the treaty of non-aggression between Volantis and the Illimaris Lys Liberty Bay coalition, and the stability of Volantis and its sister cities despite the upheaval he has caused, it would leave Volantis, if they survive as they are, as a prominent enemy that is almost certainly going to react negatively in the years and decades to come to the altered political landscape. The Tigers will most likely resurge within Volantis, especially with so many of its neighbors slave-free states. That would have a number of consequences, many of which would be unforeseeable, but he could guess that a destroyed Mir would leave the heel of Essos ripe for conquest for Volantis. Lys would not be able to call upon the aid of Illimaris, on his family, if they were to go on an offensive war, which seemed unlikely since they had no game on the heel of Essos, for now at least, and Tyrosh was unlikely to be much of a threat in the years and decades to come, especially if his family in Westeros were interested in incorporating the city-state more closely into Westeros. And it was a state of affairs that Aegon did not want to happen. Volantis could rise unopposed, in whatever form they could take depending on what actions those scorpion-like red priests may take, and grow into the superpower like they once so threatened to become. Then there was also the uncertain matters of Norvos and Qohor, who he had admittedly little information on, but both could end up aiding Volantis if they begun to feel threatened, especially after the imposition Aegon was putting on Myr with regards to slavery, increasing the threat level of Volantis. There was some attractiveness in that scenario, but it was better that none of the powers in Essos grew strong enough to upset the order he wanted maintained. No, it was better for Myr to remain extant though weakened. Angry and weakened, Myr would have a number of options available to it, though one that he did not think they would take, was to subjugate themselves to Volantis. There was a chance that a smart Volantis could instead enter into an alliance with Myr, but he doubted that Myr could be allowed to have such an opportunity, not with Bravus and Lys with their fingers in Myr's business. Literally and figuratively. No, he reckoned they would sooner grit their teeth and make themselves to ally with Lys and by proxy Illimaris, and it was a path that Aegon was hoping to push things towards. It would be another link that Illimaris would want to keep intact, and a path for auxiliary armies to help keep Myr their independence, and perhaps help them expand further into Essos. A similar path to that of Liberty Bay, who will have enemies in Nukis, if he decides not to punish them severely for the assassins they sent, Karth and the Dothraki. And all of it would help ensure that Illimaris would have skin in the game in the affairs of Essos. With the present political ties to Liberty Bay and Lys, and hopefully with Myr in time, there will be no room for isolationism. Bolstered by his careful teachings that at Institute in the schools and in the septs and temples, where he was going to make sure that the idea of interventionalism for the good of Illimaris and its allies was going to take root, Illimaris will have no means to become weak with complacency. It was one of his greatest fears, equal to his fear that Illimaris would become a new Valyria, that the people of Illimaris would let what made them so great, the attitudes that nothing was impossible, that they could do anything, would fizzle out in their isolation, with not even the stirring of the long night capable of rousing them out of their comfortable homes. It was why he was resigning himself to take pages from the best and worst playbooks from his world. Playbooks such as the Americans with their propagandic zeal about American exceptionalism, the militaristic Romans with their sense of superiority, and the modern Japanese with their societal and cultural pressures to get the individual to conform to acceptable conduct and practices. All of it would be done so that Illimaris would continue to grow, would continue to progress, would continue to slowly but surely be the engine of change that this world needs. And the descendants of his children will be the ones who continue his legacy and shepherd their people to this future, with an arsenal of magic and technology. The encampment drew closer and Aegon was surprised at the sudden shift in speed, though once he realized Miss Aragorn was heading towards the area where they kept the oxen, he only let off a mild smile as he leaned forward and tapped his scales. Gluttony doesn't become you, brother, Aegon thought to himself, amused, and he laughed out loud when he felt a feeling that he could only compare to basically sticking two fingers up at him. Fair enough. The next day, Aegon was on top of his dragon when he watched the likely envoy named Nahastes ride towards them on his lonesome atop that white-silver horse. When the envoy Nahastes, who he could see was the one Myr had sent again, had neared within 1,000 paces, Miss Aragorn began to let off a low growl that he could feel through his saddle. The envoy had some difficulty controlling his horse, and Aegon tapped at the scales of Miss Aragorn to have him stop being pesky, though Aegon appreciated it, knowing that the envoy had done his best to offend Aegon, and when Miss Aragorn stopped, it greatly eased the horse. Finally, the envoy arrived before Aegon. He could see that the man was doing his best to keep his cool. Prince Aegon of House Targaryen, son of the last house of dragon lords, ruler of Illimaris. Nahastes said in a loud voice. Miss Aragorn drove his head closer to the ground, allowing the envoy a better look at Aegon. The envoy was occupied for a moment, doing his best to calm his horse, and finally, when their gazes met, did the man speak again. Myr accepts the terms of your treaty. Aegon did not smile, nor did he answer as he stared at the man in front of him, who grew more nervous as the moments passed. Finally, when Aegon had savored the moment long enough, did he speak. Then let there be peace between Myr and Illimaris. Break. Mid to late 113 AC. Princess Rhaenys POV. Rhaenys smiled warmly at the sight of Corwin as Laena played with the infant on her lap, a wondrous sight that she never tired of seeing. Her smile waned a little later when Corwin started to cough and whine a little, and watched as Laena stood up and lifted her grandson in her arms and rested him on her shoulder, a soothing lilt to her voice as she soothed Corwin. Rhaenys stood up as well, gesturing the maids to ready themselves, and walked towards Laena, who had turned towards her. By now, Corwin had settled and was babbling at Laena, who spoke to him with a light smile on her face. Laena saw her coming and her smile grew a little. He's fine, just more excited than he could handle. Laena said, though Rhaenys didn't fail to see the tiredness in Laena's eyes. Though Corwin was immeasurably in better health than he'd been when he'd been born, it took a long time for them to lose the majority of their fretfulness over the child. A boy born sickly, they'd done everything they could to keep him alive. A task that had seen them having a small army of maesters and healers and crones see to the health of her grandson, and when that didn't seem to be enough, when Corwin continued to struggle in his second moon alive, they went as far as hiring healers from Bravus. It was then, with the aid of the Bravacy healers, that Corwin began to slowly but assuredly improving, having identified he'd been born with weak lungs, to the point that Lena could half-jokingly claim that it'd be time soon enough for her to take Corwin on Viagar. He'll be a terror soon enough in the yard. Rennis comforted with a light smile, and Lena twisted her nose, a gesture she always did when she disliked something. Don't remind me. Durin has been filling my ears that he'd have Corwin trained with the axe. As if he was a ironborn. Lena said with disdain, and Rennis' lips twitched at the words. Your husband is partial to the axe. Rennis said with a wry smile. I stand by what I said. Lena said with a roll of her eyes before she glanced back at her son, her face bearing a complex expression. She knew that look very well. Ever since the Bravacy healers claimed that though Corwin could have a good life, it was doubtful that he'd be a warrior, claiming that he did not have the constitution for a warrior. Durin had dismissed the verdict, and Corlys had quietly approved of that dismissal, claiming that Corwin had already exceeded expectations. What was this but one more challenge to overcome? Rennis admittedly believed the same, Corwin having lived past what so many other babes had not, but she knew that Lena was still. Rennis placed her hand onto Lena's shoulder, a light squeeze of comfort, and Lena met her eyes and after a few moments gave her a light smile that was gratuitous. They spent a little more together this last eve, discussing a few matters of import, though most of the conversation was idle, most of the idle talk about her and Corlys' upcoming journey that Lena was rather jealous of, and a while later, after Wenola, Corwin's nursemaid, took her grandson to his cradle, did she retire for the eve, leaving Lena to wait on Durin to return, who had business with the merchants in Spice Town to deal with. The next day. There, Malaise. Rennis said in High Valyrian as the cold winds harshly brushed against her exposed face, her eyes intently focused on the lone rocky and barren isle off of the coast of Andalos, which lay a league or so from the isle. Malaise let off a soft screech in acknowledgement as the she-dragon began to glide towards the lone isle, where she could see a ship, the sea snake, anchored just off of the coast of the isle. Rennis took to look towards the sun, which hung high in the sky. The distance between the small and unnamed isle from Driftmark was no more than mayhaps 100 leagues in distance, a 3 or 4 days' sail. And on Dragonback, I've reached the isle in less than a quarter of a day, she mused to herself. She'd left Driftmark just past dawn, and now it was near enough noon. If Malaise can keep this up, we'll get to Aegon in no time. The distance between Driftmark and this Valoris was comparable to the distance between King's Landing and Winterfell, a journey that on Dragonback took 2 days. However, traveling by the coast was needed, for greater safety in case Malaise had a need for longer rests and feeding. Malaise continued to glide down and flew towards the small camp on the southern shore, recognizing the Valyrian blue pavilion amongst the tents at the edge of it. Malaise was as graceful as ever as she landed by the small camp, and as she climbed the wing of Malaise, she saw Corlys heading her way with 3 guards of high tide. Rennis stroked the neck scales of Malaise before she turned around, walked towards her husband as she pulled at the fingers of her leather gloves. Wife. Corlys said with a smile on his face as he approached her, the other guards having stopped walking, and kissed her on the cheek as she leaned in slightly. Corlys. Rennis said as she leaned back and glanced at the extravagant pavilion. He'd only been here a day. She only raised an eyebrow at Corlys, who merely shrugged. It'll be at least a full day and night before we'll have a moment to rest. Corlys said in answer as he took hold of her hand and walked her towards the pavilion. Corlys leaned in a little closer to her and said, and something a little more. Rennis pursed her lips slightly, more so to control her expression, and it was a few moments later that she spoke. We'll see. Hours later. They dined by their lone too, after having awakened from an afternoon rest, and she watched Corlys quietly eat, a look on his face that she recognized well enough. You look as if you're walking to your death. Rennis calmly remarked before she sipped on her watered rose wine. Corlys almost seemed to choke on his lamb cut, and he'd had to clear his throat a few times before flushing out his throat with a hearty swallow of wine. More like as if I'm jumping to my death, Corlys said with a light grimace on his face, and Rennis rolled her eyes lightly. You could always still back out, Corlys. This was disagreeable with Corlys from the way his expression tightened. And leave you on your own on this damnable mission, especially after all that we're hearing across the narrow sea about your cousin. Corlys narrowed his eyes. Just a few days ago there had been some troubling news from across the narrow sea. That Aegon had performed some kind of foul magic that nearly burned the city of Mirehole and had forced them to pay a tribute to Aegon. Apparently, the entire city had been clouded over in a field of blue fire, a story so fantastical that none of them believed it. Yet the Pentoshi merchants that had been at the ports swore it on their mothers, their fathers, on their god's name, and it was hard to spot a lie in their claims. Nonetheless, it made Corlys quite wary, especially after his experiences in Asai, a place that he really hated to go into any further detail beyond the boasts that he'd got there. That, accompanied with the sheer victories that Aegon has accomplished over the past year or so, and the reports that Damian and Viamond had given to Corlys, her husband was vehement that the Aegon they knew may not be the one remaining anymore, especially there is any truth about the use of magic. No, Corlys continued. I would not be worthy to call you wife if I let you go alone. Corlys scowled heavily as a dark look passed across his face. It was bad enough that Fool had the temerity to suggest that we send you and one of our children. Corlys said darkly, a reminder of the anger her husband had shown at the request Viserys had sent their way. Rhaenys didn't have it in her to warn off Corlys from insulting the king. It didn't help that she agreed with him. The consolation of a enshrined promise of having a granddaughter, likely Baelon, marrying Rhaenyra's heir did little to sway them to this mission. No, the main reason why she agreed was that she knew that Daemon could not be trusted to handle the delicate nature of this mission. She was supportive of the actions that Viserys was taking to get Aegon and Aunt Gael tied again to their kingdom after his foolish act in disinheriting them, and of course his foolishness in demanding what did not belong to him. It's not too late to travel by ship, Corlys. Rhaenys said after a few moments of silence, knowing that it would set him more at ease. Though Viserys had pleaded with them to keep this mission a secret, the reason why they were avoiding Westerosi lands, she knew that he would have little room to complain if they did travel by ship and fleet. They could return to Driftmark and take the fleet and sail to Tarth before sailing through the stepstones with Malays flying overhead. Though the stepstones were growing more troublesome, yet again, they had the numbers in ships and of course Malays. No, Corlys shook his head. It would take us moons before we're done with fixing another of Viserys' problems. Corlys met her gaze and smiled slightly, a touch of grimace clouding his smile which amused her a little. We'll take your Malays and we'll be back before the weeks is over. They'd fly across the Pentoshi flatlands and the coast towards an island in the Sea of Myr that Corlys had already secured with a few dozen ships and delivered supplies and sheep to where they would rest for a day and night before they flew directly towards Pheloris. Rhaenys smiled at her husband with a touch of amusement before she nodded. I am fortunate to have such a brave husband. Rhaenys said with feigned seriousness. Corlys sent a light glare her way before he scoffed and prepared to eat again. Watch it, woman. Corlys said with a look that had little heat in it. Sailing is in my blood. Whether it is on the seas or in the skies. Corlys added with a light smirk before he took bite of his well-seasoned lamb. Rhaenys' lips twitched as she shook her head and soon enough, they continued their dining in comfortable silence. 2 days later. The journey across the disputed lands was largely a quiet affair, though there was some instances when Corlys painted a story about these troubled lands. Once, Corlys said, the lands were some of the greatest grape-producing lands in all of the known world. A warm climate with plenty of rain and sun, grapes and fruits of all kinds were grown in here during the times of the freehold. Corlys even said that the record hall of Driftmark included an accounting of an ancestor of his having a vineyard estate here 4 centuries ago. It is said, Corlys explained, that it had been one of the main reasons why Valyria had driven to colonize west of the Lands of Summer, and why there were 3 free cities at points with the disputed lands at the center. She'd spent much of the journey studying the lands below. She could see what Corlys was saying though, she could see the scars of the wars that had been fought here. Patchwork of dry grasslands were abound, dry grasslands that stretched for many leagues on either side, only truly broken up by a patchwork of towns and villages and estates, some of which she could see were wine-producing estates. By the time they could see, in the distance, a large settlement on the coast, they were startled slightly when a dragon had risen from the settlement and flew towards them. Rhaenys. There was a strong hint of warning in Corlys' voice. I know. Rhaenys said as she prepared herself for anything that might happen. It wasn't long before Miss Aragorn was close enough that she could see steel armor around his belly, neck, and some parts of his draconic head. Corlys had relayed the intelligence that he'd received from Aegon's doings, that he'd created dragon armor for Miss Aragorn. Seeing it with her own eyes was another thing. How much does that thing weigh, she wondered. When Miss Aragorn flew closer, though clearly in a non-aggressive way, banking away from them before banking back towards them in a way that she understood, she relaxed and urged Malays to fly closer. Normally, it would have been unconscionable to think that Aegon, the cousin she'd liked the most and seen grow and become a man married, could been a danger, but she also was aware that people changed. Gods, she could see plenty of that in King's Landing. When Malays and Miss Aragorn moved to fly side by side, low growls and trills emanating from the dragons, she was fully able to guess at the size of Miss Aragorn, and to say she was surprised was an understatement. Miss Aragorn had grown much. No more than just shy of 30 name days old, the dragon was larger than Malays, if only slightly, a dragon that was more than 20 years Miss Aragorn's senior, and she didn't think there was much difference in size between Miss Aragorn and Caraxes, a dragon that was just a few years older than Meleys. She'd only known a few dragons with a similar growth rate. Only the Black Dread and Vermithor could compare with regards to growth rate, she thought to herself, with Vermithor guessed by the dragon keepers to likely reach 5/6 the size of Viagar in 30 or 40 years, if he continues to grow. By the time Vermithor reached the age of Viagar, a dragon more than 150 name days old, the dragon keepers believed Vermithor had a good chance of reaching the size of the Black Dread himself. And she believed it. And, as she eyed Miss Aragorn, the dragon may also well reach the same size. Her eyes then veered towards Aegon, her cousin she'd not seen in a decade. As Miss Aragorn and Malays flew closer to one another, she began to see him more clearly, and again she was surprised by the sight of him in his, what looked like, weathered armor. Aegon halted her train of thought as he signaled his hand toward the ground and then gestured with his hand for them to follow him, and moments later, Miss Aragorn had dived towards the ground without delay. Her eyes widened at the smooth way Miss Aragorn responded to Aegon's silent commands. "Follow Malaise," Rhaenys said to her dragon as she leaned forward into her saddle, and soon enough, Malaise followed Miss Aragorn towards the settlement. The settlement was rather large, surprisingly enough, with walls that were fairly large for a town. There were ships at a small port, some of which she recognized when she'd seen Aegon and Aunt Gale depart. As they approached the settlement, Miss Aragorn drifted towards the edge of the settlement, the northernmost side of the settlement inside the walls, where there was a large open space with an inner wall containing a few buildings beside the large space, and she guided Malaise to land there. With a graceful landing, much smoother than that of Miss Aragorn's, Malaise touched land. Corlys was first to remove the restraints on his saddle and seat, and he offered his hand to her before they climbed down Malaise's wing. Malaise let off a low growl as her head drew nearer to the ground, a growl that was not so much as a warning but one of cautiousness, that much she understood. "Calm, Malaise, calm," Rhaenys said as she scratched at the side of Malaise's neck, and her soothing worked as the low growl dissipated into nearly silent grumbles. Rhaenys glanced over to Miss Aragorn, who was silent as Aegon climbed down his back but seemed highly watchful with his green serpentine eyes. The two dragons knew each other well, and both Rhaenys, well at least Rhaenys still, had fondness for the other. But she reckoned that Malaise probably was quite on guard in the presence of a dragon that had been much smaller a decade ago. Aegon came their way after a servant with a silver place joined him, and Corlys placed his hand on her forearm and she snaked her arm around his and made her way towards him. "He really has changed," Rhaenys mused to herself as she took in Aegon. It wasn't the missing eye and scars that Vaemond and Endymion had vividly described, the emerald eye of her Aunt Alyssa, the eye that she'd known had helped make many a maid swoon over Aegon. No, it was everything else. The way he walked, with self-assurance, almost kingly, the expressionless one-eyed gaze that she could tell assessed them both. She wondered how he lost it. Truly lost it. There were all kinds legends now being made about Aegon. "He's become dangerous," Corlys said under his breath, and Rhaenys couldn't help but agree. In some ways, it felt like she was seeing a version of Daemon. At the half-point between them, Aegon came to a stop, waiting on them, and when they arrived to meet him halfway, Aegon let off a faint smile that she could barely tell through his well-kept beard. "Princess Rhaenys." Aegon inclined his head lightly at her in a mark of respect before he looked towards Corlys. "And Lord Velaryon. Welcome, though I must say your arrival is a surprise," Aegon said as he gestured the servant to bring the silver platter over to them before he eyed them again, the assessing eye never wavering. There was something different about him, something that felt different. Not an unwelcome surprise, of course. "It is good to see you both." The way those words were delivered indicated little warmth, however, as if he was speaking out of politeness rather than genuine affection. She was starkly reminded of the tone of voice that Aegon took with Uncle Baelon, whenever he felt defensive with those who he shouldn't be. "Mayhaps it's just my imagination, mayhaps he hasn't changed too much." "Prince Aegon," Corlys said with an incline of the head before he took a piece of bread and dipped it in salt before eating it. "And it is good to see you, cousin." "It's been a while," Rhaenys said with a studious look before she took her piece of bread, which she dipped in salt and took. "Yes, it has been, cousin," Aegon said with a barely discernible smile. "Please," Aegon said as he twisted his body and gestured with his arm stretched out towards one of the buildings, the larger one. "I'm afraid that what I have to offer you is quite not the kinds of accommodations you are used to, but it'll have to make do." Corlys grunted lightly. "It'll do just fine," Corlys said as he looked around with a look that she knew was one of curiosity. "Would you be able to provide some food for Malaise, cousin?" Rhaenys asked. "Yes," Aegon said as he turned to look at the servant. "Have a few oxen brought over." The servant bowed and quickly departed, and Aegon looked at her before he frowned and looked towards Malaise. "There are no dragon keepers," Aegon stated before he looked to meet her gaze again. "Can Malaise do without?" Rhaenys raised an eyebrow at the question. "Not enough time has passed to allow you to have forgotten who it was who trained you with Miss Aragorn." At this, there was a glimmer of the old Aegon with the way he looked at her with his one eye. Rhaenys smiled a little. "She'll be fine. Just don't let any of your servants too close to her." Aegon inclined his head. "Very well," he said as he gestured them to follow. Soon enough, after Aegon had spoken privately with a knight of some kind, they arrived within the building, and one of the servants brought glasses of white wine, wine she recognized slightly. It was a Lysane wine, a rare kind whose taste she remembered, and as she glanced to Corlys, she knew he recognized it too. They'd learnt not too long ago that Aegon definitively had a hand in the Lysane rebellion. According to what they knew, Aegon had supported Johanna for more than a decade, and through her, had fomented a rebellion that saw the city cast off its shackles. Slavers Bay, now this Liberty Bay, less, and now a victory over Myr, the cause of all of the upheaval created in Essos, some of which led directly to Tyrosh falling under the sway of the Iron Throne. Aegon had accomplished a great deal in his war, and, if the rumors were true, had killed off more noble families not seen since the Doom and the century after, when the Dothraki murdered their way through Essos, and possibly was a sorcerer too. You've changed, cousin. Renis found herself saying as she rested her glass of wine in her hands, her eyes studying him. That feeling of difference never quite left her. She could feel more prominent now, so close to him. It didn't set her off ease, but neither was she quite comfortable. War tends to do that to men, cousin. Aegon's response was calm, barely any change in his watchful and expressionless face. Aegon turned his singular eye towards Corlys. Lord Corlys should know of it well enough. Corlys made out as he leaned back in his chair, frowning lightly. Quite. Though your words are true, the kind of war you fought was different. I fought pirates and sellswords, you fought in a war of conquest, all but. And all that it entails. Renis understood. Aegon smiled, though it seemed more like a grimace. Yes. A different war, one that left more scars, I suppose, than it can be seen. Aegon said as he gestured towards his face. I can only hope I have healed more scars than I have caused them. Renis drank of her glass before responding. Given that you've ended some of the worst practitioners of slavery, and given the slaves their freedom and dignity, I believe you have. Renis said with a light smile. She wasn't quite interested in remarking on the scar. That had come later when they were done with the business and time for other things. I and most of the people of Westeros. Renis' smile turned teasing. The small folk have all kinds of songs and names for you. Of course they do. Aegon said with a note of exasperation, and one that was accompanied with the first sign of true expression on his face. What else can you expect from a hero that strikes chains and does away with great evils? Corlys picked up where she'd left off, and she could the smile in his voice as he spoke further, a smile that she could also imagine had a bit of envy. Truly, it's quite tiresome. Even your brothers are quite tired of hearing the many songs of your virtues and triumphs, O bane of slavers. At this, Aegon cracked a smile, a wider one, before he scoffed. I might have to press upon the Liberty Bay cities to close their ports to Westerosi ships. Corlys chuckled. That afraid they'd be inspired. Deathly so. I don't think I can dissuade them if they followed. I've had to accept many things from them. The only thing I managed to dissuade them from was creating statues of my likeness. You can't believe how difficult that had been. Aegon said to them with a light grimace, and Renis couldn't help but snort, quite unladylike to that. Truly? Renis asked, very interested in the topic. Vaemond Endymion had said that the former slaves were almost fanatic about her cousin. He wouldn't expand much more on that, not that Renis had pressed given the oath Viserys had extracted from her good brother and nephew, but it was enough information to tell that if Aegon wanted to be king of Astapor, he could be with ease. Truly? Aegon said with a light nod. I'm glad, however, they heeded my wishes on it. It would be undeserving to be put on such a pedestal. Their thanks and friendship is enough. Corlys made a noise. A queer notion. Corlys said with something in his voice that she didn't quite recognize. Perhaps. Aegon said with a light smile that she barely could tell through the beard. Aegon then leaned in a little. As much as I am in favor in exchanging stories and more with two out of the few people from Westeros that I still have a great deal of fondness for, I do not believe you are here for idle chat. Quite. Corlys said with a serious note to his voice before he glanced over to Renis. Renis nodded at her husband, and Corlys brought out a letter from his inside pocket. Your brother sent us to treat with you. Renis explained as she carefully watched him. Viserys had to explain himself as to why he was requesting her to treat with Aegon. After all, he'd sent Lord Celtigar and her good brother. When Viserys finally told her and Corlys what he'd done, she couldn't believe it. Yes, of course she knew that Viserys had the legal right to demand and threaten Aegon in the way that he did, however. Aegon was not in the kingdoms. He was also disinherited. He was also, effectively, a conqueror that the known world has not seen since Aegon the Conqueror himself. Not only that, he's got no ties to bind him back to the kingdoms. Effectively, Viserys had lost all kinds of control over Aegon and his line. All of whom were all dragon riders. He had no leverage over his youngest brother, and he should have recognized that and acted accordingly. He should have learned that lesson at the feet of Jaehaerys. After all, his early reign was one of strife and maneuvering, having had to cede Dragonstone to his sister Rhaena and the daughters of his eldest brother, knowing the wisdom of keeping a cordial relationship with them who could cause him significant problems, even become a threat, just as like Arya could have been made if the relationship between them all had been terrible. Truthfully, she was rather surprised with the way Viserys went about Aegon. It was not in his nature to seek such direct conflict. The only reason she could see he'd do so is because he'd been advised to do so. Likely at the behest of his small council who did not understand their house. At least he was making amends with recognizing what he should have at the start. Curious. Aegon only said as he leaned back in his chair, his eye now on the document that Corlys had placed on the table. Aegon then looked up towards Corlys and then to Renis. Only treat. Aegon said with a thin smile as he titled his head slightly. The last time he sent people to treat with me, it had come with punishment he has no right to give and demands he has no right to take. Aegon said with his thin smile growing, and there was coldness in his eyes. Cousin Viserys recognizes that he is in the wrong. Rhaenys said in answer. And Aegon hummed for a moment. At least he can recognize that. Aegon said with a glimmer of displeasure, and he flexed his fingers lightly before he spoke. My response was clear. I do not recognize his claims or authority over me or Illymaris. Aegon said as he leaned forward slightly and eyed them both, his one eye flickering between them. Has he accepted that? Or should I be on guard for a rather ugly red worm coming my way? Aegon asked with a thin smile, and Rhaenys felt a sense of dismay at the cynicism of that comment. You've grown cynical. Corlys said, and she saw that he was looking at Aegon with critical eyes. Incredibly so, if you think that your brother would do a thing so underhanded. Rhaenys interrupted quickly as she glanced at Corlys before looking at Aegon. Viserys has accepted only you and your line have claims on Illymaris. He supports it. He also is willing to make concession. Great ones. Rhaenys said to Aegon, who only looked at her with some cold amusement at her words. She decided to leave it here, for now, as she moved to ask. And would it be so bad in your eyes? If two sons of Baelon were to reunite? Rhaenys posed with care. Aegon offered her a light hum as he stared at her for a long moment. Then he spoke. No, it would not. Aegon said with a slow caress of his glass before he looked towards Corlys. He is king, Lord Corlys. Aegon stated, as if it was answer enough to her husband's comments about cynicism. And he is also your brother. Rhaenys iterated. I've never denied that. Nor would I ever deny that. They are my blood. My brothers. I wish them the best of fortunes, and I wish them no more harm than I do you, cousin. But King Viserys is king first and foremost. Aegon said with a light tightening around his eye. And so, he makes decisions he believes to be to the good of the realm. Even decisions about his family. Like me, who is thorn that he believes must break. One way or another. Aegon said with an amused smile that did not reach his eye as he leaned forward and took the sealed document. At least he recognizes that he never should have thought he had anything to do with Illymaris. And what are these concessions that are so great? Aegon asked, though he kept his eye on the document. He did not tell us. Rhaenys admitted, and Aegon looked up to meet her gaze. Viserys only told them about Illymaris. She continued. He only said that you would understand and that he would wait on your answer. Aegon narrowed his eye at her before he looked towards the document for a moment before he sat back in his chair and broke the seal. Rhaenys exchanged looks with Corlys, who she could tell was enjoying this. The relationship, it seems, had greatly splintered between the sons of Baelon. So much so that Aegon considered that Viserys and Daemon would go as far as kinslaying. Rhaenys looked back towards Aegon, who, with narrowed eyes, read the document, and she and Corlys sat that and wait. She watched carefully as he read it, and she was surprised she saw no change in his expressions, and when he'd finally finished, he set aside the document and set his eye on them. And what is your answer, Prince Aegon? Corlys was the one to break the silence. Aegon smiled lightly before he looked away from them and looked towards the side, looking to a point of no significance. And Rhaenys knew that look. It was the same kind of look that she'd seen often in his youth, when he was thinking about problems, any kind of problems, and how to solve them. The most distinctive time she'd seen that look was after he'd been experimenting with furnaces and ingredients, a document or tome in front of him. How are things in King's Landing? Aegon asked, surprising them both when he turned to look at them, a sharp glint in his eye. Rhaenys and Corlys looked at each other. As they always are. Corlys said in answer as he turned to look at Aegon. But... Aegon prodded. Rhaenys was truly curious in what Viserys had written. Things are as they have always been, however, it is different. Rhaenys added to Corlys' words. No doubt involving who is to ascend the throne. Aegon asked calmly as he picked up the glass of wine again. Rhaenys only offered a light smile. From your silence, it is apparent that matters are quite worsening. Aegon said before he drank of his wine in one fell swoop. Did your brother write about the situation in the capital? Corlys asked the same question that Rhaenys wanted an answer to. If Viserys did truly write about that. To say that she would be surprised would be understating it. Viserys was ignoring the issue completely. For him, out of sight and out of hearing range, the issues did not exist. And even then, he was succumbing to the wishes of his Hightower Queen, going as far as allowing his 5-name-day-old son to claim a dragon. A grown dragon. At 5 name days. It truly was astonishing, and deeply worrying for a number of reasons. The Hightowers were so ambitious that they were endangering a child. And Viserys did not care enough to offer resistance. And from the times she'd seen the boy, and the other children, every time she visited Corlys as he was stuck in King's Landing as master of ships, she could tell that they were deeply in need of a great many things. It didn't help that Daemon was intentionally provoking the Hightowers in a way that helped fueling the divide through fear and more. He did not. Aegon answered, forcing her to refocus. However, he has mentioned fostering Aemond and potentially betroth one of my daughters to him. Rhaenys raised her eyebrows. Corlys was the one to speak up. He has asked you to foster the second-born son. Corlys was skeptical and Rhaenys understood. Alicent Hightower was not going to accept that. Or rather, Otto Hightower would not accept that. Not quite. Only the possibility of it. We would speak further on it when I am to come to King's Landing. Aegon said with a light sigh. So you've accepted his terms. Corlys stated, and she knew he was deeply interested in what else Viserys has offered. Something Aegon definitely picked up on with the way he looked at Corlys with amusement. I have. Aegon said with a light nod before he sat back in his chair, a touch of grimace on his face. However, it will take time for me to arrive. Likely no sooner than perhaps a week or two before Rhaenyra and Baelon are to Wednesday. That was, almost a year from now. He won't be happy with that. Rhaenys commented, and Aegon smiled. Unfortunately, I have a great many duties to my people and the people I have liberated. I am sure you have seen that this town is quite full. There were many thousands in the town, she'd seen. They must be fed through grain and other such foodstuff deliveries at the port. Corlys said with a nod before he eyed Aegon intently. I was surprised to see such a developed place. I don't recall a place like it. It was merely a large estate, basically. What you see is what we have built. Or rather what the largely Lysane built with mine and my people's aid. Aegon said in answer. Rhaenys saw Corlys' eyebrows climb before he narrowed his eyes. Including the walls. Including the walls. Aegon answered, and she could tell that he was growing more at ease with the way his eye was glimmering with amusement. If what you want to know is how, then I can tell you plainly. Liquid stone, the same building method I used in Corinth. And of course, a healthy excess in laborers, both the freed slaves and men from Lys, who also supplied much of the resources I needed. I too will be plain. I am interested in this liquid stone. Corlys said as he placed his glass on the table. At this, Aegon smiled, and it was broader than all of the smiles she'd seen this day from him. I would have thought you more interested in other things, such as Ilmaris, or the Sunset Sea. Oh, I am. Corlys said with slowly growing grin, one that was not quite friendly but not quite unfriendly either. But that is talk over dinner, have no worries. Amongst other talk. You owe me a great deal of stories. At this, Aegon chuckled lightly, and she could see him enjoying this, and he'd turned his one eye at Rhaenys. Cousin, I hope you will be able to soothe your husband's ego when I tell him of stories that are greater than his. Bah. Not a chance. Corlys said with a growl that was intended as the comments of her cousin. You may have achieved something great with Ilmaris, and perhaps with your deeds against the slavers, but your achievements are like flashes that have burned bright. Mine, I have seen things, horrors and wonders alike. I have traveled to the edges of the world and have come whole. Friend, your achievements are great, but mine are flashes that have lasted an age. At this, Aegon leaned forward, and, as Aegon began to speak with Corlys to speak of the kinds of things he'd seen and what he'd accomplished, a widening smile on his face, one that growing mirrored on Corlys, Rhaenys could help but smile at the sight of the two men subtly jabbing and undermining the other in jest. She remembered all too well how often Aegon had asked questions about the places Corlys has visited, and she'd known that there was a bit of him that was much like her husband. At least that part of him has never left him. Yes, Aegon has changed, but he is still quite the same, and Rhaenys was glad for it. She would have hated to have lost her favorite cousin.